smack your opponent down if they don't respect your aggression. You can stick a mastery or something on Dedra and just win the game in a few turns. So the fact that she has that different gear, which other hard control decks haven't had, I think one makes her fascinating, a very interesting deck and leader to play. And when she was revealed, that was, I think I talked about in a previous broadcast when this set was revealed, that I think she was, to me, the most interesting leader of the set, because she could either be hard control or hyper aggro, depending on what deck you build. But it turns out you can actually build that all into one deck. So yeah, as much as, most of the time, 90% of the time, maybe 80% of the time, you'll play her as a hard control deck. She does have that different gear, which is really nice. It can help to steal some wins against people who are unsuspecting. And obviously Ross seems to have had a similar idea.
Yeah, definitely. The kind of, like you said, that adaptability, the ability to look at the kind of game, look at what you've drawn, look at what you're up against, and be able to go, okay, I know that if I push fast and hard now, I can either get in as much damage as possible, or potentially just set up such a good board state that later into the game, when that kind of extra health from Colossus, the extra draw has all kind of done its job, and you can push through for that win.
I will say as well, as an aggro lover, I hate to see this, because what we've seen here is Data Vault has been dominant for a very long time, 33 HP. Late Country is finally starting to see a lot of competitive play, 34 HP. Colossus at 35 HP. We're seeing more HP on bases than we've ever seen before. At the very least, we used to have decks that 25 HP with Tarkin Town engine conversion that they've gone now. So we're actually seeing more HP than we've ever seen, which I think puts aggro in a really, really bad spot. So as much as, you could argue Boba's an aggressive deck, I think I'd safely call it an aggro deck. Decks like Boba might seem very strong. Chewbacca, like I said, I think is underrated. It isn't the best meta for them, because all this HP is so difficult to churn through, especially with Lando in particular, because Lando does the best of both worlds. Not only has he got so much HP with 34, but he also has amazing tempo tools. He's got so much bounce and just ways to exhaust and slow down the game plan. So it's basically unraceable, which is not what you want to face when you're an aggro deck. So yeah, not the best meta for aggro, I suspect. I'd be very surprised if aggro does well today or over the next few days. But you never know. Maybe someone's innovated something cool.
Yeah, definitely. The aspects of Lando obviously being cunning have always been associated with, exactly like you said, the abilities to bounce, the abilities to exhaust, just very difficult, sticky abilities that are just exactly like you said, that just put aggro in a rough position. Anything with upgrades, again, anything that gets bounced, obviously the upgrades go, like we saw kind of at length yesterday, that kind of spot removal, like you were talking about, where if it's in your hand, it's not affecting your board, and you're going to have to pay to play it again. So it's kind of just as good as being gone. It's exactly like you said. It's just a difficult situation for aggression at this kind of point.
Yeah, aggression is in, an aggressive deck. I always hated that they called that aspect aggression, because it's not always aggressive. Like I said, Dedra there is an aggression vigilance, but she's, like I said, she can be aggressive, but, often isn't. So it's a bit frustrating, but anyway, we'll deal with that. So yeah, it's, I think it's, like I said, a wide open meta. The fact that I think there is definitely going to be aggro decks, even though I think they're not well positioned at the moment, just because of people love aggro. Everyone always seems to see play, no matter how good it is. Mid-range decks really are, I think, have been the king of the meta for a few sets now. And then again, control, especially hard control, is coming back now after being away for so long, which is nice to see. So hopefully this might be one of the most diverse metas and tournaments we've had for a long time. London was very diverse, but hopefully this will be even more so. We'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah, I just want to see more Boba.
Do you?
No, wait. The Boba from yesterday.
Okay,
I want to see Crate Claw Commander. We're not going to.
We're not going to.
We're not going to.
I'd like to see Sabine, but if that's happening, then someone's cheating.
But I like being delusional and believing that I'm still going to see the cool, fun Boba instead of evil jump to light speed.
Yeah. Well, honestly, the thing people have hated, the tragedy of jump to light speed Boba is that people have hated that deck, but half the community absolutely loves it, and that's why it's probably to me been one of the most popular decks we've ever seen. Considering set one Boba, for example, was very popular, but it was also incredibly powerful. Django was popular when it was about, but it was incredibly powerful. Boba 4 Jumps Lightspeed Boba has been, I think, quite a weak deck for a very long time. Up until rotation, I think that was the most overrated deck we've ever seen in Star Wars Unlimited. People just loved it and played it and played it and played it, and it wasn't even very good. And that, people, they would lose in tournaments, they would still bring it, and it kind of broke my heart a bit. And now the deck has actually got really strong, and obviously that paired with the popularity of the deck already. And it wasn't really for any new tools it got. I mean, Top of the Summer, in Secrets of Power was fantastic for it, but really it was just because of rotation that happened. And then all the other decks lost so many tools, and then obviously Boba didn't really lose many. So that was the biggest buff it got. And the deck is actually strong now. But again, it's been strong for a few months now, and obviously the world's changing around it, and Lando has come up and gives it a bit of trouble. But let's see.
Absolutely. Like you said, it didn't really gain, it just didn't really lose anything.
Yeah.
Rotation obviously is a amazing part of card games. I absolutely stand by that, and Star Wars Unlimited's landscape had changed so dramatically because of it, and I would say absolutely for the better.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really important thing to happen for Star Wars Unlimited, I think, in particular, because my one gripe had been that even though the meta had been very diverse, there were the same sort of leaders that had been around ever since Spark of Rebellion, and it hadn't changed that much. I mean, obviously, we had new leaders each set that did see play, but it just became too difficult for new leaders, brand new leaders in new sets to actually break into the meta. So Star Wars Unlimited, I think rotation came at the perfect time. I'm glad it happened, and it did shake things up. Some of those leaders that we'd seen for so long, they needed to rotate out. And obviously, people can still play them in Eternal, which is great. We've already seen side events for Eternal and planetary qualifier level tournaments for Eternal already. So support for that format is here already, which is fantastic. But yeah, here we go. Lando, Data Vaults, obviously not the Lake Country, but this is more classic, traditional Lando that we've seen for a long time. And there it is, the Aura Sync Data Vault. Already we're seeing some hard control. And again, this is the kind of deck that comes in order to topple these Lando decks, which do so well against the kind of mid-range meta that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw lots of Aura Sing yesterday. It'd be interesting to see that kind of difference, obviously, comparing the limited section of Aura Sing to a set built deck with every tool at your disposal. Interested to see in kind of how that's going to differentiate between today and yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And as much as it's also a diverse meta in terms of archetypes and in terms of leaders and bases you can play, there are many leaders that have multiple bases you can play with them, but it's also really wide open in terms of the cards included in the deck. I'd be very surprised if many of the deck lists here today are similar or the same in terms of card for card, especially because of Data Vault. Data Vault in particular means you can play lots of out there cards that are less common, things that you wouldn't see as much. And there we go. So the Direct Critic starting there, and then we've got the Senator there, Inspiring Senator, coming in and immediately bouncing that shield token to hand, which obviously can't go to hand, so it gets defeated. So a nice little start there from Benjamin. He is going to be able to, to trade off with his Krennic, all likely next turn. And you don't want Krennic sitting around, using that ability. Even if it gets used, Krennic gets used the ability once, it can be a bit of a problem. So you want to avoid that if possible. Yeah,
absolutely. In effect, getting that. Almost playing him out for one. If you've triggered that ability at least that one time, getting a 2/2 with a shield for effectively one resource is exceptionally good. We are going to see, I believe, another one of our amazing pod racers come through and just finish off Krennic there with the when played 2 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a pod racer we didn't see yesterday because
I lied. It's the ambush. It's Anakin's pod racer.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So this is a pod race we didn't see yesterday because obviously it's legendary. You don't see it. It's actually the only pod race I think we didn't see yesterday, and it's probably the only one we are going to see in Premiere. But there you go. Obviously, that's kind of the point of the legendaries. They're not really made for limited. A card we did see yesterday to great effect, Latrazi, and like I said, I absolutely love this card. One of my favourite cards from Lawless Time, and we can see it used to great effect. Not having to generally, you'd rather have that shielded than have the experience token. So if you can just deal the 2 damage, as Florian can do in this instance, then that's fantastic news for him, because a 2/1 shielded is in most cases better than a 3/2.
Yeah, absolutely that. Captain Typho coming down, being able to hold the line. It'd be interesting to see if I imagine we're not going to see the when this unit is attacked use the tool at this point, but a 4/5 Sentinel up against the Latrazi with a 2/1 shield is a nice position to be in.
Yep, certainly is. And like I said, these games could be so... Another great thing about Data Vault, as much as I know a lot of people are maybe sick of seeing it after we've seen it for so long, one of the great things about it is that it does create diversity within the games. Because the decks are larger, it just means there's a lot more variance in terms of what's drawn and how the games play out, which is nice to see. It just means that every game doesn't feel quite the same. You know, sometimes it can feel like games play out fairly similarly. Moral authority there being used to capture the Lazrazi. It's not the absolute best use, I think, of capture. I mean, she was only a 2-1 shielder, but at least now, when Typho does eventually go down, she will lose the shield. So, once again, both the Florian shielded units having their shields removed without having to traditionally deal damage to them, which is nice for Benjamin.
Yeah, and now obviously being able to trade into Chira Emway with the captain if he so wished, but I'm not, I mean, potentially just going to trade in before anything else kind of builds up down onto the ground.
Yeah, no force there, obviously, from Aura Singh with Data Vault, so just Chirrut, just a 3/5 Sentinel. Not Chirrut at the max of his powers there, but, you know, Chirrut's a card that we've seen, you know, ever since Legends of the Force, it's just been a dominant force. I think Star Wars Unlimited, a really great defensive tool, and you see Aura Singh even using it there just as a 3/5 Sentinel. Which is interesting, but again, because of the rotation in particular, we just have fewer tools than we used to, so the card quality did take a bit of a dip, and Aura's forced to turn to cards like this just to fill the gap, especially when you've got such a large deck with Day of Vault.
Yeah, Benjamin just ending his turn there using Lando's ability and correctly identifying it for the Chewbacca and gaining the credit token. I did notice a Liberty in hand, so it'll be interesting to see in how much kind of power that will bring out. We are reaching that point pretty soon, actually, especially with credit tokens coming up soon. It'd be interesting to see how much of a wave that will make.
Yeah, funny that we actually saw Liberty come out earlier yesterday, limited than we've seen it constructed, but yeah, it's a standard, get to 9 resources available, so you can play Liberty this turn. With the Lando flip, and this is obviously the key turn for Lando, you know, his flip turn, you really want to put as much pressure on as possible. Again, like I said before, I think all flavors of Lando do struggle against hard control, so I do think we're favoured, Florian favoured here. Obviously used that knowledge in defence previously to get rid of the Captain Typho, which is a nice little way to cycle your card in hand while still dealing with that threat. Condemning Lando, condemn a card that, you know, I saw play before rotation is a pretty good card, but after rotation has really stepped into its own now because, you know, now it's able to, you know, really... there's so few options to actually deal with leaders now. Condemn is a fantastic way to just shut that Lando out of the game. And then one of the best cards we saw from Secrets of Power, amazing legendary Queen Amidala, particularly great against control because she's putting 3 threats onto the board at once. It's great for her, it just reveals lots of Bosk there.
Yeah, the Queen Amidala, like you said, the wide range of threats you get on a board, it instantly creates you a strong board space, and then that very, very strong secondary ability of if damage will be dealt to this unit, you may defeat another unit that shares a trait with this unit if you do prevent that damage. And obviously the spy tokens have the official tag, and as does Queen Amidala.
There's a lot of text on those 2 cards. Between Condemn and Queen Amidala, that is
Yes,
a lot of text.
There's a lot of words.
There's not usually that much text in Star Wars Limited cards, but these are 2 of the wordiest cards in the game. Condemn is actually one of the most complicated cards that Star Wars Limited ever printed in terms of like how it interacts with different keywords and things.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think people have got the hang of it now and how it works. But you know, at first it did take a bit of getting used to. Like, when does the ability turn off? What abilities does it work? Does it affect Saboteur? That kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, with that little last bit of loses all other abilities, I think players can definitely go, okay, yeah. What are we defining kind of as abilities here? When, like you said, when does that start? When does that stop?
Well, quite funny that Condemn itself is an ability. So if you actually put 2 Condemns on a unit, so if you had a Condemn on your own unit and then you played your own Condemn onto it, they would cancel each other out. So...
that I did not know.
Yeah, so there's a nice little interaction there as well. So you'd lose the Condemn. There we see the Aura flip there, defeating the Queen Amidala. Obviously, she can't use her spy bodyguards to jump in the way of the Aura Singh sniper shot. And then Qui-Gon can come down and immediately defeat that Aura. But, you know, unlike Lando here, well, in fact, just like Lando, I was going to say unlike Lando, like Aura just kind of uses her ability like an event, and then her body doesn't really matter. But actually, Lando's fairly similar, honestly. His creating the credit tokens is the main reason to use Lando. So both of the leader bodies themselves aren't super relevant. But Lando is slightly more threatening with that extra point of power.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the condemn as well, it's obviously lost kind of that potential potency. We are going to see Bosk come down, which was revealed, as you said, a little bit earlier on. Again, just a very strong unit. I feel like Bosk is definitely, I would say, one of the best uncommons I've seen in a while. Just keeping that strong board space for as long as you can, really.
Yeah, we saw Boss come out yesterday in limited portion of the event and was used quite well. It's better in limited, obviously, just because stats are king in limited, and it's got pretty good stats, especially with the ability. I think less common applications in constructed, but obviously in decks, when you've got 60-card decks, like things like Boss can slip in, just you have enough units. Knight of Ren, again, a card that we haven't seen that much of, but again, just decent stats for the cost, decent to play on turn 2. And here, Florian's building up a big enough board where he can sustain a lot of this pressure that he's taking here from Benjamin. We've got a long way to go yet, thanks to Data Vault. But I don't mind Florian's position here. I think he's got enough on board that he can fight what Benjamin's putting out. And then, like I said, as the game goes on, Florian should be more and more favoured here.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very kind of punishing situation to be in with that condemn, because it kind of really... Benjamin kind of only has one unit available. So we now are going to see Keller and Beck come out, and that will definitely help up this board space. But I'm not too sure in what his kind of goal will be. He's got an available 4 resources if we're counting in those credits, and then obviously Keller and Beck searching the top 7 for a unit. You can reveal it, play it, and it costs 3 less. So we've seen this kind of when played lots in the past. Obviously we saw it with probably the most commonly remembered example being Darth Vader all those sets ago. But we are going to see, I believe, the Falcon come through.
Yeah, so the new Millennium Falcon, nowhere near as powerful as his Spark of Rebellion cousin, but still just a decent space unit. Can really in the deck to fight off some of that space aggro you might face down with like a Vader or a Boba, but does a fine job here of just putting another threat on the board. Kind of represents 4 power instead of 2 because of the ability, so it's pretty reasonable. And again, Benjamin was wanting to put as much pressure on Florian as possible here. Keller and Beck, another absolutely great anti-control tool, because control gives you enough time to safely play that 7-drop, and obviously you're putting 2 threats onto the board. One of them having 7 power in here, the other one having 4. It's a lot of power to put on with 1 card. So yeah, these kind of great, 1 card, putting a lot of pressure on tools like Queen Amidala, like Keller and Beck are exactly what you want against control.
Yeah, exactly. And with Keller and Beck obviously going directly from your deck, you're not too worried on having to conserve kind of those hands, that kind of hand space, and the kind of almost comeback mechanic of Keller and Beck being able to just pull kind of anything out of your deck can really, like you said, pull back that position.
So what Florian's doing now is just hoping to, just in a general sense, stall out the board as long as possible to get to the capital ships. Obviously, there'll be several capital ships in the Aura deck. So he just wants to hold off until he gets those big threats, and then they should stabilize the game for him. No Super Laser Blast anymore, so we can't stabilize with that.
I think we're just a little bit of confusion in what's going where with Bosk's 2 triggers.
It's
there.
a confusing card. You've got to do the 2 triggers and where the attack is actually going. So
yeah, we had that a little bit yesterday as well. Just a little bit of confusion as to where things go and kind of when, but that's perfectly fair enough. We're going to see, I think that was a second condemn, get revealed to stop the Lando damage coming through. So he will be finished off by the Knight of Ren.
Yeah, definitely not going to put 2 condemns on 1 target. Florian. Whether or not he's aware of the interaction is irrelevant. No, there's no reason to, even if he isn't, there's no reason to put a second condemn on there. But. That's the Craving Power coming out. The weaker cousin to Overwhelming Barrage that has now completely replaced that card now that it's rotated out. And yeah, I mean, really solid card, does some great work here. Obviously now we're just going to get defeated again with the Obi-Wan trigger. I believe Florian put that to the bottom of his deck. So there will be, again, it's sort of board dominated now by Florian, which is where he wants to be. They've actually taken pretty much the same damage, only 2 more points of damage on Florian's base. It's a good position for him to be in. I think now he just wants to make sure he doesn't get kind of cheesed out by like a Liberty like we saw happen so many times yesterday.
Yeah, and the kind of benefit that we were talking about of the Millennium Falcon giving that +2 is obviously kind of, he is now just a 2 might rather than that kind of 4 might, representing that we were talking about in the previous turn, we are going to see it get piloted by Han Solo. So a nice quick swing in of damage, the additional +3, I believe? 2.
Yeah, so 4 damage coming in there from the now 4 power, so it gives +2/+3 the hand pilot. So yeah, card we've seen since Jump to Lightspeed be really useful. I mean, it's great. Obviously, it's multimodal. You can fight on the ground with it if you need to, or you can just push here. And Benjamin recognizing, had the position's been reversed, then I'm sure Han would have come out on the ground just to try and fight off this ground presence. But Benjamin has to be the aggressor here, so he knows that he needs to just push it in space. And hopefully, I mean, space really now is his way. It's not like ground is completely insurmountable. There's only 2 units there, but I think space really is the likely route that Benjamin's going to have to take to try and sneak out the win in this game.
Yeah, exactly that. Especially if he can pull out something like the Liberty, we are going to see another Qui-Gon come through.
Yeah.
Just like we were talking about yesterday, a super strong ambush, and the ability to then survive your chosen attack, getting that kind of 2-for-1, and then with it being Qui-Gon, with his when defeated potentially being a kind of 3-for-1, can be really powerful.
It can be. He's certainly got sort of a higher ceiling than I think some of the other sort of power 7 drops that we've seen over the ages, but I do think that in general he's typically weaker, and that's because of that low HP. We see here Latarazi herself can just finish off Qui-Gon next turn, so Qui-Gon might not be able to take a swing. I mean, Florian's in a bit of a difficult position here because he can either not spend any resources and just take that trade, which I think is a potentially reasonable line to take, or if he's got some way to answer Qui-Gon from hand, he can do that. You don't really want to take another 7 damage from Qui-Gon, although you're going to take at least 4 in space anyway, so, it's only 3 more. It's a tricky one to work out. It all depends on what's in his hand, but yeah, I mean, that's the pressure that Qui-Gon puts on. Obviously, the low HP, yes, but the 7 power is, it's very threatening here.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like he will go for... I can't...
Yeah, it's eighth brother there.
8th brother, yeah.
Just going to trade in with the Qui-Gon and then bounce the Latarazi. So I'm going to guess that's going to go to the bottom. I'll put it on top. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that it would head back to the top. I think at this point, I mean, oh, okay.
Yes, that's obviously Benjamin using Lando's ability there. Knows that the Latarazi is on top. So it really should have gone to the bottom there, Florian.
Yeah.
Knowing that Benjamin has the option to use that. I mean, Benjamin could have claimed, but I think, your opponent will just use that. I don't think they're that fussed about having an initiative. Although, to be fair, potentially that Millennium Falcon is now going to get answered. So as bad as that kind of looked from Florian, I mean, again, I don't really see why you'd want Latarazi anyway. So I would have put it at the bottom anyway. But, yes, you gave your opponent a credit token, but you now potentially can answer this Millennium Falcon, which is far more important, I think, than a credit token. That 4 damage on your base is a big deal. We're at 16 now, so just under halfway there for Benjamin.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about the credit tokens yesterday. Quite a lot of how their kind of effectiveness dwindles the kind of later stages you get into the game. So like you said, the kind of choice of not claiming and instead letting your opponent claim and then instantly get hit with the True Remembers, losing out on your that ability to swing in. But we are going to see Rey Skywalker come through, just a big old unit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal card from the new set, specifically because it's anti-control. And Benjamin's obviously put this in the main deck. This is game 1, don't forget. It's not even a sideboard Rey. He's obviously main decked this in preparation for the control, which I don't think necessarily would have happened with a lot of players prior to London. I think prior to London, people just, again, ignored hard control, and now people are respecting it more, which isn't a great look for my prediction of Dedra doing well, because if people are respecting hard control, it does get significantly weaker. But then we see the Arrester Cruiser there, so it is going to... Rey, there's not that many ways to answer her, but the Arrester Cruiser is one of them. So she can now, obviously, she'll be exhausted and can't ready. So while Rey, look at how many things she's immune to. She can't be taken control of, so lots of things that stop that. She can't be defeated by any card ability. She's got 9 HP, so she's very unlikely to be damaged to defeat, but she can be exhausted. So there we go. But Liberty coming down now can take a nice trade into the Cantwell Cruiser. Does have the perfect stats to be able to deal with that. So unless Florian, going into next round with initiative, is able to... What was that? Was that Moral Authority?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, there you go. Never mind. Cantwell Cruiser gone anyway before Liberty needs to strike. So now this Ray is, she's representing 11 power herself. She will ready up now. And there's also 9 power and Liberty in space. So Florian needs something big immediately, and he's facing down 2 huge threats here.
And the biggest kind of distinction is they're in different zones. They're not. It's not just ground. It's not just space. You've got to deal with both lanes of traffic, and you've got to deal with them kind of like you said. Now is the time to do it. And I mean, another cruiser will definitely help.
It will, but the problem is if you pick the Ray, then the Liberty can just defeat the cruiser. So it's a very temporary measure. I mean, he can just go base if he wants to, but. Yeah, it does go base. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. But at least here now, as long as the Benjamin's going base, then at least, Ray is obviously locked out. But again, you've now so low on resources that it's going to be tricky to deal with Liberty, especially because Benjamin still has all his resources available to put another threat on the board here. There's the Lightmaker, which is, a game-ending threat in itself, and Queen Amidala. I mean, look at all these amazing anti-control tools that he's got in his deck already. I mean, they're not necessarily in there for control, but I definitely think Lando players have adapted and they've realised that we're just going to main deck a lot of these cards that make it difficult for control, and then, with no Super Laser Blast anymore, it can be tricky.
Yeah, we've got so much exhaust out in space, and we've just got so much threat down on the ground. I mean, I would be impressed if we can see an out from this position, and I think the concede has been offered there from Florin.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there because Benjamin was giving me his cards back as if he'd conceded, and then it seemed like he was taking it back. Oh, you haven't conceded. Oh no, you have conceded. So, yeah, no, that was going to be the end of it there. Yeah, I mean, Benjamin, I think prepared fully for control. Putting the main deck to Ray is fantastic. I mean, most people would have those in the side anyway to at least be stronger in game 2 and game 3. No single reactor ignition here in obviously Aura Data Vault. You don't get access to that, unlike like you would potentially in a Dedra. So, yeah, I mean. Obviously not quite as favourable as it might be. I think Aura Data Vault's probably a bit better into Lando Lake Country just because it's a bit more of a tempo deck. Doesn't have quite so many top end threats. The Ray is obviously a big problem and was that game. Liberties can obviously come out in both versions, but yeah, obviously if you've got enough top end, then you're going to do well against control. So yeah, a well built deck and played well.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say there was kind of too many like critical game-changing moments. Obviously the Ray being played was super powerful, but that was just out into the board. It wasn't kind of super reactive into anything. Obviously the ability to then capture using the Ray to then still be able to ready her in the following phase was obviously super powerful. But I don't think there were too many kind of key moments that super affected that game.
No, I mean, it seemed like Aura was doing quite well, and then obviously there was that turn where it was Liberty and Ray, and obviously the moral authority to get rid of the Cantwell Cruiser, that was enough. Again, there aren't that many answers to Ray, but one of them being the Cantwell Cruiser, but then when you've got the Arrester Cruiser, if you've got the moral authority to deal with that anyway, then, you're in a great position. So perhaps if you hadn't have had that and there was an answer on the other side from Liberty, but, ifs and buts, make candy and nuts, but there we go. That's what you do. So yeah, I think Lando, again, we know how powerful Lando is. A great deck. I think if you're going to prepare for control in your main deck, then you stand in really good stead to do well in an event like this.
Yeah, absolutely that. What are we thinking for sideboard?
Well, again, his deck was already kind of main decked out for hard control for Lando, so I haven't got the list in front of me, so I can't say exactly what they've got. But there's obviously things that could help. You could bring in more copies of Ray; that would be useful. That would make it very tricky. On the Aura Sing side, it can be tricky. I mean, you might have some credit hate in the side that would help a little bit, but again, it's not really. Lando's quite resilient, in fact, to credit hate, so it's not really about the credits as much, especially in a matchup like this. It's more about what kind of threats are in the deck rather than how quickly you get them out. So again, we didn't see the credits used that effectively there anyway. On the flip turn, they weren't even used. So there's not that much you can do. You just, I think, kind of have to hope to win game 1 and then hope that their sideboard doesn't, come up in the future games. Data Vault obviously making the deck less consistent. But here, I think Aura's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're just going to pass over to it now.
Typically, the things we would see out of an Aura Sing in the sideboard, there'd be, things like anti-space, hyperspace disaster direct hit, which could be useful, but, again, there is obviously space threats in the Lando deck. But again, it's not like it's as useful as it would be against something like a Vader or a Boba. Generally what those cards on the side are for, that help those space matchups. So it's going to be tricky here, I think.
Yeah, I think after, like you said, losing that game one, obviously puts you on a back foot. And if it then going to that game three, being able to then have Lando with a guaranteed initiative can definitely be difficult.
Yeah, and I think that the difference is, like, if you go one game down, but you're unfavored in game one and favored in the side, there's a sort of a psychological effect of, okay, well, I was expected to lose that game, but this is the one that really matters. These next two, these are the ones that are like played proper. But again, Benjamin, I think, probably benefits more from his sideboard than Florian does. Obviously, again, I don't have the exact list, but I would suspect that's the case. So if that is the case, then that would mean that obviously Florian's even more doubly so on the back foot here. Again, any deck can win 2 games. It just depends on how you draw. But I do think he needs to, I think he needs to be really careful with what resources he's using to deal with what threats. You really don't want to overcommit to specific, lower threat cards. There he is, favorite card of the set.
Yeah, and I mean, without your opponent then being why have I lost the name of the leader?
Orasing.
Orasing,
yeah, there's only one Orasing here, and it's the one that played the Han Hibernation 6, so yeah, that's handy. Wouldn't have been less, would have been, well, first of all, wouldn't have been legal if Benjamin would have played it, but yeah, it would have been far less effective on the other side of the table. But yeah, nice to see Han Solo Hibernation 6. I think the card's, like I said, a great card. Orasing not hugely popular, which means that you can safely play it. Again, Talzin not as good as Orasing at dealing with it. So, especially turn 1. I mean, past turn 1, obviously the card gets far less good, but on turn 1, I think it's pretty good here. Kind of spent 2 resources on it, so it wasn't really at the peak of its power in terms of, playing double 1-drop or something like that. But again, honestly, the card's that good that if costing 2 is still pretty reasonable. A 1/1 shielded that gains an experience token every time it attacks for 2 resources would still probably be a reasonable card.
Yeah, definitely. With Gungi then just kind of hitting into it before it becomes too big of a problem, getting rid of that shield, and then potentially then being able to trade in it again. We're just seeing real good stats for cost come through. We saw Gungi, and we've seen the Knight of Ren for Florian here. We are going to see Benjamin get the correct call and get a credit token come through. I can't imagine if there's too much he's really thinking about in hand for it at the moment. Potentially the Captain Typho, I think I saw there. But obviously still wanting at least one available for that deploy.
Yeah, absolutely. Gungi can be traded in. I mean, Florian having initiative here really helped him out because he got to play the hand first and then, comes into this round with initiative, so he can just trade into the Gungi if he wants to. He doesn't have to. I mean, he can obviously go base and does choose to go basic, and that way he can't be traded by the Gungi anyway. That's now a 3/3 hand, and again, it's growing and growing and growing. The fact that for 1 resource, that card's now dealt 5 damage to base and is a 3/3, I mean, that's pretty much as good as a 1-drop can get in the Star Wars Unlimited. I can't imagine we're going to see many 1-drops that get stronger than that. And obviously, it's still not dealt with. It still needs to be dealt with at some point.
Yeah, exactly like you said. It's still a presence on the board, and it's had kind of no external influence. Florian has played it for 1, and that's it. He hasn't had to buff it. He hasn't had to kind of target it with any abilities. It's just done its thing.
It's a great position to be in as well here for Florian, because you would think that Captain Typho, obviously it's a 4/5, Knight of Ren can't trade into it, but of course with the Orasing ability, it will be able to trade into Captain Typho here, and that's the power of these high power units in Orasing. Knight of Ren here, it will, well, especially now, but yeah, Knight of Ren, will be able to trade into the Typho and, and get that cleared off. Is that Bosk? I couldn't see with the
yes,
yeah, that's Bosk. Okay, so again, just great stats to the cost. Next turn, once Gungi dealing 2 damage, not super relevant. So next turn, once the does decide to trade there. So Bosk can obviously attack itself. It can attack for 4 power, so it wouldn't actually be able to clear off the Typho itself. So slightly interesting there that Florian didn't just trade in with the Knight of Ren and clear off the Typho. This turn, because yes, you can clear it with Bosk and the Orasing, but that takes 2 actions, so Captain Typho is now going to be able to attack. So unless he's got something from hand, he's going to play first. There's the Craving Power. Okay, yep, that explains it. Again, just on board, it didn't really make sense not to trade with Knight of Ren, but this is an absolutely fine line now. Queen Amidala, a great play to play back. I mean, you're getting yourself back onto the board. It's very tough to deal with. Great in this sort of situation where your opponent's fighting tooth and nail for board. But again, that Han Solo is now a 4/4. I'm so excited to see this card, see, I think, full power version, because that we'll just have to see where that ends up landing at the end of this game. I mean, it probably is going to get defeated by Queen Amidala next turn, but it's just doing so much work.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of nothing else to say. Florian has spent 1 and dealt, I think, 9 with him,
9, yeah.
which is just insane. Like you said, we had games yesterday where we had a single space unit at the start just plink away, little 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. But this isn't little 2 damage. This is a threat on the board.
Yeah, one of the, I wouldn't say weaknesses, but one of the sort of windows of opportunity you can have against Lando Data Vault rather than something like Lando Lake Country is, again, Lando Lake Country has a lot of tempo-heavy tools. Lando Data Vault doesn't really have the same tempo tools. It's a lot more of a value deck. Command gives you a lot of those value propositions, which makes you a more favourable matchman to control than Lake Country would have, but it means that control can take lines like this. And I mentioned it earlier with Dedra, but Aura Sing Datebot can do it too if you have the right start. This Han into Knight of Ren, into Bosk, into Craving Power is a really aggressive curve, and you can see he is going base with it. He's trying to end the game before Lando can do anything major with his flip.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see in what kind of heavy hitters Benjamin might be able to bring out with this flip turn coming up soon. There's just a lot of problems down there. We've got the Bosk buffed up by the Craving Power, giving him +2/+2. obviously, we've got the hand that we've spoken about. I'm not too sure in what would be the best outcome for Benjamin here. Potentially, obviously, we are going to see the deploy come through, so we're going to have a lot of available resources. Potentially something like a Qui-Gon?
Yeah, we've got full 9 resources, could be a Qui-Gon. Benjamin opting not to attack with that Queen Amidala, defeat the Spy Token, defeat the Han immediately. So Florian has the opportunity now to attack with Han again if he wishes. It would only go up to 5/5, so it could still be traded with the Queen Amidala. But then if you attack with that first, obviously the Mandalorian, another great option there. Thanks, Spotters, that could potentially come out. But there's so many great things. Liberty can come out as well. There's a lot of great things you could play here. 9 resources is a lot, and it opens up the entire deck of Benjamin. But you can obviously only spend those resources once, this turn, and spend 1 action doing it. So there isn't a card that would just answer all of these things on board at once. Although obviously there are a few that would answer 2 of them. So it's a tough one to attack either with Han or the Bosk first here. Bosk deals slightly more damage, deals 1 extra point of damage, and obviously is going to -1 something as well.
Yeah.
But again, Han is, I think, a bit more of a threat in terms of your opponent wants to answer that first. So I could see it going either way, but...
Yeah, so it looks like the reduction is going to go onto Lando, and I think the bonus went on to Han, I believe? Or
8, so yeah, Mandalorian, that's right. Well spotted. I don't know if the caster spotters saw that in hand or were just predicting it, but yeah, there's the Mandalorian. So obviously the power of this card is not only can it come in and attack and defeat a unit, but then you obviously then get to capture something else. So it does get the classic 2 for 1. So you can capture the Han, remove all of the buffs from it. So now it's basically defeated. I mean, when Mandalorian eventually does go down, obviously you will get the hand back, but at that point it's just a 1/1 again. So, does kind of defeat both of those. Bosk at the moment can still be traded on board, so Florian needs to do something now to protect that Bosk because he's invested so heavily in going aggressive here. He's only 8 damage away from winning, but obviously if Benjamin can clear the board, then it's going to be tough for Florian to get that final bit of damage coming out.
Yeah, the Mandalorian definitely slowing the roll of Florian here. I mean, how much damage does Benjamin have on board at the moment? Obviously, we've got the reduction on Lando, but it's going to be a strong swing back in his favor if Florian doesn't have very good answers here.
Still got 6 resources available. Obviously, a turn away from Aura Sing, so that would have been handy, although she might be able to... I mean, with 7 HP, she's reasonably likely to be able to get an attack in. So that would put Florian even closer to winning. It's a fine line here, and it's just interesting to see how the game's completely reversed here. Florian changing tack, going first affected things. I think the fact that he tried to play it slow and he saw his opponent had all those late game value tools last game has probably affected the way he's playing it. But second Craving Power now. So Bosk is actually on 8 now, so he can, that's more than enough to defeat the Lando.
It's an interesting choice. I wonder if...
Well, it's lethal now in one swing, so it depends on Benjamin here. So he'll have to clear. So he can So how much damage can he do? He's got to deal 9. He can deal 7, 8, 9. So he does have an exact way to deal with. It's kind of funny there that because Florian put the -1 power onto the Lando and not onto either the Spy or the Amidala or the Gungi, it does mean now that Benjamin has enough to deal with the Bosk, right? Unless I'm discounting that. I think because otherwise you would just trade in, right? There's no reason not to.
I mean, I think where our numbers are off. Benjamin's claimed here, so I imagine he's gonna. Well, we've got 2 liberties in hand, so I imagine we're going to put one of them away, and as our first action, it'll be bring out a liberty, stop lethal for now, and kind of see what we can do from there.
Yeah, unless I suppose Liberty's fine. You know, just answering it another way is fine. But you could go. No, I guess you'd lose the Amidala if you did it that way. So maybe this is fine. Yeah, Liberty, I guess, just is just as good. He did have enough there to. I was just counting. He had 9, so he had enough to deal with the Bosk. But you know, Liberty obviously is just as good. Really, you don't have to lose your entire board that way. So that makes a lot of sense.
I was going to say, slightly concerning now, the Mandalorian, yeah, will go down to Aura Singh's deploy. Obviously, it is only bringing out Han Solo. No shield, only coming out as just a 1-1 here. But, like you said, with how close we are to losing here as Benjamin, the kind of, again, little chip damage that Aura Singh has, the 3 attack, might actually be relevant here.
Yeah, nice that Liberty can't bounce those craving powers. A nice little interaction there. They obviously cost 5, and it's if they cost 4 or less. So, unlike most upgrades, Bosk gets to retain those craving powers, which are very relevant here because again, Bosk can attack for 8. So Bosk is always representing a 1-hit kill here. These are all my favourite cards being played by Florian here, which is fantastic. Leppy, look out, another amazing card from the new set. I love the Vigilance Command cards so much.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about that too much, did we? The addition of those multi-aspect cards representing 2 different non-heroic or villainy aspects.
Yeah, it looks like there's no answer there to the buffed up Bosk, so it looks like we are going to go into game 3 here. Yeah, I mean, again, Liberty's all good and well, but obviously, you know, if your opponent's putting other threats into play as well, then even if you answered it with Liberty and then claimed and exhausted it again, you'd still be able to finish it off with the rest of the units. So yeah, we saw their complete different change of plan there, different change in tact. You know, going far more aggressive with the Aura player, and it worked out really well for him. Now, it's going to be harder in Game 3 for him to do that because, of course, he's not going to have the initiative, and that does change a lot of things. I mean, if you don't have the initiative, it makes the Han a lot harder to build up as a big threat. But we'll have to see, you know, what sort of tactic he takes next time. And it's just fun to see, you know, these decks being able to, you know, sort of change between being the aggressor and being the defender. You know, what I don't like to see necessarily in Star Wars Unlimited is decks playing against each other that always play out exactly the same way. One deck's always the aggressor, one's always the defender. It always, you know, in different variations goes the same way. At least here we're seeing how both decks can play different roles, which is nice. And it's kind of the way Star Wars Unlimited has evolved, I think, with new sets and things. We didn't always have that. I think we used to have a lot more of like defined roles. We had like the, you know, Sabines and the Palpatines, and it was just opposite end of the spectrum. But now there are some decks like that, but most of these sort of slower control-y decks, like Aura Singh or the hard control with the Dedra, like I said, can play an aggressive line as well. So it's nice to see, you know, what I love is hard control decks or even soft control decks that get to play an aggressive line. I think it's really cool and good for the game.
Yeah, definitely. And even past just being good for the game in itself, I think it only shows that you are a better player than the average player. If you have the ability to know, okay, I need to push my advantage here and now with the initiative to push through, try and get as much damage in, like we saw from Florian there, it only shows your skill and kind of tact as a player. We're just kind of setting up here. Obviously, Benjamin will be on with the initiative, so it'll be interesting to see. It was a very quick resource. I think he's quite content with his hand here.
Yeah, I didn't notice either play mulligan there, so I think both players are reasonably happy with what they've got. Another great card here coming out, Jin. So obviously you get to play either as, like I said, Leia from Spark Rebellion or the Battlefield Marine, either version, which is nice to see. Another fantastic card. We're seeing a lot of cards from A Lawless Time, which is great to see. Imperial Dark Trooper, just, you know, a natural Battlefield Marine. So worse than Jin as a card, but in this instance, you know, matches her card for card, which is nice. But again, Benjamin's always going to have the initiative here in these early turns, so he's going to be able to act first, which does help a lot.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if potentially a trade comes through or just trying to get in those kind of early licks of damage. Yeah, we're just going to see it just go into base. I imagine Florian will probably do the same, potentially with something in hand to deal with the Jin.
Yep, Lando using the ability here, setting up, foregoing, obviously they're going to call cunning there, so foregoing the Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. I was going to say foregoing the so obviously Latrazi here, a nice little benefit. You can play her as a 2-1 with the shielded still, and then you're able to still use Aura's ability to finish off, which is nice. You know, a little buff that you get with Aura that you wouldn't in other decks. Otherwise, Lats would have to have been played as a 3-2 there, which would have been worse. Although in this instance, you know, it would have been the same because the Inspiring Recruit came down and bounced the token either way, so it wouldn't have made a difference. But yeah, another, you know, just fantastic card in the lawless time to see in Vigilance Command. Beautiful prestige there.
Yeah, well, and matched by that Junior Senator, which a 2-cost 3-2 is already pretty nice, and with a when-played ability like that, it can be exceptionally strong.
Yeah, a very reasonable card. I think playing a 2-cost 3-2 on 2 is pretty good here. So we're actually using the credit token for an early Chewbacca there. I think its hand probably not the most amazing here. You know, having to use the credit there, I think he was just kind of forced to so he could play something. Chewbacca, you know, a 5-6 against control. Chewbacca's great, but obviously you would usually want to play it as a pilot early on and try and run away with the game that way. But you know, it's a 5-6 body here. Obviously, it's dominating the ground. Hard to say who's the aggressor here. I still think Florian's probably going to edge towards trying to be a bit more aggressive just because we've seen so many anti-control tools from Benjamin already, and then we haven't actually seen Chewbacca at this point, but now we know Chewbacca's definitely there, so you know that could be a problem later on in the game if there's a second copy, so I think Florian's probably going to want to try and win in a similar fashion to last game, although it's obviously trickier because it doesn't have a Han Solo growing continually here.
Yeah, the Hauler will go down.
Yeah, defeats the shuttle with a blue ace there. Blue ace, a phenomenal card to come out. You know, a really great tool for cunning heroism to deal with space threats. You know, the downside of that card, reading an opposing unit, very rarely actually comes up because often you just play it first thing with the ambush and you get to just defeat something. So, nice position from Benjamin to be in here. And still has that resource spare to use Lander's ability to set up for next turn, which is fantastic.
Yeah, both players just, I think, quite content in how this turn's ended up. Benjamin able to deal with the space threat, Florian then able to match it in himself. Benjamin then able to just sneak in some more damage from Chewbacca, being able to deal in that 5. Like you said, set up that credit token for next turn. I think it's a nice position to be in for Benjamin, I'd say.
Yeah, pretty weak turn from Florian there has led to this. You know, having just the knowledge and defense to finish off the blue ace, that's, you know, not the best position to be in. I think you see sort of Florian's reaction there. Not super happy with the way the game's going, because again, I think you could argue that he probably needs to win the game quicker here, just based on what we've seen from Benjamin's list in particular, and the fact that we're post board here, and he's nowhere near. I mean, he's behind on board. His opponent's managed to set up the credit token without too much effort, and this is probably going to be a very explosive turn from Benjamin as well. So yeah, it's going to be tough on Florian from here on out.
Yeah, we've seen Chewbacca hitting for 10 at this point. Obviously, we can see that more than likely see the deploy come out. We are going to see Chewbacca go down to the 8th brother.
Yeah, that is the 8th brother, yeah. Card that's not really seen too much play, but again, when you've got a 60-card deck, you just kind of have to include some of these slightly less good cards, especially again post-rotation, just because there's not that many ways to actually deal with things. There's not that many good 6-drops you can include. So, you know, it's decent there, deals with Chewbacca. There's not that many ways to actually answer Chewbacca in a control deck, so it's a nice way to do it, but it means that, you know, Lando can deal 4, and we still get to play our big threat as well, and that's Mando here, so just clears up the rest of the board. Very nice. So now we've got 2 threats that need to be dealt with from Florian, and we've already taken, that is 21 damage on the 17 damage on the base, so over halfway now for Benjamin.
And obviously the Mandalorian then swinging in, I believe, for 6, as well, being able to really kind of, well, replace Chewbacca in effect with even more power out onto the ground arena.
Yeah, and we've still got a credit token left over as well, so we can flip the aura, get our Latrazi back. Again, just as a 2-1 exhausted. So that's a nice little start to the turn. Obviously, you don't have to spend anything, so that's obviously going to slow down Benjamin's aggression a lot here. But if you can somehow utilize this credit token to great effect this turn, we see, I think that's a Liberty in hand there. So there should be enough here with the credit token to be able to play the Liberty this turn. card with that big block of white. When players use no artwork on the sleeves, hard to see exactly what they got. But yeah, he did actually have the 8 resources available, but decided to play Keller and Beck instead, which I think is absolutely fine. Again, your opponent doesn't have an obvious way to answer the 7 power on the ground, and this puts 2 threats into play, which generally is better than just putting the one with the Liberty.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we see a similar play as we saw with the last Keller and Beck, bring out potentially another space threat as we saw with the Falcon. I think we are going to see, I think that was Anakin's Pod Racer, but yeah, we are going to see exactly that. We're going to see the Millennium Falcon come back out into space.
Yep, same old, same old. Is that the Prestige outfit? No, is it Organised Play Art? I can't remember exactly which one's which. I think it's the Organised Play Art for the the Organised Play for the major events art. That's what that one is. Nice little artwork. I love the kind of colours used on that. It's gorgeous. So, also nice showcase there from Florian as well, showcasing his skill with Aura.
Okay. Okay, we are going to see Lost and Forgotten Blade to deal with that Keller and Beck and help pull back on some of that damage that's been kind of just dished out consistently from Benjamin here.
Right, in hand from Benjamin, right, there's at least Liberty, Ray, Lightmaker, and I think another copy of the Mandalorian, which is just, I mean, I don't know how Florian's going to deal with all that, I really don't. He's already taken so much damage, but that is a huge number of threats.
Yeah, I think if you could ask for a hand to have in this situation, that's the hand you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And then we see finally the Liberty coming out turn after. It could have done, and obviously, exhausting Aura's, fine, but this way you're putting 9, the real threat of the card, you're putting 9 power in play, and obviously your opponent's then forced to Lost and Forgotten the Liberty, which means you can now attack with the Falcon for 2, and then the Lando with the buff from Falcon for 6. So that's 8 more damage coming out, and it's just so much pressure, and again, Benjamin's threats are not going to run out anytime soon. So yeah, I'm struggling to see a way out from Florian here.
Yeah, you're only kind of slowing the bleed at this point. You're not kind of stopping it at the source. Liberty, like him dealing with Liberty, is more or less going to be his whole turn, I imagine, here. We're going to see Lats, I imagine, swing to base, and from there, it's going to be Benjamin being able to swing out with the Lando into base, and then we've kind of still found ourselves in the situation we found ourselves at the start of last round.
Yeah, so we're on 23 damage on the base now. Next turn we're going to have potentially another 8 coming out, so we're not quite lethal this turn, so I think it's going to be at least one more round from Benjamin at the very least before he can end this game. But they're just, even if you play a big capital ship, a Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser or something, it's just only dealing with one thing, and this is the classic problem that control decks have had, a tale as old as time, where you can deal with one threat turn, but if your opponent plays multiple or has something additional on the board, then you're going to struggle. And obviously, part of the problem with Aura here as a leader is that as a 3/7, she defeats something when she comes in, but then she's not actually fighting for the board herself that well. She doesn't have enough power to be able to threaten the Lando. Between her and Lats Razzie, there's just not enough power there to actually defeat the Lando, which means there's no easy way to get him off the board.
Yeah, it's an exceptionally difficult position. I think Florian's realized that if I don't deal with this Lando eventually, I am just going to lose between these 2 units alone. But I think it's going to be a case of too little too late, especially with those that we saw previously, that Rey, like you said, the Mandalorian as well.
Yeah, deciding to attack with the Lando there first, the safe play. You could attack with a Falcon and then hope to Lando doesn't get defeated here, but it doesn't get defeated on board. But there's multiple ways that it could from hand. So I think it's just play it safe. You're so far ahead here. There's no reason to take risks. We talked a lot yesterday about this idea of when you're a top level player, you've got to take risks when it's appropriate. And a lot of players don't do that. They play too safe. And we see here the correct play, absolutely. 8th Brother coming out, finishing off Lando, and other players might have lost out on 2 points of damage there. Or 4 potentially if the Falcon gets to attack now. Whereas Benjamin, last turn he took the risk. He attacked with the Falcon first when it was appropriate, and then this turn didn't. So yeah, playing really well here. These things make a difference. These extra. So often games come down to a couple of points of damage, and things like that really matter. So it might seem like it's easy when you're spectating and thinking, oh, well, it seems like these players aren't making that many decisions. It's just obvious what you should do. But there are lots of little micro decisions that are taking place all the time, including resourcing. I mean, we don't get to see that when we're spectating, really. But resourcing is a huge part of the game and makes a big difference to whether a player ends up winning or losing.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see the Mandalorian come through.
Yeah, second copy of Mandalorian. It was another Mandalorian in hand there Fireball coming out. Let's see here. Yeah, so we've got to deal with, I mean, how much damage? That's 10, 20, 29 damage, so there's 4 more on the base, which means that technically if we deal with the Mandalorian, we haven't lost immediately because neither one of the space units can answer, can win on their own. But yeah, again, once you answer those, we know that there's another raid coming out, there's other threats to come from Benjamin. Not the start. I think Florian's shown he's a good player. It's just not the start he would have really wanted. I think he's come into a Lando play which might have seemed like a decent matchup at first, but yeah, and there we go. That's it. Benjamin takes it. I think he's run into a player who's absolutely prepared for the control matchup, and that's what you need to do coming into these events. You've got to prepare. You've got to make your main board sideboard as prepared as possible for the matchups that might be a bit harder. And again, I think Aurusing Datavolt not as favoured as something like a Dedra Colossus would have been in that situation. So yeah, nice to see Lando doing well. Of course, first win of the day. I'm sure it won't be the last that we see. Not the Lando that you had picked to win the event with the Lake Country, but still a deck that I think preceded that as the first Lando to really take off and do really well, which is paired with Datavolt. And boy, have we seen Datavolt so many times now over the past few sets, ever since it came out. Since Jump to Lightspeed onwards, Datavolt has just been such a powerful deck, and it's nice to see because as much as people complain about Datavolt, some people, I think that it's just that it's been around for so long and been prevalent for so long. I think in theory the design's really good. Honestly, adding extra HP in exchange for a less consistent deck is a cool idea. And here we are now throughout the weekend, as we did yesterday. We will be showing you a second feature match from the same round as much as we possibly can. We're jumping in here, Thomas against Soul, and we're 1 game in already. This is the second game where we've got Thomas a game up. And what are they playing? Let's have a look.
We've got Dryden Voss, I Never Ask Twice from Thomas. We've got Obi-Wan Kenobi, Courage Makes Heroes from Saul. An interesting little matchup. I'd be interested to see in kind of who can take a lead here. Obviously, Thomas took the first game, which we haven't yet seen. Both are running the blue bases for additional Force generation.
Yeah, so they're both running the Undercity now. Obi-Wan, started off I think with Virgit's Temple in this set before people kind of started moving towards Shadowed Undercity because Obi-Wan was being a bit too vulnerable to aggressive strategies. So adding that extra 3 points of HP has made a big difference to that deck, and I think this is probably the most popular Obi-Wan of choice now. And there is the gorgeous starter deck exclusive. I think it was the promo Christmas promo set Obi-Wan. I think that's from actually. Really beautiful artwork there. Looks amazing there with the foiling as well. And then we see this Dryden Voss. A lot of players might not be that familiar with Dryden. Got a bit of a boost post-rotation because, again, it got some new tools. A lot of the tools that it didn't have rotated out. But yeah, one of those decks that you don't ever see that well do that well in tournaments simply because it's inconsistent. I think when the deck works, it's unbelievably powerful. You just do some crazy things, and it's very hard to beat for any deck. But then sometimes it just defeats itself with how inconsistent it can be. So, if Dryden Voss ever becomes a more consistent strategy as the set's released, then, it could be a really scary proposition. But at the moment, I think it's just kind of an interesting deck that can do decently well. But I wouldn't expect to see Dryden Voss dominate any tournaments anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly that. We are going to see some of that strength of Dryden Voss come through using his ability to give Latz Razi ambush, so that when played, hitting in to Obi-Wan, and then the ambush with the experience token being enough to finish him off. We're going to see another beautiful card come through. We're going to see Chirrut come out, and then the Darth Tyrannus to finish him off.
Yeah, safe to say that Soul has really blinged out his deck here. He's got the gorgeous showcase leader, and he's got some really nice the prestiges and the different arts for the cards as well. I do like to see that. I am a player that I definitely go between. Sometimes I'm thinking, what, I don't care. I just want to play. I could play with black and white cards. I'm not bothered. But then sometimes I'm like, what? When you see a deck all blinged out, it does look pretty beautiful, and yeah, it's nice to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my kind of favorite bits of Star Wars Unlimited. There are so many gorgeous variations on cards that you really get a strong choice in whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can choose different artworks. There's a bunch of different foilings and stuff as well, which is really nice. And, it's a minor thing, but I think it keeps a lot of, people interested in the game, seeing all these different artworks and stuff. And, being able to pick the one you want. We see there, we've already seen 2 or 3 different artworks, I think, for Queen Amidala already in round 1. So that's nice. I think she's got 4 or 5 different versions as well that you can pick from, which is really cool. She's got the PQ winner version and the organized play version, the regular one, Prestige. There's the Judge one. That's another one. There's so many different versions you can play of that card.
Yeah, definitely. And it's past being a beautiful artwork, it is an exceptionally strong card. We're going to see Obi-Wan deploy as well. I imagine just the experience is going to head over to Amidala herself and just have two kind of beefy units that are really pushing a threat against Thomas here.
Yeah, so both players being on command, they definitely have lots of value to come out from through the course of the game. But I do think the Dryden should win the late game, should it get to that point. So I think Sol is really trying to put as much pressure down as possible now before Dryden starts to, obviously when he flips and before he starts to really, take over the game with some of those late game threats. Just by nature of the ability, you have to play there as a counter cruiser. By nature of his ability, you have to play a lot of late game threats naturally in the deck.
Oh, looks like a little miscommunication here on the Dryden Voss resolution, but here we go. Yeah, we've got the Talzin Assassin coming through. Obviously, the when played triggering to use the Force to reduce the Amidala and finish her off. Obviously, bypassing her secondary effect on the card, as it's not a direct damage ability, it's a reduction, bringing her down to 0, and then the ambush going into Obi-Wan himself.
Yep. Dryden being one of the best decks now that can make use of the Twilight of the Apprentice Darth Vader, which we saw with ECL many times before it rotated out. It's seen a lot less play now because it doesn't have many reliable ways to ambush. Obi-Wan there gets to trade in. Let's give an experience token to one of those spies. Which one's the lucky spy? Oh, that's it, the forward-facing one. And then obviously takes down the Dooku. So, again, not really as much pressure I think you would have liked from Sol's perspective, because soon he's going to start to see those Darth Vaders, Darth Nihilus, Anakin's coming out. Those are the kind of threats that we're going to see. And those are going to, the Counter Cruiser we've already seen. They're going to put a lot of pressure on. And, I think Sol probably not super pleased with the position he's in at the moment.
Yeah, it was an exceptionally strong turn for Thomas there. The Talzin Assassin effectively dealing with 2 targets for a 4-cost unit. We are going to see another Talzin Assassin come through.
That's brutal. That's really brutal. That, I mean, it's such a great play if you can pull it off, because, and the thing is, the Talzin Assassin being a Force unit itself, it's going to keep generating the Force because you ambush in with it, use the Force, ambush in, get the Force back, and then you set up to another Talzin Assassin, which is just fantastic. And we see here Shatterpoint being needed to be used on the damaged Talzin's Assassin. What a great position for Thomas to be in here. We're seeing Dryden Voss. The thing is, the deck, it's so tempting to look at it and think, oh, I really want to play this deck. It's so powerful. And then the more games you play, the more you realize that sometimes it just doesn't come together. But like I said, when it does, it just feels beautiful. It feels so hard to beat. Another gorgeous alternate art Gungi there. But yeah, Gungi not really going to put too much pressure on here, really.
Yeah,
see, Dryden hasn't even deployed yet.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, that Dryden is yet to deploy. We had that powerful Obi-Wan deploy turn with the Padme Amidala, and it just got, the whole thing went up in smoke. The Talzin Assassin cleaned through on that ground arena. So, like you said, we're yet to see Dryden come down, and we're yet to see really the kind of true heavy hitters come from his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, post-board, there might be some like emergency powers and things as well, some other ways to kind of sneak wins through, but again, he's in a pretty good position now. Is that another Queen Amidala?
I think so.
Where are those spies?
There's a lot of text, so I'm going with yes.
Yeah, well, there you go. If there's a lot of text, it's Queen Amidala.
Yeah.
There we go, yeah, and then not a lot of text on those spy tokens, one word. Raid 2. But yeah, nice. Once again, I mean, it's a good way to try and get back into the game a bit. Queen Amidala is very, good in almost any situation, but I do think here it's slightly slow because Dryden's obviously going to be able to deploy. We're going to be able to spend all those resources here, and I'm going to. I think it's safe to assume we're going to see a pretty big threat coming out here.
Yeah, absolutely, and the options then there for Dryden Voss himself to kind of have free reign on targets, and then, like you said, Dryden Voss is going to choose whatever, and then he's going to be able to back it up with whatever hopeful big bomb he's got in his hand, then coming in with ambush.
Yeah, it does look like the one thing that Dryden can sometimes do is hemorrhage resources in hand with his ability, and you see Thomas, I think that's at least 2 cards in hand, so he's at least got the ability to use the Dryden with the ambush if he wishes. Yeah, discard the Maz and ambush with Darth Nihilus. Hey, look at that. I didn't even see the card. Yeah, so we got the Darth Nihilus, so you get that. I mean, that's an amazing ambush as well because you get to use the ability on attack. obviously you get to use the when played and the on attack, so both spies get defeated, and then we get to attack into the Amidala in that order as well. When played trigger, on attack trigger. Yeah, Judge is just checking that. So you get when played to trigger the spy, on attack to trigger to kill the second spy, and then the attack to Amidala. So Amidala, one of the only ways you can bypass her using her bodyguards there. So you just imagine the theme: Darth Nihilus bursts into the temple, cuts down one of the bodyguards, cuts down the other, and then goes for Amidala herself. I mean, yeah, very thematic, and I think that's probably going to be all she wrote here.
Yeah, I would not want to be Amidala and two little Twi'lek bodyguards up against Darth Nihilus himself. Absolutely not. No. Gungi, I think, got equipped with a lightsaber, I believe, just in the action before, so he will be able to take down Darth Nihilus. But, I mean, it was exactly like we were talking about. Dryden Voss was able to bring in, somehow he's recruited Darth Nihilus here and just kind of clean out.
Yeah, I think it's going to call it there. Yeah, Saul, no surprise there. There's no coming back from that. It's not like Obi-Wan's got a lot. Oh, no, he's not calling it. He was just cleaning his resources. Well, I called it too soon, but there is no coming back from that. He's not got the best combat mechanics. He's going to be able to spend 8 here on Yoda, which actually is one of the only combat mechanics in the decks. That is pretty nice, honestly. Obviously, add the Force there, so it gets to clean up the... just dealing it to the Dryden there, so and gets to heal 5 as well. So that is pretty nice, but again, the problem is Thomas, his deck is going to be full of threats. He obviously gets to draw 2 cards at the turn. Doesn't look like he resourced actually, so he is going to be able to use the ability of Dryden if he wished to ambush him with another unit again. Let's see what he's got in hand. There's Old Daka there. Can't quite see what the other card is. I haven't seen that Judge art from Yoda before, so thanks Spotters there for showing me that. That's another artwork I've not seen. So he's discarding Lawbringer and he's going to... Yeah, Old Daka. So you get to then defeat the Talisman Assassin. One of the only ways you can actually use the Old Daka ability, which means you get to -3/-3 the Yoda, and then Old Daka gets to finish it off. So it's clearing off the Yoda. And Yoda can be a real problem in Obi-Wan for your opponent to deal with, because you're able to use the Force so readily with Obi-Wan's ability. But here, no, Old Daka just cleans up all that mess. And here we're just going to see a cycle of probably of Thomas not resourcing, keeping it 7 resources, and every turn he can just use the Dryden ability while he's deployed to discard one of the cards and ambush with the other one. And again, unless we see another Yoda here from Saul, I think he's going to need one pretty soon.
Yeah, I'd be very impressed if Saul has anything else kind of left in the tank to pull back from this position he's in. The Yoda, again, like we spoke about kind of in the last round, slows the kind of roll a little bit, deals that tiny bit of damage out into Dryden Voss, but I'd be impressed if it's anything to kind of stop the trend we're seeing here.
Yeah, so plays the Obi-Wan, gets immediately defeated, plays the Mina Bonteri, I believe that is. Yeah, and that's going to be it. That's going to be games. That's 2-0 for Dryden Voss. Great play from Thomas. Really good showcasing a less commonly seen deck. So it's nice to see that. But I was impressed with his play there. I thought the deck looked really good. Again, the bits you don't see is when the deck looks really bad. But yeah, when it looks good, it looks really good. And it did there. And if Dryden can stick on the board and every turn you're getting to ambush these huge threats, it makes such a big difference. Darth Nihilus with ambush is so much better than Darth Nihilus without ambush. Old Daka there as well, just used to great effect. Some amazing little combos, and obviously if you don't get run down in the early game, then you can go on to do great things with that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, the Nihilus was super powerful, but I think even just before that, the double Talisman Assassin turns, those were an insane kind of push of power both on the board and in the game as a whole. It was a really good turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure. I think I'm assuming we're going to be going to a break now, because that was our second feature match. We've got an interview, I believe. Yeah, so I think we've got an interview with the winner of feature match 2. Confirmation? Yeah, interview with the winner of feature match 2. They're the Dryden Voss player, so hopefully we'll be able to hear some of his thoughts on why he brought that deck. But after that, we'll be back with some more Star Wars Limited action.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here joined with Thomas, who we just saw win his feature match. Thomas, how are you doing?
Quite fine. I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah, I'm also glad that you're here. Did you play yesterday in our limited format?
Yes.
How did you do?
I ended up 5-3.
Okay.
It was a little bit of a bummer because I was paired with my friend actually in the last turn.
Okay.
So it was 5-2 for both of us. So we knew we are knocking one of us. Going home, basically.
One of us isn't going to make day 2. So your friend is still playing now,
yes.
day 2?
I hope he makes it great. He was really sad about it, actually, that he won. I'm like, don't worry about it, just play as you used to play.
Yeah.
And don't let it screw you up.
No,
for the rest
of course
of the
not.
play.
No.
Yeah.
No, and you were like, don't worry about it. Tomorrow I will play Premiere and I will also make day
Yes,
2.
yes.
So, what did you do to prepare for Premiere?
Well, I was basically looking at the meta because Dryden is not really a meta deck, as we
Mhm.
know, and it tends to struggle because right now the meta I think is really heavy in space,
Yeah.
and you don't really have that many options. I think with the Dryden. I mean there are some, but yeah, basically half of or all of my sideboard is for the space. So
Yeah. So you basically knew, okay, space is my weakness, so
yes.
everything in the sides will just be pushed into
yeah.
your deck
It's
to play.
basically Boba is manageable if you get at least a decent hand.
Yeah.
But like Vader, when he goes wide, it's really hard to control it.
Yeah, indeed. That's what Vader is pretty known
Yes.
for, right? Well, very nice. I'm happy that I got to interview you. I hope you do great today.
Thank you.
I hope to see you maybe tomorrow in the feature match as
Yeah.
well. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Back to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the online portion of the commentary here from Prague, or, from my studio and Krishiv's bedroom, studio, wherever it might be. Ross Gilbert here, joined by the very sharp-looking Krishiv Desai. How you doing this morning, buddy?
I'm very good, Ross. Thank you. Yeah, my dungeon, if you will. I'm coming to you live. You can see. I'm sure we'll be able to get through lots of elements of the nerd cave that my wife absolutely cannot know exists, lest she leave me. But I'm doing very well. It's a fantastic weekend. I was quite sad to miss out on all that fun limited action yesterday, but I think I'll be all right because we got 2 full days of Star Wars Unlimited action. A lot to play for, Ross. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I've swapped Ben for you, so I'm going to let people in chat decide if that's an upgrade or a downgrade or a lateral move. Yeah, or whether they'd have rather just swapped me out and left Ben and you. We can worry about that later. But it is going to be interesting, of course. A couple of weeks ago, you and I and Ben were all in London over at an actual horse racing course for the sector qualifier, where we saw Darth Vader, I believe, win the whole thing, if my memory serves correctly. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether people are reacting to that, whether they're playing against things that they saw there, whether they are copying what they saw in London. Basically, I want to see the response to what we saw at the London sector qualifier, and I want to see if Sebulba, yes, the pod racer is over my shoulder, you are not seeing things. I want to know, I hate that you have that. Oh, actually, no, there's to be fair, double Sebulba pod racer over my shoulder. I want to see if Sebulba can make some waves this weekend, although I have selected Dedra as who I think is actually going to win. How much Boba do you want to be seeing this weekend, Krishiv?
Well, as you know, Ross, I'm a huge fan of the Jump to Light Speed Boba leader. I've never said anything negative about my views on that leader. So the answer is obviously loads. But what I would actually like to see while we're talking about Boba would be some of the Lawless Time Boba. I know in the limited format, that leader can be extremely scary. It would be very cool to see that leader doing something in Premiere. And I think, one of the very interesting things about this post-rotation format is some of the leaders that we have seen coming into their own, being very, very playable, when if you look at the power level we had pre-rotation and some of the cards we had access to, that was a lot less likely to be the case. And I think not to too naturally segue into the match we're going to be seeing shortly, one of the leaders we're going to be seeing is from Intro Battle Hoth. And I think, Intro Battle Hoth is one of those sets that we've seen. You wouldn't expect it to be full of cards that are seeing competitive play in Premiere. And yet, every few weeks, somehow we see one of these beginner cards just sneaking in and going, actually, this is sneaky good. Is that something you were expecting to see, Ross?
Well, I want everyone to go back, because I made a video when Intro Battle Hoth was revealed. I made a video about it, and you can go and check the tape. It's all out there from literally when it was revealed. I like this Vader leader. I said there was a chance that this could be a legit Premier leader. I never said it was going to be the best leader in the game. I said it looked like there was a chance. The other leader, the layer in that set, I don't think has got much of a chance in Premier. Vader, I always thought there was a fringe chance. But one of the things I really like about that, I helped Asmodee run an event, an official Star Wars event, at the Baboon Cafe in London back in January, and we were giving out some of these intro battle Hoff to some of the players that were there. And the players were legitimately psyched about this because they were going, well, there are these cards in there and they might be good, and I've been playing this in my deck. And it was really good because some people wanted that as a learn to play. And I will stand by, if you want to teach someone to play Star Wars Unlimited, Intro Battle Hoff is the best way to do it. But there were really serious Star Wars players going, oh, no, that's amazing, because I think there's a few little cards in there that are sneaking into decks. I really want to see this Vader be good. It is a leader which has intrigued me since the moment it was revealed. Maybe I'm coping. We are only in round 2, let's be clear. But that is a leader that's been on my radar for a while. Prove me right, people.
And it looks like we may well have that opportunity, Ross. We're going to be jumping into this game. Now, this is a matchup that is interesting because this is that Vader that we were discussing with Lake Country. Of course, everyone is retiring. Everyone's going on holiday nowadays. We love having 34 health. And that's going to be matched up against the client paired with Vigilance. Now, this is actually, I believe this may have been round 1 or round 2 that we cast this in the sector a couple of weeks ago. But this is a deck that has emerged over the course of the format. It wasn't something that was very obvious in a lot of play right at the beginning. But essentially, people realized, Aggressive Negotiations is quite a good card. And that's something that you will see coming up today, but actually not in this version of the client. But it's one of those cards that when people realize, oh, I'll play this off aspect, it kind of unlocked the strategy for a lot of people. And we started seeing the client rising in play. Now, this is actually a list not really taking advantage of it, more using just those really powerful vigilance and cunning cards, of which there are many, as a aggressive strategy that's basically going to sit there, attempt to pummel its opponent's face in as fast as possible, and hope that they can't keep up with the very high amount of damage. We're seeing, I'm looking through the list, there's a few raid units that are going to be hitting very, very hard, some cards that don't necessarily see huge amounts of play ordinarily, as well as you're pairing that with some of the powerful cheese cards that you can really get away with running away with the game if your opponent is not prepared for it. One that I hope we will see will, of course, be Emergency Powers, a card where if you play that, if your opponent makes the crucial mistake of deciding to play cards in this Star Wars Unlimited card game, they might find themselves facing down a very large amount of damage through multiple swings that they are not prepared for. In terms of where I think this matchup is going to be landing, though, it's a tough one. There's a lot of indirect damage, there's a lot of interaction over on the Vader side. I mean, this deck list looks, almost Boba-esque in its construction. And to be honest, I have no idea whether the client's going to be able to go fast enough to deal with all of that ping damage, really, that's coming down into the base from Vader. Ross, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I mean, do you think Vader's going to be able to take this one down?
I mean, I hope so. Aggression Villainy is very much my pairing of aspects, and with Lake Country, it is literally just Aggression Villainy. There is nothing else here at all. So basically, Vader's got a skill whereby you can exhaust it and pay 1 to deal a damage to a base. This is why I love the leader. Essentially, you can, whenever you've got a spare resource once per turn, just ping the base for 1. That can add up over the course of a game. As for the client,
absolutely,
if you've created a token this turn, you can exhaust it to exhaust one of your opponent's units. But obviously in Premier, unlike what we saw in Limited yesterday, where this wouldn't necessarily fire all that much, in Premier, you should be able to make a token every turn, which means you are exhausting a unit every single turn. I want to see this Vader do well. I love the fact that you can pay that 1 resource so you don't have any wasted resources. I got a resource spare. What do I do with it? Ping the base. But then there's a lot of cards like 000, Sinter Kaz, Arvel Skeen, BT1, HK47, Outer Rim Constable. These are cards we see in almost every, well, it seems in a lot of aggression decks. This is not some random deck you've never seen before. This is an Aggression Villainy deck where Boris has gone, I like the Vader leader.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of, you're calling out some great cards there, but there are some spicy ones, Ziton Moj to deal damage when he takes the initiative. Cavern Angel's X-Wing card, basically have never seen in other lists that just says deal 2 damage to a base when it's defeated, and it's a 2/1. I mean, there's a lot of, we talk about why late country is sort of like devastating your opponent at the start of the game, and that's the interpretation that a lot of competitive players have taken. And well, okay, my leader basically does the same thing because I'm going to deal at least 3 damage to you over the course of the game, likely more, and a bunch of my units do as well. Seems pretty good to me.
Sounds pretty good to me. Round 2 getting ready to go here. We got Aitor and we've got Boris. We've got the client and we've got Vader. Round 2 rolling here in Prague with our old friend BT1 coming down on attack. Discard a card from your deck. If it is aggression, and it almost certainly will be, deal a damage to a ground unit. And Aitor instead is going to go for... Oh, that's a little bit sad.
Yeah, not the most powerful starts covering the wing there, as you say.
Yeah.
Yes, you will make an X-Wing token, but unfortunately, I think the shield has to go onto the BT1.
Well, by the wording of it, you may give a shield taken to another unit. So it's a may, not a
Reading the card explains the card.
Unfortunately so, but you're right. If a shield token was given, it would have to be given to BT1. So at least you get an X-Wing token, but yeah, like that is an oh-no for Aitor because you've essentially paid 2 for an X-Wing token. That's not the best use of resources turn 1.
Yeah, I think that there's potentially a chance here that Aitor is thinking, well, I actually don't think that this Vader deck has much space early game. And so maybe is hoping to use that emergency powers, just top deck for turn, to make this a 4/4 in space, which is certainly scary.
I love the idea that Boris is playing Corellian Hound, so if your opponent has no ground units, it comes in ready. I love the idea that Boris is going to play in space here. Aitor's going to try, and then all of a sudden Corellian Hounds comes in active. Right now, that is not Corellian Hounds. That is Droid Missile Platform. When defeated, free indirect damage. Oh, and 2 damage I think from the X-Wing to the base. Sorry.
Yes, what I'm expecting to see here as these early turns play out is just a huge damage differential building up for in favor of Boris. Really, I mean, you look at what is happening and what Aitor has in the hand. This Nile Marauder is scary, but it's only scary when it attacks. So if Boris is able to just deal with it, it's going to be so far ahead in the damage race, while also threatening these additional bits of indirect damage, the ability to just ping a bit of extra damage in whenever he wants. And obviously the looming threat of aggressive negotiations looms large pretty much from the moment you hit about 20 damage on the base.
Yeah, aggressive negotiations. We were asked to name cards before the stream started that might be impactful, and your answer was aggressive negotiations. I have no other key cards in this format. Yes. Very blunt, but I don't necessarily disagree with you. So we got the Nihil Marauder on one side with the X-Wing. We got BT1 with the Droid Missile Platform on the other. We do discard a card in his Corellian Hound. It is an aggression card, so a damage does go down on the Nihil Marauder here, so that's 3 damage rather than 2. You may have noticed in the previous turn, Boris did have to discard a card from the deck. It was Sinterkaz, because this is a you must, not a you may, but there was no ground unit to hit. It just lost a card from deck.
Yeah, which, to be fair, we know there is that synergy with 000, so it's not really the end of the world. Although losing the Sinter does suck when that's something you would really like to have in your resource row so you can deploy your Vader and immediately attack with it while also developing a 5/5 body to threaten lethal on the next action phase.
Well, we're swinging with Droid Missile Platform here into base, and this is exactly what I expect to see from Boris. This Vader deck is not a, hey, let's set up and trade units for a little while. This is an, I am going to race. This is an aggressive deck. It's why I love this Vader leader. It's why I've always had a little bit of a soft spot since I first saw it. This is a deck, you know, you look at things like BT1 and 000, you are spreading damage around and going after those units, but it's also a deck that wants to race and take out the base quickly. You want to be trying to take out the units with the cheeky extra damage, but you want to be going to base as much as you can. That Ziton Moj is down there, and we've got a Black Sun Patroller coming down on the other side, really taking advantage of space. And Azito Moj, when you take the initiative, 2 damage does go to the base. But we got that Emissary Sheathapede coming down. Aitor really trying to own space with the client here. Look out for that 5 resource turn. Look out for Corellian Hounds. We've already seen 1 discarded. I want to see that coming in active with 5 damage.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing on the 5 resource turn is going to be the client deploying. So this is the big tempo swing turn. One of the concepts that good players learn and become very adept at is the concept of, are you the aggro in a situation or are you the control? And this isn't referring to a deck archetype. This is just, how do you need to manage this particular board state? And what we've seen is that Aitor has flipped from the control very much to the aggressive player, particularly on this deploy turn. And that emergency powers has been sitting in that hand for quite a while and can potentially do a lot of damage this turn. Aitor's, I think, just going to be debating, okay, can I do it? Can I just slam +4/+4? Will that allow me to win the race? I suspect there will be a good amount of mental arithmetic being done at the moment in both players' heads, trying to set up for that lethal swing, really in the next action phase, I would have thought.
Well, we do see the Black Bomb Patroller here swinging into that droid missile platform. That's going to be free indirect damage. Aitor just choosing to put it on that emissary Sheathapede. No mussing, no fussing. Let's put it all there. In comes Corellian Hounds, and it does come in active because of no ground units. That is a 5 power swing coming in. That is one of the things I thought could really help. That is essentially 5 extra damage that would not be possible if there was a single ground unit down. But it might not be possible anyway because no glory, only results. Take control of a non-leader unit and then defeat it. You did make your opponent pay 5 resources, all their resources for the turn. But then again, you did that for Corellian Hounds. It's just kind of a tie. That makes me sad, Krishiv.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate there, but we're seeing a lot of damage coming in from the Ziton mod. You know, like pushing Aitor up to 16 damage. You know, this Ziton's done 4. Sorry, 14. It's not that bad a state for Boris. Looking at this, like, you'd look at this board state and you would go, oh, this is really challenging. Aitor's got a huge advantage in terms of the units on the board. They're threatening in space. There isn't much interaction, but that 4 extra health goes a really long way. This might be a situation that, and you know, Ziton mod is a 4/5, I believe. So we're not even going to be able to trade it away immediately with the client. What do you do here as Aitor? Are you just forced to continue to aggressively play the control? There is an inevitability that this Vader deck has because it can just keep on pinging.
And we're now going into the 6th resource turn. That is a deploy turn for Vader. I'm assuming a lot of people have forgotten the deployed Vader. I would not blame you. I will forgive you. I would not blame you if you had. It's just on attack, deal 2 damage to base. So that could be a 5 damage swing into base with the Ziton Moj and whatever else can come out. The client has been deployed here for Aitor, but this Vader is starting to look a little bit scary. Also, side note, that intro Battle Hoth, the theming on that, every card is themed around the Battle of Hoth, and it's just that the theming is exquisite across every card in both decks.
Really good. Yes. I think what we're going to see here is just aggressive negotiations, potentially. That's going to be a lot of damage. 7 damage going into the base, pushing Aitor up to 21. That is going to be lethal with Vader swing, I think, across 2 turns. The big thing that Aitor's going to want to be thinking, well, we see the Condemn in Aitor's hand, right? So we're going to be able to stop this Vader from winning the game via that way. But one of the issues is that if, you know, we just simply play another unit with pretty much any other pump over on Boris's side, I'm not sure that Aitor's going to be able to keep the board locked down well enough. It depends if there's some other form of removal in Aitor's hand.
There's only 9 damage left on Aitor's base. There is 26 left on Boris's. That is a huge difference. Collateral damage comes through, takes out 2 units. You get to deal 2 damage to a unit and then 2 to either the base or a unit in the same arena. So in terms of units here, Aitor's got an X-Wing, just a token. Boris has got nothing, but Aitor has deployed leader. Boris has not deployed leader, and there is a huge difference here in terms of damage on the base. And Aitor, how often do we see having to check your opponent's deployed leader in like a redraw? Everyone knows what the leaders do. This is one of the very few leaders in the game with which you can surprise somebody. No one plays this Vader.
Yeah, it's one of those unique situations where it genuinely comes up. But what's so funny is this extra resource has actually come up. Often with the Sheathipede, it doesn't really matter. But hey, I'm going to actually be able to just deal you an extra damage, and that's going to matter. I think, yeah, Ital put a little bit too much on there. It's just one more damage here. But every single little bit of this chip damage counts. And I don't think Boris can just claim and win with a Cinta swing, because that would be. Oh no, well he could actually. If he's able to. Oh no, he's 2 away. So you'd need to use 2 more Vader pings, and then you'd be able to flip Cinta swing there. But now the condemn will come down to shut off Vader getting the lethal this turn.
We knew it was in hand. We knew it was going to be there. We would expect Outer Rim Constable to be played in basically any aggression deck. So if Boris can find that, that would be absolutely huge. It's a staple. Basically, any deck playing aggression, that is going to be a staple. We knew that was going to happen, though. Shin Hati came down, and that, of course, has hidden and shielded. So it cannot be attacked, and it has a shield. But that condemn coming down, we see Boris kind of chuckling there going, well, that's a little bit annoying. I was going to win with Vader if you didn't do that. But you've still got time.
Absolutely.
It's going to take a while.
Well, I think you probably swing here as Boris just to get the information on the hand. I mean, this could just be a bluff, right? Itor might not have the ability to pay the disclose cost. Now, obviously, we know that Itor does, but at least you can find out what is the situation there. Choosing to crash into the Shin Hati here, I think, is a wise move, because it gets Vader back potentially. Oh no, we went face. I was going to say you can crash it into the Shin over 2 turns, get Vader back in the leader zone, and have that ping back online. So it's not a crazy thing to do, because right now Vader's sort of locked away.
Shin's got hidden, so you can't swing into Shin yet because she's got hidden.
Oh yes, reading the card does explain the card, Ross.
Wait, no, there should be 2 damage on the base. Vader does 2 damage to the base on attack. They haven't put the damage on the base.
Loses abilities. Lost abilities.
Oh, I always forget that bit. I always forget that bit about Condemn. I did that on the London stream, Chris Shiv. I need someone to yell at me when I make that mistake in future. I always think of Condemn as a -6, but you're right, the abilities are the big deal.
Yeah, it's weird because often
DMs later about it.
As you say, that -6 is a very big portion of it. But yeah, when the ability nullification comes up, it really does come up. 7 resource turn. I mean, looking through Boris's list, I don't think there's very much on 7. It's really just going to be slamming down a couple of big bodies, I would have thought. But Aitor might be able to emergency powers for 6 here, making the Shin a 10 attack unit, which would be lethal in 3 attacks.
Yeah, 2 turns, including the X-Wing there as well. I'm looking for Outer Rim Constable if I'm Boris. I'm playing an aggression deck. There's no way I'm not playing Outer Rim Constable. That is what I want to be playing. It's not... Oh, here we go. Now, this is actually... Oh, it's not swinging for enough, though. Yeah, you can just... Because it's only actually swinging for 5, I think. Then the -6 takes it away. Oh...
It's an interesting decision there from Boris. It seems to indicate that there might just not be any units in Boris's hand. Aitor choosing not to slam the emergency powers. So we are still... Boris is not in a terrible spot here.
He can't slam the emergency powers. That's the only way he can disclose to stop Vader. If you play emergency powers, you can't stop Vader with Condemn next turn. So you kind of have to keep it in hand. 000 comes down. This is going to be a little bit... This could be 5 damage next. Well, it will be 5 damage if it stays around. We're not there, but we're not a million miles away. But no, that's why the emergency powers can't come down. But just seriously, Outer Rim Constable. Outer Rim Constable will win the game next turn for Boris by taking away that Condemn.
Well, not anymore, because Aitor did just draw another one. But yeah, having this 000,
oh no,
it is presenting 5 damage. That is very, very close to lethal. Only 3 damage away. And if we'd been able to hold that aggressive negotiations, it would have gotten us there. But we're so close, right? As Boris, Aitor but Aitor's having to fight tooth and nail to just sort of keep this lethal away. The Shin is going to be the first part of that, trading into that shield token to get rid of the 000. Boris just needs some units.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Outer Rim Constable. Okay, this is beautiful. This takes away the Condemn. Now, look, we know there's another one in hand, and this is going to be devastating because here it comes again. And if you're Boris, that is the worst thing that you can see. You hit the Outer Rim Constable. This is the way you get around Condemn, and your opponent's just got another one straight away. That second Condemn may well be what wins Itor this game one. Boris in such a commanding position early on. It is literally that Condemn, and then not drawing units. That is what has hurt Boris. We do get a space unit here. It is IG 2000. You do at least get to ping those 2 units, but it's only representing 3 damage. Even with Outer Rim Constable, that's only 6 between them. It's not great. And the Constable's got 1 HP.
Yeah, but you are going to see the
no
Boba pilot
HP.
come down here. And that's going to be pretty meaningful. +2, +3. And we get to ping a damage over onto the Vader, or I guess the IG doesn't really matter. But mainly, I think this will allow the IG to get traded. Once again, keeping away that lethal.
And Itor's not getting that close to winning. You know, there's still 18 health left on the base. Yeah, 18 health. You're still quite far away from winning, especially when you're trading. But Itor here is just relying on my opponent doesn't have units. And if they keep not having units, and if I can keep trading the units they do play, eventually they will have turns where they're unable to play units. And on those turns, instead of trading, I can start throwing damage into the base. If you can set this up, it can almost represent checkmate when it goes well. Boris needs to be drawing. You don't really need to resource anymore, so you're just drawing 2 in every resource phase. Can you draw enough units to get over the line? Play a couple of ground units. Shin can't get rid of all of them. Can we see something here from Boris? Don't shake your head, Boris. I want to see Vader win.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's so close. But if Itor was able to just continue to delay 16 damage, we still have 18 more to go. But with a 4 attack unit in both the ground and space arena, that's actually only 2 action phases if Itor can just go face in them. But we are seeing a lot. 6 resources coming down. What is it going to be for 6? The Sinterkaz. It's a 5/5. It's big.
On when played, you can attack with a unit, so you could attack with Vader here if you wanted to. The Condemn's a bit of a problem, and you know your opponent's got emergency powers in hand. There is no chance that they have resourced it. I mean, that would be cheeky if Itor resourced it, assuming Boris would think he still had it. You can't take that risk. Mastery comes down onto Shin Hati there to boost up even further. Before, by the way, it was 16 over 2 turns, which will go up to 32. With Mastery, it is now lethal in 2 action phases between these 2 units swinging. We are swinging into Sinterkaz. Oh, it is a trade, though. Sinter will take down.
It needs to be the trade. In my head, I don't know why. I was just like, oh, yeah. The Mastery is obviously going onto a unit. That's going to be the lethals. I think this restore is now going to start becoming a real problem for Boris, because now every single turn, we're getting further and further away. Itor's also not drawing anything particularly scary. Okay, we have a 3/3 Toydarian, and we have 4 damage in the space arena. But it's still going to take a little while, and the only thing we drew is a Krennic that's going to deal any damage. The problem is Itor is just not able to slap down this emergency powers. Well, I guess we could now. We could now because we have the Krennic and say, okay, Boris, do you have something? Do you have something to win you the game in this one action? So Itor might have been able to eke it out here. I think that might be the play, to just emergency powers for +7/+7.
With that Condemn, okay, now we do see HK-47 coming down. That's not going to do a huge amount, I'm afraid. When an enemy unit is defeated, you deal damage to its controller's base, so maybe that's going to make it harder for Itor to be trading, but right now, it's 14 damage, 3 from the Toydarian Technician, 4 from the X-Wing, 2 times 7 is 14, so this action phase and next, Itor will get over the line. There is an argument here that actually deploying the Vader backfired massively. You could have just been throwing 1 damage into the base every action phase with Vader, but you can't do that when it's deployed with Condemn on there. Ascension Cable comes down. It's not that relevant, honestly. It's not really doing much for the numbers, and Saboteur's kind of irrelevant too.
Yeah, I mean, there was potentially lethal on this action phase, right? +7 from the emergency powers. You have the Krennic in hand. 4 damage from space, 3 damage from the ground is 14. So in theory, we could have gotten there. But the issue is obviously you are massively exposing yourself if your opponent has any kind of interaction whatsoever. And we are continuing to develop units. And now lethal is off the table for this turn, is the other thing, right? Because we spent 2 resources on only +1 power for the Ascension cable. So we are, again, Itor is just a little bit short, but every one of these restores is also getting Boris further and further away, which is not ideal.
It really isn't. Arvalskine came down, but the Toydarian technician took him down because of the Ascension cable. That allowed the trade. We do see a Nihil hitting the board here. That is your Storm Raider. A 2-2 with Raid 1. Great little 1 cost. It's one you love getting down on turn 1. Far less good on turn, like, I don't know, 62 or whatever we're on right now. We've been at this for a little bit of a while. And this is the point. Boris's deck is fast. There's no real top end to the deck. Like, punishing one at 5 cost is about the biggest thing, or at least the most expensive thing in the deck. It's a deck built to win early, and it is literally just that Condemn. If it wasn't for the Condemn, Boris would have won this a couple of turns ago. Here comes Emergency Powers, boosting up that Boba-piloted X-Wing. I'm not even going to deal with the whole issue of Boba piloting an X-Wing and how wrong that feels. It doesn't matter, because we've got, is it 6 here? No, 4? 5 plus 5 plus 5. I don't know. A lot. That's how much we've got here. A lot.
Well, it is lethal in 2 actions. So,
9-10.
Boris is going
9-10.
Yes, Boris is going to be able to take the initiative. I think you probably swing and just see, do you have it, right? Or were you hoping I take initiative and get scared? Cool. We force our opponent to have it. But now you need something pretty crazy off the top of the deck to get there. I don't know what there is that can deal 9 damage right now in Boris's list. I'm looking through. I mean, being able to answer this space unit would allow us to. No, we're still defeated on the ground by the Toydarian technician. I do think Itor has just locked up the game here by the restore just getting there and locking down the Vader.
That is the problem. Vader locked down. That was a turning point in this game. Boris was he was running away with this game. And that Vader dealing 5 to the base every turn. 2 swings of Vader would have ended the game, absolutely. Or it would have forced Itor to deal with the Vader, which then would have opened up Vader's leader skill. But all of this is irrelevant. We do see the shuttle SD-1.9 coming down. That is going to throw a shield token over onto the Toydarian technician. If I'm Boris at this point, I'm thinking I need to concede. Let's go to game 2. In game 2, I can try and win fast. Same in game 3 and turn this into a much better situation. Because right now, things are not looking great for Boris with that Vader. I love that Vader. I love the leader. But this game is not really working out. Aggressive negotiations number 3 with the Nihil, the Storm Raider. But it's only putting 5 on there. You're still 4 away. HK, in theory, could swing with, say, a sudden ferocity, maybe. But that's still 2 actions. Commence the festivities?
I think.
Commence
the
the
problem is I think
festivities.
we have the same number of resources.
If you're behind on resources, commence the festivities would win the game. Well, that's a Cavern X-Wing, so that's irrelevant.
Itor continues to trade here, which I don't. Unless there's some way to buff this, to buff the X-Wing, we're once again not going to have lethal secured on this turn. We just we're continuing to give chances to Boris to just draw something powerful. I think, to be fair, we have probably seen all 3 aggressive negotiations at this stage.
We have.
But
so
again, I don't
Commence the festivities is a card we see in most aggression decks. I'm assuming it's in the deck.
Yes, the issue is, I think, we don't have less resources.
We should have fewer. Oh, see, if I'm Boris...
actually, Itor may have gone up to 8, so yes, we might be there
Itor is on 8. So that would give a +2 to HK.
Yeah, so I think Itor... I mean, realistically, right, it has to... The one-of needs to be in the next draw, right? Okay, if Boris sees that, then... what can you do? Luck is a big part in card games, and sometimes it goes your way. But Itor will have also allowed Boris to be in this situation by not just trying to close out the game at some point. And I think, and once again, Boris he's just able to swing with this Vader for free. Keep on saying, go on, have it, have the Vigilance Villainy. If you don't, I'm going to win the game on this swing.
Yeah, it's a swing, but
He
there's
has
the
it.
Krennic in hand. Like you say, that unfortunately, and that Krennic is going to stay in hand. The only reason you played the emergency powers was because you drew into the Krennic, which could pay the disclose cost instead. Of course, you do need to disclose every single time the condemn happens. You know, when the condemned unit attacks. Otherwise, it will still. It's not a permanent thing. It's an every turn when the swing happens. If you disclose that it actually comes in, so there is a chance Aitor misplays, accidentally resources, forgets. You know, you have to keep him honest. You have to keep swinging. But Aitor does seem to have that locked down. However, there is game on board next turn for Boris. If he can swing with 2 of those 3 units, that will be the game. Unfortunately, the Storm Raider, I think, is free.
I think Aitor just took initiative.
Okay. Well, he's not swimming when he wins in two swings because the Axe Woves is now hitting 3, 4. The Axe Woves is hitting 4, and I think the Boba's hitting 9. Wait, is Boba hitting 9? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. The X-Wing is 9.
Yeah, it's +2, +2, +5, base 2, so it's 9.
I'm trying to figure out what Aitor is worried about here by giving Boris 1 action, and so why Aitor has continued to just not attack with the X-Wing in space that is threatening lethal.
I don't know, because again, 2 swings of that, and you are definitely over the line. Show me commence the festivities when we draw up for the regroup phase. But has Aitor not already claimed?
Well, so we're now in the next action phase. I think both players just drew and said, okay, yeah, and we're going to go damage to face.
So we need 3 now. The Storm Raider isn't there anymore. Cav and X-Wing. Well, the X-Wing, I don't believe... No, so the X-Wing will be 1 short as it stands at the moment. 2 short after this Toydarian swings. It does deal 1 damage to the base, does HK, but you're still not... I think this puts it up to 7, but then has Toydarian healed yet? Because if Toydarian restores...
So the base heals, yeah, not Toydarian. So I think the damage from HK will go in. Because it sees the Toydarian get defeated, so there's no change in the damage on base. So, I mean, yeah, if there's a commence festivities in hand here, any way to deal damage, really.
I mean,
I think
no, it's so heartbreaking.
If we have a way to deal a damage to our space unit, that will also win us the game, right? So if we have collateral damage, something like that will allow us to just deal a damage to our own unit.
Well,
did Aitor take initiative?
I don't know. We've got the OOO coming down. That is I mean, honestly, when you attack, you can then use the skill to do the last damage to the base. Okay, check in with the Vader again. So look, we're on 29, and the OOO ability here on attack, put an aggression card under, will then ping 1 damage to the base. That will... OOO's ability will win the game here. They're picking up the cards. That is a win for Boris. Crawling over the line, hands and knees, exhausted, bloodied, almost defeated, but just inching over the line is this Battle of Hoth Darth Vader.
Yeah, and I mean... It really was a slog for Boris to get it there. And I still am trying to understand what Aitor was thinking through those turns, because, I mean, it may well be that I'm missing something, but it seemed like, you just attack with that ship at any point, and Boris is not threatening you with lethal fast enough. You win with a single action. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, maybe what Aitor was thinking, what was the sort of thing that Aitor was worried about by actually attacking with that space unit. I mean, obviously, giving your opponent the initiative is always scary, but I don't know what Aitor really had in the list to play around just giving your opponent 1 action, right?
Okay, so going into game 2 then. Now this is, for those of you that may be unfamiliar with Star Wars Unlimited, what we have here is the sideboarding phase. This is where players, they come in with a deck of 50 cards and 10 extra cards, their sideboard. And between games 1 and 2, and where relevant 2 and 3, you have the opportunity to switch any number of cards from your sideboard into your main deck. So, is there anything that you're seeing here, Krishiv, that could start swinging things for either player?
Well, yeah, there's quite a few nice things in the board. I think one thing that both players are playing that's quite fun is Arrest. So this is a card from A Lawless Time in Cunning Villainy, and it allows you to just capture anything under your base. So sometimes you see these really big units, where you've stacked a bunch of upgrades underneath them, and Arrest can be a very, very effective tool against those. And I think, having seen emergency powers in the list, I suspect Boris will be bringing in those copies of Arrest. What else is in Boris's board? Shoot Down to answer the space threat. I don't know how much Boris is going to care about that. And then 3 planetary bombardments and 3 devastators. And with how long this game went, I would not be surprised if this game 1 went. I would not be surprised to see Boris put those in. Although, I mean, yeah, this game should not have gone as long as it did. I think Aitor, the only thing I can assume is, it's a stressful situation when you are on the stream table, right? Like we've been there, and sometimes your brain just goes, I just didn't spot it. And you look back and you go, oh, I feel so silly. But in the moment, there's all the stress of the situation. It's the high pressure of the stream table, the high pressure of the game, and you just don't see the line that in any other situation you may well have seen. It may also be that Aitor was just thinking 4 steps ahead, something that I certainly couldn't see. Though speaking of looking at his board, there is Commence the Festivities, which I think could be quite fun, is getting a little bit of extra damage in. But really, I'm seeing some powerful hand grip, right? There's an extra copy of Gorinden, and there's 3 copies of Hold for Questioning. And I think, based on certainly the way Aitor is playing, he's playing this like a very controlling style deck, rather than an aggressive style deck. And as a result, I wouldn't be shocked to see Hold for Questionings coming in, and the ability to, sort of slow down Boris in that race while also ripping cards out of the hand, remove the ability for aggressive negotiations to be as scary. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that.
Here's a question that has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but it's something which I've just realized. When we have these spotlight leaders, it used to be that we wouldn't get, we wouldn't get the showcase versions of them, and then we did, and even the Luke and Vader got spotlight versions, for instance, on the Galactic Championship prize wall. Where's my spotlight Battle of Hoth leaders? Where's my spotlight Battle
I think
of
that's
Hoth
a good
Vader?
question. It's a good question. What I was going to say is, I mean, I would have expected it at the Galactic Championship this year, but we saw the Twin Suns decks are getting showcase leaders there. I mean, I suppose it's always possible they'll announce it and you didn't see it coming. But I think this is something that could be really cool to see at like sector and regional championships in season 2 on the prize wall. Showcase versions of the intra-battle Hoth leaders, promo versions of some of the cards that are seeing play, right? For example, watch this card that's seeing a huge amount of play right now. Would be very, I mean, as a man who loves shiny cardboard and a bit of a magpie, I would love the ability to bling out those cards. And I'm with you, Ross. I really want to see them.
Well, I will be at UK Games Expo next weekend. I'm hoping to bump into someone from FFG there, and if I do, I will ask this question. It's the only thing I'm worried about right now. Aitor is worried about starting this game 2 in round 2 here from Prague at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championships. Director Krennic comes down for Aitor as a turn 1 play. Boris has no turn 1 play, although could he not have pinged with Vader?
He could have pinged with Vader. It does seem like we're potentially just valuing having the initiative, though. And that might be why that decision was made. To just slap down an 000 and go, I got a 4/4. What are you going to do?
Well, unfortunately, there is no aggression card in the discard pile to put to the bottom of your deck with that swing, which is a little bit sad. But I agree, the Vader ping there probably just you don't want to give up the initiative is probably where he's going. Regardless, we see an Axe Woves coming down here from Aitor. That is, of course, shielded, and there's +1/+1 for each upgrade on him. So right now he's a 3/3, but we could get even bigger. This, incidentally...
This might be a very fast game. This might be a very, very fast game.
You've seen
The
emergency
reason I
powers,
say
have
that,
you?
emergency powers is sort of like giving
Yeah.
+2/+2 to axe woves for every single swing. And so, you're basically adding 6/6 to it. And right now it's already a 3/3. So it becomes a 9/9, right? Which means 3 swings from axe woves will take the game. We're going to steal the shield, but I
love
think we're going
that.
to see the exact same thing happening right back.
Well, we're going to see an shuttle ST-149 on the other side. We are, and that is going to take the shield. Presumably, you'd want to take it from the 000 back onto the Axe Woves. Lovely little shuttle ST-149 combo going on here. Of course, it comes in shielded and lets you move a token upgrade, like an experience token or a shield, but you can move it from anywhere to anywhere. And if your opponent's got a shield token, oh, you want to be stealing it. Just as a nice little side note, all 3 of Aitor's units currently shielded, and we see a swing for 4 from the 000, but there's no aggression card in the discard to put back into the deck to activate that skill to get more damage. We see a swing from Krennic onto 000, giving up the shield token. We see another swing here from Axe Woves, giving up the shield token, but now 000 is gone, and you're right, Aitor is going aggressive here. And yeah, we see a Val being drawn. We got a Shin Hati. We got Toydarian Technician, although that looks like it's being resourced. And Aitor is going wide and fast.
Yeah, it's a very interesting set of decisions from Aitor to play board control here, and give up that additional power on the Axe Woves. Because I mean, my default assumption would have been, okay, I'm going to force my opponent to have an out to basically like a 10-10, which was potentially live this turn. And unfortunately, by choosing to trade, we now lose our whole board.
Oh my word, what an advantage taken there. Collateral damage deals 2 to both of them, and because of the shield tokens being given up, because Axe Woves was no longer buffed up by having a shield token, that allowed the double defeat from collateral damage. The client comes in shielded quite nicely here, but that collateral damage was huge. Not much of a board here from Boris yet, but a great play with that collateral damage. And now we're already up to like 7 damage on the board there, doing a little bit of Vader pinging where you have the opportunity to do so. I'm liking what Boris is doing with this deck. I know we ran out of steam in the last game, but it's working quite nicely so far.
Yeah, and right now, Aitor is really not ahead in the damage race. Obviously, there's the initial 4 health differential, but beyond that, this is Aitor's deploy turn. So if any turn was going to be the big swing, it should be this one. It looks like we're going to see Aitor just go wide, putting down the Toydarian, I assume, and then also, do we have a 3-cost? We have a Shin Hati. Okay, so now we're being aggressive. This is where Aitor can potentially just completely run away with the game if there is not basically some serious aggression coming down from Boris.
And these shielded units are starting to become a little bit of an issue. The client is still shielded. The shuttle ST-149 still shielded. Shin Hati is shielded. And, last time 2 of the shields were given up to take out 000, and that led to the collateral damage, taking out both of them. That was lovely. I don't think the Boris is going to be able to pull that trick off another time. So he's going to have to find a way to start getting rid of some of these units or play enough to race. The problem is when your opponent's got multiple units, they can do the whole, you play a unit, I take it out, and then I swing with whatever I've not used to take out your units. It's a very precarious position to be when your opponent's got units and you don't, because they can essentially trade as you play and you're not allowed to attack. So what has Boris got to try and get around this? We're using a bunch of resources for, and it is 4 units, another shuttle ST-149. Steal that, wait. But surely that comes in shielded, and you still get to steal a shield token. You can double shield units in Star Wars Unlimited. If anyone's wondering, my record is 4.
It's going to immediately be defeated. And so I suspect Boris maybe forgot about the uniqueness rule here.
Yeah.
No?
For those of you that are wondering, that little diamond next to the card name there, you can see on both the cards in our card viewer here, that means unique. You can only have one copy of a unique unit in play at a time. You are allowed to play a unique unit when you have one in play, but you must defeat the first one in order to play the second. So you can play a Shuttle ST-149, you're allowed to, but you have to defeat the first one in order to do so. I mean, it would give you a double shielded Shuttle ST-149 and take away one of your opponent's shields. So it's not that you're getting no value, but essentially all you would be doing would be stealing a shield from your opponent. That would be the only result. Better than nothing, but that is about all that there is. And instead, we're going to see a swing. What was that? Wait, was that a swing?
Well, no, I think we're getting a judge call just to understand what's going on here. Make sure things resolve correctly. As you say there, Ross, what should be able to happen is 2 shields get stolen because it's when played and when defeated. So both should be going off just fine, but it looks like, I mean, it is a you may. So I suppose Boris just choosing not to take both there. And I think, you know, what we really wanted from Boris this turn was to put a lot of damage onto the base, start applying pressure, but I think, yeah, the issue is Boris is currently playing the control, and Aitor is playing the aggressor, and I think we are. It's not silly for Boris to be playing the control, but I think like playing the shuttle has really slowed down his ability to actually effectively do it. So we are able to shoot down and get rid of the shuttle.
That came in from the sideboard. That was one I was looking to come in from the sideboard here because it's cheeky damage to the base. When I say cheeky damage, I'm referring to any damage from somewhere other than attacking. Okay. We are just we're just double checking what happened there. So yeah, we're just working this through. It's not a second Shuttle ST-149 with a second shoot down. That would be weird and coincidental. Bit of deja vu. We are just double checking exactly what happened. And I believe there was only 1 health left on the Shuttle ST-149. So shoot down would deal 3. It gets defeated. 2 damage would go on to the base. Are we reversing this? Because there should be 3 damage on from the Shuttle ST-149 swinging into it. And here we go. And then the base goes up to 9. Someone tell me I'm not going crazy. There we go.
No. That is absolutely spot on. And then we do get to steal away the shield with the when defeated ability. I believe Aitor is holding a condemn in the hand, though. So I don't think this Vader is going to be the big threat that Boris is hoping for.
He is not again. There's an argument not to do it. Or what I would be doing, I would be tempted. If I was Boris, I would legitimately have been tempted to mulligan to try and get an Outer Rim Constable and then just hold it in hand, because that's what lost me the first game. I would be tempted to be mulliganing to try and find an Outer Rim Constable and just holding it, because if I play Vader and they condemn me, I lose. If I play Vader, they condemn me and I Outer Rim Constable, I may win. And I know he did it last game and there was a second one. If they've got 2 condemn, you're probably losing. I'm sorry. But I would be playing a little more aggressively to try and make my Vader leader actually work. Do we have an Outer Rim Constable?
This is such a weird weird way the match has gone. I think, you know, the game 1 seems like it should have been locked down from Aitor, flipping over to Boris, and now game 2. I don't really see a way Boris gets out of this situation. Condemned leader, only 9 damage on the base. Aitor is literally, that's what, 3, 7, 11. So 3 damage away from a lethal swing on his board. I think the emergency power is still in the hand, so can very comfortably just slam it and win. I think just this game seems pretty... 2 emergency powers. 2 of them sitting in the hand.
So 1 for this turn, and then you still got 1 to show, and then another 1 for next turn if you need it, which you probably don't. I agree. And here's the thing. Time is now becoming an issue. There's 10 minutes left on the clock. If we go to 1 game each, these games have not been particularly fast games, despite how this Vader might look on paper. And I do believe either of these players can win a very fast game. Aitor, of course, has to kind of play it out. If I'm Boris, I'm thinking of conceding here. I've already got a tie on my record. I don't really want a second tie on my record, not this early in the tournament. So I just want to go here. I want to concede. I'm not winning this game. Give myself more time for the next. Now, we do see the Ziton Moj hitting the board here. And that is when you take the initiative, deal 2 damage to a base. You're not close enough to the end of the game to make that relevant. Not for you.
You say that, but Itor might just choose to play control. No, we are going to go face and win the game. I think like that's the right thing to do. I mean, with only, as you say, 9.5 minutes on the clock, and these players are both currently sitting at 0 wins, 0 losses, and a draw, and they probably don't want to start the tournament with 2 draws. So one of them would ideally like to win, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're Itor, you do have to play the game out. You can't concede like Boris can. That would be very silly. There's the emergency powers, and that is going to be a whole bunch of experience tokens coming down onto Shin Hati, which is now, in theory, that should be representing game. There we go. That is 9 damage, which is more than enough. You only actually need 7. So that is going to be, here we go, swing with Shin Hati into base. Itor Dieguez takes game 2, and we are heading off into a game 3. Yeah, we're heading off into a game 3. Okay, they paused for a second. I was just double checking. We are heading off into game 3. There's only 8 minutes left, and you don't want to tie. So if you're Boris, do what Vader does. If you're Diego, Axe Woves, emergency powers. We kind of saw it tempting in game 2. Let's see it happen in game 3.
Yeah, I think I would hope that Itor sort of learned the lesson there. Like, actually, you know what? I don't have to play the control here. That's not really my role. I am the lower to the ground, more aggressive deck. I'm presenting threats with shields, right? Like, that's actually very hard for my opponent on, an aggression late country deck to answer. The shield tokens are very annoying. All the removal in aggression is like dealing damage. So, you can be pretty greedy with what you are keeping around and just apply huge amounts of pressure. I think that game, though, from Boris, obviously really rough, right? We missed turn 1. Our opponent was able to immediately answer our turn 2 and take no damage back at all. We had all the sort of shenanigans around like the shuttles and the shields. So a lot there that just didn't go, as well as I'm sure Boris would have liked. And we will hopefully see in game 3 at least a more proactive start from Boris and a bit more back and forth.
And I want that Outer Rim Constable, sorry. I want that for when the Condemned comes down. You know your opponent's going to hold a Condemned. So if you know they're holding a Condemned, try everything you can, and that might include a mulligan, to hold an Outer Rim Outlaw. And look, I like aggressive decks. When I play Star Wars Unlimited, I generally go aggression villainy. I love Dedra. I love Sebulba. I love Revan. I like these aggressive decks very much like this. And there's 2 things that drive me absolutely crazy when I'm playing these decks, which, let's be honest, are not often the best decks around. Let's be real about it. It is early Sentinels and shielded units, because the early Sentinels stop you hitting the base, and the shielded units, you can ignore them and go at the base, but the problem is, if you ignore the shielded units, and Itor had a bunch of those last game, and you just go for the base, they take out your units with their shielded units. They just lose their shields, you lose your units, and then they end up with a board of units, you end up with nothing, and you peter out. So if I'm Itor, I want all those shielded units I had last time. That worked very beautifully. I want to hold a Condemned in hand for when Vader comes out. And that's my long game. I think Axe Woves and emergency powers to force this into a shorter game. I'd be looking at that as well.
Yeah, I'd also say Sinterkaz is a pretty decent option rather than the Outer Rim Constable, just because you get the attack immediately, right? And then you also have a 5/5. So either way, you're pretty happy. You're presenting 5 damage on the next swing. And I think, I was looking at Itor's hand there. It looks really strong. We got Stolen AT Hauler in the hand. We've got Axe Woves, and we've got emergency powers, and we've got a 2/2 shielded start in the space arena, which is going to be really annoying for Boris to interact with outside of shoot down. Obviously, if Boris has shoot down, that's fantastic. But Boris, very good aggressive start there. A basically 3/2 for 1. It's not bad.
Well, Storm Raider, the Nihil coming in along with a Vader ping. Now, you did start with the initiative and had to immediately give it up. Generally, when you take 2 actions on turn 1, you're giving up the initiative. Your opponent just played a 2 cost. But you've got 3 damage represented on the ground. You've had your Vader ping. And there's an argument now. You've given up the initiative. So you can't just Vader ping every turn. You've kind of lost the initiative. So just lean into that. Keep pinging with Vader. And that's, potentially 4 damage in the base next turn. But Nihil for Nihil, we see the Marauder coming down. And that is a very similar card, except it's a 1/5 with Raid 3 rather than a 2/2 with Raid 1. Very similar kind of design, though.
It's an interesting decision from Aitor there to not just try and apply pressure in space. We got aggressive negotiations.
That is aggressive, Christian. That is aggressive.
Base?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're saying, no,
Boris
I'm going to deal
base.
6 damage to you.
Like,
we are damage racing.
Yeah, like you've got 5 minutes left on the clock. You're probably going to end in a tie if you go after units. You're tied in round 1. None of that. No, don't even bother about it. Just go face. You got your Nihil Storm Raider. You got that round 1. That's lovely. So let's just keep going. You've got your Vader for your base pings. That's why you play it. And just hope that you can race. And the fact of the matter is, you do have a deck which is better built for racing than your opponent and 4 more base health.
Yeah, and that's what I would expect to see here, although we're very behind on board. Here's the shield token stealing that's gonna potentially be quite nice. We just want to go a little bit wide. We can't just attack with like 1 unit, like keep trying to make it very large unless it is insurmountably huge. As Aitor, as you say there, Ross, because this Vader is presenting quite a lot of threat. We really want to be setting up, I think, as Aitor, a position to have that lethal swing coming on our deploy turn, right? Or like the action phase after the deploy turn, which would be the Vader deploy. That's generally what we're trying to set up. So I think, yeah, a lot of maths just needs to be done here and going, okay, how much damage do I need to do to make sure that I'm in that situation?
Well, we do see Axe Woves coming down. That is coming down with a shield. That gives +1 for each token on there. So, or each upgrade on there, I should say. But that does count token upgrades. And that means that we're now got a free shielded, hoping to get a little bit bigger. I did see an emergency powers in hand. I believe there's no condemn in hand right now, which I do think is relevant. Although we are a couple turns away from the Vader deploy. Black Sun Patroller swings 2 at base for Aitor. And then we head back. Oh, and there is the condemn drawn off the top during the regroup phase for Aitor. We know that is going to be held in hand until that Vader deploy. So I can tell you that's not getting resourced. And now we're heading into our, I believe, 4 resource turn? No,
yeah,
5
so
resource
Aitor currently
turn.
Aitor has 13 damage coming in this turn, I believe. If my math is correct there.
Does that include the client?
Deploy. Yes, including the leader deploy. Which still means at present it's 2 actions on the next action phase to lethal. We got 6 damage from Boris, just on the board. We're aggressive negotiations.
More than that, because
more than that,
things are getting aggressive. So now we're swinging with a Storm Raider. That's 3. Well, I don't know exactly how many cards are in hand, but apparently you're up to 16. I'm going to believe the table judge. The client gets deployed with a shield token, as you might expect.
So 3 more damage, and we can Vader ability, so that will put us to 20. We're going to spend 2 resources to shoot down, get 2 damage into the base, pushing to 18.
I told you.
Plus
shoot
3.
Down, that was what I
push us to
wanted.
21.
There were too many small base units on the board to not bring in that shoot down, especially when you got to the end of last game and you were desperately scrabbling for that last tiny little bit of base damage. That's 4 extra damage just from those shoot down have gone into base. If Boris wins this game, then sideboarding and shoot down is one of the main reasons it has happened as far as I'm concerned. So we're now got 12 away. We're not there yet, but there is 1 more aggressive negotiations left.
I think Aitor should be taking it in the next action phase because Boris is tapped out and we can finally emergency powers for 4 onto the Axe Woves +8 +8. So this is basically an 11/11, which is lethal into attacks. And so I suspect that should probably get us there. I don't really think there's anything that Boris can do. The exhaust from the client there was the crucial difference, I think, in locking out any possibility that Boris may have had.
Unfortunately so, and that's the thing, that this Axe Woves is too big. Basically, Boris needs the initiative and needs to take out this Axe Woves immediately, although even then the Nihil and the client between them can get over the line next turn. And I'm not seeing a great way to go. And, these aggressive decks are not built. They don't have these vigilance tricks. They're not built to take out these big units. They're built to win before the big units become too much of a threat. So we got 1 minute left on the clock. We are dangerously short on time, but we're going to have, we should have this action phase plus 1 more when time expires. I don't think we'll need the 1 more action phase, honestly. Well, that's assuming.
I would be surprised.
Well, we haven't actually finished this action phase yet, and we are getting very close. Oh, and there is the handshake. Aitor Dieguez wins this round 2 with the client. The intro battle Hoff Vader, very fun to see. 1-1 in the games, but in games 1 and 3, so close, just could not limp over the line.
Yeah, and I'll say, you know, it makes sense how we saw those games 2, in particular game 3, progress when I think Aitor realizing, I think I can just play my aggressive deck aggressively, and that will win me the game. And yes, indeed, Vader does not have that much interaction. It's not able to really slow you down very much, and so yeah, it makes total sense there that Aitor was able to take it.
Unfortunately so. I loved seeing that later. And anyone who's bringing in the intro battle Hoff Vader to a regional championship has my respect. It's a deck. I love seeing that in play. But I'll tell you what, I was saying about this in Limited yesterday. I'm kind of loving the client. I'm not sure what the legs are like on the client. I love it in Limited. I love it in Premier. It is a leader that I've got. And like you say, I mean, you pointed it out yourself, Christian. It was that crucial, I'm going to rest one unit, and that's what's won me the game. Being able to do that potentially turn after turn, and then having a bunch of shielded units. I mean, tell me if you disagree. I think the client's got legs in Premier as well as in Limited.
Oh, 100%. And it's one of those decks we saw emerge over the sort of middle period of the format. One of the big things that unlocked it as an aggressive strategy was people realizing, hold on a minute, aggressive negotiations. If it wins me the game, I will happily pay 5 for that. That's fine. And I think that's one of those things. You know, we saw the meta being really guided by the aggressive strategy sort of at the beginning, as we were discussing then, things like Jin and other similar decks that made very good use of aggressive negotiations. But what the client does is counters those racing decks by going, okay, well, I'm going to be able to exhaust your units, so I'm dealing more damage than you. And I'm also being able to play a bunch of things with shields, so you're just not really able to trade into me effectively. The deck has a lot of tools, being in Vigilance and Cunning as well. It's got Hand Rip, it's got Exhausting, all sorts of really, really exciting stuff there. So yeah, Ross, I think the client a real deck for sure, and one I suspect we'll see more of over the course of this weekend.
I think we're going to see more of it. Well, there was a backup game, but that first game went too long. You almost got some Boba action, Krishiv, but you are being denied what we can. I know, I'm sorry. But look, we can't have any more games in this round. But the great news is that means the next round's about to start, and we can have more from our friends in Prague.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've got a little bit of a different segment. We're not getting straight back into the action just yet. We do have a little deck profile for you though. So
we've got here a deck that we're expecting to see do pretty well today. We've talked about it already a little bit, but the Pilot Boba from Jump to Lightspeed saw a lot of popularity prior to this set, but obviously, with the rotation happening and things like that, the Pilot Boba shot to greater fame because of it's actually got the power level to back up the popularity now, which is nice for it finally to see. You can see a lot of cards that we've seen for a long time in this deck, some really powerful plays. Turn 1, Pride. Leading General Pride that can, if you've got initiative, can really run away with games. But then the real killer is the Top of the Summit that you can do on your flip turn with Boba. If you manage to deploy it onto a pilot with the Top of the Summit, you can clear off most boards, and from there, usually you're going to get the win. And then if you don't, you've got that incredibly powerful top end of Devastator as well. And then usually from the sideboard, we'd see Planetary Bombardment come in as well against some of the slower decks. So it's really got a lot of powerful tools to do a lot of damage. It's a reasonably straightforward deck, so if you're newer to the game, then this is the sort of deck you can look at to pick up. It's not got too many intricacies, which means that you can get to a decent level quicker. Obviously, if you want to play at the top level, there's still a lot of decisions and things to play. But there, we can see here, card highlighted, aggressive negotiations. Now, why is that highlighted, Callum?
Well, I mean, let's just break it down a little bit. It's 3 resources. Attack with the unit. For this attack, you get +1 attack for each card in your hand. I mean, that alone, that is the card, and that is just a amazing effect. With how controlling Boba can be, you can end up with a lot of free cards in hand, and this coming through, especially if you're playing out onto your piloted Boba, if you're out on really any vehicle, you can just end your game there.
Yeah. Boba is one of those decks that usually plays one card per turn, and when you're doing that, it means that often you are going to have enough cards with Aggression Negotiations to do sort of 3, 4, 5 damage in the late game, and that's when it really shines. That card, really jumped to. It obviously came out of Secrets of Power, but then when Surprise Strike rotated out, that card really jumped to popularity because we lost a card that we'd had the entire game that would been the main way to buff up units. We lost a lot of actually pump events that allowed you to end the game, and Aggressive Negotiations became the de facto best way to end games in Star Wars Unlimited. I don't think it's quite taken over the meta like people expected it would. In the early days of Lawless Time releasing, people thought Aggressive Negotiations was going to be the card. People calling for it to be banned. At this point, I think those voices have been kind of silenced. I don't think Aggressive Negotiations requires a ban. There are plenty of very strong meta decks that don't use the card, but it is definitely one of the sort of, I call it a 5-star card, one of those cards that really warps the meta around it. It's one of the top cards you're looking at when you're building a deck, either playing with or against it. And it, there's 2 copies of it in this deck, but a lot of these versions would run the full 3 copies. And it's obviously going to continue to be a meta prevalent force until we see some other events that can close out games.
Yeah, exactly that. You have to think. You have to think about it. You can't just look at the total amount of damage available on board. You always have to play in mind with when you're facing up against Boba that, okay, he's got 4 cards in hand, so I could potentially get hit for, if he plays potentially 2 Aggressive Negotiations, I get hit by 4 and then 3 damage on top of that.
Yeah, you've got to, it just changed the maths. It makes it slightly more difficult because before it was like, okay, Surprise Strike, just add 3 to whatever they can attack with, and that's what I've got to play around. But as you say, now it's an ever-changing number. So if you're looking at your opponent's hand, you've got to think, well, they're going to draw 2 cards for turn. They may or may not resource 1. They have to play 1 as the Aggressive Negotiation. So you've got to do that little bit of mental arithmetic to count how many points away they are. And that while hand size is public knowledge, so you can always ask your opponent. I recommend it, especially in a meta with Aggressive Negotiations, frequently doing so, because your opponent usually they're going to have that hand all curled up, and you've got to ask them. You say to them, how many cards have you got in hand? Oh, I've got 4. Then because if you don't, if you're playing against Aggressive Negotiation deck, you can't properly play around that card without knowing how many cards they've got in hand. So definitely meta warping. It's kind of warping even this kind of minutiae of how you play the game as well, just physically, which is interesting. But Boba, whether it's Data Vault or now Lake Country, a really strong deck. Like I said, not incredibly complicated, which means that we see it very popular. Indirect damage as a mechanic has been very popular in the community as well. So it's all coalesced into a deck that I would expect to be one of the most popular decks over the weekend as well. And I'd expect it to do quite well. Although, as I've said before, with Control rising up now to try and counter some of the Landos, Boba does tend to do quite well against Control as well. So that that kind of triangle there does mean that Boba might be pretty well positioned for this weekend.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see both kind of the player distribution for today in how many Bobas we see, and the kind of top end, like you were talking about, how many kind of make it into tomorrow's event.
Yeah, and just a little interesting tidbit for you as well, that Boba was actually the leader that the Super Racers, that's Philip and Mikwai, Beton and Sip, were going to bring to this event had they not have made day 2 of the limited event, which they both did. So they're not actually playing in the event today. They're playing in the limited other regional championship that's going on here as well. Not that we're broadcasting that at the moment. But they were going to bring Boba to this event for reasons of their own, but also because it is actually a strong deck. And for players of that caliber, arguably 2 of the strongest players in the world, inarguably 2 of the strongest players in the world, to bring a deck that's somewhat straightforward, I think it does show that even though they can't show the same skill expression with the deck, they can certainly, it must be a powerful deck.
Yeah,
so absolutely. If you're sitting there thinking, I don't know what to bring, I'm not fully au fait with the meta and things like that, just bring Boba, Lake Country, and then I think you'll do reasonably well with that at the very least.
I'm sure some of our players today are happy to hear that they've potentially dodged out on playing against some of those absolute, as you said,
Titans of the game.
Undisputed, some of the best players in the game.
Absolutely, certainly. And lucky for them, not so lucky for the limited players, because they're also incredibly strong at limited, and they will be playing in day 2. And they go there, these players are celebrating.
Yeah, they must have heard us.
They've just heard the news. Well, let's see what we've got here. What are these players bringing? Maybe we'll even see a Boba Lake Country here and now.
What about a new Boba? Do you think we're going to see a new Boba today?
No, I do not think we're going to see a new Boba today. Looks like we've got Layer Data Vault, which actually is a deck that 2 of the other 2 members of Team Enigma either are bringing or were going to bring to this event today, and that they were going to bring that because Sobek, a newly joined member of Team Enigma, has actually sort of helped to bring this deck into popularity a bit more as well, which is Layer Data Vault. It's a very interesting deck, very classic sort of mid-range deck. Uses a lot of the new strengths of the new sets in terms of the Vigilance command cards we've been talking about there. Leppy Lookout in hand already for Oliver. Olivier, should I say, Oliver. And yeah, but then on the opposite side, we've got a Jabba paired with Crystal Caves. And Jabba is not a leader that you see very often, not a very popular leader, but not to say he can't be powerful. It reminds me a little bit of Dryden in that I think he, in certain situations, can be a very strong leader, but definitely not a big meta contender there from Mataj.
And we're just getting straight into it. We're going to see Yaddle come down and
Trias Acolyte, yeah. So it's just another one of these sort of 2/4s that we... Now it's all the rage nowadays, these 2/4s. I mean, it used to be that, you know, nobody got a 2/4 on turn 1. Battlefield Marine was a 3/3 and everything else was just paled in comparison.
Yeah.
Nowadays, 2/4s are the absolute standard. Every single deck gets them. And if you're not playing a 2/4 on turn 1, then you're doing something wrong. And we actually see, in the hand of Olivier there was actually Gungi as well, which was the one that broke them all. They actually, some decks even get 2 5s.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly 2/4s. Maz Canada there, or as I like to say, the Force Fleet Lieutenant, getting to attack with the Yaddle there and finish off the Trias Acolyte, and that is the strength of going first. As I've always said, going first in Star Wars Unlimited very often throughout history has been an advantage. Occasionally some decks have chosen to go second, but nowadays I think it's pretty much every deck, more or less, wants to go first.
It's very rare that the going second is kind of a commonly picked decision, even in the majority of decks. We are going to see the Death Trooper come through, finishing off Yaddle, a nice kind of clean trade there, though it does open up for Maz to then trade into the Death Trooper herself, so it'd be interesting to see if Olivier does go for that.
Yeah, Maz getting the advantage over something like Fleet Lieutenant, that she has an extra point of HP, although she isn't actually the tribal tag that she benefits from. So she's not a Force unit, she isn't a Force wheeler herself, she's Underworld, so you know, but obviously she's unique anyway, so you wouldn't use a Maz on your own Maz in that sense. So it doesn't really matter that she's not the Force, although, you know, it would be nice if she was. But yeah, that extra point of HP can do a lot of work here, because it can finish off the Death Trooper, deny Jabba the ability to use their ability as well, which is nice. Looks like Olivier is going to decide to play a card first. We've seen this Tails all this time now. We've seen Latarazi yesterday plenty of times, and already today we've seen that card come down many times. A real standout performer from a Lawless time. And again, imagine how powerful this is in Eternal, where you can play it with Gar Saxon, and it's so much better. But yeah, a fantastic little card here. Every Command Vigilance deck, pretty much, I would say, is probably likely to include that card. A lovely Shatter Point being used there to clear it off. You know, not the best use of Shatter Point, honestly, because Latarazi has already got a lot of her value because she defeated the Death Trooper, and so advantage in this early stages to Olivier.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see the Leia Organa ability go through, and then just Maz hitting him for 3, and then, oh yeah, of course, hitting him for 4 instead with that use of the experience token. Obviously, Matthias here has claimed the initiative, so I think it's just, obviously the advantage at the moment is definitely headed towards Olivier. We are going to see the Jabba... Nope. Oh, just deciding on if Olivier is going to be resourcing. So jump the gun just a little bit there.
Bit of a callback to Secrets of Power, this, with the Leia and the Jabba. Again, not leaders are particularly common in Premier, but I would expect, especially if Leia, I think if Leia breaks through in a tournament and does really well, Sobek has you know, done really well with her over the past few months, but not won any majors or anything like that. So I think if Leia does really well in a tournament, she will become a lot more popular. But again, and Jabba, I think, is just one of those sort of call them novelty decks. It's not that they're bad as such. It's just that you get the, you know, overall across the tournament, you're not going to do as well as if you play a top meta contender. That's just the, you know, the way it generally goes with these. But if you can find a niche in a meta that other people aren't prepared for, that can sometimes propel you to do well. You know, playing something that your opponent isn't practiced against is worth a lot in Star Wars Unlimited. It's just that you are taking a hit in terms of power level. You know, Jabba in himself isn't the strongest leader.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Olivier will be going for potentially Maz to deal with the Jabba just over the course of 2 action phases. Which, I mean, is a very, I would say, a very nice trade.
Yeah, you've got to, absolutely. The thing about Jabba is he's one of those leaders, if he's left uncontested on the board, he will run away with the game, because every time your units get damaged, you're going to be dealing more damage, and it's just going to get insurmountable. But Jabba himself, if he's damaged, doesn't benefit from the ability. Now, this is the real combo. with the Stranger, so you can take the damage, use Jabba to redirect that damage against the Simi's Masterpiece, and then you're able to defeat both the Maz and the Simi's Masterpiece. So it's a really nice combo. The Stranger is one of the big reasons why I think Jabba is starting to see a bit of play. From a Lawless time, it just combos with him so well. Obviously with Ambush, it can do it on the same turn as Jabba deploys as well, which is really nice. Just that token there to remind that we can't use that Jabba ability again this round. Not that we would do, but you can only use it once per round. But yeah, Jabba himself, when he is attacked, he can't redirect that damage. It's only when another unit is attacked. Initiative there, lying with Mataj, so that does mean that he's going to have potentially another opportunity here to use the Jabba ability. Although not a great trade available to him at the moment, he would lose the Stranger if he attacked into the Leopard Lookout, and therefore wouldn't be able to use the Jabba's ability. The unit has to survive. Talzin's Assassin, though, does have the Force thanks to the Stranger attacking with Ambush, so can defeat that Leopard Lookout immediately. Nice little start. He's building up a hefty board here, but let's not forget Olivia does get to deploy Leia this turn, and she is going to be able to clear off one of these threats.
Yeah, we've saw lots of work from our round 1 Talzin Assassins. I mean, I think if you're someone who is making the Force frequently enough, Talzin Assassins are amazing cards to fit into your deck.
Yeah, the card looked a bit unassuming when it was released back in Legends of the Force. You know, it's only a common. It was obviously a powerhouse in Limited, but then in Premier, it was like, okay, it seems like a pretty decent card, but I think it took people a little bit of time to realize just how good it was, and it's actually, you know, like I said, stood the test of time here. It saw play pre and post rotation, and it's a really solid card. One of the main reasons to be in the Force, honestly, because a 4/4 for 4 is a very respectable body in addition to having the ability, so you can often 2-for-1 with it, which is nice. Lost and Forgotten there being used to defeat the Stranger. Again, not the best use of resources, honestly. You know, being able to heal for 3 is fine. It's not really that relevant. It's just kind of an expensive vanquish at that point, and the Stranger had already got a lot of his value, but at least now Olivia can clear off this Jabba. Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see him do that. And then hopefully we'll have a disclose here from Olivier, so we'll be able to buff up Leia. He hasn't.
I think it's Protect the Pod.
Did he? Oh, did he
Yeah,
already
you
do
kind
it?
of.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, you've got better eyes than me. As we've already established over the weekend, I've got the eyes of a 100-year-old man. So, but yeah, that's the Protect the Pod revealed there. So gives that information away, but obviously well worth it to get the experience token on Leia. And as we saw many times yesterday with Vel, you know, you've got to defeat these experience token generating leaders. You can't just let them run rampant.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what kind of resolution he's got for this Leia, because it's now a 5/8 with 2 damage on it, so it's going to be a difficult threat to get through, even with this Talzin Assassin still on board.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think a lot of the power of the deck does come from Jabba. Hold for questioning there, so he's able to exhaust it and then probably get a discard, very likely. So he can either be the Typho or the Gungan Warrior. Kind of funny with that card because you benefit from your opponent. Leia wants to have cards that don't share her aspect,
yeah, that don't match.
and then Hold for Questioning is like, so, you know, it's possible you might miss with that, but yeah, here we see.
Yeah, I feel like more often than not, you're
Absolutely.
probably going to be picking based solely off of heroism, rather than kind of anything else. Yeah, the Protect the Pod, we obviously both players, Mateus was obviously aware that that was in hand. It's still just going to be probably your easiest answer. We are going to see Darth Tyrannus come through. I think he's just deliberating on the ambush, because he does have it available, doesn't he?
He doesn't have the Force. Does he have the Force? No, I don't think he did have the Force, did he? No. So I don't think he had the Force. It's just a 4/3 shielded in this instance. Yeah, didn't get a chance to attack with the Talzin's Assassin, I believe.
Yes,
so,
of course.
Yeah, doesn't have the Force there. Just a 4/3 shielded Darth Tyrannus, but, you know, absolutely fine at this point. Again, another card, another 4-drop that really benefits from the Force. Hangover from Legends of the Force era. And what I love to see here is that every expansion has provided a lot of like viable cards, especially post-rotation. There isn't any sort of Twilight of the Republic type expansions that have sets that have, you know, not really provided anything. Here we've got lots of Force decks, you know, space pilot decks. We've got a lot of just generally powerful cards from Secrets of Power, even though there weren't many archetypes to come from that. And then obviously with Lawless Time, we've seen a bunch of new cards see play. So it is nice to see, you know, sort of
the new and old
exactly
come through together.
Who's who of all these different sets.
Yeah. Looks like it was just a pretty simple hit in with the shield from Darth Tyrannus into Leia, just softening up. I imagine it's going to be a difficult choice by the looks of it. Yeah, the experience going out to the Gungan Warrior.
Did we see what you revealed there?
I did not.
No. Not that he should be paying any attention to the casters, but yeah, when you reveal like that, you make it difficult for us to see. But that's okay. We'll get there. So, oh, it's Secretive Sage, I think it was. That, well, that would make sense anyway. You're not that fussed about showing that to your opponent. There's another Shatter Point. Defeat that Gungan Warrior. A nice little play. Again, hard to say who's got the better deck in the late game, but I would suspect Leia, especially as long as she's alive. I mean, but even after that, generating experience tokens tends to be a really great value tool. There's another Lazarazi. Again, the flexibility of that card just being phenomenal, dealing 3 damage there. Does get defeated now. The Leia finally goes down to the Death Trooper. So eventually she does have 2 HP left, yeah. Or 1 HP left, actually, so that's the Death Trooper. So things are pretty even, but again, I think the value that Data Vault, or should I say Command Heroism, provides in the late game probably favours Olivia.
Yeah, and I think in the kind of long scheme of that, kind of for those last 2 action phases, Leia had definitely gotten, I would say, more value out than the Jabba.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Jabba was able to deal with the space battlefield as well, otherwise that might have potentially been quite a struggle for Matthias having to potentially use the shatter points out into space instead. But I think Olivia definitely preferred that outcome.
Yeah, and these are the kind of games that Leia really excels in as well. When she's given time to just generate value. Whereas Jabba, he needs a great flip turn and needs to be able to leverage that into strong tempo on the board, and that just hasn't happened. Right? His ability just isn't that powerful, honestly, throughout the course of the game. It's not that often you'll be able to use it. I've seen games of Jabba where you just never use the undeployed side at all. So far, we haven't seen him use the ability. Finn coming out, yep, you can deal with the Lazarazi, gets to put a shield token on Death Trooper, it's fine, but obviously you're going to get traded back in by Finn, so yeah, that's reasonable, but again, the board all pretty much cleared up here except for this Death Trooper, but of course Olivia still hasn't spent any resources this turn, whereas Mataj has spent 6, and there's that Speed's Masterpiece again.
Yeah, a great card, obviously, to have alongside Leia here, being able to get really the entire breadth of all of those additional aspects for the on-attack triggers.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players using Secretive Sage, no surprise there. Is that direct hit? Yeah,
I believe
there we
so.
go. Was he doing that for our benefit?
Yeah, he must.
It's like we've got a direct line to
Yeah,
his
he's somehow heard us talking at the start about all the players that
Yeah.
he's dodged out on, and now he's heard our little
gripes
complaints
and moans about him not showing the card. But yeah, that did seem like it was for our benefit. I thought that was a bit of a dig. Yeah, so direct hit being revealed there, and actually I wasn't looking, so I would have missed that had he not have done it in such a flamboyant way. So thank you for that. Direct hit not super useful here, although there might be some late game ships to come out from Jabba, in which case it could be useful. Sabi's Masterpiece is going to start being a bit of a problem for Mataj, and again nowhere near getting through that thick 33 HP base of Olivier here. Much closer on his own side. He's only got 19 HP left on his side. His opponent's got 28 left.
I think it's just the same card revealed. Just dish out as many experience tokens as you can to the Speed's Masterpiece, like you were saying. It's just, it's definitely be a faster clock, especially considering Olivier has only spent 1 resource so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a problem because, and this is just the layer value, right? It looks as though she has a decent deploy. I mean, I think in Premier it's one of the weaker ones. Honestly, deploying on 6 as like a 5/8 on the attack isn't the best. I would say she does have a weaker deploy than Jabba, but in the early game sometimes the ability is useful. But this is where it really shines, is when just continually getting +1/+1 on every single turn you're going to use that ability in the mid to late game, and it does add up. Whereas again, Jabba, we actually saw Jabba use the ability there, but dealing 1 damage just mathematically is not as good as giving +1/+1. That's
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
It's not. You're only dealing the 1 HP, whereas obviously they're getting continually raised power.
Yeah, it's been I would say a stool out between both players here, just trying to delay that kind of who fires the first shot of a big use of resources in this phase.
Yeah, but like you say, both players got plenty of resources available. Olivier's action here. It's going to 4 resources spent for Galen Urso. Now, hopefully, we might be able to find out what he was named here, but obviously, Galen will name something. Sheehan Flurry. Ah, okay, this is fantastic. This is one of the only ways you can actually make use of Darth Vader Twilight Apprentice nowadays with Ambush, now that ECL is gone. So we can Sheehan Flurry for 1, and then play the Vader, and then you can obviously shield up the Speed's Masterpiece, defeat it immediately, and defeat the Galen, so it doesn't matter what he named with that. He obviously didn't name Sheehan Flurry over Darth Vader Twilight the Apprentice. Maybe he wished he had. But yeah, this is a great little play there, and I mean, it's really swung the tempo back in Mataj's favour here. This is one of the last sort of tricks that this Jabba deck can pull up, is because you're in Cunning and Vigilance, which isn't typically a strong pairing together, it does give you access to that Darth Vader Twilight Apprentice Sheehan Flurry combo.
Yeah, it's like you were saying, obviously Energy Conversion Lab is sadly no longer with us, but it was a menace of a combination between Darth Vader, Twilight the Apprentice, and the Energy
Third
Conversion
Speed's
Lab.
Masterpiece coming out now. This time it's Prestige. It's been upgraded. Sadly, doesn't get any buff over the other counterparts. Still just a 3/3. There's the direct hit again. Hasn't been resourced.
I feel it's a nice, easy thing to just kind of keep in hand and keep going. Yep, I've still got the same card.
You can do, yeah. It's just not hugely useful is the only problem, and you generally want cards actually doing something. Because I think he's got 3 cards in hand, Olivia. So, but yeah, I mean, this is. I think he's getting a bit out of hand for him here. He hasn't really done much this turn, and he's taken a heck of a lot of damage here. Really was hoping to see from Olivier some kind of top end, you know, Keller and Beck, or just something to try and stabilize his board a bit. But no, he's just taking a bunch of damage, and he doesn't seem to have anything. You know, this can be a problem with Data Vault. You know, 60 card decks, they're less consistent. You don't draw the top end as much. It can certainly be an issue. But I mean, the real killer play was absolutely the Sheehan Flurry. Twilight the Apprentice Vader. I mean, what a fantastic play that is. And again, I think we would see a lot more. Had it be available in other aspects. It just happens to be probably the least popular aspect in the entire game of Cunning, Villainy, and Vigilance.
Yeah, having to kind of fit it all together. We've now got the Keller and Beck that you were just speaking of previously. So we will have, I think, another resource available, so potentially playing a 4 cost or less.
Yeah. I think it's a turn too late. I think he needed it last turn, really, because here he's going to take so much damage. We're at 17 damage now, so we're over halfway.
Potentially finding a Sentinel for 4?
But it is 4, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Captain himself.
Typho, yeah. Nice little combo, but again, Vader can just chew through that Typho, no problems. 5 more damage can be pushed to base. There's not much more. We do have Command in play for Sabin's Masterpiece, so an experience token can be given. So if Mataj doesn't immediately attack with the Vader, then Captain Typho could be buffed up with either, well, not with Leia, there's no resources left, but it can be buffed up with the Sabin's Masterpiece. So I think I would like attack first. We do always have Jabba's ability as well that can come out, so you're not forced to attack first with Vader, but I'd like to get that Typho off the board.
Yeah, definitely, before he potentially gets a little bit too out of hand with the experience. But like you said, it's a very clean trade in with Darth Vader at the moment. But also, I was going to say, we haven't spent any resources yet, so there's still potential for just like this to see a very perfect trade come through from the Stranger.
Yeah, great little play there. Second copy of the Stranger. So obviously, defeats it first. You get to take the damage first, so it goes up to 5 power, exactly enough to defeat Captain Typho, even better than using the Vader. So you're now representing 10 damage to the base. Olivia can push 5 damage himself with the Sabin's Masterpiece. So that is currently we're at 14, so we can go up to 19. So next turn, Sabin's Masterpiece could potentially deal another 6, or the Keller and Beck for 7. So we're not quite. We need 9, so we're not quite 1 action away from lethal. There isn't going to be any way to pump up. Sometimes these Leia Data Vault players do put in a cheeky copy of Aggressive Negotiations out of aspect, which would be enough to end the game. So I think maybe that's kind of what we're looking at here for Olivier to get the win. He's not going to go down this turn, that's for sure. There's not enough damage. There's not going to be enough damage. Yeah, so Mataj just playing around Aggressive Negotiations there. Doesn't want any kind of shenanigans there, so he's just going to play it slightly slower, recognize that he doesn't need to take the risk. So clears off the Keller and Beck. He's still going to be able to be at risk of the Sabin's Masterpiece. So there is going to be a window of opportunity here for Olivier to potentially steal the game with Aggressive Negotiations. Sabin's Masterpiece doesn't now have any other aspects in play, so it can only deal 5 on its own, and so it would need 4 cards in hand. I think Olivier has 5 cards, so Aggressive Negotiations would be enough should he run that card out of aspect. I believe it would be exact lethal.
Yeah.
But I don't think he has it based on his demeanour.
Yeah, I would imagine it would have been a pretty snap decision if it was there, but I didn't see any red in that hand there.
Yeah, I can't see many other ways here. So damage represented on Mataj's side, we've got 2 from the stage, 2 copies of Death Trooper, that's up to 8, and then the Stranger is 5, so that's 13 damage. So that is more than enough to defeat Olivia's base this turn. So this is very likely to be the final turn of the game.
We need another Keller and Beck Hail Mary to bring something out, but I am definitely not able to see one in that hand.
Nothing in hand I can see. Direct hit, Leppy Lookout in hand for Olivia. There's nothing particularly useful. I mean, that's, yeah, does absolutely nothing there. I'm surprised to even see him play the card. He's obviously just playing it to activate the Sabine's Masterpiece. So Masterpiece can go up now, another experience token, and can restore 2. So restoring puts you down to 20 with the blue aspect in play. So it's 13. We would need 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's still exact lethal, even with the heal. So Mataj doesn't actually need to deal with either of these units as it stands. He's not at risk of losing himself and has exact lethal on board. So you could just start by going to the base.
We are going to see Throne come out.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're in a very strong situation as it is, and I mean, Thrawn is only going to help this out.
Absolutely. So obviously it wasn't readied, so the opponent didn't choose a unit. So obviously it doesn't capture anything, doesn't get readied. Yeah, sorry, so he's choosing which one to capture, of course.
Yeah.
So
because if he didn't,
I was going to say,
Thrawn
how
would
could
have been
neither of those be
could-
triggered? I was like, yeah,
one of those has
they
to
were
happen.
deciding, yeah. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, you have to make that choice. You can't. I don't think you take the 8. So yeah, that's fine. Obviously, that means you're not going to restore 2. Again, the math worked out where it was all. It was
no
exactly
matter
equal
what.
anyway. So
Yeah.
So you can just deal your 5. Means you're 1 action away next turn from winning. But again, your opponent has more than enough now. 13 damage being represented, so they've got 2 more damage than needed, so we'd still need, from Olivia, we'd need some way to interact with the board. Any kind of Sentinel could do it.
Yeah, and there's
Not
so
enough
many damaged units. Just a little bit of kind of like that ping damage we've been looking for to just clean up that last little bit of health
I mean,
across
that's
those
the problem
units.
with this aspect. Yeah,
but
you
you're
don't
not
get
going to
a-
find it
No.
in these aspects.
Not in aggression, unfortunately, so we've got no collateral damage or anything like that to deal with that. Again, direct hit's not useful. I don't think Mataj is going to have anything in hand to deal with the Speed's Masterpiece now with 2 resources, so I think he's he's not tapped out exactly, but I suspect he's pretty much tapped out as a secretive sage there. That's no use. So I think it's just a case for Mataj of just going base and hoping your opponent doesn't have any way to stop you.
Yeah.
Claimed the initiative. Okay. That is fascinating. He had lethal on board.
Yeah, I'm I'm very much confused.
So he must have an answer in hand that costs more than 2 to Sabid's Masterpiece. Okay, which is fine, but then your opponent could put another threat in play. They've got enough resources to play something else, a Typho or something. But they don't, so Olivia has nothing else he can put in place, so it's all down to this Masterpiece, which Mataj must have an answer to.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's either the Masterpiece or a way to boost 3 damage for Thrawn.
Okay, Hyperspace Disaster. So you clear the Masterpiece.
Yep.
You had lethal last turn, so
Yeah.
very strange. But anyway, it's dealt with now. Your opponent is very unlikely to have any way to deal the 4 now. Olivia would have to put a threat into space and then stop the lethal himself
So
on the
very,
ground. So
very. Well, I mean, Olivia almost had that with the claim. If he had gotten out a ground unit,
yeah.
that would have been it.
Yeah, that would have been it, because Hyperspace Disaster obviously wouldn't have helped.
He would have had no situation there.
Yeah.
It seems a very. Whoa.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Mataj was playing around something, but I think he opened himself up there to lose to a simple ground unit, which wouldn't have been ideal. But he does end up coming away with it. Olivia didn't have the card he needed, and so does take the win in game 1. So that's a win for Leia. I can't say, a win for, not win for Leia. Win for Jabba. I can't say that I'm that surprised. I think again Jabba does okay in this matchup because I think Leia isn't going to be one that puts a lot of pressure on early. So Jabba can struggle with that. But again, I'm surprised to see I think it go that way in the end in the late game, because it was really that Twilight of the Apprentice Sheehan Flurry turn that kind of flipped the script, which is one of the powerful things that you can do. And it's kind of funny that, again, Cunning paired with Vigilance has always been quite a poor aspect combination, just because Cunning is typically ironically, the most aggressive, the most tempo-driven aspect, whereas Vigilance has always been the slowest and most controlling. So when you pair those two opposite polarities together, it doesn't tend to make a very coherent deck. But we have seen over the sets occasionally decks that do come, usually paired with Villainy, that do okay. But yeah, we see here what it does do is it opens up some of these nice little combos like Sheen Flurry Vader that you otherwise wouldn't have access to.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just another highlight from the Jabba there was the use of the Strangers. Obviously, we saw 2 of them come out. The really strong trade into Captain Typho, and then he would that redirect using the Jabba ability into space to hit the Sabine's Masterpiece. Obviously, we did end up seeing all 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Come the end of that game, but definitely if that first Sabine's Masterpiece had stuck around, I think it would have been a different game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Stranger on the Jabba flip turn is the play of the deck. I think that's what it's known for. That's the really powerful play. But again, every copy of the Stranger in that game did really great work. It just does so well. The numbers that line up perfectly for it into so many units. Captain Typho probably being the most important one because it's such a common unit that sees play. Yeah. And again, you can exactly deal with it and have the Stranger left over with a lot of power. It has 5 power left over as well to deal with something else. So yeah, it's a really nice combo, and obviously Jabba makes full use of that. I think it's a shame for Jabba that he's not just a bit stronger himself as a leader, because I think the deck itself is quite coherent, but he himself is somewhat weak. And we've seen that, again, so many times with Vigilance Cunning, where it gets so many great high-power cards, but then the leaders just always don't seem to be strong enough to support it well enough. We've seen it with Thrawn, both versions of Thrawn over the sets, and yeah, now we're seeing it with Jabba. But yeah, doing okay so far. 1-0 up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a little bit disheartening to see some really interesting abilities or kind of mechanics on leaders, but the struggle of them, either maybe they deploy a little bit too late, that turn too late, your kind of 6s, your 7 deploys, or potentially they're statted a little bit too poorly to kind of really have a fighting chance on the board.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, it's just the balancing act that the developers have to go through, where they want to make interesting cards, but if they make them too interesting, they tend not to be very good, or they run the risk of either being far too good or not good enough. It's a lot harder to balance these complicated leaders, whereas something like Leia, she's very straightforward, she's pretty easy to balance. And here we see All Stars of Legends of the Force 2-drops, the set that really started the trend of 2-cost cards being the best cards of every expansion, it seems like, and that has continued on for several sets now. But yeah, Gungi and Secretive Sage really being fantastic additions to the card pool. Again, turn 1 has just got so much more powerful ever since the days of sort of sets 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, definitely. And like we've been talking about kind of today and yesterday, those really informative turns and the kind of the most impactful across your game are usually those kind of first 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think in Limited, because things snowball out of control so quickly, because the card quality, there's just not very good comeback mechanics, it's even more important. But in Premier, it certainly is in most decks, including these sort of decks that are quite mid-rangey. The turn 1 is very important. If you miss turn 1, it does tend to set you on the back foot. And there we see once again, Latsrazi coming out, using her whip and defeating that Secretive Sage, which puts Olivier ahead because Mataj had no turn 2 play.
And exactly like we've just said, the no turn 2 from Matthias there just opens up Olivier to kind of, if Matthias plays anything, I've got these 2 units to deal with the problem, and then I'm going to have 4 resources available to kind of carry on with my plan. It's going to definitely shape the kind of way this round's going to go. Yeah,
I've got to assume now that the despite that being a strong Talzin's Assassin, I've got to say now that I think Olivier has to be favoured for the rest of this game. I'm not saying it's won already, absolutely by no means, but again, I think this is one of those situations where we'll at the end of the match, if Olivier does go on to win it, we'll look back at that turn 2 and think if only Mataj had have played something on that second turn of the game. Ezra coming down here, nice new addition of a Lawless Time, being able to heal up the damage on the Gungi, which is relevant. It takes Gungi out of range of being traded. But the key here is that Ezra is not only a 1 per stat line of a 4/5/4, but it also has that raid 1 as well. So it's just phenomenal stats for a 4-cost unit, in addition to having sometimes relevant ability, as it was here. So yeah, really nice for Olivier. Interesting that you can actually heal damage from opponents' units as well with that. So occasionally that could come up, especially against the Jabba. Obviously it didn't in this instance, but you never know. Sometimes healing your opponent's damage units is the right thing to do. Very rarely though. See, Gungi now survives because of that Ezra heal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
just opens up that decision for Olivier now, potentially something in hand to finish off that Talzin's Assassin, allowing Ezra to go to face. Obviously a nice 5 damage slap would definitely put him ahead.
Now you just put them in the image in my mind of Ezra walking up to Jabba and just slapping him across the face. It's like, Jabba, take this. I don't think Jabba would honestly react if he got slapped across the face. He's a sturdy guy. He'd survive
he's
a slap from
a
Ezra.
well-built man.
He is a well-built man. Yeah, a wonderful human being, you might even say. But yeah, he's I think unless he's got those like goggles in hand when he does it, you know, that Ezra, that'd leave a mark. Does decide to trade into the Talzin Assassin with the Ezra, takes the value trade. Obviously, you lose out a bit of base damage, but that way Gungi survives. And here we go. Are we going to have Jabba into the Stranger? I don't think there's any way Olivier could have to get through Jabba's big HP total in one action. So I think Jabba is going to have an opportunity to Stranger here, should he wish to.
Yeah, especially with only having Gungi available, I can't think of anything that would help to get to that nice large beefy 8 health total Jabba.
Absolutely, yeah. So here's the window for the Stranger if Matthijs has it. He could attack into the Ezra and
deal the damage.
Yeah, and then obviously deal the redirects. No, just deciding to defeat the Gungi first.
Yeah, I think it's like we kind of saw in our first game. Both players haven't spent any resources yet. We're just stalling each other out, see who fires that shot.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity there for Olivier. I think he, had a potential to pass there. He didn't have to play something. His opponent obviously hadn't spent resources either. Just to play around the Stranger here. Yep, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. So obviously Matthijs last turn attacked with Jabba first to give, wanted a 2-for-1 with the Stranger. Gungi Warrior is one of the few units that is able to survive because obviously that's shield. So the Stranger can't 2-for-1 there quite yet, but he does stick around as a very threatening unit. And obviously Olivier now kind of awkward. Gungan Warrior, not spending your resources very effectively here, unless he's got a 2-drop to go alongside with it. So yeah, the flip turn obviously favouring Jabba, but then next turn the pendulum should swing back in Olivier's direction with the layer deploy.
Yeah, potentially going to see a leader use, but I imagine it's going to be a claim.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You can immediately deal with a Stranger. You don't want any more shenanigans coming out from that. Get that cleared off the board, and then you're in a position where you can try and leverage Leia. It's kind of like 5 resource turn, great for Jabba. 6 resource turn, generally great for Leia because she deploys. And then 7 resource turn, I would then swing back over to Jabba because we have that Sheehan Flurry Darth Vader combo becoming available.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely power turns flipping back and forth. Again, the opportunity for Matthijs to win this match to a quick 2-0 victory probably is going to come from a Vader Sheehan Flurry again. So Olivier needs to do everything he can to prepare for that storm because it probably is going to come at some point.
I imagine just checking for plot cards potentially.
Could be. Well, there's no smuggle, as we quipped yesterday. If somebody's got a smuggle card, they're not playing by the rules. This is not Eternal. Oh, there he is, the beautiful man himself. Han Solo, Hibernation, sick. I will never be sick of seeing that unit see play. Phenomenal card. Really good in layer, in fact. Like at its best, I think, in layer Data Vault, because on turn 1 you can play it and then immediately buff it up with the experience token, which makes that an incredibly
only
good
fitting.
Unit. Yeah, well, exactly. So, yeah, they're great together. That is the... I'm going to go regional championship alternate art. Could be sector, I think it's regional.
Yeah, with the stamp at the top.
Yeah, it's one of them anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, season 1 artwork, really cool. Love that. Looks really good in play there as well. So thank you, spotters, for putting that one on screen. Love the prestige for this card as well. I mean, every variant of the art I love.
A little bit of free information from Matthias there, revealing Protect the Pod, and then kind of taking it back. So
yeah, well,
no issue there.
You're allowed to reveal your hand if you wish. Well, you think you are. You must be able to, surely. Yeah, you must.
I don't see why.
Yeah.
It's only detrimental to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I imagine the information was going to be found out anyway with Leia's odd attack to disclose.
Yeah. Something obviously is, if you're picking up Leia, it is something you just need to get used to, is having always keeping in mind, back in mind, having a card in hand, make sure you're not resourcing. Because normally when you resource, you're just going for, the card that's least useful to you. But here, yep, so Talzin's Assassin, we do have the Force, so you can defeat got the option here. You can either defeat the Han Solo unit, get it off the board immediately, or you can obviously make Leia swing a lot weaker. Jabba isn't actually... Oh, yeah, Jabba could be defeated by Leia this turn. So, yeah, no wonder we're seeing it get put on Leia here. We need to make sure that Jabba survives if possible. So, Leia, the most she can deal now is 2 damage with her swing. So, I mean, Olivier's... there's no way he's going to end his turn. He's still got 5 resources left. So, nice little window there for Matthijs to maintain initiative going into the next round, which, again, is a Vader Sheehan Flurry potential. What is Olivier going to do here? 5 resources. I think this needs to be a big turn for him.
Yeah.
Because again, I think going into the next few turns, he might struggle a little bit. So we need this. So it is going to be protect the pod. So we get to defeat the Jabba that way. Can use protect the pod against leaders. So Jabba finally gets taken off.
Not quite enough with the Talzin Assassin, isn't it?
Of course, yes. -3, -3.
Yeah.
Not just the power. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And then we'll have to hit in and again reveal protect the pod.
Yeah. So did he cast the protect the pod? Because it's in his hand.
Yeah.
Why is protect the pod in his hand when he played that
yeah.
card? Yeah, we need to get a judge on that, please. They should have played the protect the pod. It should not maintain your hand. Protect the pod does not read draw protect the pod from your discard pile. Yeah, and then he shouldn't have been able to reveal it either. So
yeah,
a bit of a problem there as well.
Yeah, we will. Hopefully, someone will grab that.
Yeah, so if we can get somebody to please speak to the judge about that one, because it's not in his discard pile, so it wasn't a second copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see any line of text saying duplicate this card in your hand. It doesn't have that. And this is the Sheehan Flurry Vader play that we were talking about. There we go. Mystic Meg back in action. Oh, maybe it's not. No, it is. It is.
Okay, we've gone quite far past this slight predicament.
Yeah, it can't have just been an attack from legs. That wouldn't be enough. Olivia spent the resources, so he definitely played protect the pod.
Yeah, I just hadn't noticed to move it across. So we are going to see as we were talking about previously, the Sheehan Flurry Darth Vader combo. The Twilight of the Apprentice here, just a powerhouse of a card. I mean, it's going to be a very neat cleanup here. With only Han Solo left, kind of defending the line here, it's going to be a difficult position for Olivia to come back from, I imagine. Did see a Kelleran Beck within Olivier's hand. Obviously, we've seen it to great effect. And yeah, okay, it looks like we've just picked up on what was happening in the previous turn. I think both players are there doesn't seem to be too much gripe in what had occurred. But I imagine... Yeah, we'll just let the judges handle this one here. It's going to be a kind of difficult resolution here as to if it gets rolled back potentially. But as I said, it'll be a case for the judges to handle here.
Right, so I just have to step away for a second. I'm now back, so you've had to endure Callum for the previous couple of minutes. So I'm sorry for that. So where are we at? We were correcting this play, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So it was the protector pod was played. Now normally that wouldn't be a huge issue because we could just put it into the discard pile. The problem we've got is that Leia then the protector pod was used for the disclose, which technically Olivia hasn't proven that he had legally available.
Yeah.
So that's where the issue has come now. And unfortunately, this was several turns ago now at this point. So the judges are going to have a bit of a job. They're going to have a bit of a time correcting this. So it might take us a little bit of time there. These things happen. To be honest with you, as much as people hate these kind of, these like misplays and things, I think it adds a bit of excitement.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. For everyone involved, it just heats it up a little bit. And clearly, neither player thought the other was doing it intentionally. They both seemed very happy with. Absolutely not. I have no doubts that was not done intentionally. There's no, I just don't think that's what was happening. I think simply sometimes when because you're so used to disclosing protect the pod and bringing it into his hand.
He's done it like 10 times that game.
Exactly.
So when you actually play the protect the pod, it's just so natural to put it back into your hand. And of course, you don't get to draw that protect the pod back. So that does need to be corrected there. And again, it's slightly awkward that we can't just put it into the discard pile and move on because of the the layer. But yeah, the game was progressing as we kind of expected. The Jabber flip turn ended up being a really powerful flip turn, and then obviously Leia had a really nice swing back, which helped to even things out. And then the Sheehan Flurry Vader then obviously flipped it back the whole other way, which is still an amazing play. I love to see, and we're seeing really the best of Jabber here. I think sometimes a bit like I said with Dryden Voss earlier, that you don't always, the deck sometimes defeats itself because it doesn't draw the right cards at the right time. But here we have, a situation where the Stranger, I think, is the best thing you can do on the flip turn. The Sheehan Flurry Darth Vader is the best thing you can do on 7 resources. And I think both games have had exactly those two things happen. I think maybe it was a turn later with the Vader Sheehan Flurry, actually, but last game. But yeah, so Jabber is showing, the best of Jabber. But if you don't draw those cards, the deck does seem to just kind of, the wheels come off and it kind of falls apart.
Yeah, it is like that pendulum like you were talking about. It's the Jabber deploy, Leia deploy, and then hopefully you're coming back, finishing up really anything on the board with that Sheehan Flurry Vader, especially if you can still keep that shield around on Vader himself. Obviously, Sheehan Flurry is reducing the damage that he's going to take, as he is obviously a Force unit.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, that's a nice little benefit as well. I think even if it just read, it was like timely intervention, it just read, give ambush, it would be good enough. But yeah, obviously you get that extra benefit, which is nice. Sometimes it can keep your shield intact as well.
Exactly.
But oftentimes, you end up just losing the shield either way. So, yeah, really nice little combo again. Vigilance Cunning just gives you access to some of these combos. I mean, obviously the Stranger himself specifically has to be in those aspects, so you don't get access to that card. If that card was like, obviously they would never do this, but let's say that card was like an aspectless, neutral card. It would see play in basically every single deck ever, which just shows the power level of the card is what I'm trying to demonstrate.
No, definitely.
The only reason you might look at the Stranger and think, why is my Stranger never seeing any play? But I think that even the promo card for this event is the Stranger, right?
Yes,
so,
and the mat.
Yeah, and the mat, exactly. So you're thinking, this is such a cool mat, how can I make use of this card? But the thing is, it's incredibly powerful and has to be aspect restricted as a result of that, otherwise it would just ruin the game. We don't want every single game being Stranger.
Who finds there are 3 Strangers first?
Yeah, exactly. So it's an incredibly powerful card, but obviously it's very much limited by the aspects it's in. So it's awesome to see that players in this tournament are trying to make use of that card, especially because again, it's a really strong card that is the marquee card of the event in that sense that everybody gets access to.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't put it in. You side in, you take out your normal who are Strangers, and you put in your super shiny. Have they received theirs yet?
Well, yeah, I think they get one though, right? So no, they have already got it. They got it right at the start, but if you get your Stranger and then you've got 2, for me personally, maybe this is just me.
They need to be all the same.
They need to be all the same.
Okay,
I don't like the idea.
I'm kind of with you on that.
I really don't like the idea of having one odd one out. So I think you get your participation Stranger, you go around after the event with your binder, you trade for 2 more, you get your play set, happy days there, and or alternatively, you play day 1 of the limited event, and then you play in the premier event today, then you 2 copies now are in already, and then obviously you get your Stranger play them out as well, which is really nice. I mean, obviously the artwork is just unbelievably gorgeous on that card as well. The way the helmet and the split and everything is just beautiful. Yeah. Is that from the Acolyte, the Stranger?
Yes. Yeah. His Cortosis helmet.
I've not seen the Acolyte, so sorry to say.
I recommend it. It's pretty good.
Well, okay, I'll give it a watch. But I'm more of an old-fashioned Star Wars guy, me. But I do love the prequels, I must say as well. But I mean, my favorite. This is controversial, but my favorite Star Wars of all time. It's only controversial, I think, because people see it as a bit like it's impure. But Andor to me is the best. I mean, obviously the original trilogy is amazing, but I love Andor. Every time I watch it, I sit and watch it. I just love Andor.
The whole vibe. Prison. Season was just
everything about it. Yeah, I think season 2. The thing is about that, I would have wished to have seen more. But the thing is, there is something nice about leave them wanting more in a way. Keep quit while you're ahead instead of going to like season 12 of a program.
Yeah, 100%.
Which is never any good. I mean, you can list off so many TV programs where it's like the first few seasons are great and then they just trail off. So it was kind of nice that it ended with 2. But great. Hopefully that comes out on physical media in the UK so I can buy it. As of yet, there's no release.
No, there isn't.
Come on, Disney. Come on.
Streaming services.
Yeah.
Streaming services.
Well, who's got time to watch streaming services when they're sitting watching Star Wars Unlimited all day?
You're absolutely right. That's why we have multiple screens. Because that's what more people need. People need more screens in front of them to consume as much Star Wars content as possible.
Yeah, people need more screen time. That's what they need. Yeah.
And more condensed screen time with as many as possible.
This went out of a tangent.
So I think they're just resolving the situation still. So I think we're heading over to a different feature match, just so we can kind of go from there.
Yeah, let's have a look now. Let's see if we just get the feature match 2 up, and then I'll try and find out. I'll nip away again and try and find out what the resolution is.
You guys will have to bear with me talking about, I mean, whatever we've been talking about. We are going to see, a Boba Fett Lake Country into a Mother Talzin Crystal Cave. So it looks like the Boba Fett has already taken a lead from the first round, and it looks like we're in a pretty favorable position here. So I think they're just determining, just figuring out where the damage is going to go. So it's just going to head out onto both units, out onto the ground.
Right, so let's have a little look here. So, sorry for that little lull there. I was just nipping away. I just wanted to see what was going on with the feature match there so we can see what had happened. Looks as though, the update for you there, we were in the middle of a judge call there. The judge was, in the process, head judge has just come in, Rich, what a guy, just come in to rewind that that play there, just to try and fix what was going on. But actually, the player decided, instead of fixing the situation, they wanted to just concede. They didn't want to proceed. So, again, maybe honourable thing to do. I mean, again, I think further proof that he obviously had no intention of a foul play there. It was a simple mistake. We knew already that was the case, but yeah, that is what's happened with that game there. So the layer player there who made the misplay with the protect the pod has decided to concede from there. So I don't know if it's just that one game or the whole match might just be the game. At that point, we were already 1-0 down, weren't we? So
yeah, so that would have been for the whole set.
Yeah, that's the whole set. So it did end up going Jabba's way in the end. Obviously, we don't know how that game would have finished had it have played to conclusion. But obviously, players can concede if they wish. That's entirely within their right. They have no obligation to play on if they don't wish to. So if we just jump in here to this game, Talzin Cunning against, it's your boy.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying.
Boba Fett Lake Country, there you go. With a nice Boba sleeves as well. Okay, that's nice. I like it. I like the theme. I mean, Boba Lake Country, as we've said, in the pre-show there, that obviously, really strong deck. I'm expecting to do pretty well at this event. Talzin Cunning, I think, has dropped off a little bit in recent times because, at first she seemed really good in the early stages of the meta, but I think as people have kind of more prepared for her, she doesn't really seem to have any amazing matchups. But anyway, put that on hold for a second. So this is the big turn. This is the big flip turn we're coming into now. The Boba deploy into Topple the Summit, which is the marquee play of the deck. Clearing off. Look at all this havoc that's being wreaked here, defeating all these units. No force token available to use Karras when defeated there. Unfortunately for Boba, doesn't have a space unit to deploy on, which is the key. If you're trying to defeat Boba Datavot players, make sure they cannot deploy their leader directly onto something, but obviously it still gets to deploy, it still gets to use the Topple the Summit there.
Yeah, it's like we said, it is kind of the turn to make. Obviously, it's not deploying out onto a vehicle, so it's going to be difficult to, not difficult, it's going to be unable to use those pings, but the Top of the Summit will be able to distribute out some of that damage.
Yeah, part of the problem that I was going to say with Talzin, I think, is that one, she doesn't have any incredibly favourable matchups particularly. She does have some quite stinky matchups, honestly. But I think another big issue with her at the moment, and the reason why I wouldn't necessarily pick her going into this event myself, is that I think she does have quite a bad matchup into Boba, honestly. I think, while it's definitely winnable, we see coming in here, we're in game 3, so we're on 1-1 at the moment. It's definitely a winnable match. We do not have, it's certainly not an easy one, and I think, maybe 2/3 of the time you are going to generally lose against Boba Lake Country. Just simply because it's hard. It's hard as Talzin to keep Boba off a vehicle. Although in this game, like I said, that was done. So Maxime doing a great job of keeping the the Boba off that key flip to get the 4 damage distribution.
Yeah, we are going to see. I can't quite tell. Looks like it just dealt with the constructed saber that was put on out into the assassin.
System shock there. System shock, deal the 1 damage, defeat the upgrade. Nice little. Now that Confiscate's gone, System Shock is kind of the go-to, I'd say. That and Outram Constable in terms of dealing with upgrades. So yeah, we get to hold for questioning again. That's the second time we've held that Boba for questioning. He is under the kosh. He's under the grill here. He's being questioned all day long. We do get to discard any of these cards because they all share the aggression aspect. Obviously, Boba Fett paired with Lake Country, you don't get a second aspect playable, which means that every card in your opponent's deck is going to be hit by hold for questioning. Yeah, punishing one, I think it's pretty reasonable there. IG 2000 not doing a whole lot. Collateral damage, okay here, but it doesn't actually deal with both of Maxime's units.
Yeah, as you said, the IG 2000 just able to distribute out some more pings. We will see Mother Talzin fall to it. The Talzin Assassin then being able to hit into base. There's a lot of damage coming out onto this Lake Country.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of damage going to Lake Country, but I do think that Kira is stabilizing a little bit. She's getting there. It's just whether it's going to be in time. Lake Country does afford you a lot of time, but obviously 27 damage. You're only 7 away. Your opponent does have lethal on board for next round. You're nowhere near lethal yourself. We know there's a collateral damage in hand, which can finish off Talzin's Assassin and take the shield off Dooku. Don't know what what Kira's drawn this turn.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting decision to not see the Darth Tyrannus potentially ambush into the Boba to help soften him up. And still keep the Darth Tyrannus around, especially considering we knew that the collateral damage was in hand, so he's more than likely going to lose the shield as it is anyway.
Yeah, honestly, taking out the collateral damage last turn could have been the play. It's tough, right? I think the punishing one is a bit more of an alluring target, but collateral damage is doing a lot of work here, as you say. That actually takes us to 31, so one attack away now. One attack away, but Kira is so close to stabilizing. Gets to clear the Dooku. What threat can Maxime put in play now? It needs to stick a threat right now, and then there needs to be no answer from Kira. Only 4 resources available. It's a really tough position to be in as Boba here, and Maxime might defy the odds and come out the victor here. Another copy of Darth Tyrannus.
No, this is Vader, isn't it?
Is it Vader? Oh, sorry, yeah, that was...
that was the Twilight of the Republic.
I've taken...
Or sorry, yeah.
taken my glasses off.
Twilight of the Apprentice, my apologies,
yeah,
Vader.
Twilight of the Apprentice. It certainly is, yeah. It's all the red lightsabers. Use a different colour, for goodness sake. So, yeah, I mean, how can you deal with that, right? Like, it's got a shield. It's got lethal in one swing, so you have to claim the initiative. Kira, which she does, and has to draw into an answer, which there isn't going to be one, and that is going to be it. We're just joining at the end of that game, unfortunately, but we did manage to catch, I think, Boba have a pretty nice, decent flip turn. Again, not flipping onto a unit, but then from that point, Maxime able to put on enough pressure. And again, I think in an unfavoured matchup, go on to take the win. So nice little play from Maxime there, and that will be the conclusion of our round 3.
Yeah, it's 2 quite rapid games, even though we did end up seeing that best of 3 from our first game. And then, obviously, that was cut short slightly there, but seeing another tail end of the best of 3 there. Both quite interesting matchups, I'd say. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, the great thing about Star Wars Unlimited, I don't think you have to actually see the game from start to finish, the whole match. I think even just like the turns when you join, usually these are critical turns, and as we saw there, they were like really important turns that we got to join when all the action happened, really. So even though the first early turns of the game I've been banging on about how important they are, a lot of the exciting stuff does happen in the mid game when the leaders deploy. But even there, I think you got to see a real key insight into how to defeat, because you might be at your locals or your PQ, and you're sitting there thinking, these Boba Lake countries are giving me such a difficult time, I just can't seem to beat them, because it's a hard deck. If you're not a very experienced player, it's a hard deck to know how to beat. But the thing you've got to really look for is you really have to deny your opponent that Boba deploy. If you can stop them deploying onto a vehicle, which, in this case, the vast majority, if not all, are in space. So you really need to control that space arena. And if you can deny them deploying onto a vehicle, you can often go on to win the game. And that's why Talzin can sometimes struggle, because she doesn't have a very good space presence in most decks. Obviously, force units being all on the ground, it means that, you're going to struggle against space a little bit. And in that instance, you've got to do everything you can to stop them deploying. And we saw there, Maxime was able to prevent Kira from deploying the Boba onto a vehicle and go on to win the game. And I bet if you were to plot in a graph, if we had the data of every time Boba has to deploy onto the ground, I think that the win rate would just plummet off a cliff when that happens.
Yeah, so 100%. It would not be a smooth transition. I think like you said, it's going to be, oh, this is great, and then just a complete nosedive when you reach that point. Yep. Because he is well statted. He's a well-built Mandalorian, but you want it in a vehicle. No. You want it out in space, dropping like 8 damage swings off of the variety of vehicles that you do play into that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but we got to see a little bit there into, some of Talzin's strengths, and again, I think some of Boba's weaknesses, which was nice. Obviously, that previous game, I think it was nice to see Jabba do so well, honestly. Leia got to display a little bit of what makes her good. We got to see some of these key units that I love, like the Han Edition Sick. But it was nice to see some of their, more out there decks that are less common, like Jabba, do well. It's always nice to see them. Hopefully, we'll see some of those make it to the day 2, and heaven forbid, even the top cut. Wouldn't that be nice to see a sort of strange deck that nobody's come across or played against very much and make top cut? But there's a long way to go yet. This is only round 3. Again, 6 more rounds today of action to bring you, as well as hopefully some more interviews and things like that in between. And then we've got a whole nother day of Star Wars Unlimited after that as well. You lucky, lucky ducklings being able to watch all the Star Wars Unlimited with your forecasters.
I'd be interested to see kind of. What are your predictions? Give me your predictions for a top 8.
I mean,
give it to me in decks. Yeah, just let me give it to me.
Okay, so what do I think for top 8? I mean, imagine if I got this right.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Right.
Everyone would lose their mind.
I'm going to say we're going to have 2 Boba Lake countries.
You need to write this down. Someone needs to write this down. Go.
2 Boba Lake countries in the top 8. We're going to have 2 Dedra Colossus in the top 8.
Okay.
We're going to have an Obi-Wan 28 HP base is going to sneak into the top 8. We're going to have a Chewbacca of some flavour in the top 8.
Okay.
A Chewbacca is going to get there. How many does that leave me with? 2?
That was 6?
That was
6. So you got 2 more. Crate Claw Commander, maybe?
No.
No?
Oh,
okay.
No. Okay, what else are we going to see? I guess we'll stick in a Lando. We're going to have a Lando.
Yep.
In fact, let's make it 2. Make it easy for myself. We're going to have 2 Lando Lake countries as well.
So your little flavour is we've got the Obi, and we've got the Chewie.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe a Talzin. Okay, I'm going to throw in a Talzin as well. Why not? Let's throw a Talzin.
So we're at top 9 now. So we've shifted. Al has shifted the landscape. We are now operating in a top 9.
We're going to minus 1 Lando plus 1 Talzin.
Okay. We're back.
So a prediction. That's my prediction. Okay, I'm not going to repeat it because I've forgotten what it is instantly. But for any of you watching at home, that's my prediction. I think Dedra's going to go on to win the tournament. We're going to see another hard control deck take a major tournament. Didn't actually mention Vader 4 there. Vader obviously won London. So, I think it's going to be on a bit of a high, but I do think aggro decks of any kind of variety, maybe not the best place to be at the moment. And I think Vader 4, while a very solid, decent deck, I do think has weaknesses and will, as much as it won the last major event, I think it does struggle to win majors, honestly. And I'd be very surprised if we saw Vader 4 win anything else for a long time.
Interesting. What do you think it's missing? What do you think, or do you think it's just the current landscape?
I think it's missing 2 things. One, I think it's missing the raw power level of something like Boba. I think it's got a similar level of skill expression, if you want to call it that, where it's a similarly sort of relatively easier deck to pilot. But I do think that it's missing some of the raw power of Boba. I think Boba has a better job of just crushing some of the weaker decks in the meta and beating even some of the stronger decks. But it looks like, I think we've got an interview with winner of, I think, must be our feature match 2. Yeah, the winner there. So let's go to them.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here with Maxime. We just saw him win his round 3 feature match. Maxime, how are you feeling?
Maxime, comment est-ce que tu te sens aujourd'hui?
Je me sens très bien.
I feel very well.
Yeah, probably. I would also feel well when I'm going undefeated. We saw you win against Kira with a nice Vader swing. How did that feel to get out one of the most popular characters of Star Wars?
Du coup, tu viens de gagner contre ton adversaire avec un joli coup mené par cette magnifique card qui est Vador. Elle est à la fois iconique et en plus elle est très belle. Qu'est-ce que ça fait?
Bah, ça fait plaisir. Elle m'a permis de me protéger en mettant un bouclier et de gagner la partie, tout simplement.
It feels nice. I felt protected because I put a shield on it, and it allowed me to swing to base, and it allowed me to win the game.
Yeah, we saw that in the last match you were pretty comfortable. Like Kira was like already in lethal. Meanwhile, you only had like 12 damage or something, I think, on your base.
On a vu du coup sur ton board que tu avais pas mal d'unités, que tu étais assez confortable, les dégâts sur ta base étaient plutôt bas. Du coup, tu semblais assez en avance. Tu te sentais comment par rapport à ça justement?
Au début de la 3e partie, j'étais assez contente qu'elle démarre terrestre. À mon avis, elle n'a pas eu une bonne main. Elle a commencé par la 3-1. Donc avec le pouvoir de Talzin, je peux tout de suite la tuer. Et ensuite, le fait qu'elle parte pas tout de suite spatiale et d'abord terrestre, ça m'a vraiment permis de gérer son board, parce que c'est vraiment le point fort de Talzin, et donc de gagner la partie.
So it was very glad to see that the starting point of the Boba deck was on ground and not on space, because you know Talzin's deck is his feature, his power is become come from the ground. So he was very confident, and she played a constable with 1 HP, allowing Maxime to use the Talzin capacity to kill him right away and begin a very good start on this match, on this game.
All right, yeah, we saw that you had a lot of momentum from the start already in the tournament. How have you really prepared to get here? Or, like, do you play a lot during the weeks, or like coming forward to this event?
Du coup, on voit que justement tu sembles avoir l'habitude. Est-ce que tu as une préparation spéciale? On a vu que pendant ce match, tu as vraiment pris cet avantage que tu as eu sur le terrestre par rapport au space. Est-ce que tu te prépares d'une manière spéciale? Est-ce que tu fais beaucoup de match-up? Est-ce que tu joues beaucoup?
Je fais quelques tournois quand même, que ce soit des PQ donc en France ou quoi, ou même des régionales et des secteurs qualifiers dans différents pays. Et oui, je suis assez préparé, je pense. J'ai pas mal d'entraînement, que ce soit donc dans différents tournois avec donc la pression sur les différents tournois, mais aussi sur Karabast en jouant beaucoup en ligne, ce qui permet d'améliorer les match-ups.
Maxime is playing with different preparation timing. He's playing with a competitive environment, PQ, SQ, RQ, and also testing on Karabast. So he managed to have different types of training, but he came prepared.
Yeah, so he had a lot of environment and a lot of testing to get here. You're undefeated, so that shows. I want to wish you a lot of luck in the next rounds, and thank you so much for having this interview.
Du coup, tu es undefeated pour l'instant, tu es invaincu. Il te souhaite le meilleur et une bonne journée et un bon tournoi.
Merci beaucoup, j'espère aller loin au jour 2 si possible, et let's go.
Thank you very much. I want to try to go to day 2 and on y va.
Perfect, all right, see you guys there, and maybe we'll see Maxime again later.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, later is now. We've got some joy for you, and look, we're getting into the next round. But it's something I'm doing at a tournament now that a Lawless Time is out. Sorry, myself and Christian here joining you for round 4, but it's something I'm doing at every tournament. I am tracking Sebulba, an especially dangerous Doug. Now, we saw in London there were 3 Sebulba, and after round 2, they were 0-2, 0-2, and 0-2. But Krishiv, after round 3, we got a 1-2. It's a Vigilant Sebulba. I don't know who's playing Vigilant Sebulba. It's 1-2. We got a traditional Sebulba at 2-1. But we have a Sebulba at 3-0 in the room right now. Where's your excitement level, Krishiv? How high can you hold your hand up?
At the moon. I don't know if the suit will let me reach it high enough. I am so excited about this. Obviously, you know, as a prequel fanboy who, you know, I've got to rep my goat. He always wins, and you know, maybe this time he actually will. I'm really excited to see Sebulba doing well. This is but you know, I suppose what has been very interesting, and we see this in all of the sort of tournaments in Europe in particular, players bringing weird and wacky combinations and decks that aren't necessarily doing super well if you look at the field overall as a format. But then you see them putting the work in and then kind of breaking away and coming up with really interesting things. It's not to say that doesn't happen, obviously, in America as well. And obviously, we have the Americans to thank for Lando Lake Country as a recent example. But very often we do see some weird stuff in the European tables. And I'm just hoping that this might be what has cracked Sebulba wide open. But obviously, not just Sebulba that is seeing play this weekend. We've got a whole load of interesting decks to talk about, a very interesting meta, which I was having a look at briefly. And we got some exciting graphics, so we can have a look at what leaders are seeing the most play. And number one there by quite a significant margin. 16.5%, 113 players on Boba Fett from Jump to Lightspeed. Ross, does this surprise you?
I mean, this is the big change we've seen from London. Going into London, it was generally accepted that Lando Lake Country was going to be the big deck, and Boba was there as a top 3 deck. Going into London, it was generally Lando and Obi-Wan, with Boba kind of coming in as a number 3 deck. Things have switched around fast. Boba now clear number 1, miles above Lando. It's like nearly, not quite, but it's nearly as much as Lando and Obi-Wan combined. This is a big change. And, you know, we saw Al talk about it with his friends from Team Enigma earlier on, you know, Sip and Beton, arguably the 2 best players in the world, at least 2 of them. And we're seeing it represented here. But I'm looking down the list. Dedra Miro, 4%. That is criminal after what we saw in London and how good that deck was and how well it converted. But Colonel Yularen as the number 4 play deck. Chris, I'm going to need an explanation here, buddy.
Well, yeah, and I'll be more than happy to give it. And actually, what this chart isn't showing is the breakdown with bases. And actually, Yularen comes out even better when we're looking at that. So I've got a couple of stats myself. I don't think we have a graphic for it, so I'll just talk you through it. But Boba Fett Lake Country is the most played version of Boba Fett, with, it looks like 94 players in the room on that version. So the vast majority. And that is a huge play rate. And I think the first big story to talk about there, when we are comparing these two, is in the London sector, right? There are a couple of big things that happened. We can look at the Jump to Lightspeed Vader taking down the tournament. You know, sometimes you spike a tournament because you made the right pick for the weekend. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is the best deck in the format or the optimal pick for any given tournament, but it means that weekend you put the work in and it was well positioned and it did really, really well. And I think that's the consensus on Vader. It was very well matched into how day 2 ended up looking. Dedra Miro was the big story of the London sector, where we saw that basically solidify itself as one of the pillars of the meta, partially because of its incredibly strong matchup, at least on the statistical basis from what we could see, into Lando Lake Country, which was the default deck that we were seeing there. And so this rise in Boba Fett to me makes total sense, because that is a pretty unwinnable matchup as far as the stats go. It's very hard to beat, you know, when your whole deck is like, I'm going to not play units and I'm going to remove your things, and your opponent goes, cool, planetary bombardment, that's not ideal. So one thing I think we're going to be interesting to see is how have the Dedra Miro decks evolved to take on the threat of Boba. But also, you know, seeing this much Boba play is going to be very interesting for the other decks in the format in terms of how they match up with it. And then now to address your second question about Colonel Yularen, this is actually the 3rd most played deck in the room, specifically Yularen with the aggression base. So Yularen Red, the 3rd most played deck in the room, 45 people on it, about 6.7 funny numbers % of the meta, which is a huge play rate. And we knew that Yularen was a powerful, aggressive, there we go, a powerful, aggressive strategy coming into this season of sectors, but particularly with the London sector. You know, we expected Yularen to make a bit of a showing. It didn't do as well as we expected, but people have come to play with Yularen. You know, we love action cheating. We love aggressive negotiations. We're going to get those, you know, in force. And of course, Lando Lake Country is the 2nd most played deck there, 7.5% of the field. And then Obi-Wan Vigilance Force in 4th with 6% of the field. And then there's a bit of a drop, but there's a good chunk of Vader and Aura Singh as well out here as the next 2 most represented. So some interesting shifts, to be sure, from London, and I think a field that's looking pretty hostile for Dedra, it has to be said.
It does, unfortunately. That is my pick to win the whole tournament. Also, just to match you, I do, it's worth noting, have a Sebulba over this shoulder. And if I lean a bit this way, I got Sebulba over this shoulder as well. I'm rocking multiple Sebulba behind me. I need that on the record. Yeah, Dedra, you're absolutely right. It was very well positioned in London. And when we started the stream this morning, I told you I wanted to see the reaction to that London sector qualifier. And we have actually seen a pretty drastic meta shift. But as we shift down to our players, I'm going to tell you, this is like all the way through London, I was cool. All the way through yesterday, I was cool. The first 2 rounds today, I was cool. If you had seen the chat between the production staff here before this round, it was message after message of me asking very nicely, you can believe that as much as you like, that we have to get the 3-0 Sebulba on stream. And we have. And this is a wild Sebulba list. We've got the general way people tend to play Sebulba. It's aggression naturally. You play it with cunning. This is still cunning. But the general way you play it is with those early aggression units, BT1, 000, very aggressive, very ground-based. This is not that deck. This is a very heavy space unit, a very heavy on-space units, I should say. And oodles of one drops, a whole bunch, and Cunning has some really good, well, it's the best aspect for one drop space units. Sebulba, of course, gives raid 1, so the goal here is play a whole bunch of little space units, and then you can use them with raid 1 from Sebulba. It's still very aggro, it's very quick, lots of low cost units, but it is heavy on space, heavy on one-cost units, very different to what the general Sebulba list has been up till now.
Ross, I love that explanation because my favorite part about it is, generally speaking, you know, when you're casting, you have two casters in different roles, right? You have like the play-by-play caster and you have the analyst. And generally, you know, the play-by-play is there, you drive your excitement, you give us the updates on the game, and the analyst sits there and he ponders and he does a lot less work. And then he occasionally chimes in with things that they think are going to happen. But you can tell that Ross really loves Sebulba because that was a fantastic explanation of exactly what this deck is trying to do. Look at that showcase. Oh, I am so excited to see it. Now, of course, going up against Aura, this is a control deck, right? Like very much the deck that is going to be trying to shut down everything that David is trying to do with Sebulba, make sure that there is no potential of just getting completely overwhelmed. But looking through the list, I mean, there are some nice options that Aura has to target the space arena, but by and large, this is a very ground-focused deck. So I will be very interested to see. There's not a huge amount of removal that is live in the early stages of the game. And most of, you know, like the things that we have to gum up the board are sort of on the ground. I see some lines that could be very scary, right? Like the Gonk Droid coming down on turn 1. They might not have a great out to it. So definitely a lot of like very interesting things. But one other thing for Sebulba, being in yellow villainy, you have access to some hand rip, which I think will be very, very important in this matchup.
I agree with you. We are rolling. It is that turn 1 Gonk Droid, round 4. Chris Horney on Aura Singh, David Fanu on Sebulba, and we do have the double 1-drop ships there. We've got A-Wing. It's not a special kind. It's just an A-Wing. And then we've got the Skyhopper Canyon Runner, which is actually a ground unit, despite being, you know, looking a bit spacey. It is a ground unit. As a side note, there is an optimal vanilla Cunning base. It is Mos Eisley. I love David for playing Sebulba, but playing it without Mos Eisley as your base, I have some questions.
I know this is controversial, but, you know, it does make sense, you know, chopper base, very, very vehicle themed. One thing I got a little peek of in David's hand there is the Mandalorian. So this is a double Cunning unit, but when you pilot it, it only costs a single Cunning. And it also allows you to exhaust something, an enemy unit in the area, and as a vehicle, you can actually pilot that Canyon Frontrunner on the ground. But we're going to see the leader ability of Sebulba coming down. What does it do? For those of you who don't know, you exhaust and discard a card from your deck, and a friendly unit gains raid 1 for this phase. So we are getting cooking with the aggression.
And it's an expendable mercenary coming down from Chris. That's one of the new cards from Lawless Time. When defeated, it gets resourced. That is something that we need to be keeping a little bit of an eye on. And that looks like it is Volt Skeris's Defender, which, when played, you can discard a card from your hand. If you have, discarded from your hand or deck, and with Sebulba you will have, you get a shield token, and on attack you can deal 1 damage to a space unit and exhaust it. So there's not going to be too much for Aura Singh here, but against space-heavy decks, that can be really quite annoying.
Yeah, really powerful card there. But what we notice is the Gonk Droid was not stopped. So, okay, we got to put down our super laser technician at home, as it were. The 4-cost version, the expendable mercenary, but the Gonk Droid survives. And so we now have the potential for a 5-drop coming down this turn. And, you know, or just being able to continually cheating costs, right? It's just a very powerful thing to be doing. And until this Gonk Droid is stopped, that's something that Chris is going to continue to be able to do.
It absolutely is. That Gonk Droid, I think the way you phrase it is beautiful. You need to try and stop that Gonk Droid. Now, we did see the -2/-2 come down there onto, it's got a complicated name. It is Volt Skeris's Defender. There we go. But we did get the -2/-2 coming down there from Knowledge and Defense. So that is going to hurt that a little bit this phase. But David, he's going wide. And that's kind of the point of a deck like this. You want to just throw as many attacks in as you can and try and win as fast as you possibly can. You know, Sebulba itself, we're already on, if I remember correctly, we're already on the Sebulba deploy turn. If you want to, we're already there.
Exactly. And what we saw also from David there was really good to just stop the aura sing leader ability, was putting that Mandalorian onto the Vault Scarus, making it a very large, threatening unit in the space arena that's going to be quite annoying to deal with. And we're going to be able to start applying pressure. With only one resource open, we can play a 2-drop, right, with the Gonk Droid. That's a lot less scary. Does not quite demand the same immediate answer. And as you say, you know, the Sebulba is going to come down. That's 3 more damage to the base. We're going to be able to start really racking up damage quite quickly.
And we are here swinging with the Defender, with the Mandalorian piloting it. Not his usual ship, but he is willing to make it. He's everywhere right now, frankly. He's on my lapel, if you notice, when I come up on the camera. He's in your local movie theaters. And now, apparently, he's piloting Vault Scarus' Defender. We're already up to 12 damage on the base. We're deploying Sebulba. Oh, and we're actually giving Sebulba Battle Fury.
Ooh.
Attached unit. Well, you have to discard a card from your hand when you... Okay, right, I'm going to need a ruling here. So Sebulba says discard a card when you attack. Battle Fury says discard when you attack. They both add up, right? But if you've got 0 cards in hand, you're cool.
Well, Sebulba's from the deck. But yes, if you have no cards in hand, Battle Fury is absolutely fine. You don't have to discard in order to attack. But this is making Sebulba absolutely massive. Sebulba's a 5/8 with Raid 1. So 6 damage is threatening.
6 damage,
in space, with the Vault Scarus Defender, we have a 6 attack unit with a shield on it. That -2/-2 is going to go away at the start of this new action phase. So this is looking like a really scary amount of damage. Also, considering that Aura has already been pushed up to 18 damage, you know, a mere 15 away from lethal. This is, you know, 1-off on board currently. That's kind of terrifying.
And this was always a promise of Sebulba. When I saw this, I have literally never been as excited for any leader as I was when Sebulba was revealed. We see a droid laser turret coming down here, a shielded sentinel to protect Chris's ground arena. And it's partly because of Sebulba as a character and my love for it, but it's partly because it's about as aggressive as you've ever seen. Now, we do see an interrogation droid coming down here. That is going to exhaust the expendable mercenary. It didn't cost 3 or less, so no hand discard, unfortunately.
It is also going to get defeated immediately with that Aura Sing leader ability, if so chosen. And putting down this droid laser turret, the village droid, as we like to call it, very relation to the village protectors from, I think, Twilight of the Republic. Maybe that's when that set came out, when that card came out. But yes, okay, the ground arena's gummed up, but I wouldn't be too worried. We have got a 6 power unit in the space arena that's going to continue to apply huge amounts of pressure. One thing, another Battle Fury
down onto the A-wing. That A-wing is now swinging for 5. It's got Raid 1, it's got Battle Fury, it's now swinging for 5. And as a player who plays aggro decks, one of the things I love is basically just going, make me discard as many cards in my hand. I don't have any cards in hand. So you swing all these things with Battle Fury, but there's no discard because you don't have any discard. And then you can just draw and play on your resource phase. Now, we do lose, unfortunately, the A-Wing because of that eager escort fighter ambushing him. But we can still swing with Vault Scarus' Defender. And we're up to... What are we on here now? Let's get this confirmed. That's 20.
That's lethal in a single action.
Yeah, Sebulba's going to swing and win next turn. Like, David is showing us how this Sebulba deck works. And I'm going to be honest for you, Chris Shiv, I am here for it. If I'm Chris, I'm already thinking how I'm going to change my play in Game 2. Because if either the Defender or Sebulba swings next turn, that's game.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the big thing is this, the droid gumming up the ground arena. So it's going to be quite annoying for David to actually break through there. But yeah, we need a 1 card out to the space arena. It's 6 resources. We know that it exists. There it is, lost and forgotten. And this is also going to have the additional benefit of healing 3, which is really, really big at keeping us as far away as we can possibly be from getting lethal.
Well, the good news is the interrogation droid went and popped the shield on droid laser turret. And this is how Chris can start turning this around. You've put the Sentinel down to protect the ground. At the same time, you used Lost and Forgotten to take away the space. And it is a problem with aggressive decks that you can end up. I think Al put it really nicely on the stream yesterday. It doesn't matter whether you win with 1 health remaining on your base or whether you win with an undamaged base. All the wins count the same. So it's all well and good getting your opponent 7 away from being defeated. Where is that 7 coming from? Sebulba, in theory, can actually go and swing for 6, but not with the Sentinel out there. And we do see Expendable Mercenary going into Sebulba, getting resourced as it does so. Is that enough to take out Sebulba? The Battle Fury is giving
no,
plus
it's only going to
3.
be 3 damage. Sebulba
Yeah.
has 8, so we'll be able to swing in there, get rid of the Sentinel. Now, we're actually on the deploy turn, thanks to that Expendable Mercenary going into the resource row for Chris. So we'll be able to flip the aura. It's 3 power, but that will be enough to defeat the Sebulba.
Or will it?
That second or third Battle Fury coming into Davide's hand is absolutely diabolical. That is crazy powerful here. And it forces a claim.
Yeah, absolutely. You have got to do something about it. And the thing is, Aura Sing, when you deploy, you get to defeat a unit with 5 or less remaining HP. Well, it doesn't have 5 or less remaining HP anymore because of that second Battle Fury. And again, you have to discard 2 cards from hand. But firstly, if you've got no cards in hand, it doesn't matter. And secondly, yeah, if you just swing and win the game, it doesn't matter what's happening to your hand after that. So David is in that awkward point as an aggression player where you're kind of running a little bit low on cards in hand. You're kind of running a little bit low of bodies on board. But if you can just get that one last swing through, are we going to be able to do it? Now, Aura Sing can be deployed here. Let's do some maths.
It's non-leader only is the issue, right?
No, Sebulba's got 6 health remaining, so no.
Well, also, Aura can't defeat leader units. So the issue is
shoot as well,
yeah, we need.
It's irrelevant
else,
anyway.
Right? Now, there's
but...
a lot of options. That's one of them, right? Another droid turret could have had a Count Arrestor Cruiser. We have the arrest. It looks like to capture the droid turret. We need a second out right now.
I don't think he's got a second out, Krishiv. Oh, he's got a condemn though. Not the first time we've seen that on stream yet today. So that's -6. Sebulba. Oh, don't make me do maths. So Sebulba's swinging for 9. -6 is 3. That's 1. No, it's not. It's not making it out.
Well, it would only be 2 because it loses the raid.
Oh, of course it does. Thank you. That's the second time I've done it on stream today. And I did it in London. So you're right. It still would swing for 2. Still worth swinging at base. But it's not the same.
Yeah, it is so definitely a problem. Now, Davide's probably thinking, okay, is there something I can do to, like, is it worth me just taking initiative here? Do I swing? The nice thing is, doesn't have to discard any cards from this double Battle Fury because the abilities are nullified. But also, no disclose! Says have it.
Oh, no disclose! That means Sebulba wins! David takes game 1 with Sebulba. It's all well and good putting condemn on there, but if you don't have the cards to disclose, then it doesn't do anything, and Sebulba hits for 9 damage, and I assure you that is more than enough. Oh, that was a bit of a swingy last turn. It looks like Sebulba's got it, but then the droid laser turret comes down. But then it gets arrested, so he's got it again. But then Condemn comes down, but then David swings anyway, and there's no disclosure. And this is the thing about Condemn, and you said it yourself, Krishiv, it might be worth just claiming here. And I think that's what Chris was relying on. You play Condemn, and your opponent thinks, oh, he wouldn't put Condemn on here if he couldn't disclose. Sometimes players do.
Yeah, that was really well played by David there, just to apply just a disgusting amount of pressure. And obviously, you know, a little bit of luck in seeing 3 Battle Furies. It's a bit hard to play through 3 of them. That's a bit challenging. But, you know, showing even through multiple pieces of sort of interaction in a sense, right? Like, okay, we're gumming up the board. We've got these Sentinels. It might not be enough when you're just facing down huge amounts of damage in the space arena, even when you are on Data Vault, which giving you the extra health wasn't enough to get there. I think a couple of interesting things about the list that I'm looking at, this Sebulba list here. I mean, no commence festivities, no aggressive negotiations. At least the aggressive negotiations makes a bit more sense to me here, where you're discarding all the cards in your hand. But I think a real issue for this deck right now is Saboteur. At the moment, the only way I see to get it is the Galen Urso that is 2 copies in the main deck. The Galen Urso that goes to your opponent when you play it, and it gives all of then your units, Raid 1 and Saboteur, and obviously fantastic. That's going to basically completely shut down the game. I see a 3rd copy in the sideboard, and I will be very surprised if that doesn't come in. I'm also seeing some system shocks that'll be really nice at taking out those shields, taking out upgrades. If memory serves, I believe you can actually system shock your own unit. Yep, so you can get rid of condemns with system shocks. So I am expecting to see those coming in. And yeah, just a very nice looking sideboard here. Plus Gorilla Soldiers for some indirect damage. Lots of good options for David. But, you know, by contrast, Pirate Snub Fighters are really good, and Hyperspace Disasters will be useful. But I think really the Pirate Snub Fighter is the big one there, a 2-attack ambushing unit, which obviously with that Aura Sing Leader ability will allow you to take out 3 health space units on that first turn. There's a bunch of space units, honestly, that will just get completely taken out the 1-drops as a result of that combo. So I think that is what I'm expecting to see come in for sure. But really, I think just Chris needs to maybe not hope that his opponent doesn't see that much aggression that early to have a chance at bringing this set back.
No, I agree entirely here as we're setting up ready for game 2. David Finu, of course, up 1-2-0 against Chris Horney from the UK with that Aura Sing. But Sebulba, especially dangerous, Doug, worked out very, very nicely. And we saw, you know, we essentially saw how the deck works. That was one of my favorite games of Star Wars Unlimited I've ever seen. It's a very different way to play Sebulba. When Sebulba was revealed, we had this kind of standard way we expected it to be played, with a bunch of lawless time cards, bunch of aggression, largely in the ground. And David's gone, look, if I'm going to be playing it with cunning anyway, I can have these low-cost units. But there is that Aura Sing ability. It will defeat a unit with 1 or less HP remaining. That means that the Screeching TIE Fighter is essentially unplayable. It means that, you know, the interrogation droid you can play, but you've got to know it's going to be used up after. The most annoying thing about Screeching TIE Fighter, that's actually a really good way to get around Sentinel. You play that, and then the next turn you attack, take away Sentinel, and around we go. But it's never going to be on the field long enough to not be taken out with Aura Sing because of that 1 HP, which is really annoying.
Exactly.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. Sentinel is really bad for these really aggressive decks.
Yeah, exactly as you say there. But well, it looks like we're ready to get going.
Oh, let's get rolling. Game 2, round 4. David starts us off with a Black Sun Patroller, a 2-drop space unit, but a really good one, so I think he's still going to be okay with it.
Yeah, I
Was
think
there
this
no
is
play
what,
from Chris?
Yeah, I suspect there is a knowledge and defense in the hand. Can't quite see, but you know, -2/-2. We'll go ahead and take out that shielded unit. But this is the big play. Yeah, it's what you wanted to see from David, right? Like, okay, you're not going to be able to delete my stuff for free, but unfortunately, he is. You got to force him to have it, right?
Unfortunately, you do. That's really upsetting. You do get that Death Space Skirmisher, of course. If you control another space unit, you may exhaust a unit. Well, there is no other space unit, and there's no unit to exhaust. So, well, we're actually, even though the game started 10 seconds ago, we are now in a Sebulba deploy turn because that's how fast this game has gone.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. There's a lot of very powerful options in both players' hands. The goal is going to be here, right? Just navigate this initial turn. We're going to tap out our resources immediately. Is that Canto?
Vandal
No,
Range Troopers.
Yes.
Vandal Range Troopers, vanilla.
Range Troopers.
I recognize it because I did so much prep for Limited.
It is an interesting play. It's a 4/6. I understand that I think this is likely played to combo well with Craving Power. Because then you can delete a lot of things, particularly a lot of the leaders that deploy with 6 health. And I think that's probably... Oh, Stygian! That's crazy! I'm excited to see this card. Shadow of Stygian Prime. The attached unit can't ready, and then you deal 2 damage to the base every single time.
Oh, that is maybe the best play I've seen all day. Because now your opponent used all their resources to play this big vanilla unit. Now they can't ready. And also, every time the regroup phase starts, it's like your base damage, your base health just ticks down every turn. Sebulba now can deploy because there's no ground unit to worry about it. And now we got the Death Space Skirmisher, which can swing in. We got Sebulba, which can swing in. The damage on the base is ticking. And we see the judge, we see the hand coming over there from off screen, making sure that gets ticked. Now what I want to see is what we saw in game one. I want to see those Battle Fury. I want to see Sebulba get big. It is very rare you see a leader that deploys on 4 that remains for the rest of the game. But with the upgrades, David made it work. Oh, we got defeated.
That is a really nice play from Chris there to get rid of the Shadow of Stygian Prime, massively slow down David's tempo, and also force him to sacrifice a unit. That being said,
Governor's Shuttle came in from the sideboard,
Shuttle, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's nice, right? But one of the issues that we have playing control decks is often we can only really remove one thing a turn. And against these aggressive decks that can play many, many more than that in a turn and are trying to just gas out as fast as possible, that's not always going to be enough. Now, right now, Chris is actually in a pretty good spot. Been able to stabilize quite well. But this could be the turn where we're going to see things start swinging. Here comes Galen.
This is a card that you pointed out. You said that third copy had to come in from the sideboard. Now, your enemies gain Raid 1 and Saboteur. Now, technically, Chris can attack with Galen, but there's 0 power there. So, essentially, you just have to throw it into your opponent's units to sacrifice it pretty much as fast as you can. We get another cheap unit coming down. That is a Republic Y-Wing. And then the Crackshot V-Wing comes down as well. Doesn't take a damage because we do have another fighter in play. And so, once again, David is doing what David needs to do here. And, that Crackshot V-Wing with Raid 1 will do 3 if you choose to use Sebulba's leader. No, it don't get it anymore. It's deployed. I'm cool with that because Sebulba's doing damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure it should have been 13 there, or I just miscounted, because Sebulba's now, yes, as you say, dealing 4 damage thanks to that additional Raid 1. Yes. But now, yeah, this is scary. 6 resource turn. We know that, there's several options for what can come down, several bits of interaction. We can likely deal with 2 units on David's board here as Chris. But what we really want to do is slow down, because we know, if there's an upgrade that comes down onto the Sebulba, it's going to be very, very challenging to deal with. So we just want to slow that down, make sure it is not it's not going to come down in a position that we can't handle. Having this Galen, it's not the end of the world, because we can just crash it into the Sebulba repeatedly. And particularly if the Battle Fury comes onto the Sebulba, then, okay, we're gonna lose Saboteur. So that's something that David is going to have to be thinking about, right? I don't want my opponent to be able to crash the Galen. That'll be something that he's worried about.
Absolutely, it will. For now, it's 1 extra damage on each of your units. So, and if nothing else, it kind of forces your opponent to waste their first, almost like the first, attack of their phase, getting rid of something which is helping you. So that sounds all right by me. We do see the Governor's Shuttle taking out the Crackshot V-Wing, get rid of one of those space threats. But then the Republic Y-Wing can go ahead and swing in as well, which does look like that is what's happening. Going up to 15. It does get Raid 1 by virtue of that Galen Urso. And then Sebulba's going to be getting Raid 2 when it finally swings.
Yeah, there's going to be definitely an element of needing to be very careful about what you commit resources to this turn as Chris, because there's so many options for what could be coming down. We are going to see the Lats coming in, which is going to deal damage to the Sebulba. I think this probably indicates knowledge and defense in the hand. With 3
the Battle Fury comes down. That's what we're talking about. Loving that.
And that is going to help a lot.
Oh, and we're 1 turn away from the Aurora Sing deploy, because that was one of the big. Oh, we see the Emissary Sheathapede coming down as the Galen Urso does go away. One of the things which we're worried about is if Aurora Sing can deploy and take out Sebulba. Now, right now, Sebulba has got exactly 5 health remaining, which means the Aura Sing deploy would just take it out immediately. So
remember,
we're going to swing with Sebulba
because it's a non-leader.
Oh, of course it is. Every time.
Non-leaders, yeah. This is very scary. It's a lot of damage.
I mean, I don't want to be greedy, but could we get another Battle Fury on Sebulba?
I mean,
that'd be
this
cool.
is the thing, right? Another upgrade on Sebulba right now is going to be really scary. At the moment, we can trade the whole board as Chris. So we're actually in a pretty good spot. that we can trade the shuttles in space. We crash our lats in. We deploy our aura. We crash it into Zabulba. We can get rid of it. We're not going to take too much damage from that, but Craving Power will do it exactly, and that is going to be a huge swing in favor of Chris this turn.
Yeah, that is a real shame. Sebulba lasted for the whole game last time. That Craving Power, unfortunately, has taken Sebulba down this time, and that is a big deal. There's still 11 health left on the base. If that Sebulba could be swinging for like 6 or more, that would be a big deal. We see an A-Wing coming down, but that's only swinging for 2. No Galen Urso down there. Could be swinging for 3, I suppose, with the Sebulba leader skill next turn. But it does, well, it can't anymore because the Governor's Shuttle's just taking it down. But it does feel like Davi's just a little bit further away than it was last time. We see the shielded Han Solo coming down. Every time it attacks, it's going to gain an experience token. And that can get pretty big if you let your opponent swing it into the base too much.
Yeah, but it looks like here, David's out of cards in hand. We're going to be able to deploy the aura to take out a unit. And with only a single tiny little ship in the space arena, it is now looking very unlikely that David is going to be able to take this game. We don't have any really powerful tools for this stage in the game. But Sebulba is very much a deck that needs to get ahead and stay ahead. The moment you fall behind, things are going to start getting really, really challenging.
And I do think that is it. David is picking up his cards. Let's go to game 3. Sebulba needs to win fast. It hasn't won fast. And if you don't win fast with a deck as aggressive as this, things start going downhill. Good news, however, for David. I've been having a little bit of a look at his record. And he beat Darth Vader 2-1. He beat Lando Calrissian 2-1. He did get a 2-0 victory against Admiral Piet, but that tends to be a slower deck. So if you're super aggro going against a slow deck, you can often just rush and kind of win that quite quickly. So used to 2-1 victories, will be able to have the initiative starting off here in game 3. Decent start. I'm not terribly worried.
No, exactly. I think this really could go either way. It's going to come down to, we saw there in that second game, a very slow opening few turns where, unfortunately, for the answer just was always there, right? Like that Shadow of Stygian Prime would have done 8 more damage, I believe, over the course of the game if it had not been immediately removed, which would have been lethal. So, being able to stop those sorts of really powerful cards, as Chris was able to do, is a huge deal in managing the board, right? It's a control deck or a sing. We know how the strategy is meant to work. We want to slow our opponent down until we hit that late game and we stabilize and our opponent has no hope of winning, which is exactly what happened there. What David will want is a repeat of game 1 where it was just too fast, too battle furious, terrible pun, to be sort of contended with. And really trying to, I think, suit up Sebulba to make it like just impossibly hard to remove, ideally without a Sentinel coming up in the board.
No, I agree with you entirely, and I think that's exactly what you're going to be looking to do. Game 1 showed us the plan. It's really worth noting, I keep going back to those Governor's Shuttle because they weren't there in game 1. There's 2 copies, they're in the sideboard. I'm assuming they both came in. That's absolutely huge because otherwise that upgrade really would have been absolutely brutal. But even then, it basically forced him to go, I'm going to use all 4 resources to play this unit. I'm now going to use more resources to remove this unit that I just played. So you did at least force Chris to waste a lot of resources, but Chris showing us this Aura Sing deck is great, and you need to win fast against Aura Sing, because if you don't, things can get out of control pretty gosh darn quickly. We haven't seen something like a Lawbringer come in yet, or that Cantwell Arrester Cruiser, or, the Purgil King. Frankly, if you start getting to those big space units coming out, the game is going to go downhill very quickly. So I suppose, David, you better win quick. And Chris, you'd better hope David doesn't win quick.
Exactly, yeah. Looking through sort of the potential openings that are really scary, there's sort of the Chewbacca at home strategy that David has access to, which is Darth Vader, which is significantly worse than the Chewbacca from, I believe it's Legends of the Force. Jump to Lightspeed, that can't be removed. But, you put down a Sheathipede, for example, slap Darth Vader onto that thing. That's a 5/7. That's really hard for any deck to remove. The only out to it from looking would be something like a Condemn. So it may be that that's the sort of strategy that David is looking to enact, just making things really, really challenging for Chris to interact with. I think at this stage, David probably is aware of all the options, what the different removal possibilities are, and will be doing his best to play around them as far as possible.
No, absolutely. I think that's absolutely what we want to be doing here. We are getting ready for game 3 here, round 4 of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship here from Prague. We had Limited yesterday playing just with a lawless time. Today we are into Premier, although Limited is still carrying on in the background, but now we have Premier as well. There will be some people that were planning to play Premier today, but they ended up doing so well in Limited that they are actually switching to that event, and they are giving up their chance to play in Premier. We know that Sip and Beton are two phenomenal European players. Both decided to go down that route. Here we got Chris Horney on Aura Singh and David Fanu on Sebulba, and they are going to be featuring here in round 4, game 3, and we've got resources. We are rolling here with an A-Wing from David. Oh, and that Pyro Snub Fighter immediately ambushing in and taking it out, although at least we do get to keep that Canyon, Skyhopper Canyon runner on the board.
That's an amazing start for Chris. This is exactly what he wanted to see, being able to counter that space pivot. And David trying to put down 2 units, being unable to. A 1-4 on the ground is not super scary.
No, unfortunately not. It could turn into a 2-4 with the raid from the Sebulba leader, but even then, you're absolutely right. It's not doing as much as you might like, but a Battle Fury will make it a lot more awkward because now it's potentially swinging for 5. That will make a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, with the Sebulba leader ability to give it that raid 1, that would get us to 5. I'm curious what we are going to spend the extra resource on. Do we have another unit we can throw away? We are going to be able to lat Razzie there, though, which is going to deal 3 damage. Quite far away from being able to deal with it this turn, but on the next turn, we can be pretty comfortable. This Canyon front runner can get taken out.
Yeah, unfortunately so. This was not the explosive start we were really looking for from David here. It's not exactly what you were hoping for. You've already lost one of your units. You do have the Battle Fury, but how long is that going to last on a fairly small unit? That's Razzie is coming in, dropping some damage, which is not really what you want to see. I suppose if you're Chris, it is what you want to see, but it's not if you're David. So now we are heading on over to 4 resource turns. So that is Sebulba potentially being able to deploy here. We've already used 1 Battle Fury, and they do seem to be key cards. So let's see if another one of those can come out anytime soon.
Yeah, the big upgrades are performing really well. You know, there was a lot of hesitancy in the early part of the format to build units up because of a lot of worry about cards like Adder and Constable. But as the format's gone on, we've been able to just go, you know what, have it. Have the removal, because I'll just win if you don't.
Fair. Unfortunately. We do see the discard here from the deck so that we can swing. I believe that's 5 damage now. 1 naturally, 1 from the raid 1 from Sebulba, 3 from the Battle Fury.
There's no raid 1.
Oh, no, there isn't, because of course the Sebulba has been deployed. And then we did see,
we weren't able to do it because crashing that Lats Razzie there put the Cannon Front Runner onto 1 health, so it was going to be defeated.
And then Aura Singh
had to just get the damage in.
Boo! Never mind. We do have Sebulba out.
Balls!
It's not a Battle Fury, but it's actually arguably better. Instead of a 3-3, it's a 4-2. It's not Darth Maul, so it doesn't get overwhelmed. I just love the idea that we're boosting up Sebulba exclusively using cards of Darth Maul fighting against Qui-Gon at the end. Was Sebulba there in that pivotal fight at the end of the Phantom Menace? I mean, it seems like he was, but knowledge and wisdom, that is going to be a card. You do knowledge and defense, sorry. That is -2, -2.
But it's still going to be, Sebulba is swinging for 7. This is it's a 6-7, but it's swinging for 7. But this unit is monstrously huge, right? Like, it is threatening lethal in a not very large number of actions. And I think Chris really wants a Sentinel right now to slow down this Sebulba.
I didn't get a chance to mention it. We were looking at the sideboard after game 1, but I was looking at this Maul's lightsaber. And my theory with Maul's lightsaber was very simple. I need that last little bit of damage to finish out the game, and I was struggling. I got it in game 1, but I was struggling to get over the line. Having, we saw Battle Fury and how much of a difference that made. Well, now instead of having 3 in the deck, you've essentially got 6. It's going to be much easier to find these. Now, what are we seeing hit the board here?
Gorilla Soldier. Now, this is a really tough spot. You've got to decide, how do we want to allocate this indirect damage? Because depending on how you do, it could activate. So if you put all the damage onto the base, I believe it doesn't. Sorry, if you put all the damage onto units, which you can't, so it's guaranteed to activate.
If any damage goes on the base, you ready the unit.
That's going to be, that's 4 damage, right, being represented, well, based on the allocation, but it was at least 3 damage being represented, kind of guaranteed. Looks like, did we just claim initiative there?
I think we might have done, because I didn't see anything else happen, and David just swung into it. Yeah, he's got the initiative. Now we got the Sebulba swing, so there's even more damage coming in here, and this is going to start getting out of hand very quickly. It looks like David's sideboarding basically went, I want to finish the game. And we've got game-finishing cards. Maul's Lightsaber onto your Sebulba helps get you over the line after you've started. Gorilla Soldier coming in with the indirect damage. Gets over the line, but it's unfortunately, it's time for Sebulba to run away. Retaliation defeats a unit that did damage to a base this phase, and unfortunately, Sebulba did. So we've just got the Gorilla now. Can we maybe get a Battle Fury on, or a Maul's Lightsaber? Maybe another unit?
Yeah,
what we got?
You got to be careful of Lost and Forgotten here. That's going to be the big thing. This was threatening lethal in 1 swing, so huge that Chris was able to just get rid of that Sebulba. Lost and Forgotten will be able to defeat something that you make large, right? We're going to action stall. We're going to say, show me your removal. Show me what it is that you've got before I commit anything.
I love it. I call it a pseudo pass. You call it action stalling. I am down with whatever. The important thing is you're basically not really doing anything, and you're just waiting to see what your opponent does in response. I'm going to use Sebulba's skill. I don't really need to right now, but I'm doing that because I don't want to play any cards. I don't want to commit any resources until I've seen what you're going to do. Oh, and it is going to be, is that our old friend Dedra Miro coming down? She's got ambush and on attack. You create a spy token.
This is a pretty tough spot for David. I think Chris is looking pretty stabilized. Once we hit that 7 resource turn, you're able to deal with a lot. You got basically potentially 2 or 3 cards getting removed. We're going to be able to play a 3/3, but that's going to be able to be defeated by simply crashing in the Snub Fighter and then using the Aura Sing ability. So unless there is a like an upgrade in the hand here, doesn't look like it.
No, he's already claimed.
Wow.
He's already claimed. There's nothing else that can be done. So things are looking bad. It's heartbreaking. I've got my favorite leader in Sebulba being taken out by one of my favorite cards. I love that Dedra Miro. Ambush, and you create a spy token when you attack, but you're going to have chance to attack because you've got ambush. I mean, it's a phenomenal card. I adore that card. But I don't really like it when it's
a really powerful card. It is a really powerful card. And yeah, it matches up really well into Sebulba, as you say there. Particularly if you're able to ramp, it sort of comes out on the next turn. We're resourcing up to 6 here, which is interesting. And I think that, the Mandalorian costs 1 extra resource, so I don't think you can play it this turn. Are we looking to, play it that turn and hopefully sequence for a lethal that our opponent doesn't expect? I'm not sure what the game plan is here for David. It's looking tough, regardless, right? We're going to give Galen on the other side to potentially get us there, but it's very spooky.
I mean, you do have a little bit of time, when Dedra's going to crash in for 5, Galen is there, but obviously, it's your opponents, it hits for 0. The spy can hit for 2, but problem is, every time you ignore Dedra, another spy token will come out. So you can just let your opponent essentially have this turn. You can just let them do what they want. As long as you set up something for next turn, is it really worth it? I mean, next turn you can play Mandalorian off aspect, but are you really getting full value out of that?
It doesn't feel great. You are able to exhaust 2 ground units. It is a 5/6. It's arguably quite tough for your opponent to handle it. Putting down the droid, though, is going to make this basically impossible. We're going to need to top deck something absolutely insane here. to stand a chance.
I didn't see
It
Mando.
looks like we probably are just going to slam the Mandalorian and go, I really hope you don't have any way to defeat this.
But even then, you've got to, if you want to start dealing damage to the base through the ground arena, you've got to go through that Sentinel. There is the Mando off aspect. You pay an aspect penalty of 2 for every aspect not represented. You got 1 cunning. This costs 2. So it goes up from 5 to 7. And then we're going to exhaust Galen Urso, which I kind of love here. Stop it crashing into Mando and getting defeated.
But the problem is we just crash a spy token and deploy Aura and we get rid of the Mandalorian token, which is the only thing that's threatening us. I think the writing is very much on the wall here for David, or even you just, throw the shield or something in. That's Lost and Forgotten as well. I think, unfortunately, just not able to cinch that victory in the opening turns of the game. And once Aura is stabilized, it's basically impossible to
There's Lost and Forgotten, and there is the fist bump. David knows that with the Mandalorian Lost and Forgotten, there is no way back. Chris Horney will take this 2-0, and it might not have been the Sebulba victory that some of us may have wanted. But look, firstly, we got to see Sebulba on stream, which I did not think we'd ever get to do. And secondly, shout out to Chris for showing us the power of Aura Sing, navigating what can be a very difficult matchup, sideboarding really effectively, and playing it absolutely beautifully. Lost game 1, played around with the sideboard, bringing in things like Governor's Shuttle, and then making it work, winning games 2 and 3. So shout out to Chris for a really well-played game. We saw Expendable Mercenary coming in from the sideboard. I assume he went up to 3 there, which was a really big deal. Pirate Snub Fighter came in, and we saw how huge that was, taking out those units in the space. We saw Governor Shuttle, which single-handedly won that second game. Really well played from Chris, and a great example of how sideboarding can win your games.
Exactly, yeah. And just keeping a calm and level head, and we see this all the time, right? You lose game 1 all the time in these situations, but that's fine. You got to make sure it doesn't rattle you and play through the next 2 games, which is the majority of the match. And very often we see those matches getting flipped. But I think we're going to be jumping into our second feature match. We've still got some time, and I believe these are 2 decks you're going to be really excited about, Ross. It is going to be Yularen against Sabay, as far as I'm aware.
No, it's Lando against Boba. I think you may be looking at a different round, I'm afraid. Right table, wrong round.
I'm looking around.
It is Lando against Boba. You're right. That would be a great matchup. I would love to see a more standard here. We've got Lando, although it's not Lake Country Lando. We're actually playing Lando here with Colossus, a lesser played Lando variant. We got Boba data, but Boba Lake Country. And then we do have Lando Colossus, which is still a lesser played Lando variant.
Yeah, and particularly, one really cool thing I want to shout out we just saw there. Immediately dumping a villainy aspect card with the Lando leader ability. Okay, I didn't make my credit token. That's fine, because my Anakin Skywalker is now going to be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, Anakin Skywalker, hero or champion of Mortis, gets -3/-3 if you've got a heroism and if you've got a villainy. So if you get a villainy in there, you're going to have a heroism at some point because that's how the deck works. You get that full value when it comes out. So we do have Arvel Skeen for Remain there on the right-hand side. We also have our strike ship as well. So Boba doing Boba things nice and early. Nothing on the board for Milan with Lando, but a credit token has been created. So now the question is, can we start building? With Colossus, you do have a little bit of time.
Yeah, although this Arvel Skeen is obviously a huge issue, which we're going to want to go ahead
anymore,
and
it isn't.
Get rid of. Yeah, the credit tokens, losing the credit tokens, it's kind of the whole thing in your deck is not ideal.
Yeah, Arvel Skeen, and that's one of the reasons why this is such a well-played card at the moment, such a highly played card. Credit tokens are everywhere, especially for Lando. This gets rid of them. Fett's Fire Spray comes down. That is going to get some indirect damage being thrown around the board. And because you do have your Boba leader, then it's 2 indirect damage rather than 1. And then the Boba leader skill comes in and adds another 1 as well.
Yeah, this is a real problem state for Lando because, you have no board. and all the indirect damage from Boba Fett is just going to be going straight into the base. And yeah, okay, you have 35 health, but that's going to get eroded really quickly when your opponent can just go, yeah, planetary bombardment, deal 12. Maybe not ideal. So I think we'd like to see some units probably coming down from Lando. An Anakin, perhaps, perchance?
I think it's very well put. Oh, wait. Anakin, now it's 2 separate incidences of -3/-3, so you can take out the strike ship. Oh, there's no heroism. Oh,
that is bad luck. I think looking through the list, that seems to be pretty poor luck. There's a lot of heroism aspect cards in here.
That's 3 indirect damage, so you do 4 into base plus 3 indirect damage. That's 7 damage in total. But when you build in the leader, we now have the punishing one coming in. Gets raid 1 for each damaged enemy unit. And when played and on attack, you deal 1 damage to a unit. So working on that Anakin, already got 4 damage on. There's some big units in this Lando deck with Bo-Katan and Liberty and things like that. So we need to start seeing some of them come down and equalizing up, because you're right, Remain here is absolutely starting to run away with this game. 15 base damage to 0.
This is a very bad board state for Lando, because now, like, this Boba Fett deploy will be able to just delete the Anakin, and then you delete the Anakin. The indirect damage from the fire spray is going to just go directly onto base. The fire spray is going to be gargantuan. I think it's an 8/8, I believe, or an 8/9. It's pretty large.
We get +4/+4 onto 8/8. It is an 8/8 as it stands at the moment. That is a big, old, beefy unit. And again, this was a promise of these pilot leaders. They didn't really work so well in Jump to Lightspeed, but apparently in a lawless time between Vader and Boba, occasionally Kazuda, they are running around. And when it works, you get something like this, an 8/8 unit dealing indirect damage as well, and things get out of control quickly. Lando does, however, get deployed over on Milan's side.
Yeah, this is just a horrific board state. We need to basically clear the board right now. Otherwise, we are losing. Now, we do have access to 8 resources right now, thanks to the credits. So hopefully, we can go up the board. A Liberty will be really big. Guess not.
No, unfortunately, that is it. I was just having a quick peek at the deck list. I noticed Idonium Detonation hiding in there, but there's not enough time for Idonium Detonation because Boba is going to take game 1. It looks like, absolutely ran away. And like thematically, I love getting the Boba leader into Fett's Fire Spray. That makes me happy on a canonical level. But actually, on a serious level, it's an 8/8 unit that deals 2 indirect damage. That's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's tough. And I think one of the things that we're seeing this hammer home is playing a control deck that is just not putting bodies onto the board when Boba is one of the best decks in the format, is just asking for punishment at least a few times in the tournament. And, I suspect we're going to see some of these issues rear their head once again. And this is why I think we've seen so many players playing Boba Fett today, because, hey, Dedra did really well last weekend, and I would quite like to have some free wins when I queue into that deck.
Well, Dedra did well. Right now, we got Cyril Khan hitting the board, which can make your opponent either take 2 damage or discard a card from their hand. We just saw Dedra make a pivotal play in the previous match. Now we've got her bow, Cyril, coming down, hoping to make a name for himself, which, to be fair, he normally is trying to make a name for himself. Like, that's kind of his whole thing.
Yes, and well, we all know how that goes. If you haven't seen Andor, you really should. It's really very
good. Great in the end, didn't it? But here we go we are taking it immediately out, unfortunately. The tree remembers just defeating that free cost or lower unit. And yeah, I recently rewatched all of Andor and then Rogue One. And by recently, I mean last week. So, could literally cannot recommend it highly enough. Arvel Skeen comes down here. Great card against this Lando deck. Because not only does it defeat a credit token, but if it defeats a credit token, you deal 1 damage to a base. Although, did it come down when there was no credit token around?
It did. And so, we're going to be feeling pretty good about spending that credit on the tree remembers. likely expecting the Arvel Scheme to be ruining our plans. Owen Lars, a great card in this matchup. We got some restore, we got health to dump indirect damage into. It's taking a little bit of damage, but that's fine. We're okay with that.
Yeah, you get 1 damage from the IG and then 1 damage from the Boba. IG 2000, of course, does 1 damage to each up to 3 units. It's the only unit there. And then Boba does 1 indirect damage by virtue of having done non-combat damage. Although, and I don't think I'm going to win this one, but I would like to petition FFG to officially rename non-combat damage as cheeky damage. Any damage generated other than an attack.
I think that would just be, it's good game literacy, right? Like everyone knows what you mean. A bit of cheeky damage. Yeah, all right. I got you. I'm going to put it on Owen. He looks like he could handle a little bit of cheeky damage, and that he does. The restore 2 is really meaningful. The fact we get to go digging for an Anakin is really meaningful. Lando Calrissian, though, one of the best cards from a lawless time. It's so sticky and annoying to deal with.
That 4/5 another. Carry on.
Oh, sorry. I was just this 4/5 that's really annoying. It's going to sit there. It's going to come up the board. Tough card to manage.
And it's got Sentinel, and when it is defending, the attacker gets -1 power, which means it's got an effective 6 HP when you're trying to go after it, except it's 6 HP if you're trying to one-shot it, 7 HP if you're trying to two-shot it, and so on and so forth. Plus Sentinel, we didn't see it much in Limited because it is a spotlight card, and it can be pulled from packs as a hyperspace foil, and now for the first time in a lawless time, as a prestige card. They are now available in regular packs, but we saw it a couple of times, but it was few and far between. In Premier, go buy a spotlight deck, whack it in, why not?
Yeah, it's just a really good card. I mean, we are seeing so many powerful Sentinels that have entered the game in the last year. You think of Chirrut and Captain Typho and now Lando Calrissian. There's just so many good options to slow down aggressive strategies.
Absolutely. Itinerant Warrior came down, but it didn't last very... Or did it come down or not? Did they change their mind?
Well, it was searched off of the Owen.
Okay.
Searched off the Owen Lars. Yeah.
Okay, they put it... Okay, can we stop putting things on the map when we search them out? It gets very confusing for people watching the game. Show it, pop it in your hand. Let's get rid of this confusion. Heading over into the regroup phase, you draw 2 cards. You have the option of resourcing 1 if you so wish. We did see in the previous game with Sebulba, in game 1, David got to 4 resources and was like, I'm cool, man. I'm going to play with 4 resources. Some decks want to go all the way up to 12 or more. Lando takes out Arvel Scheme. And, I mean, is Milan are they starting to stabilize a bit here?
I think so. I mean, what we'd really want here is, we're on the deploy turn for both players. We're going to be able to make that credit token. We want to slam down something like a Liberty. That's going to be one of our best case scenarios. Hyperspace Disaster is going to be the other, really the best case scenario, right? We make our credit token and then we deploy Lando, make 2 more, Hyperspace Disaster, clean up the board. With how we are looking in terms of damage on base, we'd be feeling really good about that. So I think that's the line that both players are going to kind of be aware of, right? Okay, I don't want to play into that, and I want to arrange that to make it as powerful as possible.
And we see these really space-heavy decks like Boba, like Darth Vader, that Hyperspace Disaster, phenomenal card, often seen in the sideboard because it's kind of dead against ground decks. Arvel Scheme comes down here, gets rid of a credit token, and then we do see the IG 2000 being straight removed from the board. Did you catch what that one was?
Yeah, it was... something hit. Direct hit. That's what it is. Coming in from the sideboard, I think.
Yes, it was a sideboard card.
Yeah, and really big there, seeing a second Arvel Scheme to take out that Lando credit token immediately. But Boba is now just going to go onto that space unit. Scary, but nowhere near as scary as if it was active and it was presenting a very large amount of damage. I suspect Lando might just have to crash into the Arvel. We need these credit tokens. We need them so we can actually do something, get ahead in those resources. But it's looking like a very tough board state right now for Lando to navigate. We're falling pretty far behind.
Unfortunately, we are. We did see it's a punishing one that Boba jumped into. So that's now a 7-9 rather than the 8-8 we had last time. But like you say, not being able to swing a bit last turn was a little bit of a downside. But you're up, and then it's not forget that the restore came in from Owen Lars a couple of times. So we're only on 12 base damage, which Romain was hoping is going to be a lot bigger at this. Okay, well, now it's bigger. But now we're up to 19.
A little more now. Yeah, and this is the scary thing, right? Yes, we're 16 damage away, but now indirect damage from things like Devastator, from things like Planetary Bombardment starts becoming very, very scary. Aggressive negotiations, of course, the maths around that is something you now have to account for. This punishing one is going to be 7 more damage at minimum. And if any units come down, it'll be 8 because we can get raid 1, which will push us to 27. That means we're only 8 away. So if nothing else, basically, we play a couple with an IG swing. Sorry, not IG, with the HK-47 swing this turn. If that's not immediately dealt with, we are now lethal in 2 attacks from the space arena. So we got to do something about that. We got to slow things down while we also want to develop units so we don't take a billion damage to indirect damage. It's all going to go onto the base. Galen Urso is a good start.
It is a good start. Name a card while it's in play. Each non-leader card an opponent owns with that name loses all ability. So it doesn't have to be a card that's in play. It is basically any card that you're worried about. Now, one that I'm looking at here, Planetary Bombardment. It would, before Galen Urso, have just pumped 8 straight into the base, even without a capital ship in play. And we do have 6 resources available for it. But once again, we need a way. I don't know how to do it. We need a way for us to know what card was named with Galen Urso. Something has lost all abilities, whether in play or not. We just don't know what it is.
I suspect it's either Bombardment or Devastator. Like, really, the game closes. Yes. But, I mean, we're still going to swing. It wasn't punishing one. So this is 8 damage. And that's a problem. I think, at minimum, we need Liberty to come down right now to have any chance of not sort of losing on the spot. We get rid of the Boba, or maybe we don't want Liberty. Maybe we want to keep Boba in space, right? Maybe we want to just gum it up in some way. I don't really know if there's a great one besides Liberty, though. Looking at this list, I think that's sort of the only thing we have.
It's not looking phenomenal. Galen Urso is going to be swinging here. It is a 3/5, so swings into HK. Doesn't take it out. Still 1 health remaining. We're not in an Aura Sing deck here, so you can't just use the leader now that HK is able to just pump a tiny bit more damage into the base. We're up to 20. No, we're not. We're up to 31 in total. Swing from the punishing one. We'll do it next turn. HK not quite, but not a million miles away. If a Planetary Bombardment hits the board, if a Devastator hits the board, either of those would do it. Here we go with a collateral damage. 2 to Galen Urso, 2 to the base. That is putting the base up to 33 out of 35. HK now representing game.
Well, HK will be an additional 1, so there's, 34. I have no idea how you get out of this. I mean,
any damage.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can do it.
There's so many outs here. And there is the fist bump. Too many outs. And Romain Barbier here with Boba Fett takes it 2-0 against Lando with Colossus. And Boba Fett just showing how strong it is. Al told us that Sip and bets on those 2 phenomenal European players would both have been on Boba had they been playing in this tournament. And we can see why. Maybe it's not a deck that gives as much individual skill expression as some others, but it's just extremely strong. And there's a lot to be said for being the best Boba player in the room, making the best decisions when you're resourcing cards, making the best decisions when it comes to sequencing. Just play, even though you don't get to express yourself as much, you play this deck cleanly. Oh, it's a powerhouse.
100%. And I've heard Betten speak about this deck recently. I believe he played it last weekend to win a PQ. And his thoughts on it were essentially, well, look, there's not that many decisions you need to make. And so when you don't need to make that many decisions, and that means it frees up your brain space to the decisions you do make to make them very well, the deck, by its mere existence, forces your opponent to make a bunch of really hard decisions. It makes the opportunities for them to misplay are many. It's a really powerful deck into the current field, and so I'm not surprised to see it doing well.
No, unfortunately, it is there. You know, I know it's not your favorite deck on a personal level, but I'm afraid you may well be seeing more and more of it as we go along. Well, before we saw that, we saw Aura Singh take down Zabulba, and it looks like we're going to have a chat with a player who piloted that Aura Singh deck to victory.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here with Chris, who just fought against the strongest Zabulba I have ever seen. Chris, how are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah. Pleased to get the win.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. At some point, the Zabulba was really beefy. Were you prepared to face a Zabulba at this point?
I wasn't a matchup I was expecting, that's for sure, but credit to my opponent. He played the games very well.
Yeah, he also went undefeated until now. You had to kick him off the throne, but we were like, Zabulba, we have to get that in.
Great.
So, about this event, did you play yesterday in the limited format as well?
I didn't, no, just playing today.
Okay, so all in on Premiere today?
All in on Premiere, yeah, absolutely.
Did you already prepare a lot? Did you go to any sector qualifiers or any PQs or anything special to prepare for this event?
Yeah, so I went to the London sector qualifier a couple of weeks ago. I played Townsend Green there, which is similar but slightly different deck. It's a much more aggressive deck.
Yeah.
But I just thought the meta this time, Aura might be better suited into it, so...
All right, so you adjusted to what you saw in the sector qualifiers to play what you're going to play now today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Was there a lot of deck building? Do you like deck build with your friends, or what is your technique to come to the crisp cooking?
In this case, I've got to be honest, got to shout out Jan from Team Tenants, who I talked to in London. He was playing this deck in London.
Okay.
I've had a lot of chat with him, and
Nice.
he's kind of set me straight on it. So, yeah, he's helped quite a lot. And, yeah.
He convinced you.
He convinced me, yeah. He did well with it in London. And
Listen
I thought,
here,
that's
Chris.
good.
I've got something for you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, very nice. Well, you've been doing great.
Yeah.
How do you feel going into the next round? Do you feel like it's your day today?
So far, it's going very well. You've got to take it one game at a time, and
true.
Who knows? The meta's so wide open at the minute. You can get paired into a bad matchup at any point, so we'll see.
That's true. Which one would you say next round, I really don't want to see it? We're not manifesting, we're just wondering.
Probably Obi Virgins Temple, but I think that's quite poorly placed into the rest of the meta. But yeah, I don't think that would be great for me.
Yeah, okay, but chances that they still go undefeated by now,
I'm hoping not, but
yeah.
Who knows?
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for being here, for taking the interview. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament, and maybe we see you tomorrow, right, for day 2?
I certainly hope so, but we'll see.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm going to throw it back to the casters. See you guys next time.
And welcome back. We're not going to jump just straight into the action just yet. I think we've got a little showcase to show.
A showcase?
A showcase to show.
A showcase leader? Or
No.
Oh, no.
We've got Dedra coming up very soon.
Okay.
Just to have a little talk about the deck, like we've done with a few so far.
Not the Dedra Miro, then. She's not walking in and doing an interview. That's not what you
I think that would be quite scary. I think that would end badly for both of us. I'll be honest. That can't be a good outcome.
That would be terrifying. Yeah, so we've got Dedra Miro with Colossus, which was my and Ross's pick for the winner of the event. This is a list taken from the Top Cut of London, and it's just to demonstrate basically a slightly different way of playing a Dedra. So effectively, Dedra is a hard control deck, but as I've mentioned a few times, the really sexy thing about her is that she can play a very aggressive line as well if your opponent allows for it. So if they are preparing for you to just play removal and hard control and stuff, and then you can actually surprise them, especially with the 4 deploy leader, especially if Dedra has the extra buff, so she can be a 4/5 and 4 deploy, which is obviously very aggressive. Now cards that can make that possible, we'll highlight some of those now. You can see there's actually aggressive negotiations in the deck, which not every list runs, but the ones that do, it gives you that opportunity to potentially get a win, which, I think that one's fairly obvious. Most people recognize that Dedra with aggressive negotiations works quite well. But there's other cards that you might not expect to see. There's a lot of early units which can help to fight for the board, in the early rounds as well. We've obviously got, the Imperial Door Technician, Honor, Bithbrute, these units that can actually, like I said, fight for the board early. But the key cards that can put a lot of pressure on, emergency powers, you'll notice there's a 2 of, that can really surprise people and steal games. Yep, there we go. So you can choose any non-leader unit, and obviously you can buff it right up. You can, sometimes play something like a Bithbrute on 3 and then emergency powers the turn after and try and sneak a win. Sometimes you just have like 8 resources available you can steal. But we've also got another card to highlight here, Mastery. And with Mastery, you can see that, again, not a common card in all of the Dedra lists, but it gives you that aggressive option. So this list in particular is built with aggression in mind, so you can definitely go both routes, hard control or aggressive. Some lists are more controlling, more typical than this, but I do like this kind of version that gives you that extra flexibility, and I would love to see, hopefully, a player or two get to the top cut with Dedra Miro, showing a different version of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as like you were kind of saying, I think this would be definitely my kind of preferred method of playing Dedra. The ability to also bring stuff out early, because I've seen quite a few lists that are pretty much just your kind of heavy-hitting space units, and then events and the odd Sentinel just to kind of get you there, which feels quite meh to me.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about that, the ability to adapt to both your opponent, what they've drawn, your kind of board state, to push an advantage with all of your Sentinel units that you've got out here, even stuff early like your Hona. Like there's good options here.
Yeah, there certainly is, and I think one of the things that people don't expect out of a hard control deck is actually playing units. One of the advantages of a hard control is that you can bypass a lot of your opponent's removal, but sometimes in certain situations, if you're skilled enough with the deck, you can navigate it in a way and you draw the right cards. You can actually, like I said, play more of an aggressive mid-rangey type deck, which is just really nice to have that opportunity there. So Dedra gives that flexibility. The list obviously contributes to it as well. If you build a list with only removal events and capital ships, then obviously you're not going to have that line available. So again, I like this kind of version. But we've seen success from other very hard control versions as well. So yeah, what I would just love to see is hard control make a bit of a comeback, especially now that we're not in the same era we used to be in with like Bosk and Iden, where it was kind of like pure hard control, where it really was all just removal cards until you won with Vigilance. Now that Vigilance has rotated out, it's nice to finally see some other win conditions in card control, one of which being actually playing aggressive and beating down your opponent's base.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, that change from losing Vigilance as a card in itself is just massive. Obviously, rotation came about and has just completely changed how the meta is looked at, what cards are defined as your kind of staples within each aspect, and obviously leaders and bases themselves. We lost our ECLs, we lost Tarkin Downs, we lost obviously so many staple leaders. It's definitely a big change. What kind of things for Dedra do you think are potentially missing? What do you think are kind of the weaker ends for Dedra?
It's really hard to say because obviously there's a million different things she could have that would benefit her.
Yeah,
better removal, better this, better that. But I think the sort of late game lethality, the threats, those are they've always been a bit lacking. Again, that's why Vigilance has been was so dominant for such a long time as the only sort of win condition. Because I do think some of these capital ships aren't quite good enough. I would like to see them get a bit of a boost. It would certainly make them stronger, make the archetype stronger if we had a bit more lethality, and it would also get rid of that thing that most people dislike. The only kind of matchup that a lot of people dislike in Star Wars Unlimited, which is the hard control mirror, because it feels like nothing happens.
Yeah.
If you add a bit more lethality, that kind of deals with that problem. But Dedra on her own, honestly, the way she is now, I haven't played a lot of Dedra mirrors, but I suspect that if you play it, that there is an opportunity for one of the players to potentially go more aggressive. And so I don't think it would quite play out like the hard control mirrors of old, where it's kind of resident sleeper, nobody can be, everyone's just watching nothing happen. I don't think that is really what we're in for anymore. So I'm just kind of hoping that Dedra stays as the premier, hard control strategy. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, I think with that, especially if you find that mirror, if you get a stronger opening hand and you find yourself with the initiative, you can choose to push that advantage, to push to be that attacker and force your opponent on that back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see here what these players have brought. Let's have a look. We've got Admiral Piet. Okay, against Colonel Yularen. Now, Colonel Yularen is one of those leaders that we haven't really, I don't think we've mentioned his name once between the four of us all day. He is a leader that actually sees a lot of play. I think let me just quickly double check. I believe in London he was the 5th or 6th most popular leader.
I was going to say, he was easily in the top 8.
Yeah, he's definitely up there. Let me just see. He was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. I think 7th most popular leader in London. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty high up there in terms of all the leaders that are available. But he goes a bit under the radar just simply because I don't think he actually has, like, massive power level. You know, in London, for example, he the actual win rate he had there was pretty low. He had one of the lower win rates of all the top leaders that turned up, and that tends to be a bit of a recurring theme.
Yeah.
So I think to me, kind of fills in the kind of the niche that Boba used to have, where it was like a popular deck that isn't actually that strong. Now, I do think that there's some potential with the right list and the right player to do well with him. I certainly think he's got a very interesting slant on aggro, and Admiral Piet is one of those decks that can certainly get run over by aggro. I mean, that is Piet's by far the biggest weakness. So I think this is definitely a favourable matchup for Yularen, but we'll have to see what Piet can do. Paired with the unusual Vigilance, sort of a new kind of introduction with the most recent set, really, Lawless Time, where it used to be that Piet was paired with Aggression all the time, but I think Piet Vigilance has been, has taken a bit of a boost as well.
Yeah, we are going to see the Leppy Lookout and HK47 come out from each respective player. HK47 coming out as a 2-4 obviously helps to stay away against that Leppy Lookout. Both of them are going to struggle to trade into each other. Leppy Lookout obviously coming in with the shield and overwhelm, though we are going to see the classic, from what I can tell. Your favourite.
I mean, it is literally like the amount of times we've seen this already today, and this must be the 4th time we've seen Latarazi come out on turn 2.
Yeah.
But she is obviously showing herself to be an incredibly important card in the current meta. Again, I think Vigilance Command is a very common aspect combination that we're seeing from a lot of different decks, and everyone that has access to that runs Leppy Lookout and runs Latarazi. There's no reason not to include those cards. They're real sort of meta staples, and again, as much as it's not a theme, you can't call Vigilance Command a deck theme, but I do think that it's kind of something that's come out of a Lawless Time, where to me, that when I think of a Lawless Time, I do think mostly of Han, Hibernation Sickness, Latarazi, and the Leppy Lookout, that kind of trio that's come out of this set, because I think of all the colour combinations, I think Command and Vigilance got the best dual aspect cards from this set.
Yeah, would you? I think I'm clearly biased because I absolutely adore the Honor combo, and also, I mean, Dengar, but I'm so horrifically biased in the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, the Dengar for me is not in the same league as Latarazi at all. Like, it's a serviceable card, but
100%.
And again, in these aspects, aggression paired with command and villainy, not the strongest aspects historically, and I don't think they're the strongest at the moment. Probably part of Yularen's weakness, honestly, is that he has to be in command and villainy, which I think has taken a bit of a dive recently. But yeah, I mean, Dengar, he's just not in the same league, really.
No, Latarazi, as we've seen played on turn 2, I mean, a multitude of games, and in pretty much every round we've seen her do absolute work.
Played on turn 3 apparently as well. That's the non-prestige Latarazi coming out from Arnie here. Second Latarazi, obviously it is unique, so the first one does have to go. But yeah, the well, luckily for the Latarazi opponents, there aren't always 2. In this case, absolutely, there certainly were. And yeah, one of them gorgeous prestige, one of them just a generic art. It's not good enough. Not good enough at all. A BT1, coming out here, if it gets to attack, can potentially get to defeat both the Latarazi value trade and the Leppy Lookout. Obviously, Mario's got initiative coming into this round, so let's see if he does pull the aggression card off the top. It's a bit heavily aggression deck, I would suspect here. What is that? Haymaker? No, that's an alternate Haymaker. That's command only. Very unfortunate there, so doesn't get to defeat the Leppy Lookout. Good old-fashioned roulette wheel with spin there. Ever since Greedo rotated out, we've seen a lot less kind of random roulette spins, but BT1 is one of those that we sometimes get to witness.
Interesting to see the Leppy Lookout go directly into base rather than attempting to go through the BT and then overwhelm over into the base, but we'll see kind of what comes of it. Yeah,
at this point, I would say typically Mario, you would expect, would still be the aggressor. So, like as you say, he could take in the trade. I mean, Piet himself can potentially take a trade in the BT1. That's another option there. There's the Cantwell Arrester as well coming out 2 turns early thanks to Piet. So it gets to arrest down Yularen. Pick any unit regardless of arena.
Yeah, it's going to be well, I imagine, especially after losing your Haymaker, so even if you did get a space unit out to try and then Haymaker across, I think it might be a difficult situation to get out of with this.
Yeah, the Cantwell Arrestor
Arrestor.
Cruiser as well is one of those cards that that's the main reason we see Charged with Treason there coming out for Mario,
Yeah.
just to deal 5 to try and preemptively get rid of this Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. One of the main reasons we see Piet paired with Vigilance is specifically because of the Arrestor Cruiser. Obviously, it's the big reason. I think it's the only main capital ship you would want, or the biggest reason anyway, to be in Piet with Vigilance. Normally, you see the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser doesn't get to hit leaders because it comes out so late that usually the leaders have already been defeated at that point. But again, with Piet getting to come out 2 turns early means it's the perfect timing to stop your Lauren from attacking.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely presents a very big problem for Mario here, especially considering it is a 6 attack unit. If it just gets to sit there, I mean, Arnie will be able to just win solely through this cruiser.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only is it 6 power of return, but the Yularen being effectively defeated while the cruiser's in play is obviously no good. So Mario needs to find an answer to it. The fact that he's loaded up the 5 damage with Charge with Treason makes me assume he likely has another answer in hand. There aren't that many ways in Yularen's deck to actually deal with this cruiser, but there we go. That's certainly one of them. So Craving
Power?
Craving Power, thank you. He craved that power. And, yep, the cruiser gets taken down. It was charged with treason. And then, what's the lore behind Craving Power? Why does that deal damage?
Kylo Ren's angry.
Oh, okay.
Final answer.
Fair enough. Final answer, yeah. And then we see another Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. So we've still got the cards in hand.
See, look how angry he is.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that spotter there. Yeah, it's the aggression. Sure. So then we see the second cruiser come out. And once again, arrests Yularen. Now, this one's going to be a lot more tricky to deal with because, again, like I said before, the number of answers to it, there's not many in the deck as it stands, and Mario's had to use 2 of them there to deal with the first cruiser. So I suspect that second cruiser might well be the way that Arnie takes to lock out this game. There are not going to be many ways, other than maybe a second copy of Craving Power. There are not very many ways to deal with this cruiser. Well, we need always 2 again for the second copy of Craving Power, please. Because otherwise, I think Mario is going to have a hard time. He needs this Yularen to win this game, in my opinion. He needs to be able to swing into that base for 6 damage. He cannot afford to lose, especially with the Craving Power invested.
I think even if he got rid of the Arrestor Cruiser, potentially the damage has already been done. He's missed so much potential damage swinging with his leader here. It's definitely put him back.
One of the cards we see out of aspect most often nowadays, especially because of Invisible Hand, but is the Interrogation Droid. Maybe Mario's running Invisible Hand, maybe not, but the point is that he can pay 4 for it, and it's still absolutely fine there, honestly. 4 resources for the 3/1 that can exhaust, and obviously discard is okay. Obviously, you wouldn't typically play that if that just costed 4. They wouldn't see play in many decks, but again, sometimes it gets to come out with the Invisible Hand. So yeah, I think just because of that, we see Interrogation Droid a lot. Very solid card. And there's Dengar, he's back again.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation to be in. Arnie just gets the option to just kind of stall out as long as he wants, force Mario's hand to do whatever he's going to kind of spend with his turn. Obviously, he doesn't get to stall out with his own leader, and he's yet to spend a single resource.
Yep. And here it comes. Okay, so it's the assault frigate, or support frigate, not assault. It's not assaulting anybody. So again, when that's going to put some more pressure down into space. Again, Yularen's not going to have many space units. Again, presumably the Visible Hand of the list, but other than that, it's not going to be that many space units to fight off this cruiser. I think, honestly, without having a second answer to cruiser, there's not very much Mario's going to be able to do. Again, I think it's feasible. Again, Craving Power every turn is a 1-card answer that gets rid of the cruiser. So that's certainly something that could help. But unless he draws it, I just can't imagine anything else that's going to be that good. Yeah, and he calls it. Fair enough. Didn't draw the Craving Power, and that was going to be game that turn, I believe. 10 HP left in his base.
Definitely.
So yeah, this is actually both players using 30 HP bases here, which is uncommon nowadays. We see a lot of the rare bases seeing play, or maybe even common bases from a lawless time. But yeah, the vanilla 30 HP bases,
Yeah, all
this
the,
many
all the
sets
4
in.
spaces coming through.
Yeah, four spaces. Yeah, but I mean the vanilla 30 HP bases are still good. You know, still plenty of decks that want to use them, which is nice. I think that's a nice testament to good base design that we see such a variety in bases seen play, including just the basic ones that came out when the game first released, which I think is awesome. You know, really what you look at when you're building a deck are any of the bases that I'm looking at in this aspect combination, are they you know, are they going to be particularly useful for what I'm trying to do? Colossus, for example, obviously pairs with Dedra quite well because you get to draw so many cards. You know, you just look at and then if none of the rare bases or the force base or anything like that stand out to you, nowadays we have to also consider the applications of out of aspect cards. Can I force lose 3 HP? Both of these players opting to say, well, you know, the extra 3 HP is worthwhile. You can definitely see it from Piet's perspective because that 3 HP matters a lot because his weakness comes from aggro. From Yularen, you're an aggressive deck anyway, so I think what you're contending with there is, you know, are there any out of aspect cards that I really want to run? And I suppose in this case, you know, they've decided no, there aren't. But usually I think giving up 3 HP to play out of aspects in aggro decks is reasonable, but obviously not every deck wants to do that.
Well, kind of even within that, we did see out of aspect get played, because obviously we saw that interrogation droid come through. But sometimes you don't mind. Paying the extra 2 on the interrogation droid was absolutely fine. Yeah,
certainly when there's some other synergy. You know, we've seen obviously Anakin has been an example of a card that from Legends of the Force that, you know, has introduced lots of decks playing out of aspect cards just to feed into the Anakin, and then occasionally you might play the card. I think interrogation droid again with the visible hand is kind of of that ilk where, you know, occasionally you will play it and it's fine, but the vast majority of the time you're pulling it from invisible hand. Obviously, the 27 HP bases make that kind of game plan a bit more appealing. Not so much for Anakin because it doesn't help with heroism or villainy, but certainly with things like Interrogation Droid. But yeah, I think Yularen playing 30 HP is perfectly reasonable, especially if you're finding that in a lot of games you are getting run over just a turn too early. That extra 3 HP can sometimes buy you a whole extra turn, and that can be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've seen the turn 1 plays that we constantly talk about being the kind of stepping stones to winning in a late game scenario. If there is a unit that swings for 3 on your second turn and you're running 27 instead of 30, that's the difference in there.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely, it certainly is. So yeah, and that, you know, it doesn't seem like a lot, but one thing we've learned over the past few sets is just how important and how much of a big difference this HP makes. I think in the early days, Spark Rebellion days, you know, and onwards, we were looking at bases thinking, okay, well, base HP just doesn't matter. I'll pay 5 for ECL, I'll pay 5 for Target Town, nobody cares, you know. And then people started to run, we even saw, you know, Boba from Spark Rebellion starting to run 30 HP bases instead of ECL, even though it was so good in the deck, because people realized the base HP actually starts to matter. And that was the first inkling we had that HP on bases really is a very valuable tool, especially when aggressive decks are running around. And then obviously as time's gone on, when we've seen obviously Colossus, but more importantly we've seen you know, Lake Country recently, and Data Vault, as I said, Data Vault being the key one. People have realized that an extra 10% HP, it really is a big boon. And, you know, and obviously if the downside's not very high, in Colossus's case, it's quite a big downside, but again, some decks can support it. In the case of Data Vault, I think most people agree that Data Vault downside really isn't that high. And so it's very often worth the extra 3 HP.
Yeah, the little bit of inconsistency you find yourself. It's a very hard thing to quantify, but I think, as you said, the majority of players don't see it as a drastic downside.
Now here, you know, if you could ask the question to Mario, if Data Vault was an aggression base, not a command base, would you pair it with Yularen? And he might say yes, you know, I'll happily take the extra 3 HP. You could ask the same of Arnie, you know, if it was a vigilance base, would you play it instead of playing P8 with the 30 HP? You might say yes. So it's not necessarily that Data Vault, you know, if these players could play it, they may well do. But what I would say is another benefit to that is we've seen Thermal Oscillator, you know, 27 HP base that increases the consistency of a deck, see basically no play since it was released. So I think, you know, the jury isn't out. I think people have basically agreed that increasing or decreasing your deck size is not worth the HP. You know, in Data Vault, I'll just take the 33. It's more than worth it. And in the case of Thermal Oscillator, you know, it's definitely not worth it. Because obviously here Mario could play Thermal Oscillator if he wanted, but he hasn't done so.
Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of thought. At what point does something like Thermal Oscillator become good? Is it needs to be 28? Does it need to be 29? But at that point, you would just run it I think for example, if it was 29, why would you ever run a 30? I think at that point, because it's so close to just being a standard base.
I think they got the balance of point off, honestly. I think if it was 29, it would be too good because it would always see play. If it's 27, it never sees play. I think 28 is what it should be, honestly. I think they balanced it slightly too heavily in favour of the consistency. So I think at 28, you would actually have to make a decision. We see here the same start as last game with the BT1 and the Leppy Lookout, but this time Gonk Droid nowhere near as good on turn 2 as it would have been on turn 1. And then we see the Partners in Crime. Ooh, is out again.
We are going to see the claim instead of anything coming out from the Leppy Lookout. Interesting.
Yeah, you can only assume that Arnie wants to make sure he gets the attack in with the Gonk Droid so that he can play a 5-cost capital ship this turn. MC-30 frigate, perhaps? No, okay, he's going to immediately start with the tree remembers there. Get rid of ooh. I'm always going to call that ooh, by the way. I'm never calling it I'm never calling it 000. It's ooh.
It's ooh. Okay.
It's either that or naughty C-3PO.
Okay.
So it's your choice. I think you'll take ooh over that.
Naughty C-3PO.
There's a bit droid heavy. There's a droid heavy decks. Both players playing a lot of droids here. Getting the visible hand. Zeton Modge, yeah, you pick that card up, give it a read. Not a card we see that often. We've seen it obviously a few times. We saw it earlier on actually with the Vader player in his Vader intro battle to Hoth Vader Lake Country, which I must say I wasn't expecting to see this tournament. We did see Zeton Modge there, but haven't seen it since.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, especially in the upcoming set, if you've seen any of the reveals for that, I think Zeton Modge will go into more decks than he's currently finding himself.
Yeah.
Supported by, I think Ben was talking about yesterday, the new Mandalorian.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the only thing with him, he obviously, stats are fine and everything. It's just he doesn't have any impact when he hits the board, which for a lot of cards can be a bit of a death sentence, especially at 4 cost. Does hit this time on the Droid Missile platform. That's a big deal for Mario. Unlike last game, managed to defeat the Leppy Lookout for free, which is a big deal. I mean, last game we obviously, that Leppy Lookout carried on fighting for a few turns afterwards. Both leaders flipping now. No resource left for Arnie because he's played the ship now, so means we are in a position where he either... well, he can either claim the initiative and make sure that... I mean, his opponent spent no resources, so I don't see any reason to claim here. You just take the attack.
Yeah.
Okay, the Gonk Droid. It doesn't get defeated. Just takes 2 damage. It's got 3 HP. It's a big droid. Not as big as naughty R2-D2, but...
Okay. But he's BT1. That's not even...
Yeah. Well,
why is he naughty? We are going to see a Craving Power once again used to very good effect to hit up into space.
Yeah, really nice. And obviously not enough power quite yet to be able to deal with the Piet. So if Arnie wants to, he absolutely can play an 8-cost capital ship next turn. And he can potentially arrest Yularen again, which, as I said last time, Mario's just used the Craving Power, so he probably is unlikely to have another answer. Second copy of Craving Power would possibly be the only one.
Yeah, it would be back to being that difficult situation Mario found himself in that first part of the game.
I mean, he entirely lost game 1 because of that. The second cruiser entirely won the game. So, again, I think the first cruiser here would do the same thing.
Nice simple claim from Arnie, yeah.
Craving Power drawn from Arnie.
A second one?
No, it's from Arnie this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
yes.
so Mario not having his. No trade mechanic here in game. I'll take your Craving Power if you get one of my cards.
You get something out of aspect.
Yeah. Up to 6 resources now.
I mean, I don't even think for Arnie the Craving Power does too much in the situation, does it? With how big Yularen's gotten with his own Craving Power, there's no kind of clean cut. Just cool.
No.
Yularen's dead.
No, absolutely not. He needs a big capital ship now, and that he's not spending all his resources. Okay, Condemn helps. Condemn absolutely helps. We've seen the Leaders being condemned for months now, and it's rough. It's really rough. The amount of games that have been lost to a condemn. Of course, condemn, arguably a bit easier to deal with maybe than an arrested cruiser. It's not putting any pressure on the board, so not quite as dramatic as that. But I mean, a second craving power obviously doesn't help with condemn. Mario would need some kind of upgrade hate.
Yeah, and it's difficult because a lot of the time the upgrade hate, if it's targeting the unit, might hit all of your upgrades, so that would include the craving power. Yeah,
you could play the probe droid. That's usually what these decks tend to run, which could get rid of the condemn. They usually run that because obviously, like things like Invisible Hand, L337 again, obviously can search out droids. So a big reason why there's so many droids in this Yularen deck is to enable L337. Such a great, interesting card. I just wish maybe it was like a 5-cost 2/1 or something. But there we go. It does get the probe droid. Perfect answer. That is exactly what he needs. And again, this is the big difference between Alterum Constable and the probe droid here. Also gets to play, is that BT? No, what is that? Can't quite make out what that is. Let me put my glasses back on. Why do I keep taking those off?
Yeah, the L337, she's very interesting. And like you said, just like
the High Singer, sorry, that's what it is. It's the Prestige High Singer. Yeah, it was upside down and it was a Prestige, so, give me a break. Sorry, you were saying.
It's absolutely fine. I was just saying that the L337 is very interesting because exactly like you said, she's able to hit those targets just like Invisible Hand to help deal with the situation, especially considering Condemn. He still thought the Condemn was attached.
Bit of free information for you there, Mario.
As Condemn doesn't exhaust the unit, it's only this, obviously, as we said, kind of lengthy text that ends with the fact that you're usually not dealing any damage when you attack. It still gives Mario this ability to attack after it's been attached.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. I think Arnie needed a big capital ship. The kind of consolation prize last term was Condemn, but obviously, if you play Condemn, like I said, it's far easier to answer in Mario's deck because of things like not just the probe droid itself, but being able to have the L337 to search for it. Looking at the top 10 cards is a lot of cards. That gives you a very good chance to hit a probe droid off the top of that. Mario does find the answer, and that gives him the second game. Again, I think hitting on the BT1 helped him a lot that game, whereas obviously directly in comparison to game 1, he missed with the BT1, which obviously meant that the Leppy Lookout didn't get defeated. But the key there is that, unlike in game 1, he didn't have the answer to his opponent's his lockdown. It really came down to the leaders, as it normally does in the Yularen deck or any kind of aggressive deck. Your opponent plays Cancel Cruiser, you manage to scrape together an answer, and then they play a second one. That's game. In the second game, they don't have the Cancel Cruiser. Instead, they have to self-condemn, and obviously you've got the answer to that.
Yeah, getting past that Condemn, and like I said before, with Condemn not exhausting the unit, being able to then just go, cool, it's gone. What you thought was going to happen this phase is now completely out the window, and I'm going to keep swinging through with, he'd be at, what, 6?
Yeah,
attack?
well,
after
yes,
the...
that's right, yeah. And the thing about Condemn, it does a lot. It does do a lot. It has lots of lines of text. It's very interesting, a very powerful card. It can be played on leaders, but it doesn't exhaust, as you say, which means that if you play it on something, even we saw again earlier on in that match where the intro battle to Hoth Vader kept getting condemned, and it kept winning games because of it, because it just couldn't attack. Well, it was there the whole game, so if there was ever an answer drawn to that condemn, it then reactivates your leader. So as much as condemn at its best is removal, it's obviously not technically removal. And so, occasionally it can be played around in that way. And, Condemn is just one of those cards that really has shot up. I mean, I think when it was first revealed, it just came at the wrong time. There were just other ways to do a similar thing. We had other leader hit. Now that, leader removal is at an all-time low, I think Condemn really has, taken over as the removal of choice. But again, as powerful as it is, if you, build in anti-upgrade cards into your deck, it becomes a lot easier to deal with, of course.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be very interesting to see if any sideboard considerations have been made. I think I saw Mario sliding a few more sideboard cards into his deck. Obviously, Arnie's now got the initiative, which can be a very powerful effect for Admiral Piet decks, especially being able to make sure you kind of have that first action available to drop your kind of big bomb after you've deployed out Piet can be massive.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get to, there's no best of 2 in Stars Unlimited, so because we're in best of 3, one player is always going to have the advantage, of going first in an odd number of games. In this case, it will be Arnie, which definitely helps. It will help slow that aggression. Yularen in this matchup, and just in general, isn't really one of those leaders that just rushes you down incredibly fast. I think usually it is kind of like building up a big leader and then, winning from there. Yeah, it's more of a sort of, slightly slower aggressive deck. It's not like Chewbacca, for example, that can go really, really quick, or Sabine used to. So, yeah, I think, Arnie does have a little bit more time, but it really will, I think, come down to here. Make sure I don't get run over. That's plan number one. Make sure I don't miss a turn one play or something like that. Don't get run over, and then make sure I have an answer to that leader. And if I can answer the Yularen, I'll probably go on to win the match, the game and the match.
Yeah, definitely. There's a few considerations from Mario just figuring out what he's looking for. And, I mean, I think Arnie's the same, just trying to figure out exactly what is this opening hand that I want. Obviously, coming into our third game here, you've kind of gotten a taste for what each deck has. So you know kind of what you're expecting to see for your opening turns, and maybe I'm eating my words. I think that's I don't think we've seen... What did Arn play?
What, direct to Krennic?
Oh, it is Krennic. I need my glasses, clearly. And HK47.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, HK not quite as good as BT1, I think. Dealing damage to the base is somewhat insignificant, whereas the BT1, again, occasionally it kills a Leppy Lookout for free, so that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not the best start for Mario, but perfectly serviceable. And then Arnie, I think Krennic is kind of where you want to be, honestly. That's really solid. If you can make use of the second line of text, great, but really just as a crafty smuggler, it's good enough. Fight on the board, get that HK defeated, and then again, just make sure that you've not got run over. He is going to go to the base, and that's fine, honestly. Defeating it in 2 attacks is not a big deal. Krennic presents a bit more of a threat throughout the course of the game, probably, than HK. Okay, droid missile platform. Reasonable, putting a lot of pressure on. This somewhat punishing the... Yeah, no Latch Razzie this time. Leppy Lookout, which, again, on turn 2, not the absolute best. He spent 3 resources there. Yep, there we go. And, yeah, so Leppy Lookout only costs 2, so not the absolute best. And I think, honestly, this start is slightly punishing Arnie's aggressive line of going base. If he would have hit into HK, at least here now he would be able to clean up the ground, because what the droid missile platform has done has shown Arnie that Mario is going for the jugular. He's really going as aggressively as possible. He's going to try and end the game on the 6 resource turn, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking like it might be a bit of a sprint of a game between both players. Like you said, the missile platform obviously hitting for 4 each time into base, into a currently uncontested space arena, though I can imagine that won't be the case forever with Admiral Piet at the helm.
It won't, but all of his ships are capital ships, so he might run the odd 2-drop, but most of them are capital ships, which means that droid missile platform might get a few attacks here uncontested, and then even when it does eventually go down, it might get a bit more damage on base. Probably not at that point, but yeah, the fact that the droid missile platform is presenting 4 power a turn is the big deal. It's a lot of damage to threaten. And again, every turn that HK lives, it does mean that it might end up dealing an extra couple of points of damage over the course of the game as well, with the ability.
Yeah, it's definitely a threat on the board, the missile platform. It'd be interesting to see if Mario just kind of continues this line of thought and goes, I've got another one. We'll just stack it up out in space, and I'm gonna race you as fast as I can.
Yeah, see, Arnie, if you would have decided to attack into that HK last round, then the HK would be done by now. But no, still gets to swing in for an extra 2 damage.
Yeah,
could have actually attacked. I mean, he could have used Lauren's ability and just attack with both. I mean, I don't see why not really. Instead of just attacking the missile platform. Could have done it that way. Either way, it's the same result at the end of the day, but we'll have to see if he maintains initiative here. Obviously, the Overwhelm that you mentioned. Often forgot Overwhelm with Leppy Lookout. Ziton Modge coming out. I think Mario should maintain initiative here, so I don't think the fact they didn't use Yularen will end up mattering. No, it does matter, see? So, yeah, he actually loses initiative there because of the way he played that, which is 2 damage he's lost from Ziton Modge, and obviously he's not going to be able to act first next round. Arnie obviously doesn't get to play anything this turn, which is a big deal, so there's been a hefty cost to Arnie taking the initiative there, but that was all made possible because Mario manually attacked him with the missile platform instead of using Yularen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there isn't any reason for it. It seems an interesting decision, unless we've missed out on something here. I don't see why you wouldn't have chosen to use the leader ability. But it'll be interesting to see in what kind of heavy hitter Arnie might be able to bring out here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing could be like maybe, you know, he was considering he might have wanted to trade, but I don't see why you would. You know, you wouldn't really trade in that situation.
Yeah.
So
Arnie has tapped fully here, but it's just, I think, potentially, well, deliberating between some options.
Yeah, can't say what it is. No glory, only results. Get rid of this on Modge, not bad at all. It could have, you know, also used the get rid of the droid missile platform, because again, it's a bit of a menace in space. I wouldn't have minded seeing it used on that, honestly.
Well, and obviously gain the on defeat ability as well.
Exactly, yeah. So you deal 3 to your opponent. You don't get 3 dealt to you eventually, and the Ziton Modge is going to end up going down eventually to the Leppy Lookout plus one of the Krennic or the Piet. So yeah, I don't mind that. I wouldn't have minded using it on that, honestly, instead. But anyway, that's not a decision Arnie made.
Yeah, we're now going to see the double swing, the kind of action cheat, as many call it, from the Yularen.
Yeah, Mario using it this time around. It actually doesn't really matter in this instance, to be fair, because he's going to get initiative either way. He's going to lose initiative either way, I think. Oh, no, maybe not, actually. We'll see.
Well, with no Ziton Modge to worry about it.
That is, yeah. See, this is how you get the Cantwell Cruiser Piet. You know, you can shut down one target, but if you go wide, not many ways to deal with a wide board.
Yeah, and especially a board that's going to push 8 damage between 2 units.
Yep.
Especially then backed with Yularen's ability to, again, use that action sheet, so to speak, to swing out with more than just himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm struggling to see how Arnie gets himself out of this predicament, honestly. It's a tricky one.
Well, I can't imagine there's too many Space Sentinels in his deck, and even if there were, 8 attack between the 2 missile platforms is more than likely going to be enough to deal with it.
Yeah, the one saving grace is that if he does play something that can deal with this space, I think he's a turn away from Hyperspace Disaster, should he run that, so that wouldn't help. But if he does deal with it, then you know, he has actually got quite a lot of base HP, so he's not going to lose to like one cheeky attack or anything like that. But the threat that Yularen always poses with his undeployed side is that if your opponent ever has 2 different units at different costs out, then they're always threatening a massive swing in one action for lethal. So you have to keep yourself pretty healthy or keep their board very sparse to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, definitely. Just like you said, it's a case of making sure one of those is your situation, but it's definitely not where Arn is finding himself at this current point.
Latsrazi can deal with the Yularen. He's exhausted. That Yularen should be exhausted. There we go. Thank you, table judge. Doing the Lord's work there. And let's see here. So you get to attack him with one of the droid missile platforms. Put your opponent to 18. Now, the good thing about Arnie's board is that Pierre has got such a big health pool that when those droid missile platforms eventually get defeated, which they will have to for Arnie to win the game, he can just absorb all the indirect damage onto Piet himself. So those, when defeated, have kind of been neutralized now anyway. Health on Piet doesn't really matter at this point. The problem with them is that they're dealing 8 damage between them every turn.
Yeah, and we're going to tap out for 8 for the Invisible Hand, I believe.
Yep, there we go. I've mentioned it throughout the game here. And it's made its appearance. Plenty of droids in the deck, as we know. So, I mean, it really isn't what Arnie wants to see here, because, you know, it's going to, again, put more pressure into space. That's now 14 power in space, and it's going to put some pressure onto the ground in all likelihood as well.
Yeah.
Don't think there are any droids in space that cost 2 or less that see any competitive play. Yep, so it's just the BT-1, which actually can't even be answered as it stands. Now, Arnie still has...
Yeah.
Does he have all his resources? I'm not sure what's going on with his resources there. I don't think he's spent any.
No, the Lats was last turn, and all he's done so far.
Oh, Lats was this turn.
No, Lats was this turn.
Lats was this turn, yeah. Yep, so he's only got 3...
Yeah, so those are the 3 taps there.
Yeah, so he doesn't have any... there's not really much he can do now at this point. Again, Hyperspace Disaster can come out next turn. That would clear off space, absorb all the damage onto Piet. That could be enough, but I think it has to be Hyperspace Disaster he gets one action now, so I'd spend some resources now doing something, or attack with the Krennic, your opponent attacks with a missile platform, and then your Hyperspace Disaster, and that has to be the line of events, I think, for him to win this game. Okay, that's okay. Condemn helps a bit. Opponent claims now, so you are going to take the 6 slam from Invisible Hand. There's no way to avoid that. Condemn's just not quite as good. I mean, again, it's almost like the consolation prize once again, where, you know, again, I think like last game, you really wanted the Cruiser. You ended up having Condemn. It wasn't enough. Here, I think he needs the Hyperspace Disaster, and I think he's had the Condemn. Again, I just don't think it's enough. Because Condemn, once again, amazing if your opponent's built to a really big leader. You know, Voltron style, they've added on the Craving Powers. But not so good when your opponent's got 4 threats in play.
Absolutely. Why not condemn the Invisible Hand?
It hadn't. So the droid missile platform hadn't attacked yet.
Hadn't attacked.
So
there we go.
So between last turn and this turn, he's saving 8 HP, whereas the Invisible Hand would only be 6. So we've got 12 HP left for Arnie. Obviously nowhere near defeating Mario himself, which means he's probably looking for a big stabilization. And again, Hyperspace Disaster, to my mind, is the only way to do that.
Yeah, and like you said, then load up on all of that indirect damage onto Piet, as you said. It's of kind of little concern how much damage he has taken.
Yeah, so we get to attack with, I mean, Yularen here showing off, I think, again, a part of his power here. Obviously, like I said, you put not quite enough for lethal, but you put your opponent much closer to lethal here because he gets to attack with the Invisible Hand, obviously trigger the ability, and then attack with the missile platform, puts your opponent within 2. BT1 will get traded into, so it doesn't necessarily mean that Mario's going to have lethal now. He could have drawn a Probe Droid to take off the Condemn, didn't, but obviously the Interrogation Droid's just fine. And now Arnie's going to be within 2 damage of lethal, of losing this match. And again, Hyperspace Disaster wouldn't be enough at this point, so...
No, it is a dire situation.
Do you attack with... Yeah, don't show me Devastator. I don't want... Mario doesn't have Devastator in hand, because if he does, then Arnie is absolutely out of this game, so let's pretend that Devastator doesn't exist. So we go up to 26. Okay, so... Yeah, we do trigger, that's the Benthic 2 tubes, I think, so we do trigger the 1 damage from BT1. So now, you lose 2 damage there from Mario, but it means that obviously it's harder now. Your opponent has to have a response in hand to deal with the droid missile platform. Hyperspace Disaster, again, wouldn't actually even be enough here now, because if you use the Disaster, your opponent's now got 2 threats on the ground, and obviously still got 7 resources as well, so yeah. I don't see any way out of this now. I think Mario's just pipped Arnie to the post here.
Yeah, I think it is a quite clear-cut situation at this point, but... Yeah, there we go.
And there it is. Well played there from Mario. Well played from both players.
Absolutely.
You know, a really nice, interesting matchup. You don't often get to see Yularen Piet, especially sort of in the, I won't say last stage of the tournament, but you know that was the 5th round. So we are swiftly moving through the event.
Over halfway through.
Over halfway through. Yeah, day 1, absolutely. Still getting confirmation about if we've got 8 or 9 rounds. There's a bit of confusion about that. I believe it might be 8 now, actually, but
because of player count.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
A fly buzzing around my head. So that's I'll get confirmation on that for the next time that I speak to you guys. But as it stands, there we go. 5 wins now for that would be for the Colonel Yularen.
Yeah.
Good position, really good position to make do to, which would be fantastic. I'd love to see Yularen finally do well in one of these tournaments because again, it's such a popular deck and it just never seems to make it through. But it looks like we do have, lucky you, a second feature match available to watch in round 5. Let's see what we've got. And for those of you who've been watching recently, Chris Hornsey appearing there. Not quite right with those flags there. Chris is from the UK, our homeland. So get those updated. But yes, that is Chris, the same Chris we saw on the interview and in the last feature match on table 1 in round 4 against Monica with Luke Pilot Data Vault, a deck that has been around for quite some time, since Jump to Lightspeed. Really, again, got a... Oh, there we go. It was all random, so that's okay. Then we... The Luke Data Vault did get a big boost with the rotation, as did many leaders from Legends of the Force and from Jump to Lightspeed, because the decks were primarily built from those sets. But I do think Luke in recent times has taken a bit of a backseat not as good as he used to be. You know, again, a bit like a lot of the pilot decks, honestly. I think Boba maybe being the slight exception, but it just doesn't quite have the ability to, I think, really do well in tournaments. I'm saying that, of course, the last major, again, was won by a pilot deck. But again, I think across the top cut and things, pilots tend to do as well.
Few and far between.
Yeah, you would expect them to do a bit better considering their popularity.
Yeah. We are going to see the ambush come through just to finish off the damaged unit. And then equally be finished off by Aura Singh, which is a very difficult situation to be in. The blue leader there falling away, and see another Krennic come through.
Yeah, so Luke really is all about the leader flip turn. Obviously, you know, as a leader, he has that clause that he can't be defeated as an upgrade. No bamboozles anymore to bounce him to hand or anything like that. So, you know, he is tricky to deal with. Of course, he can be condemned, which is usually the main answer that control decks have to these kind of leaders in general, but especially those that have protective clauses, like Luke. Data Vault mirror match here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see kind of with that double Data Vault setup, how long and kind of like drawn out this might get. I can't imagine Luke is trying to go too late, but deploying out on 6, and like you were talking about, it kind of is that critical moment where I feel like I imagine the majority of Monica's games have been decided.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the flip turn's very, very important for both players, but much more, I think, for Monica than for Chris. The early game, you know, as much as you're the aggressor as Luke, you're not going to get any damage in, any licks in the early game, because one, your opponent's on 33 HP, which is just really hard to deal with. Aura does a fantastic job of controlling the early game. We see there the combination of Krennic hitting in, blocking his shield, knowledge and defense, and the Aura ability, allowing the TIE Four to be defeated when other leaders wouldn't be able to do that. There's my favorite card again, Hibernation 6 Han Solo coming out, which, I mean, that was a really killer turn, actually, from Chris. Being able to deal with the Captain TIE Four threat and develop a really threatening card of your own, and that's the power of this one-cost Han, because for one resource, you're developing a threat that has to be answered, and I can't express how important that is. You know, normally one-resource cards, they can sit there for a few turns and you're not that bothered, but if Han Solo gets to attack in 2 or 3 times, this game's going to end real quick.
Yeah, definitely that. The kind of scaling nature of Han Solo, and especially coming in with that shield, it's just... I think you've won me over. You've said it enough, and I think it's kind of seeped into my mind that
okay,
yeah,
I won't say it again then.
That is a really good card.
That Han Solo Hibernation 6 for a 1-drop is a really strong card, and I'll tell you why. No, you might be funny. We didn't actually get it on the card tracker. That's Collection Star Hopper. It's a vanilla 2-cost 2/3 space unit. Now, you may be wondering why we're seeing a vanilla unit in competitive Star Wars Unlimited, and and the reason for that is simply because Luke Skywalker has to play primarily, you know, space units. You need to play a lot of space units to make sure. You need to be absolutely sure you're going to be able to deploy Luke as a pilot. If you don't, then this deck just does not function. And as a result of that, especially paired with Data Vault, where you have a 60-card deck, there just simply aren't enough good space units to play in your deck, so you have to play some of these terrible ones because there aren't enough. We just don't have enough sets in the game to you know, after rotation, to be able to fill out the deck with good cards. So yeah, that means we're stuck playing vanilla 2/3s in space, which do the job. I mean, they do a fine job. They do the same job as most of the other space units, honestly.
Yeah, it goes back to that conversation we had at the start of this round, just kind of talking about the consistency that obviously Data Vault deteriorates, and how that does impact your deck building. You do have to bring in those extra 10 cards.
Yeah, and this is the real combo that we've seen from Luke benefit the most from Secrets of Power. I think a lot of people thought Sinterkaz would be one of those cards that's going to like dominate the meta and be like really powerful. It turns out it doesn't see play in many decks, honestly. But Luke is one that can really benefit from it. Obviously, he's a 6-deploy leader, which is a prerequisite basically to running Sinterkaz. But the fact that again, he can just deploy onto a pilot and get 2 threats on board really benefits Luke. And then we see, retaliation, absolutely brutal. It might be sideboard, actually. I was going to say we're actually in game 2 here, so I'll be surprised to see that in the main deck. But yeah, Chris, as we've said, not that many answers to leaders in general currently in Star Wars Unlimited, and even fewer against Luke. So retaliation being one of those that can actually defeat any unit, leader or not. And again, Luke's protective clause doesn't help against him being defeated, the unit itself being defeated. And I think that is going to spell a lot of trouble for Monica here. I really don't think she was expecting the retaliation.
Yeah, I'm like we've been talking about time and time again, Han Solo's found his footing and is now just going to start churning out damage. Not yet able to take out Sintra-Kaz, but is going to be able to keep hitting base for progressively, obviously, more and more damage.
Yeah, the retaliation is a real fly in the ointment for Monica, but as you say, on top of that, the Han, being able to does actually trade in Cynthia. I mean, honestly, I think Chris could have gone base there. I don't think I wouldn't have hated that, and kept the shield token, because Han is at this point as a 1-drop much more of a threat than Cynthia is as a 6-drop.
Yeah.
Because he's going to keep getting bigger and bigger. There's Starhopper again, back for more. But yeah, but honestly, I think this is the really safe way to play. This is the way to try and guarantee that you're going to win the game. You obviously get to clear off the Cinta with the Aura, and then you're still going to continue growing with Han. Nothing wrong with this line at all from Chris. And Monica's going to really struggle here. Not least because, again, her most important ace in the hole of the leader and Cinta has been expended. But again, the quality of the Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck is so low. The card quality is really poor. You're really relying on that leader to carry you to victory. And when it gets retaliationed, not great news. Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite there, though, really great. You can actually defeat all the experience tokens of the Han, but he doesn't defeat the Han himself, so he actually will continue to grow. He's been reset.
And a nice, easy, and quite valid target for Aura Singh's deploy. Somehow shooting all the way into space to take out Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite.
That was quite the shot.
Absolutely.
Straight through the cockpit. And Kit Fisto, he is no more. So unless somebody's borrowing his ship, of course. But yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe he hired her. He's like, right, someone stole my ship. Can you deal with that, please?
And then the craving power to follow up and finish off the vanilla unit that was out in space, followed up by... I can't see the last card that was played.
That was the Lepi Lookout.
The Lepi Lookout, there.
Yeah. The Leprous Lookout that we see come up so often, bouncing around. I mean, again, a great display. Once again, another deck here, actually displaying all of my favourite cards from the new set, pairing the Vigilance with Command. I think almost every match we've seen today, one player has been running Lepi Lookout, Han, and Latrazi.
Yeah,
the trio.
I mean, like we've spoken about, why wouldn't you? If you've got the ability to, absolutely, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. I wonder. I'm assuming that this is possibly the most popular aspect combination of Vigilance Command at this tournament. Possibly not. Is that Chewbacca though? Okay, this is the one saving grace, the one way out you have as Luke. You have that backup in Chewbacca Pilot. Obviously, it can't be defeated. So in this case, it actually can't be retaliated, which is nice. It's immune to that. Samir's Masterpiece, again, just a 3/3 in space at this point. But does Chris have some way to answer this Chewbacca? Because if not, that actually might sneak a win for Monica here. Okay, so that is...
Ambushing in?
That's enough. That's 6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just enough. Oh, that is absolutely brutal. And he had the Stump Fighter as well, so he had even more. Yeah, plenty of ways to deal with that Chewbacca Pilot. Again, still a little bit of time on Monica's side here to potentially play a second Chewbacca out, but, at the moment we are facing down 5, 8, 10, 13 damage next turn. Yeah,
so it's the lethal available.
It's the lethal. Yeah, okay. Well, I say there's a lot of time. There's one turn. It's actually not enough time to deal 22 damage from hand. So, I think again, even if the Chewbacca would have lived, I think the numbers just weren't on Monica's side in terms of speed. But the fact that Chris had the answer to that as well, he just had everything he needed this game. Again, just like we saw in the last round, piloted very well. He obviously knows the deck very well. Great player from the UK, and it's nice to see some of the UK talent coming out to Prague.
Yeah, it's an exceptionally... Well, I wouldn't even say difficult at this point. I would say nigh impossible situation for Monica here. And like you said, it's just been a kind of ideal setup for Chris.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the deck's well equipped to deal with Luke. It's hard to say because neither of these decks are hugely popular. At London, if I recall right, I think there was only one result where they actually played each other, or maybe two. I think it was 50-50. But there was not a lot of matches between these two decks at all at that event. And again, I think it's because Luke is diminishing in popularity and Aura is staying a pretty reasonably unpopular deck. I mean, she's gone up a little bit, I think, but again, to counter the Landos a bit. But she's not a hugely popular deck. And so this isn't a match we see that often. But I do think it's safe to say, as long as you've got retaliations, at least in the side, but in the main especially, it's pretty Aura favoured. And there we go. Chris does take his second win on stream of the day.
Clearly, it's the place for Chris to be.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, to take credit for his win because he's on stream
Yeah.
is an interesting tact. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's safe to say he's comfortable on stream at least.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's been on stream many times, and yeah, obviously doing a great job. Hopefully, Monica will be able to come back. That's just the first loss, so still plenty of time. That's 5 rounds down now. Again, I believe 3 to go, maybe 4. So we'll find out. But either way, she's in a good position to potentially make day 2. Just potentially just don't get more than 1 more loss, and you'll be all right.
X2. That seems to always be the kind of the ideal situation to be in. The moment that 3rd loss comes around, it gets very messy, if not impossible, to get into that next day.
The 3rd loss means you won't make day 2.
So, what really in that game, do you think there was much for our Luke player to be able to do? Do you think there was any missed opportunities or potentially a card that if they saw would have brought it back?
No. I think that the problem is that if your opponent... Retaliation is one of those cards where, in theory, you can play around it, but in that situation, if I was Monica, I would immediately I would just immediately deploy the Luke, flip the Sinter, and hope they don't have it. I think that's all you can do in that situation. I don't think there's any player... You can't not deploy Luke. You can't deploy Luke on the ground. I don't think you're going to win that way. So, honestly, I don't think there's much you can do. If they have the retaliation, they have it.
And even within that, if you did deploy to the ground and then swung, retaliation...
Yeah, it doesn't then defeat your ship. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost as bad anyway. So there's not really much playing around it in that situation, to be honest. It's not like back in Secrets of Power Limited where you can not attack base to play around retaliation. In that situation, your opponent can just pass. They don't need to expend resources.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we do have an interview, so we're going to swing you guys on over to that.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here with my friend from Switzerland, Mario. We just saw him won his feature match. So Mario, tell me, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. Had a couple of great games, great opponents, nice people. Got lucky in a couple of situations when I played, and have a great score now. That's cool.
Well, it's part being lucky, but also part being skillful, because you're going undefeated right now, right? You're playing with a pretty popular deck. I think it's like in the top 5 of the leaders that we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Are you prepared to face the other 5 popular leaders, like the other ones that might be top contenders, or how did you prepare to get into this tournament?
I would love to face Boba, but I didn't see any Bobas yet.
Okay.
I am prepared for those decks. Obviously, you have to be prepared for those decks. I chose this deck because it is good against Boba. Boba players figured out now how they have to play against Yularen, so it's not that easy anymore as it was a couple of weeks ago. And I just don't want to see any blue villainy force, especially yellow.
Okay,
this is the one that I don't want to see. I can deal with every other matchup. Doesn't mean I win every other matchup, but I have a good chance. And against yellow-blue villainy force, it's super tough.
Yeah. So you probably side cards. You have a lot of side cards to face their opponents you think are the hardest ones, or how did you go into deciding your tech for this event?
Well, I tried to build the deck not just with the side cards, but also with main deck cards to also have a good matchup already into most opponents. And obviously, yes, I have sideboard cards that are against against the ones that I just mentioned, the blue villainy force. There's not much to tech. With Yularen, then you just have to be a little bit lucky that he doesn't draw. That they don't draw their good cards. You don't want to see Shinhati, and then you might have a chance.
Yeah, all right, perfect. So I guess you're here with friends, or did you travel alone?
No, I'm here with friends.
Okay, and are these also the friends that are from your locals, or did you meet each other at PQs, or how did you guys come up together?
I'm here with 2 friends from our locals in Bern in Switzerland, but there's also our good friends from the Two Moons community in Zurich. There's also one guy from Lausanne I saw quickly. So we are here as I would say we're here at the Swiss community.
Okay, that's very
and those
nice.
are all friends.
All right, you're going undefeated. Let's hope you can pull that through until the last round of today. So we see each other again in the next day, which is tomorrow for the top. And then you get to take home this mat already. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I have that one.
Yeah, but this one you get tomorrow. All right, cool. Perfect. Thank you so much for having.
Thanks a lot.
Goodbye, guys.
Thanks.
Goodbye, guys. See you next time.
Welcome back here to Prague, to the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship with myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Krishiv as well. Krishiv, we are getting to the tail end of the day. We're coming into round 6. Give me a surprising thing you've seen today.
Oh, well, that's putting me on the spot. I mean, obviously a 3-0 Sebulba is the default. I was very surprised to see Sebulba doing well. No, in a pleasant way. But I think really there's a couple of things I've been keeping an eye on for this tournament. This is the last regional championship of the season. So it's quite big, right? Lots of people will be trying to qualify for the Galactic Championship. This may well be their last chance. But one of the things I've been keeping an eye on that I've found really interesting, and I think if there will be a surprise, it will be here, is on the leaderboard, there's a real battle for number 1. And Bobby Sapphire has been far and away in first place for quite some time. But right now, positions 2 through 6, it looks like are all in the final day for Limited, I think. Or at least, I can see Fame is in the contention. I can see that that SIP, I believe, is still in there as well. So there's a genuine chance that a European after this tournament might end up being number 1 on the leaderboard, which is going to be something that's very exciting to see. So I'm keeping a close eye. It's second place through 6th place, so a lot that could potentially happen there. I am excited to see how that goes. I don't know, Ross, is there anything that surprised you in particular so far?
The meta as a whole, honestly, has surprised me. We all knew Boba was good, but we did not know it would see as much play as it has. Dedra taking a backseat. We can look at the decks that are being played now and we can explain why these things are happening, but certainly not what I was expecting, as we actually came into the event. Seeing Lando, Lando underperformed in London. After the first sector over in the US, we all expected Lando Lake Country to be just this absolute powerhouse deck. It underperformed in London. It's not showing up in nearly the same numbers here as we might have expected. Colonel Yularen coming in. There's a lot of things that are surprising me. I also did, while I was just, I got a delivery. I got a surprising Star Wars delivery. Are we allowed to do a bit of show and tell while we wait for the game? Can you okay that? You're in charge, right?
Yeah, I'm now run everything. Wow, very good.
I mean, do I need a Star Wars Mandalorian t-shirt that crosses over with a Japanese baseball team? I don't know. But now I have one, so when I do go get to see that movie, it's going to be fun. Of course, we had the new Mandalorian revealed from Ashes of the Empire, that new leader, over on social channels yesterday, so make sure you're checking that one out. For what it's worth, that is a leader I am most excited about that we've seen from Ashes of the Empire yet. I love it.
Crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, I love me some aggression. I usually play aggression villainy, but for Mando, I might make an exception. I might go aggression heroism. But coming back to a lawless time, getting away from all of that, are there any decks so far that we haven't seen on stream that you think people at home might be wanting to take a look at? What are we missing?
Well, yes. There's one. I'm pretty sure it wasn't on stream for the one round I was away. And that is a well-known British player who I've been keeping an eye on, Ollie Simmons. I'm sure he's quite good. We're all well aware, if you're in the Star Wars Unlimited community, you've seen this guy about. He's currently 5-0 with Akbar.
Now, he was playing Akbar in London, and he had a good. Now
he's been playing it for over a year. Yeah.
For how long? Oh,
he's been playing it since it came out. Sorry.
No, carry on. Tell me.
No, I was going to say, he's been playing it since it came out, really. I remember UK Games Expo last year, which was pretty much a year ago, like next week. And I distinctly remember the incredulous reactions when he was on top tables with Akbar Data Vault. And I think this was just off of the heels of Mattia, I believe their name is, winning a PQ with it. And so this deck had just become a thing. And he's been playing it consistently since then. When you've already qualified for Galactics, you can have fun. But turns out it's not just fun. It's really, really good.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, we saw him have a good run in London a couple of weeks ago, fell a bit short at the end, but was having a very good run at one point with the deck. I almost picked up an Akbar Showcase, but then the vendors went and sold it. I was a little bit too slow. I have nobody but myself to blame. I always like watching Akbar so I can just yell it's a trap over and over again whenever anything remotely surprising happens. That's always fun for me as a caster. But it is, sometimes there is something to be said in any card game, and in Star Wars Unlimited as well, there is something to be said for knowing your deck better than anybody else. There could well be, Akbar could be an all right deck. Akbar could be a tier 2, tier 3, all right deck. But if you put that in the hands of a really good player who knows every interaction, who can mulligan every time, make the right resources every time, resource decisions every time, knows all the matchups and interactions, and they can get a significantly better win rate than anybody else. And sometimes when you see one person winning with a deck, and people are like, well, how did that happen? The answer is they are making every decision near perfectly, and there is no one else who can do that with this deck because they just don't have the reps.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And often in Star Wars Unlimited, you know, playing perfectly is sort of the expectation when you're at these top levels. You don't expect the best players in the world to be making mistakes like that. And so when you're looking for edges to get in a matchup, the edge of, well, my opponent doesn't really know what my deck does as well as I know what theirs does. So I'm not going to make a mistake. I know how to play this matchup. I know what the lines are. But if I'm sitting down at, I'm 10-0, I'm doing really well. I'm sitting down with my meta Boba Fett deck, and then I see Akbar across from me, and I'm picking up every other card to make sure I understand what it does. The possibility of just not expecting something and therefore making that misplay, as you say, so much higher. You can get these huge advantages from that. So I'm not surprised to see Ollie. Great player, obviously. That's a given.
Oh, yeah.
Surprise factor in these decks can take you really far.
It really can. And, Al's made this point on stream already today. It is so much harder to do it with a deck. A lot of decks, you see things like Jabba, you'll see players at kind of 2-0, 3-0, then falling off as the tournament goes along because it's inherently not that good. I think a lot of these mid-tier decks could be, PQ winning decks, sector winning decks. The biggest thing is you have to spend months and months and know the deck absolutely perfectly. And the other thing is, when you see like a Boba or a Lander, there's a community testing aspect. There is an awful lot about the deck. You can go and look at a bunch of deck lists and they'll be 90% similar. There might be, 5 cards different between these decks. A lot of the lines. You can talk to your friends and testing partners. You can learn an awful lot about the deck without ever sleeving it up. You take something like an Akbar, you have got to do all of that work yourself, and it takes so much longer. It is something I really hope we can get to see. For me, we haven't seen a Vader yet, and not everybody might like Vader, but it won the sector qualifier. And Al on the stream earlier, he said he doesn't think it's a tournament-winning deck. Well, I'm sorry, Al, it won a couple of weeks ago over in London. It's proved its chops. We're in the same format, although obviously, the meta has shifted a little bit in response to that. And also, I don't think we've seen a Dedra on stream yet, have we? I think I've seen every game I've not casted. I don't think we've seen a Dedra.
Yes, I agree. I actually don't think we have. But it's funny you bring up Al because Callum asked Al an interesting question. Now, I'm interested to hear your perspective. So Al's predicted the top 8. I've got it written down. So I will be grading Al to see how well he's done once we hit that point. But I'd love to get your perspective, Ross. What do you think the top 8 of this regional is going to be?
Oh, I'm not prepared for this. Right. Okay. So I've got a little notepad open. So I'm putting 3 Boba in there. I think Boba is going to be all over. That is something which I think we need to admit. I do think we're right. Let's go put a couple of Aura Sing in there. I'm going to say that there is one layer that makes it in. There's a couple on the top table.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think that's there. I'm going to go for a Chewbacca. Oh, and a Dedra. Right. Now, that's my initial reaction. So I've gone 3 Boba, 2 Aura, Leia, Chewie, Dedra. Now I know I've got a little bit off.
That's your top 8.
No,
that is a very interesting top 8.
I'm going to cut a Boba
Vader,
for a Vader.
No Lando. I think that is very.
No, I'm not buying Lando. I'm cutting a Boba for a Vader. So I've got 2 Boba, 2 Aura.
For a Vader. All right.
Yeah, Vader, Leia, Chewie, Dedra.
Vader.
I think I'm all right with that.
To light speed. All right, that's a very interesting. So not a huge about half of your list overlaps with Al's. But otherwise, yeah, some interesting differences. This will be fun. I'm looking forward to this. But we'll make our way slowly through the tournament. We'll get Callum's next, and then we'll get mine, and then we'll compare notes at the end, and we'll see who is the least fraudulent amongst all four of us for being able to predict the top 8.
I just need to double check. There's a Darth Maul apparently quite high up, sitting at 4-1 right now. I'm just trying to. There's literally a Dedra on top tables. We're good. No, I'm locking it in. I feel good. I needed to make sure all of my predictions were at least represented on the top tables. But see, I like the client, but I don't think it's got legs. Nope, I'm locking it in. Give me those 8. I'm happy with my list. I've got it written down. We'll see where we come. Let's see where we come when we get the top 8 locked in. But right now, 6 rounds in, and I've checked that they're all in play. Because there's nothing worse than predicting something and then looking and finding out there's none with fewer than 3 losses.
That would be quite embarrassing. You're sitting there. Yeah, I think the top 8 will be 8, probably Sebulbas, 8 Sebulbas. And we're like, gosh, there's only 3 Sebulbas in the tournament. That might be a little bit of a challenging one to make happen.
We've got an undefeated. We've got a 5-0 layer. So I didn't know this when I played. We've got a 5-0 layer. So I feel good about a 5-0 layer. We've got a 5-0 Vader. There's a Chewie up quite high. There's actually a 4-1 Chewie. No, I feel pretty good. I'm liking this.
Oh, very good. No, I like your list.
How do you feel?
I would love to see some of those in the top cut.
Give me a snap judgment on my top 8.
I think. I mean, I'll tell you. I'll do mine. I'll do mine now as well. Might as well.
Okay, tell me yours.
I think I agree with you and Al. I think it's going to be two Boba Lake is going to be where I'll. Boba Lake or Boba Blue? I actually don't know if there's any Boba Blues, but 2 Bobas. I'll say 2 Bobas will be there. I don't think there's going to be auras. That's my hot take.
Really?
I don't think there's going to be auras. I think there will be a Dedra. I think there will be 1 Dedra. And I quite like your layer prediction. So I'm going to say there will be a layer. And I agree with you both that there will be a Chewbacca. And then from there, I think this has to be Lando comes back. There's no, we can't have this deck take over a tournament completely, like dominate its top cut and then just be nowhere for the remaining.
Yes, we can. But carry on.
Really large events in the tournament. That would be insane. So I'm gonna say 2. I'm gonna say 2 of them.
Right, 1 more. We got to be quick. We're getting into the next game. What is your last top cut deck?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I'm gonna say put you on the spot. Really hate, man. But you love Vader 4. Vader 4. We'll put it in.
Okay, so there's a little. Okay, so we both say 2 Boba, both say a Dedra, Leia, Chewie, Vader. You've just switched up 2 Aura for 2 Lando. Other than that, that is the exact same list we have put together. We will see where we come down at the end. But right now, we are getting ready for our next feature match. We are coming up into round 6 here. See, when we're doing the even round matches, it's quite easy to remember where we fall down. I hear my dog barking. The shopping has arrived at my house. I've not got time to bring the shopping in. I will rely on my dad not letting the frozen food melt, not leaving the meat out to be eaten by the dog, because I am busy with round 6 of a regional championship here for Star Wars Unlimited. What have we got in terms of a match? I don't know. Table 155. Oh, 2 decks we haven't seen. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm doing a U. But is this still 2 decks we haven't seen? It is that Akbar deck you called out and Kazuda Iono. Who had this on the bingo card?
This is really interesting. I think like one of the things I love about this is identical aspects, right? We're playing the same aspects. We're playing the same base. But all of the difference is found in the leaders here and what building around these leader abilities does to the entire deck. We don't have time to run over it all now, but there is a vast difference in the way these 2 decks are going to play. Akbar is a very slower control deck, right? Like it's a deck that can exhaust your opponent's units, make X-Wing tokens, build a wide board, slowly overwhelm. Whereas Kazuda is traditionally a very fast and furious deck, playing Data Vault to get access to some nice amount of health there, and we're going to be slamming down lots of units, for example, like that Fireball.
Yeah, Fireball comes down and we get ourselves Mina Bonteri on the other side. We are rolling here with round 6, game 1, Oliver Simons with Admiral Akbar against Jeremy Perrier. Apologies for any mispronunciations. And if you're wondering, that's a weird stream game to have in round 6. This is table 1. This is top table right now, and it is Kazuda against Akbar. Neither of us predicted these decks in our top 8. Let's see how it goes. Kazuda, by the way, the leader skill, turns off your own skills, so that Fireball doing damage to itself won't if Kazuda turns that skill off.
Yeah, and I think this is it's just such an interesting matchup because Oliver is definitely going to be trying to slow down the aggression from Kazuda. Being able to turn off those negative abilities gives Kazuda access to so many powerful cards. We're going to see, I believe that is Max Rebo's band. We are getting some credit tokens.
The Max Rebo band, when the regroup phase starts, you get yourself a credit token. Not, unfortunately, also playing Max Rebo to get a second regroup phase, but that is going to be an extra token every single time. Akbar's skill, by the way, you pay 1, exhaust it to exhaust a non-leader unit, but you have to give its controller an X-Wing token. It can be your own unit. So it could be your opponent if you need to. It just says a non-leader unit. So look out for Akbar and the X-Wings as we go through.
Yeah, it's so interesting because Oliver's deck is significantly later game focused. We're playing many more pieces of top end, both playing similar pieces of removal though. Whereas we're seeing lots of early drops here in Jeremy's deck. Lots of cheap space units. Lots of aggression. I suspect we'll see something like the Falcon coming down here from jump to light speed, which gains power based on how many pilots are on it. And you can put 2, even 3 if you get one of the R2-D2s from jump to light speed in there. So
right
yeah,
now,
just a really terrifying.
Which Queen Amidala's come down now, one of the most impactful cards we've seen. It creates 2 spy tokens, and you can redirect any damage to your spy tokens, which is pretty impressive. That Queen Amidala is going to hang around. Although, can someone tell the players for game 2, they put the space units on the ground and the ground units in the space? I don't like it. It's a wrong way round. Hopefully we can fix that for game 2. For now, we have got Jeremy up, all getting involved in space, and Oliver, despite Admiral Akbar being space focused, canonically ground focused in Star Wars Unlimited, but then can make X-Wings. We'll get onto that later. For now, we've got 11 damage already on Oliver's base. Oliver needs to weather the storm. This Kazuda deck goes fast.
Yeah, now one of the nice things is this Kazuda's likely never, ever attacking. We can use the Akbar leader ability to just exhaust it. And, okay, yes, we give our opponent an X-Wing token, but 2 damage next turn. I feel like I prefer that to 6 damage this turn. I'm okay with that trade-off.
Yeah, Kazuda, of course, has deployed, I believe, into the Millennium Falcon, or has it gone into the Fireball? Which one's got Kazuda in it?
I believe it is in the Fireball.
I believe it is in the Fireball. I'm just looking at the length of the name. So Kazuda is in the Fireball there. We see some damage thrown at Jeremy's base. We get Fireball, good work, Spotter. Thank you very much. We do see the Death Space Skirmisher swinging into base here. Already up to 14 for Oliver. Needs to be a little bit careful. We swing with Mina Bonteri. It's not the most aggressive unit, but he'll get some damage out there. And to be fair, we're already up to 10 for Jeremy's board as well. And Oliver is the one that wants this game to go on. Oliver wants to go on. Jeremy wants to end this as he swings with Fireball with Kazuda.
Yeah, and crucially, being able to nullify abilities. Now, he's actually not going to want to nullify the ability on the Falcon. This is one of the resources you need to manage when playing Kazuda. Using that leader ability, knowing when to remove, and particularly remove the ability to gain abilities, countering some cards like Condemn, obviously not necessarily around this matchup, but a big element of skill in navigating that, and knowing how to manage those actions. But right now, Oliver is just taking a huge amount of damage. We're up to 22. Like, the damage race is very much on. But Oliver has yet to spend any resources as is Jeremy. So there's a lot that could come down this turn.
He's fixing that, and it seems like we are getting that glare is doing me in. Who do we have there?
It is the renowned
Is that Qui-Gon?
dignitaries.
Oh, it is.
No, it's the Renowned
Fancy,
Dignitaries, and this is a huge card because this heals 2 damage from your base for each friendly official unit. That is 8 damage being healed. Sorry, 10 damage being healed because I believe Mina Bonteri is also official, which is a huge swing in that base race.
Yeah, absolutely. And those spy tokens do have the official tag. Now, has it healed? Is the healing already come?
I believe he has.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, he was well into the 20s.
Wonderful. Now, that official trait on the spy, generally really good. It's what allows you to redirect the damage from Queen Amidala to those spies, because you have to redirect it to a unit that shares a trait with it. But we've then got, obviously, the fact that it's official, so Renowned Dignitaries heals 2 per spy token. Really nice getting Padme this turn, last turn. Dignitaries this turn. A great 5-6 curve play. Love it. And we're already starting to see some of these tricks that Admiral Akbar can be pulling off.
So what is difficult about this turn is Oliver is actually 1-off lethal if he takes initiative and doesn't attack with the Max Rebo band. He's going to make that decision. And I think, like, respecting that, I don't really want to be in a situation where my opponent is able to just get that last bit of damage in, because in order to get that lethal, Oliver is needing to attack with everything on the board, plus deploy Akbar, plus attack with Akbar. So we're talking about, we likely need to exhaust as well. So what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 actions? That's a lot of actions. We might be defeated long before that as Oliver. So valuing the initiative a lot here to just go ahead, put down that Falcon, and make sure that we're not going to be getting taken out quite as quickly.
No, I don't mind this. Sometimes it's great to do that big turn where you do 9 action and swing for lethal. Sometimes it is far better to just slow the game down, take your time, and then we can go later and actually go ahead, win in 2 or 3 turns, but make sure you win rather than overextending. Fireball is going to be swinging with Kazuda here, trying to get a bit of damage back into the base, but that healing for 10 was a big deal a minute ago. We're back up to 20. We're not that close, and there are a lot of ground swings coming from Oliver. Admiral Akbar gets deployed into the ground arena. There is one more swing now that's going to be coming out, and for Jeremy, he's got a couple of little units he can be swinging with, but I mean, honestly, maybe even one less, because you can exhaust a unit on attack and create an X-Wing token. So you could even exhaust down one of those units and give Jeremy another X-Wing, which is going to be kind of largely irrelevant when it comes down to it.
Exactly. The maximum, well, Jeremy can get 4 damage in for sure here by attacking with Blue Ace. Then Oliver attacks with Akbar and exhausts that remaining space unit. Does create an extra X-Wing, but that's not really relevant to the damage race at this stage. What will then be the difficult... Exactly. Now, the difficult situation is that 4 damage does not give Jeremy lethal. He's not playing cards like aggressive negotiations in his deck. So there isn't actually a way for that damage to get pumped up. He's just going to have to simply take the 2 actions in the next action phase to secure that lethal, which is, it means if Oliver is able to get within 1 action of lethal on this turn, he is ahead in the damage race. Now, this obviously depends on what they have in the hand. We can actually see in Oliver's hand that there's a Lost and Forgotten, which removes a unit, heals 3, creates an even bigger differential in terms of their ability to close out the game. So we can see that from Oliver. Wasn't able to catch what is in Jeremy's hand, but something in order to flip this damage race on his head is exactly what Jeremy needs right now.
He is going to need something. Well, he's going to be playing something. What is it going to be? It is going to be, it's an upgrade coming down onto that Millennium Falcon. It happened so swiftly, I didn't catch what it actually was, I'm afraid. Oh, it's Chewie coming down. Of course, the Falcon can have an extra pilot, can have 2 pilots.
This is now lethal.
How it's allowed. Oh, do we have exact lethal now from Jeremy?
I believe this is exact lethal because we have 6 from the spies, plus 12, it's 18, plus 3 from Mina's 21, plus 2 is 23. So we are comfortably over lethal, and I don't think there's a thing Jeremy can do about it.
And that is going to be the fist bump. Crucible comes down. That gives an experience token to everything here, and that is absolutely crucial. That was the big deciding factor. Gives an experience token to each other friendly unit. There were a lot of units down. That Crucible then represented a lot of extra damage, and that meant that there was nothing that could be done. The double piloted Millennium Falcon, yes, not too shabby. Never even got a chance to swing with it. Crucible coming in absolutely crucial to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, really, really tight play from Oliver there as well. You can see the calculations being run on every single turn. Okay, how much damage is being presented here? How do I make sure I'm just getting a little bit out of lethal? How do I maximize my ability? You could see like the Queen Amidala going specifically into the renowned dignitaries was a slow line that meant that Oliver was going to take more damage up front, but it allowed him to heal more, and then thinking even a turn ahead of that, allowed to present lethal. And renowned dignitaries is also a unit with overwhelm, so also potentially playing around some ground sentinels that might come in, for example, something like a Captain Typho, giving you that extra aggression. So really tightly played there by Oliver to like comfortably navigate into that first game victory. Looking at the lists here for potential sideboard tools, it doesn't actually look like Oliver has a huge amount in the board, but there is 2 cards that are very, very powerful. The first is an off aspect direct hit. So we'll spend 6 to just go ahead and get rid of the space unit. That's not terrible. I think the real card that we're going to see coming in here is Commandeer, 3 copies in the sideboard, and being able to steal my space-based opponents' space units and then attack them with them and then return it to their hand seems like something I would want to be doing in this particular matchup if I were Oliver.
Yeah, going against those pilot decks, Commandeer, it's a very big sideboard card. You see in the main deck occasionally, not so much. It is a classic sideboard card. If you come against those decks that are really wanting to play up in space, whether it's a big unit or a unit with a pilot on or whatever, just go ahead and steal it and basically make your opponent much worse. And of course, we know that when they get returned, the upgrades go away and it becomes a lot less fun than it was before.
Absolutely. And then looking over to the sideboard for Jeremy, I think the Captain Typhos are really the big thing I would expect to see come in here. Being able to heal is obviously very big. And then also just having this 4/5 Sentinel. When you looked at the units that Oliver was playing in the early game, and they were not the most inspiring units in terms of their stats, you're really playing into that middle stage when you can do something like Crucible. You have this really wide board, and suddenly, Crucible said, I'm dealing 7 extra damage to you. Oh, well, that's quite significant. So I suspect something like Typho to gum up the board is going to be really useful. Queen Amidala as well in the board. I believe it is also in the main deck, but it would just be an extra copy to get there. One thing I really like that's in Jeremy's main deck, we didn't see either of these really, were the turbo laser salvos and the watch this. And when it seems like these players are just completely lane dodging, right? One of them is only focusing on space. The other one's only focusing on the ground. Watch this becomes a really powerful card where you can go, cool, I'm going to exhaust your whole arena, and then I'm going to deal a bunch of damage to you. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see this quite a lot. These players, sometimes they'll go, well, I'm going to ignore space, but I'll just play a couple of hyperspace disaster. And if it really comes down to it, I can try using this. Sometimes you can play those, what I like to call big red button cards to solve a particular arena. Regardless, we are getting ready here for game 2. We've already seen Admiral Akbar win game 1. And just a little side note, if you are playing one of these lesser played leaders that are not considered to be that good, you do get cheaper showcases, so you can bling out your deck a little bit easier.
It is much easier to get those showcases, absolutely. Although I will say it's quite funny, Akbar, I think Oliver has managed to bring Akbar to like a pretty impressive large tournament finish for every single set. And no one else wants to play this guy. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the magic sauce you get when your name is Oliver. I don't know. Maybe you have to be called Oliver. I just don't understand what the difference is.
I honestly just think it's like I said before. I just think it's a deck that is not inherently that good, but has a lot of power if you can play it really, really well and consistently change your deck list a little bit to match particular meta games. And essentially, if you've got that expert level Akbar knowledge, you can make it work. And the vast majority of people don't have that expert level Akbar knowledge. Now, can we get space units in the space arena, ground units in the ground arena? Make your old pal Wassy very happy, because I would appreciate that very much indeed. The question is now, this is the mulligan. Pardon?
Oh, I was going to say, one thing I think we didn't really discuss is that this is a game that decides if you're locked for day 2. Well, day 3, I suppose. We only have 8 rounds today. That is confirmed. And so, yeah, the winner of this round knows that no matter what happens in round 7 and 8, they will be in day 3 of the last regional championship of season 1, which a pretty good position for obviously Oliver to be in, being a game up in the set, but also, only one more game needed today to lock in that beautiful Lawbringer mat.
The mat is good. Honestly, it depends. For a person like Oliver, you said he's already locked for Galactics. I don't really care. If I'm a player of Oliver's caliber, I don't really care too much about day 2. I want top 8. I want to prove that Akbar is the source. Now, getting that 6th win to get into day 2, absolutely huge. No argument there. But it's not about finishing day 1 6-2. You want 7-1. You want 8-0, because records carry over, which means that if you can if you can go into day 2 at 8-0, you have 2 wins over the majority of the field. That is 2 fewer wins you need to get into top 8. It gives you that inside track. So yes, get that 6th win, lock yourself in for day 2. I agree with that entirely. But there are some people for whom you make day 2, job done, and that is a great achievement, and you should be congratulated. It is awesome. There are other players for whom day 2 isn't enough.
I'm actually looking through Jeremy's tournament history, and he actually has no points towards the Galactic Championships this year. So
how? He's
Jeremy's
really
going to want to. I know, it's 5-0, 0 points from the leaderboard, and we saw this similar thing, right? Arta won the London sector, only had 15 points on the board, 15 or 25, and then suddenly, shoots up with a sector win. So I think that's what's quite exciting. We're seeing a bunch of players showing up who have no points on the board, maybe haven't been going to a large number of tournaments, and then they're just taking down huge events, getting amazing finishes. It shows that there are a lot more really good Star Wars Unlimited players out there than you necessarily see just by looking at the top 10 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I agree entirely. There are the players we all know, but then there are a bunch of players out there waiting to show their chops. But there is a fist bump. We are off round 6, game 2. Oliver Simons on Admiral Akbar, Jeremy Pierre, on that Kazuda. We got a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing on one side and Gungi on the other. Maybe the best turn 1 play in the game.
Yeah, I loved the developers explaining why Gungi was a 2-5. Well, in this cycle of 2-4s, we just wanted to, what's the best thing we can do for command that really encapsulates the command heroism aspect? Bigger stats. No, 2-5 is pretty good, turns out.
It absolutely does. Not relevant here, of course, but being a force-traded character does mean that you can start generating, the force in some of those force decks. Now, Oliver here exhausting his own Gungi, deciding to go and get an X-Wing token of his own. We're still swapped the wrong way around on the map, which is going to make me a little bit sad, but I'll get over it. We do see Fireball ambushing in. That is going to take out the X-Wing. So, essentially, giving up the Gungi attack so that you can instead go ahead and start, making X-Wings and such. I don't mind it. Amina Bonteri comes down, and then we are over to the regroup phase.
Yeah, it looks like Oliver was debating resourcing that Crucible there. Maybe that's what he went for. Can see a couple of good cards in the hand. Blue Leader to go ahead and take out things. But the problem is Blue Leader trades. What you want to do here as Oliver is just continue to build that wide board and set up for that huge role reversal we saw work so well in game 1. And sticking the Mina Bonteri, I think, is really good early on for this restore. It just changes the maths in the damage race pretty significantly.
Absolutely. That one restore can sometimes be the difference in your opponent having lethal or not. How many times do we use the phrase on stream, exact lethal? Well, yeah. If you've got exact lethal and your opponent restores 1, well, now you're 1 damage away, and that could be the difference in a win and a loss. So up to 6 damage on Oliver's Data Vault here. Jeremy's Data Vault. Oh, they're actually fixing it mid-game. I didn't even want the mid-game fix. Okay, whatever
you asked for
decided
this
to do that.
Ross, you asked for this.
No, I specifically asked for it, just to be clear. I did explicitly ask for it. However, mid-game, And they're in the middle of a game. I thought I'd let them be. That is awesome, and I love it. Whoever engineered that, my new best friend, I owe you, I don't know, a piece of chocolate or something. Regardless, we are here swinging. I don't know. What do people like nowadays? All I do is sit at home and play card games. I don't understand what people want. But we are swinging Melina Bonteri regardless.
We're going to get there. I saw peeking out of that hand there was the Captain Typho. So that did come in from the board. And I think, Jeremy choosing not to play it down immediately because we wanted some damage on the base so we can start getting value out of that when this unit is a tax ability. Now, Oliver will be able to take out the Typho in one swing next turn with the blue leader that's in the hand. This turn, things are a little bit annoying. I'm not sure how we deal with this. I guess I'm going to have to just trade blue leader for blue leader. That sucks a bit.
A blue leader for Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, but yeah, that trade goes on. You've lost the blue leader. But that's the thing, you've taken out you've used a 3 cost to take out a 2 cost. That never makes me happy when that's the trade we're making here. And again, that could have come down next turn and taken out the Typho. It's just, it doesn't feel amazing that Typho. Pardon?
Yeah, but the big thing is you're stopping the Kazuda deploy, right? That's no longer going on to an active space unit. And so you're slowing things down a little bit. It looks like Jeremy, though, is just going to take initiative, not going to deploy Kazuda this turn.
Apparently not. We were on the Kazuda deploy turn. Now we did see the Gungi be exhausted there to create an X-Wing. Oliver wasn't doing this very much back in game 1. He wasn't generating many X-Wings for himself. He was mostly using Akbar defensively against his opponent. He's using it proactively here to start creating those X-Wing tokens. Shout out to using the Galactic Championship tokens. By far the optimal tokens, let's be clear. But it's it's a different way of playing the game here a little bit.
It is. I actually see 2 cards that are in Oliver's hand that are kind of insanely terrifying right now, and they are Protect the Pod. So Protect the Pod, Gungi says deal 5 damage. You may notice that is going to take out literally everything that is currently on Jeremy's board. And even if we flip Kazuda, as we see there, onto the... I'm blanking on the name of it. The 3/3 ship.
Is it the Fireball?
The Fireball, that's the one. That is only going to have 4 health remaining, which means Protect the Pod may just be about to do some serious damage.
Absolutely, and there goes Protect the Pod to the Gungi. You've absolutely nailed it, my friend. The Fireball goes away with Kazuda, and you have just immediately nullified your opponent's leader flip. One of the best things you can do in Star Wars Unlimited is watch your opponent flip their leader and immediately ruin their day by not letting them get any benefit whatsoever. Protect the Pod, absolutely huge. And slowly but surely, Oliver is just building up this board. There are little units for now, but you stopped your opponent's leader flip. You haven't got to your own yet. And this Gungi's still just kind of sitting there chilling.
Yeah, and we still have a resource. We can go ahead, exhaust our Melina Bonteri. Let's make another X-Wing token. We can continue to, as you say, develop this wide board. We get to deploy next turn, and we have way less damage on our base than we did in game 1. And we also have another Protect the Pod sitting in our hand, knowing we can just take out this Typho first action.
Gungi's been sitting there doing everything but attacking. Exhausting to create a token? Check. You're using its HP for Protect the Pod? Check. Attacking? Nope, don't need that. We are going to swing with the X-Wing here, though, and it's a little bit extra damage. And here's the thing. You exhaust Gungi, giving up 2 damage, but then you create an X-Wing that gives you 2 damage. So you're not really losing any damage. You're just kind of pushing it back for a turn. And Akbar, when you attack, you can exhaust a unit to create an X-Wing token as well. So you could potentially get double duty next turn if you wanted. I mean, how many X-Wings do we need?
Well, more X-Wings is the answer. Whatever we have on the board, it's not enough. We always want more. I believe I caught the Han Solo pilot in Jeremy's hands, so that will be really powerful onto the Millennium Falcon. But, Oliver can just crash in the X-Wings and then Protect the Pod to finish the job. It looks like we're just going to slap an R2 on there. Simple R2.
Okay. I mean, look, you need an astromech droid. If you're going to be flying around, you need an astromech droid. You know, that makes sense. But once again, we see a second Protect the Pod here, and that is going to come down and take out that Millennium Falcon with R2. Shout out to the spotter for showing that brilliant 2025 convention exclusive.
This is getting out of hand, Ross. Now there are 2 of them? I can't believe this.
Well, they really want to protect the pod. That is what's going on here, Krishiv. They are desperate to protect the pod.
Exactly. And I think first of all, what's really funny is I think Akbar comes out with like 8 health. Am I misremembering? Akbar deploys with 8 health. Yeah. So protect the pod on an Akbar is kind of unbelievably terrifying. But what I think this is illustrating the point where I don't think Jeremy had protect the pod front of mind when the first one came down. And so, you know, okay, that is a huge punish that massively flips the tempo in Oliver's favor. And it isn't necessarily something that Oliver particularly set up, like maneuvered his opponent into so much, but more just those additional points you get when your opponent is not that familiar with the matchup. And so they don't know to play around that card. And, you know, we've seen the effectiveness of the Protect the Pods. It's just a unbelievably powerful card.
Typho could have, he couldn't quite, it's at 5 health. Typho only does 4 damage, so you would need some kind of boost or some kind of double attack for Typho to trade with Gungi, and I think that's kind of the point here. And I think you make an excellent point. It's just a great example of your opponent not knowing what to play around. We're exhausting Mina Bonteri to make another X-Wing. Okay, I wanted
He's
to
run
know
out of Galactic Championship tokens. He hasn't got any more. Oliver, what's going on? I wanted to know, someone get this man some Galactic Championship X-Wings.
No, I have 2 and he has 2. I wanted to know if he had more than me. We have the same amount. Haymaker, however, this is the perfect answer. That boosts you up by 1 and does exactly 5. Takes out Gungi. So that a third Protect the Pod, well, it couldn't work on Gungi, but if there is one in hand, it's about to be a lot more fun. Because here comes Admiral Akbar. It's a trap!
We are going to swing in, and we're just going to be taking a bunch of damage here. As Akbar.
Oh, no, we're not swinging. We're exhausting a unit to create another X-Wing token.
No, we're doing both.
Okay, cool. I like that. That's nice.
disclosing the Chewbacca to fill Oliver with fear potentially. But look, I mean, you know, we've got 4 X-Wings in the space arena. This is a lot of X-Wings. And I was looking through the list, and, you know, I don't believe there's any Rishadium detonation, I believe it's called, which would effectively Rishodium, whatever it is, which would effectively delete all of these X-Wing tokens from existence because they don't go back to hand. So that'd be something I think that you'd really want to be seeing here. Oh, that's blue-yellow. That's why it's not in there, because I can't remember the aspects of the card.
I also want it on the record. It's a Trap is an event card that is not being played in this deck. However, the subtitle of the Admiral Akbar leader is...
It's a trap.
Exactly. Which means I can say it whenever I want, because it's always relevant. I mean, maybe Admiral Akbar said something else in the film. I don't remember. I don't think anyone remembers.
I think you're correct. But what's so tough about this board state now is that Oliver's successfully navigated to the late game. We're on the 7 resource turn. Looking through Oliver's list, what are some of the bombs we have to come down? Keller and Beck. One of my favorite inclusions is Mon Mothma from Secrets of Power. Restore 3, and when played, you get to attack with all your other units, even if they're exhausted. They just can't attack bases, but that's fine. You can fully clear out a whole board. Crucible, Qui-Gon Jinn, Liberty, the Mandalorian, just bombs for days upon days. And I think, Ross, we're going to see the exact same combo, and Queen Amidala coming down, and I know for a fact there is a Renowned Dignitaries sitting in Oliver's hand, looking to heal up just basically all of the damage Oliver's taken this game.
That would be 10 damage healed up if that's where we are. We did see Han Solo being deployed there, ambushing in. You have the option to, but it's going to be taken out, I believe. Is that Typho taking out one of the spies? And that's the thing, like last game, you didn't know you had to take out the spies. or potentially didn't know, to stop the renowned dignitaries. Here, at least you know that you need to take them out because each one of them represents 2 healing on the base on the following turn. So on the upside, looks like Jeremy is starting to adapt to what Oliver's deck does. The bad news is we're halfway through game 2 and you're very much behind. I know you're not behind on base damage, but you actually now you're even. But trust me, Jeremy, I hate to say it, mate, you are behind in this game.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. We've got 8 damage just in the space arena that's just going to be coming in every turn. So at the moment, unless Jeremy does something to disrupt the army of X-Wings that are in the space arena, it's lethal in 3 action phases, including this one. Assuming nothing comes from the ground arena, right? And so that's kind of terrifying. Jeremy has to deal with those. But also we've got to handle what's going on in the ground arena. And we somehow need to also deal the 20 remaining damage to actually take the first game that we can in this set, and then maybe do it all again in the next one. Oliver's showing us just how terrifying Admiral Akbar can be.
I'm in awe watching Oliver play this deck. I honestly am. It's not my kind of deck. I ain't ever playing this deck. But seeing someone playing an unusual deck like this and playing it as well as they are. Here we go, exactly as expected. It is the renowned dignitaries only healing 8. Oh no. But the point is you are still healing 8, so yeah. And it is each friendly, not each other friendly. So that would include, of course, the healing from itself. So with all 4 of those ground units having that official trait, healing for 8, and you were already doing pretty gosh darn well. Now you're apparently also healing 8, and there's so much. Like, next action phase, you're winning the game.
Oh, well, exactly. And, if we don't even have to get rid of the Typho in this phase, we have renowned dignitaries to overwhelm if we want to deal with it that way. But realistically, right, as Jeremy, you probably have to take out the spy token or watch this to buy some time. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yep. Returns a non-leader unit, 6 or less to the hand, and exhausts every other unit in the arena. So, I mean, that is buying some time. It's not really clearing the board, but it is buying time. Oh, and Oliver actually choosing to immediately replay Mina Bonteri because, well, it's another official. And it draws a card when defeated if you disclose properly. And it's just more damage represented on the board. If you got nothing else better to play, why not? Wait, why did Amidala get bounced to hand?
I think Jeremy said, actually, can I choose the bounce target again? I think that's what
Oh, so, okay. He didn't replay Mina Bonteri. He instead chose to bounce Amidala, which I think is a much better play, incidentally, because Amidala's on play is crazy good.
Yeah, well, I think either way, Jeremy's in a lot of trouble. Next action phase, we've got, 17 damage minimum? Potentially 17 damage, unless Jeremy takes out
That's
the
what's on the board right now.
Merely 15.
For what it's worth, 17 would be one off of lethal. So, I mean, there's at least that.
Well, that's not factoring in the 6 that has yet to go in there, right? We got 6 more coming from those X-Wings, pushes us up to 21. And the X-Wings get us to 29 alone. But Oliver's just going to take initiative and say, no, I've got something else I want to do, actually.
I don't really mind this, honestly. We do see the fireball coming in. That's going to ambush, take out one of the X-Wings. I do like that he didn't take out one of the Galactic Championship promos. That shows a real level of class there. They're beautiful. Let's leave them on the board. Get rid of one of the regular ones.
Completely agree.
There's a nice little touch there.
Agree. It's important.
But we are now...
Top deck's the Crucible. Oliver might be the greatest player of all time. Look at him ripping these cards from the top of the deck like an absolute madman.
And imagine, like, you've played out a bunch of X-Wings and you've got your spy, and now all of a sudden all of them get an extra power and an extra health as well. Oh, my word, that Crucible. And that's going to end the game. I believe that should. We got 2, 4, 6, 8. So we've got 15 on the board. We're not playing Crucible yet, though. We're swinging with renowned dignitaries first.
Yeah, and we will be able to overwhelm through the Captain Typho. So we'll deal 2 extra damage, I believe. But we're going to heal off one of it. So 1, basically.
Okay. That makes sense. And then we're going to be... we've got...
The crazy thing is Oliver doesn't even have to play the Crucible. He has so much damage on the board. I'm trying to look through the outs that Jeremy maybe has in the list. Liberty would go a very long way to doing something here, right? Like slapping a Liberty down slows Oliver down massively. Something like if we can get a bunch of health, then sorry, not a bunch of health. If we can get a bunch of a very high power unit in the Space Arena, we can turbo laser salvo potentially. So like a line of Liberty, take initiative, turbo laser salvo could potentially allow Jeremy to stabilize and actually take this game out from underneath Oliver. But it's a very specific line, particularly in a Data Vault deck that, you know, fundamentally has a lower chance of seeing those cards.
More cards you've got in your deck, the less likely you are to draw any given card on any given turn. It's not Liberty, unfortunately. That is Radus. While you control another resist... Well, is Han Solo a resistance card?
No, but I believe Kazuda is. And it counts the leader. So this does have Sentinel. So we are locked out from getting the lethal in the Space Arena. But again, to what extent is Oliver going to be concerned about that? I'm not sure.
I mean, the thing is, look, those X-Wings have done their job, and that's the important thing. Now, Radus does swing for 8. Oh, so how about we just get rid of it straight away here? We don't need no Radus. That is the direct hit that you suggested. Now, it does take out a unit when defeated. Does damage equal to its power to a unit. That's why we saw a unit go down there. But you called it yourself, Christian, that off-aspect direct hit for 6 coming out to take it out. And boy, howdy, was that a good idea.
Yeah, Oliver is just very content to take it slow here. There's no rush for Oliver. Like, I think he knows that he just has the much stronger top end package. He has removal in his hand. He has, the moment his board is wide enough, he can put down this Crucible. He drew the Mon Mothma I was talking about earlier for turn. So there's a lot here. And Jeremy just having no board really needs to find some way to stabilize himself and apply pressure. Because right now, he's behind in the damage race and is not really having a great way to get there. Amidala is not a bad start, but there's a lot more that's going to be needed.
Amidala of his own, not too shabby. We've seen how good that one can be. Problem is, very much like Sideboarding a couple of rounds ago, this is a deck that wants to go fast. Now, there is a bit more of a top end here with things like Liberty and Amidala, and, you know, there are some bigger things, but this is still traditionally a deck that wants to race out of the gate, and we're not doing that so well. You've still got to take a lot off of your opponent. We do see a contracted Hunter coming down here. I believe that's a contracted Hunter. Yep, there we go.
So we have 13 damage being represented by Jeremy right now, which is, you know, that's a good amount of damage in the ground arena. But Oliver's yet to spend resources, will push Jeremy up to 24. So we are only 9 away and has yet to spend a single resource. And I suspect we're finally going to see some resources being committed. We're going to start off with a 5/5 blue leader on the ground. And let's throw down a Queen Amidala of our own for good measure to make sure that this lethal is pretty locked.
I love it. And now, a lot of time, Blue Leader ambushes in, takes out a unit, and then it's heavily damaged. Here, it took out a spy token, which means no damage coming back. They have no power, but raid 2, which means you've got that 5/5 in the ground unit, but it is an actual 5/5. It's not taking any damage. There is easily 9 damage on the board for Oliver, representing game. There is not 20 damage for Jeremy. So Jeremy now needs to play a bit of defense, because if he doesn't, we are not getting past this action phase. It's been a long old game so far, but Oliver has put himself in prime positions. Jeremy have anything here to try and stop this?
Looks like there's a Haymaker and crash the Amidala and stuff. Like there are options to slow Oliver down. And Jeremy has them. We're likely able to take most of the ground arena down pretty well. But the problem is that the TIE Fighters, the X-Wings in space, like they're going to deal 6 damage this turn, and then Oliver can just take initiative without playing a single card and just swing with 2 more of them and that would be the game. That's assuming Oliver doesn't choose to just smack face with this Queen Amidala right now, which will lock out the game pretty much. There's not enough resources for Liberty or another big Space Sentinel. The writing is very much on the wall.
Does seem to be. We saw the Haymaker take out Blue Leader at least. Now we see the Spy Token for Oliver swinging in, getting a couple of damage onto the base, putting it up to 26 in total, 7 away. If you swing with one more ground unit, you can just go X-Wing, 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 and that will be the game at this point. The 7 remaining, 6 and the X-Wings in space. So swing with a Spy or Amidala, and then it's X-Wing, X-Wing victory for Oliver Simons. And there we go. There is the fist bump. Jeremy sees it just like we do. Admiral Akbar, it is a trap. It's also a deck sitting at 6-0 at the Prague Regional Championship for Star Wars Unlimited. Oliver spent all year, 12 months, trying to make this deck work after a run in London a couple of weeks ago that ended just a little bit too soon. Does seem to be going even one step further here. Could Akbar be the surprise of the entire event?
I mean, I would love to see Akbar take down this whole tournament. It would be incredible. That would be a prediction I would be more than happy to be wrong about regarding my top 8. But yeah, I mean, just a masterful game there from Oliver, showing exactly how well he pilots the deck and locking himself in to day 3 of the regional championship in Prague. What a fantastic result for Oliver, who I'm sure is going to be very, very excited to get some more of those sweet, sweet points. Although I think he's probably got about 16,000 of them by now. I know it's quite a few, so I don't think he's really looking for that many more.
I don't think he's a player that is desperate for those points, but I do think, like you said, there are different kinds of players, and that's all right. Different people have different goals. For him, it's not about day 2. It is about winning with Akbar. But it looks like we have a second feature match already ready to go. So let's head on down, see what other delights await us. It's Sly Moore against Lando.
And this was one of the other decks I wanted to flag as just a really exciting deck to be seeing undefeated in round 6. Of course, Lando Lake Country, we know just how powerful this deck is. It is the default, okay, we need to be able to tackle this deck in some way because lots of people are going to be bringing it. Sly Moore, another one of these decks that people are not really going to have planned out game plans into, more than likely. It's not a huge meta threat, and so there is some pretty significant potential to sneak some wins. Now, I'm absolutely sure that many of you at home will not remember what Sly Moore does. This is a leader from Legends of the Force, Secrets of Power. It is a cunning villainy leader that deploys on 5 resources. Action, pay 1. If there are 4 more exhausted units in play, you make a spy. And then when deployed, you can deal damage to 2 damage to an exhausted unit on attack. So you make lots of spies once you build once there's a board, and you start dealing damage to the spy, to lots of other things on your opponent's board, and get really efficient trades after that. Definitely a very tempo-oriented sort of leader.
Absolutely. Thank you for that rundown. We've got an N1 Starfighter for Wojciech over on one side. As always, apologies for any mispronunciations. Over Timothy and Sly Moore, we've got an Imperial Dark Trooper. We've also got a card in the decks, one that I revealed, which you never see play, but I adore this card. Grand Moff Tarkin from Secrets of Power. Lets you just take control of an enemy unit for as long as Tarkin remains in play. It's not one of these take it for a turn malarkey. It is take it for as long as it's in play. It's an inherently powerful card that hasn't found a space in the metagame. There's actually a bunch of cards in Timothy's deck, which I love, that we don't normally see. Excited to see which of those can be coming out. For now, it's just an Imperial Dark Trooper and an N1 Starfighter. What other tricks do we have?
I'm looking forward to seeing them, absolutely. I'm not sure if this is... Yeah, I was going to say, what we really want to be seeing is something like Master Codebreaker in the early game for Lando. And yeah, there it is. And we're going to hit the perfect cards in the top of the deck right there. You wanted to see the Axe Forgets. We can use the Axe Forgets to go ahead and chuck that Imperial Dark Trooper right back into the hand. Just a really powerful combo there. Master Codebreaker with the Gambit events that this deck is able to play.
Played in the film by a former professional skateboarder. who you may know from various TV shows. Wonder who remembers the actor who played the Master Codebreaker. Do you remember the actor? I might have told you in London.
Well, I think you did, and I think I thought it was someone else, but now, I'm Grindening. That's rough.
Oh,
That
this is another
rough.
card. We really need to see with Gurinden. Yeah, we need to name a card, look at your hand, and if you name it, you get to discard it. Now, Garinden's a weird one, because on the one hand, it kind of sucks when you miss. On the other hand, you name the card you really don't want your opponent to have. So when you whiff on the Gurinden prediction, there's a strong element of, okay, they don't have the card I didn't want them to have. I kind of feel all right about this.
Yeah, but that's a really nice card for I think it's Wojciech. 100% going to be mispronouncing names, so I apologize. To have to exactly counter the information revealed from the Master Codebreaker. But now we have a credit token online. That Han Solo that was sitting in the hand, yeah, we can throw it onto the N1 Starfighter and start applying a lot of pressure in the space arena. We can also try to maintain this board control on the ground. We also top decked another Axe Forgets, so we can just go ahead and use that, bounce back the Imperial Dark Trooper, play something like the Stolen AT Hauler, and start really applying a bunch of pressure as Lando here. And I think a very fun tactical claim there to say, no, you will not be making a spy token. I don't want that to happen.
I like that. You want to try and avoid, when you're playing against Slimore, you need to try and avoid as much as you can, giving them free spy tokens. Also, I was totally wrong about my previous question, so I'm just going to pretend I never asked it, or I'm just going to make myself sound a bit silly. For now, we're looking at the board with a Gurinden and an Imperial Dark Trooper for the Slimore deck, Master Codebreaker and N1 Starfighter. For Wojciech, we're early on here, very little damage, just 3 onto Wojciech's board or base. But we are going to see an event card coming down here. It is, as you said, the Axe Forgets. Return a non-leader that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand.
My favorite part about this is that Wojciech knows for a fact that was top decked for turn, which is like psychological damage. You know, fine. I'm glad that my Gurinden didn't mean anything, and you're still going to be able to get great tempo. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's always very, very fun because, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, Timothy did see the hand. He knows what was top decked. We swing with the N1 Starfighter, just poking a tiny bit of damage into the base. We pay some resources for Timothy. Here's a card we don't see very much. It's Kino Loy. Gets +1 power for each other exhausted friendly unit. But, of course, it's a character that manages a bunch of exhausted people in a prison, so from a flavor canon standpoint, really nicely designed card. But in Slimore, where you want exhausted units to try and create spy tokens, you can see how the synergy comes out. Speaking of which, there is a spy token created.
We're now a 3/5 though, which is great for the Kino Loy, getting up to that sort of premier tier of stats that we love seeing on 3-cost units. And with any luck, we'll be able to push this even bigger. And I think, yeah, we're seeing this lane dodging now happening, right? As we saw in the previous feature match of this round, with Lando very much being like operating in the space arena, with the Codebreaker exception, whereas Slimore is very ground arena focused. So I think it'll be interesting to see who's able to outspeed the other. We are in the deploy turn for Slimore, and there is a lot of power that can come down, lots of plots, I think, that are potentially very impactful. For example, the Chancellor Palpatine, which could make a lot of units very, very quickly.
Oh, that Chancellor Palpatine is so much fun. Of course, it comes out with plot. And when played, if you control the leader unit, create 2 spy tokens with Sentinel. Spy tokens all over the place. So, yeah, and Slimore on attack when deployed deals 2 damage to an exhausted unit. Rare leader that's very different on the deployed side rather than the undeployed side.
Yeah, and there's some interesting options there in Wojciech's hand. I believe I think that's a rest we see, where if we wanted to just go ahead and get rid of the stolen AT Hauler, but I think, are we going to see Papa
Palpatine.
Palpatine.
It is that Palpatine with plot, that lovely event promo. I believe it's a regional promo. No, that's a sector promo. So I've got about 50 of them because I've worked every sector championship. I have many of them. Most importantly, you've now got 2 Sentinel spies coming out. By the way, I think I only got 2 Judge Palpatines. I need a third one of them to make... No, I should have a playset Judge ones. It's not relevant how many of these I have. The point is, it's come out. It's brought a couple of spies. They have Sentinel for the time being. And the thing is, the more spies you've got, the more exhausted units you're going to have, which means if Slimewall does get taken down, it's going to be easier to come back with those spy tokens on your leader side.
One of the big things there was, I mean, Kino Loy was potentially going to be a 6/5 for 3. But, you know, with Timothy now being tapped out with all his resources, you know, Wojciech can just exhaust his whole board, do his attacks, and then have this massive Kino Loy that's going to be threatening a huge amount of damage, really giving him a big advantage in this base race.
No, absolutely right. Every exhausted unit, friendly unit, is +1 here. Now we play that Imperial Dark Trooper as well, coming down quite nicely. Kino Loy swinging for 4 at this point. 5 at this point.
It's going to be 6 very shortly.
When this deck fires, when it's working, the synergy is beautiful. Seeing all of these spy tokens come around, seeing Kino Loy get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a deck that when it works, it is absolute. It's just a thing of absolute beauty. But it's another one of those decks. Not everyone can make it work. We've not seen this. It's been on the fringes for a while. It's not come out. Here we see the swing into Han Solo. Leader takes it out. Leader survives. Kino Loy gets another +1. Now it's a 6/5. And now the swing.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. And we are seeing just this huge board lead for Sly Moore at the moment. I mean, 6 units in the ground arena is a terrifying number to be facing down. And yes, however, we are coming into that Lando deploy turn, and there are a lot of things that Lando's able to do on this turn to really put itself in a position to actually stabilize. I mean, some of the classic cards we see to just slow the opponent down are things like Watch This. But, you know, we're going up to effectively 9 resources on this turn. So things like Liberty to slow the opponent down and suddenly present this huge threat. Qui-Gon Jinn, the Mandalorian, Depa Billaba, even like Rose Tico, which we saw in the hand. So many options to start presenting large amounts of damage. But I don't think this Lando is long for this world. I suppose it depends. There's a craving power in the hand, and that's scary.
Right now we have a Lando gone and been deployed. Lets you when deployed, you can defeat a friendly credit token to create 3 credit tokens. Not too shabby. You need to have one, but if you do, you gain a couple more. Quick apology for me, by the way. Wojciech is the Sly Moore player. Timothy is the Lando player. So they are the wrong way around on the screen, but they have the right player with the right leader. My apologies. I believe I've called them the wrong names for a little bit, but I'm going to make an effort. We're going to start getting it right.
It looks like what we just saw come down there was no one ever knew. For each friendly official unit, exhaust an enemy unit. So we just exhausted pretty much the entire board, which is definitely going to make things a little bit challenging for Timothy to come back into this. I mean, you know, these are both decks that really are relying on maintaining positive tempo. Lando is a little bit slower, but, you know, you're looking to recover that here on the deploy turn. And it seems like 8 resources is going to be the Mandalorian, is my guess.
That is going to be the Mandalorian. You have nailed it. And look, that's another kind of one of these big cards which can come in and make a bit of a difference. It's got Ambush. When it defeats a unit, you can capture an enemy non-leader unit. So in theory, and it's got to be Kino Loy, surely. Yeah, there we go. So you take out the leader, you take Kino Loy. Now things are getting a little bit better. That Mandalorian is making a big... I told you, he's everywhere, Krishiv.
The card is very, very strong. But I'm seeing some real heat in Wojciech's hand. We're going to be able to just get a bunch of damage in, first of all, right? there's 6 more coming after this, which will push to 21, which means we are only, if I can do basic maths, 13 away. And that's without committing any further resources. So we're really winning the damage race. But the other thing we want to try and do here is take out that Mandalorian, because a 6/8 that's going to continue capturing our units is a little bit of a problem.
Absolutely, because every time it takes out a unit, it's going to capture. And the other thing to bear in mind, Wojciech's deck, bringing all of these spy units is great, but they're really easy to take out, and that lets you capture something else. Good news is Mando has gone down. Wojciech really going, I'm just not letting you have it. I'm not letting you have access to that skill over and over again. Timothy got one nice turn out of Mando, but that is all he's going to get.
So, Kino Loy, I saw there's an I am the Senate in Wojciech's hand. So Kino Loy could potentially find himself with 5 additional spy tokens to be exhausted, which in principle could make him a 9 attack unit, which is hilarious. Way too slow, realistically. I think the Kino Loy probably doesn't survive that long, but very funny.
But even if it doesn't, that's still 10 damage coming out from your 10 spy tokens, even if the Kino Loy doesn't survive. And unless your opponent's got some kind of board wiping card, sure, they can take them out one at a time, but it's not going to be that good. What is going to be that good is the Liberty 9/7 Sentinel, and you get to exhaust an enemy unit and return upgrades.
This is a decision that's actually going to be the correct decision made to exhaust the Kino Loy there, but being fully exhausted of all resources, giving Timothy pretty much full reign to do whatever really needs to get done. We can craving power on the Shin Hati to start taking out units in the space arena, for example. We can go ahead and grab the
no, I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate. I am the Senate. That is exactly what I wanted to see. As soon as I saw, you take the initiative, you tapped out. I'm like, spy tokens, come on. Let's go and have all of them. Because now you're going into the next turn and your opponent hasn't had a chance to get rid of any of those spy tokens. Oh, we could be seeing a big old turn here.
The thing is, I'm looking at Timothy's hand. I believe there is a watch this in there, which means no matter how scary this ground arena is, unless that lethal is coming down this action phase, everything's just going to get exhausted, which is a real problem because Liberty plus Stolen AT Hauler plus the N1 Starfighter, that's 16 damage? And plus the additional 7 that's going to be coming in is 23, which does comfortably get us into lethal if Wojciech doesn't have any sort of counter to that. Now, I believe we know, the craving power will do something, but it's actually, I can see from Timothy's perspective going, well, I'm actually setting up quite well for a lethal here.
Yeah, it does seem to be. We do see Corrupt Politician coming down. It's shocking he will have Sentinel. I think he's got a couple more units than his opponent. So that is going to give a nice cheap Sentinel. We do see Gurinden swinging and Palpatine swinging as well. And then we are just going to go and head on to the regroup phase. But you're right, there's only 11 damage left on, or 11 health left on Wojciech's board here. And Timothy's got the Liberty, which is 9 all by itself. That gets 2 away. Swing with anything else, I don't care. And that will be game.
So I believe Wojciech just top decked the Tarkin. So while we can swing face with the Liberty, and it's going to deal a lot of damage, 16 on the base, it's going to push, okay, we're up to 25. We're certainly in a little bit of trouble, but we're not actually being lethaled in a single action. And it looks like, do we just have... I was going to say, right, we've exhausted with the Liberty. I was like, we just attack with Shin Hati? That doesn't make much sense. But we can Tarkin to take the Liberty, and if there isn't basically an immediate out to that, the Kino Loy, I believe, we can actually set it up to get that lethal just about in time.
I mean,
this is a very close set of actions.
Absolutely. There's 11 health left on Timothy's base here. So what are we going to do? I'd love to see that Tarkin. That would make me so happy. Like, on a personal level, it would make me happy. On a gameplay level, there's only really one good unit. There's 6 resources. I think it's happening. There is Grand Moff Tarkin stealing the Liberty, jumping in when your opponent's eyes are facing the other way, turning the keys, flying off with a Liberty. It's a little bit cheeky. Oh, but it did not last very long at all. Watch this.
That is brutal. Not only does it return the Liberty, it also exhausts the entire massive board that Wojciech has spent the last, 17,000 years putting together. And this is lethal on Timothy's board. We got 7 in the space arena and 5 in the ground arena, which is 12, which is comfortably more than the 9 needed to go ahead and secure this game.
It was 8 needed, but you're absolutely right. It's even more. It's better than 8.
8. Yes.
It's still, if it's more than 9, it's definitely more than 8. That means we are going to be able to swing. And with everything exhausted, that should, I think we've seen a claim from Wojciech, but I don't think it's going to do much good. I think Timothy here is going to just swing with all of their units and take game 1. That should have been Timothy took game 1 because it's kind of the wrong way around on the screen. So Timothy and Lando took game 1.
Yeah, wow. And sort of, the expected way that I think, you expect the matchup to go, but it was very, very close and very, very dangerous for Lando there for a much larger portion of the match than I would have expected. But showing exactly just how powerful these tools that Lando has access to, right? Like your, the Master Codebreaker, Axe Forgets, Watch This, Liberty, Mandalorian, these huge bombs that we see all over the place. But I think we're jumping to game 3.
I'm going to interrupt you, Krishiv, because we're going straight to game 3. Game 2 has finished. Must have been a win for Wojciech. That means we go to game 3, and you'll notice we are now the right way round. So Wojciech is on the left with Slymore. Timothy is on the right with Lando. It's going to make our job easier. We got 10 minutes remaining. Can one of these players find a win? Round 6, game 3. And remember, the winner of this game is locked for day 2. We start with Timothy and that's the code breaker, the master code breaker.
Yeah, a really nice find here in Friends. Oh my gosh, my brain completely negated the ability to remember what the name of the card is. But Faith in Your Friends, there we go.
There we go.
A really powerful card there that the Cunning Heroism decks have access to. So both players having really solid turn 1s here.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. We get the Imperial Dark Trooper. We get the Master Codebreaker on the other side. And then the question is, who can start building from here? And can they do it fast enough? We see C-3PO coming down. That is on attack, give an experience token to a non-leader unit that shares a trait with your leader. And then on the other side, we get Bail Organa. That's not right. Wojciech is the one that likes spy tokens. That's not Timothy's jam.
Well, we're going to get a few more of them here with Faith in Your Friends, which is going to go ahead and let us grab basically anything we want from the top of our deck. And then we are going to be able to disclose Cunning, Heroism, and that's going to give us, as we see there, Qui-Gon Bix. So we got some Qui-Gons coming later down the line, and then we're going to make 2 spy tokens of our own. Somehow Timothy has more spies than Wojciech does.
I don't like this. I'm sorry. Well, I think there should be a gentleman's agreement that when you're playing against Slymore, you leave the spy tokens to them. Good news is Wojciech does go and get one with Slymore's leader skill. That's a nice start. But it seems like we are going into the regroup phase. 2 spy tokens for Timothy, 1 for Wojciech. And the clock becomes really important here. We have 8.5 minutes remaining. We swing with Bail Organa. I would expect both players to play fast here. Now this, if they do tie, because we expect both these players to make day 2. If they do tie, then that could potentially be a tiebreaker when we get into day 2, having a tie rather than a loss. But a win could massively increase your chances of making top 8. That's what you really want.
Yeah. And you don't really want to be tying at this stage in the tournament.
Nope.
There's so many rounds still to play. It can have a pretty negative effect on your tiebreakers as well. So it's just something that's generally best avoided. You want to play quick, as you say, Ross, and get the game locked down as fast as possible.
Well, we do see a Bix Colleen coming down from Timothy, and that is going to be matched over on the other side by... Oh, there we go. That is Vinay. A card we don't see very often. Lets you defeat an experience token on a friendly unit to give an experience token to a friendly unit.
So we are still a turn away from deploy for Lando. This is going to be the big pressure turn for Wojciech. But I think, Timothy's very much playing the control in these early stages of the game, saying, no, I got to just stabilize the board here, not fall too far behind. Then I'm going to be able to pretty comfortably flip things in the later part of the game. Hold for Questioning, a hugely powerful card. And it's unfortunately not going to be able to stop a 7 resource play this turn if that is what Timothy wants to do.
That is the power of Lando, unfortunately. You can't always do what you want to do. We do see the Vinay there just going in, taking out the Bail Organa. He's not much of a fighter. He's one for making speeches and running around in the shadows. He ain't much of a fighter, I'm afraid. But that does mean that Timothy's got some options like the 7-cost Qui-Gon Jinn as an example. And this is a big card. It's a 7/5 with ambush. And when it goes down, you can make your opponent take a non-leader ground unit and put it on the bottom and top of their deck.
Well, it looks like I think Timothy changed his mind and just took initiative.
Oh, wow. Wait, did he not?
Or just passed?
Apparently so. Did he not play the Qui-Gon?
No. Looks like he took it back.
He changed his mind. Okay. And we have talked about this before, but it is in the rules of Star Wars Unlimited. If you play a card and you haven't gained any information and your opponent hasn't done anything, it is within the rules that you can just take it back. It's not ask your opponent. You can just take it back. So if you change your mind and you haven't gained an advantage, you can just take it back. And that's apparently what we saw there. I'm a little bit surprised, but apparently it's not time for Qui-Gon yet. And we see Timothy just wanting to keep hold of those credit tokens as we see Vinay and Bix Colleen trading. And Lando swinging at base. We've only got 5 minutes left, and that is the first base damage we've seen.
Gorinden declares Qui-Gon, of course, hits, but Qui-Gon into Liberty is going to be coming down over the next couple of turns. And yeah, let's just go ahead, slap down that Liberty. And we're going to be feeling really, really good if we're Timothy right now. A 9/7 Sentinel that's going to be allowing us to win the damage race. Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Liberty, absolutely busted card. One of the best space units around. There's a reason it's an 8 cost. You need the game to go on a while. But if you can get to the point where you're using it, oh my word, does it make a huge difference here. And yeah, getting that down, getting that 9 damage pumped in. And this Sly Moore deck, it's not really one for playing in space. There are a couple of space units, but we're talking like Stolen 80 Hauler, Crucible, and Shuttle SD149. Like, this is not a big space deck. But do we remember the card that I love that Wojciech plays?
Looking at this board state, Ross, it's Tarkin, yeah, but I think outside of Tarkin, the problem is, right, like, this is you're against Cunning. There are many ways in aspect to just get rid of Tarkin, bounce it back to the hand, and then that's going to be a huge issue. And you know that Qui-Gon Jinn is just going to go ahead and come down this turn and take out the Sentinel that is gumming up the board. We're going to be able to get 4 more damage in. Here we go. We're going to see the Qui-Gon. We get 4
Which, incidentally,
more
that Sentinel
damage.
is a Qui-Gon. So we got Qui-Gon Sentinel.
Qui-Gon on Qui-Gon action.
Exactly. Qui-Gon Sentinel being taken out by new Qui-Gon, better Qui-Gon, although more expensive. And then we're up to 13 base health. This is game 3. Both players are 1-1. We got 3.5 minutes remaining. We are creating a spy token and then deploying Sly Moore. And, it looks like there might be a plot coming out here. And, it is a Gorinden coming down with plot. And are you going after... Oh, there's only rows.
You have no information.
No. Oh, that's
right now
great.
This is such a favorable spot to be in as Timothy, because you just go, cool, yep, I will swing with Liberty. Oh, aggressive negotiations. Is that game?
I think that might be game. I mean, well, no, we're not. We're not picking the cards up yet.
If there's no Sentinel that comes down, I believe that aggressive negotiations gets us to the lethal, because we're at 26, 30.
And there is
exactly
a handshake. Looks like Timothy will be taking this 2-1, and Slymore unfortunately falls by the wayside as a Lando. Well, maybe Lando is good. Maybe we've underrated Lando. Maybe I've underrated Lando.
Who's we, Ross? Who's we?
Me and Ben.
Yeah, naughty boys. Yeah, no, Lando. We
here.
know how powerful Lando is, and I really got to see just some of the incredible strength of the top end in the Lando Lake Country deck, and just such a terrifying deck to have to play against. And you know, huge news for Timothy there, who is now able to lock in that spot in the top. Into day 3 of the regional, which, you know, huge news. I'd be over the moon.
I would be quite delighted if I had gotten to that point, honestly. And look, I'm not saying Lando isn't good. We all know Lando's good. In a vacuum, it's a very good deck. The thing is, we don't live in a vacuum. We live in a world where everyone is testing against and teching against this Lando deck, and that makes a difference. But we're going to make a difference here. We are going to bid you adieu just for a moment, but don't be going anywhere. We don't do breaks on this stream. Not our style. What we do is hand it over to our lovely casters in Prague.
Hello everyone, I would say welcome back, but you were just speaking with those guys, so welcome back to us. Nice to give Ross and Chris Shiv a bit of a break here, and we're back, me and Callum, for round 8 of the action here at the Regional Championship here in Prague. And we'll have to see what these players are going to be playing, but as you can see, I mean, we promised non-stop action, and I believe we have delivered. You've got games
absolutely
non-stop from start to finish. And here we go. Some of the leaders that we came into expecting more traditional, I think, to see. Heather, I'm assuming she hasn't won both games so far, because otherwise they're just playing this one for fun. But yeah, she's on the classic Boba Lake Country that you came into expecting to do pretty well here. And then the Aura Sing Data Vault, which again was the kind of other flavour of hard control that I think is, you could argue, some people might even argue it's not hard control, but the other flavour of control that is making the rounds at the moment, in addition to Dedra Colossus.
Yeah, I think it's a quite interesting matchup. I'm not too sure on kind of who would have the kind of advantage just to start out straight away. Obviously, Lake Country does have that extra point of HP compared to Data Vault, and obviously without that downside of having to add those 10 additional cards. But obviously, the downside of Lake Country is you're then missing out on an entire another aspect. Obviously, Boba Fett cares, I would say, quite a bit less compared to the majority of decks, and is quite self-sufficient, found just in that aggression kind of format.
Yeah, well, in terms of who's favoured, on paper, I would say Boba tends to do pretty well against control, because obviously they don't tend to have many units for you to absorb that indirect damage, so it can go all to face. So typically Boba would do quite well, but actually, I think in practice, Aura Sing has a pretty reasonable matchup. In recent times, she's been doing pretty well, winning more games than losing against Boba. So it's anybody's guess who's actually favoured if both players are skilled at piloting the matchup. We'll have to see. There's a familiar sight, Latzrazi. We've seen her. How many times have we seen her? And obviously with that experience token can survive the IG 2000. Again, as Boba, the name of the game here for Heather is stick a unit to ensure that you get a Boba deploy. Slightly less important here than it would be in other matchups, because top of the summit's not going to be something you're particularly interested in playing here. There's not going to be many units on the side of Jan. But we'll have to see how Heather gets on.
Yeah, just kind of like you said, the topple isn't really going to be doing too much. Won't even have like a leader to kind of target with it, as Aura Sing will be coming down expectedly afterwards, before the kind of plot out of...
Speaking of plot out, I have just spied, using my eagle eye, a Cinta Kaz in the resources for Heather, so that will be more what she's looking at. We saw earlier on the Cinta being used with Luke Pilot, just as effective with Boba Pilot as well. Craving Power, though, denies that ship, so Heather's now got one opportunity this 5 resource turn to stick a space unit, needs to get it down now, and then I would expect Jan probably claims and then tries to deal with it, but we'll have to see. System Shock, okay. So that actually will defeat the Craving Power and deal the 1 point of damage and defeat the Lazarazi, which is fine. But again, you know, it's all good and well defeating your opponent's units, but Jan is absolutely the slower control player in this situation.
Yeah, it looks like we're just checking over, making sure it's enough, which it definitely was. Obviously, the Craving Power gets removed, and then the 2 damage is just enough.
Yep. So Heather, you've got 4 resources here
not to use Boba.
Yeah, interesting. I mean,
for
yeah, our Boba should have been used there, absolutely. Lost a point of damage there.
Hopefully won't come up, but we'll keep our eye out because, like we've been talking about, those kind of last little bits of health can be all important.
Absolutely, yep. Droid missile platform coming out. Looks like we're not going to see Boba get triggered here yet, so I think that was just a point of damage missed, and that's it. So it's going to pass into the next round, which means that the window is now. Jan needs to deal with this droid missile platform immediately, and if he does, then Heather will not have a readied vehicle to deploy onto and use the Sinterkaz immediately, which is really where you want to be. So I think that this is an incredibly pivotal moment now. And honestly, the chances that Jan has no way to answer this is pretty unlikely. But a lot of Aura's answers do take 2 actions because, you know, they reduce it down to 1 HP in some way and then Aura finishes it off. So we'll have to see if he's got a 1 action way to answer this droid missile platform.
Be interesting to see if the -2/-2 comes through, because obviously that would be a nice, easy solution for the missile platform, but instead we are going to see no glory, only results.
Yeah, perfect answer there, because not only does it, you know, it avoids dealing 4 damage to your own base with a Boba ability, but it also then deals 3 to your opponent, which, you know, it could matter at some point. So yeah, great answer there, exactly what Jan needed, and it means that Heather is now not going to be able to deploy onto a ready unit and use the Sinter, so it probably means Sinter's not coming out now.
We are honestly, I think the experimental TIE Fighter?
A prototype,
the
yeah,
prototype.
Close enough. You know what, close enough.
And
Boba, I mean, you may as well just deploy in the ground now so you can actually attack, and obviously the 4 damage does nothing. So again, it's okay, you've got several threats now. Again, no single reactor ignition in this version of Control, so you're safe from board clears. So going wide is a pretty reasonable strategy against Aura. It generally works quite well. They don't have that many ways to deal with multiple units. There we are, single reactor ignition, thank you.
Yeah, like you said, wide is probably going to be the best option now that we've missed out on that kind of, like you said, that pivotal Boba deploy turn. Nothing readied makes it a very difficult decision to go to a exhausted unit.
Yep, absolutely. That's the prototype defeated. We've still got the special forces. TIE, Boba can just slam in for 4 here. Really, again, Heather just needed 1 unit to stick it onto to create a big leader and wasn't able to do that. And I just think it's going to be difficult now to get to that 33 points of damage. But it just depends on what threats we can draw. We obviously are now looking at Devastators. That'll be the next big swing point for Heather, the big threat that she could play down, deal the 4 damage, and put a very, very key threat to deal with. In a turn's time, Devastators will be active. And then whether or not they're main deck, I'm not sure, but planetary bombardments, if they're in the main deck, fantastic for Heather. If they're not, then, again, it might mean this game 1 is going to be tricky to win.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the 8th brother, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come through and finish off Boba Fett. We've seen quite a bit of him across today and yesterday, I think.
Yeah, we've seen, well, we shouldn't have seen him yesterday.
Not yesterday, just today,
unless somebody sneaked it into their lawless time pool, which you shouldn't have done, but we have seen him today. Yeah, I mean, a card that, again, I think is mainly seeing played just out of necessity. I don't think the card's actually that strong. It's just that there aren't that many great 6-cost plays for Command Villainy, and so 8th Brother is kind of filling that slot. Collateral damage here. Yeah, so dealing 2. Was that dealing 2 to Aura?
Yeah, it's 2 to Aura, 2 to base.
Okay, so Aura's nearly dealt with. Down to just 1 unit now. Again, these collateral damage, system shock, they're all fine, but then really you want proactive threats, and that's all Heather's going to do that turn. Ooh. On the one hand, that's pretty tragic. I'm not a fan of that. You know, it's a very weak turn, but at least it means there's probably Devastators in hand. And I think immediately
we can see it there.
Yeah, 8 resources expended. So
that will clear up everything on the ground, won't it?
Yes, that will. Yeah, there's exactly 4 HP left on the ground. I mean, you could also ignore the ground.
Yeah,
I don't know if you want to do that, but I think you are a little bit behind in this game. So I'd kind of like going face with it, honestly. Let's see. So you start with the attack. I think that's absolutely fine. I'd like starting with the attack, but you know what? I'm sat here, not sat there in the player's seat. Just taking stock here. Nothing wrong with taking a bit of time. You've got plenty of time on the clock. Just think through the plays, the small differences. Obviously, she doesn't have initiative. That's that's why she didn't attack with that. And then we see the Purgle King coming out, which is a nice little addition. A lot of these Aura Data Vault decks are going to, in order to give you kind of like a Reinforcement Walker, modern day Reinforcement Walker. Again, fighting in space is probably better than being on the ground. It obviously doesn't heal for as much. Well, it doesn't heal immediately anyway. And it can't really fight a Devastator in the space. But again, eventually it will start restoring. So the difference is that, well, just like Reinforcement Walker, it does need to be dealt with. Your opponent can't just ignore it because it does stabilize over time.
Yeah, we're seeing all 5 damage going from the Devastator. Obviously, the 4 chosen from it when played, and then the additional from the Boba leader effect. Obviously, then still being chosen by Heather due to the secondary text on the Devastator.
Yeah, I like that. Go face. At this point, you're on 31 HP yourself. You're not under any threat whatsoever. You need to just get in there in the next couple of turns before Purgle King stabilizes the game. No surprise there. Lost and Forgotten gets through the Devastator, which I think means we're going to need another one.
Yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to kind of push that last bit of damage that she's looking for without a second Devastator.
Getting 2 damage there. Special Forces tie. Purgle can clear that up and restore 4. The window of opportunity for Heather to run away with this game is very rapidly closing, thanks to the restore from the Purgle King. And again, I think a Devastator is needed now, right now. Otherwise, I think the first game is going to go Jan's way. There he is, the Purgle King in all his glory. Cyril Khan, not what you're looking for.
Yeah, I guess it is, like you said, either the Purgle King needs to go, which the chances of that happening are slim to none, or Heather needs to bring out some quick heavy hitters to close out this game.
General Allegiant Pride again. These 2-cost 2/3s are what you wanted on turn 1, not on turn 10. 9. 8. Turn 8. And there he is again. Ooh. Nice reappearance. Again, yeah. Unfortunately for Heather, drawing the half of the deck that she didn't want to draw at that point. All 3 ground units. They are very effective in the first few turns and very ineffective at this stage in the game.
Yeah, that was the remainder of her hand. She played all 3 cards out from her hand.
Yeah, didn't even end up with initiative either, so didn't even get to attack with the ooh.
Get another missile platform, but it's...
Look at that beefy boat from the Purgle King. I mean, 12 HP, gets to attack into the drone missile platform. Doesn't even want to. Is that base? Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I like to take it slow and easy, but I guess the longer you take to win, you are giving your opponent more opportunities to draw into Devastators. So I don't hate going base there. But again, missile platform is going to deal 4.
Yeah, the punishing one coming in, I believe.
Yep. Reasonably threatening card. Kind of like, I think of it like a much weaker Ruthless Raider in a way. It's kind of like once Ruthless Raider rotated, it kind of took its slot as like the mid-range ship that puts a bit of pressure on, but again, nowhere near as threatening for Control to deal with. And no Glorians, okay, that's why we didn't see the trade. That explains that. Was a bit surprised by that, but there we go, because now Heather will take the damage, putting it onto a base.
Yeah, claiming out the initiative and then just being able to trade in through the use of Ambush and the Aura Sing, with the punishing one going down to exactly 1 again.
Yeah, really nice thing about Aura. She turns Egress Got Fighter into a 2-cost deal 5 instead of deal 4, which is really nice. 3-cost, sorry, so it's kind of like upgraded Open Fire now. It's really good. Again, Heather, I think Devastator wouldn't even be enough now, but maybe Devastator could do it. Off the top, that's Prototype, Advanced, and that is that Topple the Summit? Because that is really not a good card in this situation. Purgle King, this is the... Because honestly, Purgle King, if it had been something else, a different space threat, then there's always that threat.
I mean, it's restored 12, hasn't it?
It has restored 12 and dealt with like 3 different units, or two units. Yeah, exactly, right. And this is where, Reinforcement Walker, maybe is even marginally worse. The Purgle King in exactly this situation is probably even better. I still think the Reinforcement Walker is probably a better... Well, it's definitely a better card, but it's probably still better overall. But again, we don't get that to play with in Premier anymore, so Purgle King a very worthy replacement. Is that Krennic on the ground? Is that the 9-cost Krennic? I think that's the 9-cost legendary Krennic that was played there. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing that prestige art. Yeah, so I mean the game's going to end pretty quickly now. Again, I think the game kind of ended when Purgle King came down, but yeah, at least in name, if not in reality. But here we go now. I think this is going to be it soon. Aggressive negotiations in hand for Heather, but she's only got 2 cards, so not going to be doing very much.
Again, another punishing one, but with, like we said, with Krennic down now on the ground, being able to just churn out 8 damage, 8 damage, 8 damage, it's going to be exceptionally difficult, and we're going to see just a very, very good card coming through. We are going to see Craving Power finish off the punishing one.
You know, I don't know about you, but I can't really imagine a Purgle King Craving Power. To me, it's
I don't think it's in his nature.
I mean, it's already got the power, right? He is the king of Purgles. So what does he want to be? The king of what? All of space?
That's just being greedy, isn't it?
Emperor Purgle King.
I think him and Palpatine. I think he's got it.
They do. They've got a good synergy going there.
Well,
Palpatine Purgle King.
In more relevant news, the round is over.
I don't know if you can call it news if we knew it 6 rounds ago, but 6 turns ago. But sure, the game is over. Jan won that one. We're now on to game 2 of the match. Sideboards are coming into play again. If Heather didn't have the planetary bombardments, what I'm trying to see now, direct hits, that's no good. No, that's anti-upgrade hit, constable, system shot. There's a planetary bombardment. 1, 2, 3. Yep, she has them. Great. Okay, good to see. So that's going to come in from Heather. I don't expect to see. We could honestly the constables, the system shocks. We could see them come in to counteract condemn. The problem I always have with that decision process is that that's kind of the only upgrade that you want to include them for. Obviously, there's things like Craving Power or random shield tokens, but that's not worth sideboarding for. So you're taking out cards to put them in. I think it really depends on what's in her main deck and whether there are cards in a main deck that she really doesn't want, aren't very useful. Which, I guess Topple the Summit, things like that. Some of the events you could take out, put in the Constable, I think that's fine. I think making your opponents condemn weaker is definitely a viable strategy. But yeah, great to see the planetary bombardments. They're very key.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be, I mean, if Devastator is still there when it comes through, you're pushing a potential of 13 in addition to Boba, and it's directed as you wish. Which
it makes a huge difference. You know, the Devastator in that game got immediately answered, but if you can stick one and you just have one more action the next round to play the planetary bombardment, usually that is enough. You know, in almost all cases that will win the game. It's just, can you make that sequence of events happen? And the key here, I think, will be, it all kind of adds up. So basically, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant here, so let me take my glasses off. Gather round, children. So the thing is, when you see the Boba deploying onto a pilot, you might think the leader deploying onto a ship or having to deploy on the ground, you might look at that and think, well, it didn't really make much difference. You don't need to use the Boba ability anyway against Aura Singh, but it does make a difference because if you create a huge space unit rather than just a 4/7 leader on the ground, your opponent has to use some hefty removal options to deal with that, whether condemn or whatever it might be, and it's very difficult to clear that off the board. And when they eventually do clear it off the board, that's one less removal, one fewer removal card they have for the Devastator. And the key here is to stick one of those Devastators so that planetary bombardment can connect, and you will win the game from that point, but you've got to make that happen. And every time your opponent is using a removal card from their hand on something that isn't the Devastator, that's music to your ears. So yeah, I think here again, not that Heather could necessarily do anything differently, but I think again here what we're looking at is she needs to try as best as she possibly can to get a space unit to stick, get the Boba on top of it, and make it very, very difficult for that to be cleaned up by the Aura.
Yeah, definitely. I can't imagine there's too much in the way of a sideboard coming out from our Aura Singh player. Potentially, genuinely, I don't think much comes to mind.
No, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say because Aura Singhs are so, I mean, the deck lists are so varied. The sideboards, you know, again, they could contain all sorts of things. Usually there would be some kind of upgrade hit option, which obviously could be useful against the Boba pilot leader, so that could come in. I don't know how much of a difference it would end up making in the long run, but it is obviously possible that could come in as well. There's a few cards that make a difference, but I don't think anything as impactful as planetary bombardment. I think to me that is that's going to be the big one that should make a difference in this matchup. So unlike what we said earlier on, I think it was the first match of the day where we talked about how one of the players was down a game and then their sideboard was less useful than an opponent. In this situation, I think Heather is benefiting more from her sideboard, and so being down a game isn't quite as big a deal as it was for that player earlier on in the day. But I mean, it's still not a great place to be, knowing you have to win both games to go through. Here, a loss from both players. So we've got two. This is the second to last round. So whoever loses, obviously whoever wins is going through to day 2. Whoever loses this, they will have 5 wins, a loss, and a draw, meaning that that final round they would have 60, 70. So they would actually need to win. So is it effectively, if they lose this, they would then be down to that final round where they'd have to win it. So it's not all on this match. If Heather does, for example, go on to lose one of the next 2 games, she could still win the next one and go through to day 2. But of course, the win here makes a huge difference because you are guaranteed that. And that's a better start. Going first with Allegiant General Pride is one of the strongest things you can do in Star Wars Unlimited at the moment on turn 1. Kind of reminds me of the is it the front runner? How have I forgotten that pod racer already?
Yeah.
The front runner from yesterday. It's kind of like this limited premier version of that.
Yeah. General Pride, both saying that when indirect damage is dealt to a unit, you can defeat a non-unique upgrade on it, and then on attack, if you have the initiative, which Heather obviously does, you can deal 2 indirect to a player, then becoming 3 with Boba's ability.
Exactly. So here, this Allegiant General Pride is effectively a 5/3, which is the most power you can get of any unit in the entire game. So obviously Jan there deciding to put the indirect damage onto the base, because if he puts it onto the Krennic, the shield will be defeated with Allegiant General Pride's other relevant ability.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't come up too often, but against, obviously, like you said, against Krennic, the shield tokens and occasional XP tokens that you can get will definitely be very helpful things to get rid of.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see the post-rotation answer to resupply, expendable mercenary. You might think, how can Jan play that with only 3 resources? Well, that would be the ability of Director Krennic, used to great effect there. So we've got expendable mercenary basically just being a super laser technician, which is fantastic. And typically that card's substantially worse because obviously it costs 4, but again in this situation it costs 3, so it's actually a better super laser technician, which is great. And then to answer it on the side of Heather. Ooh.
Yeah.
Heather's got initiative here. What is she going to do? The Allegiant General Reply got defeated by what? Oh, it was a... So... She attacked with... Did Heather attack with Ooh first? Not sure. I think I missed that. Or did... sorry. The General Allegiant Pride attack. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so General Allegiant Pride attacked base, dealt the 5. Then the Expendable Mercenary traded into the Pride. So then where's that base? Yeah, why is there only... Oh, no, it must have been... Ooh must have attacked. Yeah, I think maybe Jan did have initiative, and for some reason it's on Heather's side. I'm not sure why that is, but anyway.
Yeah.
In either case, only the Ooh got to attack. So it is 10 damage through, which is almost a third of the base already. But that does mean because Heather's been... he's back again. Because Heather has been... oh, is it a she? I think Ooh's a she. All right. I don't know. I don't know the lore of Star Wars. I'm sorry. That is obscure lore, to be fair to me. Well, that's Razzie. There we go. I definitely know that is a female character. That's Razzie. So the Lats Razzie coming out gets to clear off with the direct Krennic. Orsing's already used her ability, so we can't use that again, but we get to trade in the Krennic. So now full control of the ground over to Jan. Plus, again, we've not played any space units yet, which means Heather has only got this turn now to set up for the Boba deploy. Oh, I love Lats Razzie. I'll never get sick of seeing that card see play. It's so great. It feels really fair to me as well. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like that's like... I don't think that's like a busted card people are going to look at and think, oh, that card needs banning. I just think it's like a really solid, strong card that's fun and cool, and I love cards that have different modes, that you can play them in 2 different modes.
The kind of choices between them. Like you said, this is kind of this turn and obviously next turn are going to be our most kind of informative as to how this game is going to go. Like we saw in our previous match, the lack of getting Boba piloted out onto a vehicle definitely showed its weakness.
Now, I typically what I would love to see here is, there we go, so Heather is using the Boba ability that time. I would love to see 2 space units being played. So yes, you play the droid missile platform. If you've got a second one, then you might be able to stick Boba, or at the very least deny Jan the ability to attack with the craving power. Yeah. It's actually quite similar to what we saw last game, where there was the system shock which was used. But yes, so she does have... Oh, it's not... I was hoping for a space unit. It's Cyril Khan again. So it means that Heather, once again, is now guaranteed to not be able to deploy Boba onto a readied vehicle and attack with it. So I'm very likely that we're going to see Boba deploying to the ground again this game, so not what Heather wanted to see. But we do know now planetary bombardments are in the deck, and that's the really key difference. We need any capital ship to stick, and then the planetary bombardments to come down. Obviously, ideally Devastator.
Yeah, exactly. There's a massive potential of damage if you get both your Devastator being able to push the 5, and then the 14, does it become? No, the 13, if you then get the planetary bombardment plus Boba to go through as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Jan does elect to not attack with the Lats Razi just to maintain initiative. Probably going to snap first action to defeat Cyril. Sure, he doesn't get to attack. Currently, Lats has 4 HP, so 2 remaining. So Cyril would be able to defeat her, lest Jan discard a card. So I can see why he's elected to go down this route. Doesn't want the Lats Razi being defeated, of course. Especially because at the moment, well, she's got 5 power, so she's not far off being able to deal with the Boba herself. There's the 8th brother again. Does mean now that most of Jan's resources have been used, so there's not going to be much he can do for 1, although obviously he is on Aura Sing turn now, deploy turn, because of the Expendable Mercenary we saw ramping earlier.
Yeah, being on equal deploy terms is very difficult, and well, I think this just kind of shows the difficulty of the situation Heather finds herself in, having to use a planetary bombardment on this type of board state with no capital ship available.
Yeah, so Jan can just load up damage onto his units, 1 onto Lats Razi, and he can put another 3. He could put 4 onto. Could have put 4 onto 8th brother, but decided to put 3, so that's 4 more on the base. Should be. Was that 4 put onto the base or 2? Not sure about that. Anyway, maybe I didn't see what the base HP was on, so yeah, I think it should have been 4 onto the base, I believe. Which, you know, it's okay, but the problem is that planetary bombardments are best used, burn cards in general are best used to end the game. When you're playing them on a turn you would otherwise develop a unit, it just means that your opponent has more resources, more time to actually defeat your units. So Jan is really far ahead here, honestly. Boba's going to have to deploy onto the ground and deal 4, it's true. But then, again, Aura can just flip, deal 3 to him, and then, you know, Boba's only going to get 1 more attack in at most.
Yeah, the deploy comes through. Jan potentially, yeah, claiming up.
Yeah, he considered deploying Aura. I mean, I think it's fine. Like I said, she's basically an event, a bit like Kira used to be. She's an event leader, so you don't. I mean, I think it would have been nice to preload 3 damage onto Boba. You would lose initiative in that instance, though. So.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's not really necessary at this point. I would feel, with how strong of a board, obviously weakened by that planetary bombardment, but to know that there's already 1 gone, and the chance that it's going to come potentially back to back is quite low. So I think it's the safe option.
Nice little card in hand of Heather. This time collateral damage is going to be actually really useful. It would defeat both of Jan's units. It just kind of depends on what he starts with. But again, neither of these units can trade in cleanly with Boba. Lats is on 6 power, 5 power, sorry, and the 8th brother as well on 5 as well. Sorry, both on 5, so neither one of them can trade into Boba here.
Yeah, a 4/7 deployed out on 6 is very beefy. So even if you aren't getting that juicy attached into a vehicle, being able to play him out to the ground still can distribute out some good damage.
Okay, very interesting here. So Jan started with the Rotunda Senate Guard, a 4/5 Sentinel. Heather responded with the collateral damage and dealt 2 to base and dealt 2 to the Rotunda, so just completely ignored the ground units that both could have been defeated. Heather could, I mean, obviously she's done that because she wants to push base damage and wants to be able to defeat the Rotunda Senate Guards, you know, the most aggressive line. But I think defeating Lats Razi and 8th brother would have been really nice. Again, it depends what's in the hand, but aggressive negotiations, that's got Sentinel.
But
that Rotunda Guard. No, sorry, it's under, because it's damaged, of course.
Yeah, which is why it was targeted for that.
Yeah, so that's why it's targeted for that. Yeah, so this is the literally most aggressive line she could possibly have taken. Damage the Rotunda, ignore the units that you could have cleared 1 or 2 of, and do 2 to base. Which, again, you know, I don't mind it. You're now 5 away from defeating your opponent. Again, it's just how do you deal that 5? Devastator is how.
Yeah, she's set up for exactly Devastator, so I think it's going to be a case of
Great play. Honestly, if she's got Devastator in hand, I think that's fantastic. And even if not, and that is Devastator.
She is Devastator, yeah.
That's it. That's going to be game. Fantastic play from Heather there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really, obviously, slightly riskier line, you lose the Boba, but because she's calculated exactly, I think if she had 1 damage fewer, then it wouldn't have worked out that way. But yeah, exactly lethal.
Well, and 1 damage that was put on base that could have been put on 8th brother now. He had 2 health.
Yeah, Jan could have put that 1 damage on 8th brother.
So
absolutely, yeah.
It all comes. This is exactly what we spoke about. It all sometimes comes down to that last little bit of health.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what Jan had in hand, whether he had an answer to Devastator or not. But there's a good chance if he stabilizes on 1 HP, he goes on to win that game. There's not that many ways for Heather to guarantee damage onto the base. Devastator kind of the only one, because the rest of them, planetary bombardment can be put onto units, etc. But yeah, great play from Heather. Like we said, the planetary bombardment did help in that game, helped to deal that extra point of damage. And yeah, sideboard, as I said, helping Heather out a lot here. Means, again, I think she probably went from unfavoured in game 1 to being favoured post-board, which is great news for her because, yeah, we've great news for her because, we are post-board. So 1-all, and I think advantage Heather at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, now she is down the starting turn, but...
Yeah, it does matter because General Legion Pride dealt 5 damage. It allowed the OO to deal another 5 damage. I will always call it that. Don't make me change. And so yeah, that damage wouldn't have come out in such a way. We would have been short damage on lethal had she been going second. So yeah, absolutely. I think it's almost like a fair conclusion because it's like, okay, game 1, your opponent's favoured, they win. Game 2, you're favoured, you win. Game 3, you're favoured, but you're from Heather's perspective, but your opponent has initiative. So I think it balances out. It's fairly even. So this could definitely go either way. Very, very close one. We'll have to see who ends up winning. And again, this could be absolutely the difference between making day 2 or not. So this is, I mean, even if both players made day 2, your records carry over. So it's vitally important for each of these players, for their life in this event, that they go on to win this game. So yeah, hugely important game coming up, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, no matter if you're going through, you as many points as possible. The bigger buffer you can get now, the safer you are moving into that second day.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes a huge difference because, again, it only gets harder in theory. Obviously, it doesn't always quite work out that way, but in general, it only gets harder as the days goes on. Your opponent's skill, increases as time goes by throughout an event, invariably. So I do think that, getting a win now, not only does it make life easier, it guarantees day 2. It takes a lot of pressure off as well because day 2 has its own prizing. So not everyone's here, thinking I'm only happy if I win the event. There are a lot of players here who making day 2 is a big achievement. I think Krish and Ross talked about that earlier, that it's a big achievement for them to make day 2. So, I think either of these players would be happy. I think they'd be happy with their opponent, their performance making day 2 anyway. So never mind, going on to do bigger and better things after that. So yeah, it's all to play for. We'll have to see who comes out on top, and I'm very interested to see how this one plays out, and whether or not there can be a solution found from Jan to the Devastator Planetary Bombardment conundrum.
I'm going to try and get a quick glance to Heather's hand here. It looks like we do have I think I see 2 BT1s.
There is definitely a Cinta resource there as well, so that's
Cinta
available
resource
on the plot turns. The Cyril there, I think that's triple BT1.
Might be triple BT1.
Not really what you want to see. I'm surprised she hasn't resource one of there. I don't know what the other card was alongside. So it's a General Legion Pride. Oh wow, it's honestly not a great hand. I don't know if she mulliganed or not, but 5 2-drops. I don't know.
Yeah, that is
not a big fan
especially of that. Not going first, which is what we were talking about. If you saw that Pride and you had the initiative, you're going, okay, my hand's not too great. If this is, especially if this is after the mulligan, you're thinking my hand's really not great, but Pride will be able to push past kind of the difficulty I'm going to find myself.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I agree with that completely. I think Heather found the correct resourcing decision because if you keep all 3 BT1s, they are unique. So you might not be able to play double 2-drop on the turn 3, whereas now she's more likely to be able to do that. The BT1 in play probably won't survive that long, and then you'll be able to play that alongside a Pride. So yeah, I like this resourcing decision. BT1 there being a key as well, because Imperial Dark Trooper could value trade and stop a lot of the aggression against several of the other Turn 1 players that Heather could have played there. So great for her that she had something that can survive an attack from Imperial Dark Trooper, although, albeit not for very long, because Aura Singh can finish off the BT1.
Yeah, the kind of rock, paper, scissors we're seeing between Dark Trooper, BT1, and then Aura Singh on top of that, and, well, it looks like we're not going to have to worry about it too much with the reduction of BT1's attack. And
Yeah, knowledge
health
and defense
from
now. So
knowledge and
BT1's
defense.
a 0-2. So now, BT1s can still attack and deal the 1 damage trigger. Should Heather want to, that would trigger Boba as well. What does she have in hand? Anything? We've got the BT1 again. Anything else of use? Oh, misses. Is that direct hit?
Yeah.
Out of aspect direct hit brought in against Aura Singh. That's interesting.
I assume for the Purgle King?
I guess it's not a space unit, it's a vehicle. It's a vehicle.
It is
non-leader
isn't it?
vehicle.
Yeah, not even just space unit.
So it doesn't help against
Yeah,
Purgle
so it doesn't
King.
help against Purgle King.
At least, the saving grace here from Heather is that even though she missed the BT1, that didn't end up mattering too much, and she did obviously hit there with the drone missile platform, which, in terms of drawing it, which means that she's not having to just play a weak ground 2-drop on turn 2. Having the drone missile platform is kind of the ideal turn 2 play. Eager Escort Fighter, though.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Heather, to say the least. We're going to see 1 damage go to a unit that could have taken 2, and we'll see if it has an effect in our later stage of the game like we saw in our previous round.
I do like it more here because there are a lot of ways to deal 1 damage to multiple units. Like IG-2000 is prime right now, so I think Jan absolutely has to put that damage onto base. You do not want to set up your opponent's IG-2000. Next turn's punishing 1. Fet Spray, though, pretty good. Just all depends on whether Jan has an answer to the Fet Spray, which, in all likelihood, he will, I think. There's so many ways to answer this now.
Yeah, the Fire Spray being a very good card, unsurprisingly fits exceptionally well into the Boba Fett jump to light speed leader.
That BT1 missing as well, it kind of resulted in 1 damage less on base. And I think, honestly, Heather is probably 95% to hit that, if not higher, in her deck. So, very unfortunate. I mean, again, I don't really know why direct it's there, but very unfortunate that she kept it, that she hit it. So, we'll have to see if it ends up coming down to 1 point of damage, because that would be a bit of a kick in the teeth. But yeah, keep a mental note of that. Craving Power here, nice. Obviously, like I said, many ways to answer the Fet Spray.
To be found with, there is always 2. As we've seen many times today already, there is always 2. So
Spotter, don't you dare put that on screen.
We're going to see another Fett's Fire Spray come through. When played, see, there's 2 of them.
Okay, I'll accept that.
When played triggering both, obviously, on itself, and then for the leader as well.
Yep, absolutely. Again, we're in the same position as we've been in both Game 1 and Game 2. Jan, in order to claim the initiative and make sure that Heather can't deploy onto a space unit, is going to claim and avoid attacking with this Craving-powered unit. I think that's literally happened every single game. So losing out on all that damage, of course, but damage is not the name of the game for Jan. He's only interested in controlling Heather's board. And so, with him claiming initiative there, I think it's very likely we're going to see Fett's Fire Spray get defeated with something here. And once again, for the 3rd game in a row, Heather is going to have no option but to deploy Boba to the ground.
Yeah, it then becomes a decision of, do you then still plot cards out? Do you not bother, considering it will then help push out that ground arena? But
yeah, I'd plot out Cinta. Yeah. I think that's absolutely fine. It means you're very likely to have initiative going into the next round. You get to push the 4 damage. A 5/5 body is nothing to scoff at Cinta herself. So yeah, absolutely. We know she's got the Cinta. I'd be surprised if she does anything else, honestly.
Yeah, it very much opens a nice opportunity. Obviously, the only downside being that the Dark Trooper as well is also now at a 5/5, but it does offer a trade there if she's looking for it, or the potential to just help push in for that kind of 9 damage between the 2 units that will be on the ground.
Yeah, lost and forgotten there, so as we expected, does get answered. This is playing very much like a traditional sort of control deck for Jan. Nope, so Heather is opting against playing the Cinta. Just going to play BT1. Interesting, very interesting. Only have to assume that the rest of her 4 resources are going to go on something pretty spectacular if you're going to avoid playing Cinta. Because the thing about Cinta is she effectively draws you a card because she's being played from plot. Okay.
Interesting. I was wondering if there was going to be a crazy world in which we were going to see a space unit played and then in the following turn see Boba deploys to that.
You lose the 4 damage this turn though, so there's not really much point in doing that. Okay. BT1 plus U instead of Cinta. I don't really understand that personally. I have no idea. Unless Heather, I mean, I don't want to assume that she's forgotten that she has Cinta in her resources. I'm guessing she hasn't. It does happen though. We've all done it I've done it on many occasions, forgotten about smuggle or plot cards in my resources. But I really think that this board would instead look like it would be a 5/5 and the Boba instead. You know what I mean? Like so, and you would have 2 extra cards in hand. You'd have the BT to resource because it's not very useful, and you'd have the U in hand to play or resource the following turn. So, yeah, I really would have liked to see Cinta come out, and I'm positive she had it because I saw her resource it on the first turn of the game. We discussed it at length.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where this kind of ends up.
There we go. For the feels like 100th time today, the Cantwell Arrester. Obviously going to pick Boba there and exhaust him, and he can no longer ready as long as that cruiser has him within its grasp. Okay, so return the BT1 to the bottom of your deck, deal 5 to base, so, you know, effectively a Cinta anyway, so fine, I'll take it.
Yeah.
We can now deploy Aura, defeat
Ooh.
naughty C-3PO,
Okay.
and then what has Heather got? So did she not resource either? Whoa, 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 whoa. We've only got 6 resources here, so that means that, I mean, the thing I hate about not resourcing is that even though you might not have Devastator in hand now, you're now another turn away from playing it. You've delayed your Devastator, which is the way you're going to win this game if you ever are, is going to be through Devastators.
Jan hadn't done any ramp, so
No.
yeah, we are
No.
just...
Yeah, Heather didn't resource that turn. Not a fan of that at all.
Interesting.
I don't care what you've got in hand. Direct hit, we know that it was direct hit. I don't care if it was, unless it was triple Devastator, and even then I think you resource. So yeah, I don't like that personally.
Do you think it's a case of aggressive negotiations in some...
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If I can take the trade
hand.
of deal 1 extra damage with aggressive negotiations or play Devastator, I think
absolutely.
I'm opting for Devastator personally.
As am I. We are going to see another...
What cards are revealed there? Jan, you didn't give me a good look. Naughty boy.
I think it was the same two as last time.
Well, I didn't see them that time either.
Which we didn't get either.
Okay, 7 resources.
Another
no, so it's the IG 2000. Yeah. Okay, so you get to clear off the droid, which is nice.
Lives on 1. No,
no, actually, it's got a craving power. So
yeah.
I can do maths.
I can't.
Don't question me. And then
we just about make one person.
We make one functioning human.
I can just about see.
I've just realised I've not put my glasses back on.
And you can just about do math.
Yeah.
So we're there.
Yeah, you can. I'll borrow your eyes, and you can borrow my brain. How's that?
Yeah.
Deal. Oh, there he is, my favourite card. He's back again. I'll never get hibernation sick of seeing you.
Wow.
And we're on 8 resources finally. So if Heather plays a Devastator now, she did have aggressive negotiations, I think, in hand. So I think you were spot on with the reasoning. Well, I don't know, but maybe you were spot on with the reasoning. But yeah, there's... I mean, aggressive negotiation is going to deal a lot here. It's going to deal 3 extra. So that's... Oh, no, but... Yeah, so 6. That's right. So we get to deal 6 damage here. Trading into the cruiser... It's a tough one. It's a tough one. You get your Boba back, but he doesn't get to attack this turn. I don't know. I don't know about that one. It's a tough one, but I'm not so sure. Is that an 8th brother again?
Yeah. That's
but a prestige one to just throw me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tricky. That is tricky. I mean, again, I can't see Heather's hand. I know there's a planetary bombardment there, so I'm almost of the feeling that it's just about dealing as much damage to base as possible, and I think Boba was never going to attack again. He was always going to get defeated, and in which case, do you really care about the cruiser? Not really.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have liked to have seen... And cruiser has 5 power, right? So it's not like it can even trade into a Devastator on its own. So I would have liked to have seen that go base.
Because yeah, if you go to base with that 6, you're at 19 damage of the 33 needed.
Which means a Devastator is another 5.
Yeah.
So that takes you to 24. And then you're on planetary bombardment for lethal.
Yeah.
So and again, you've got to play to how you win the game. It's not just about playing not to lose. But again, these are tough choices. You know, they're not. I'm not saying these are misplays by any means. I just think they're different lines that I wouldn't myself have taken.
But I think it will also come back to the choice to not deploy out with Boba and bring out that Cintra Kaz, because we'd be up another 4 damage, wouldn't we, from Boba attacking into assumedly base.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, it's hard for me to remember exactly what that was, but yeah, okay. So we've got plenty of HP on these units now to absorb.
Yeah.
So Han can absorb 1 point; it'll go straight through the shield. Aura can absorb another point, and then you can absorb 2 more points onto the Eighth Brother. So you only have to take 4 on your base. I mean, you don't have to take 4. You could defeat your units, but I wouldn't recommend it. But you only have to take, well, I think 5 on base with the Boba.
Yeah.
So, you know. That's not too bad.
Take it all to base.
You could say, honestly, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it.
No.
You definitely want to take 1 on Han. There's honestly no reason not to, because it's protected behind his shield anyway.
The shield means there's little reason not to.
The only reason not to would be system shock, but honestly, I think you just take 1 on
You're
that.
playing around kind of too much at that point, aren't you?
Yeah, if one of your opponent's cards is system shock, you're very happy with that, I think. But no, he ignores me, doesn't do it. Because again, the indirect damage bypasses shields, so it doesn't get stopped by the shield, so you can just safely hide it under Han's shield. But no, decides not to do it. And again, your opponent wouldn't even have an opportunity to use system shock because you could just attack with Han first anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't love that line, that damage distribution from Jan. I think his distribution of damage has left something to be desired over the match. But again, very difficult thing to navigate with Boba. It's probably the most difficult thing to do when you're playing against Boba. And this is the appeal of that leader for a lot of players. They want to throw indirect damage at someone and say, "You can do the math. I'm not interested." And there's something quite appealing about that. You fling it to them and they have to do the work.
Yeah, I mean, the only time it ever comes up for the Boba player themselves is when they've got Devastator out. And usually by that point, they're going, cool, I'm going to pick everything on base, and I'm either going to kill you or not, is usually going to be the answer there.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a difficult situation for Heather to find herself out of. We are going to see, which one of our many capital ships is that?
That would be Lawbringer, I believe. It's hard to tell the pixel slices apart, but I think that's Lawbringer. So you choose an aspect and everything that gets -2/-2. So as presumably Jan would have chosen its enemy units who could have chosen aggression or villainy, and then the 3 indirect damage from the droid missile platform gets put back onto the Lawbringer, bringer of laws. Thank you, Spotter. You're about 10 minutes late for that one. So we've seen 0 Devastators from Heather. We've seen 1 Planetary Bombardment. So there's 5 more key cards to still come out. In terms of... No, she's going to scoop it up. She obviously doesn't have any in hand. I mean, she did not draw, in the late game there, did not draw the card she needed at all by any means. Again, interesting matchup, difficult one for both players to navigate. I think it's certainly not straightforward. But just didn't go Heather's way in the end. And congratulations to Jan. He has guaranteed his spot in day 2.
I think it comes down to that initiative and that opening hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really think if Heather had the initiative there with that pride, I think we were looking at a very, very different game.
Well, the one thing about that is that because it was this specifically Jan had the Imperial Dark Trooper, it means that it would have eventually traded with the Pride so Jan would have taken 5 more damage to base, which in the end we know didn't end up making the difference. But yeah, it obviously, that Allegiant General Pride is the difference between kind of 2 damage on base or 5 or even more. Yeah. So it does make a big difference. So I like how my name flew down there. I haven't seen that graphic
It's changed each time.
Has it? Is it zoomed? It faded? It's great that, messing about with the PowerPoint animations. So I mean, great play from both players. I think, very well. There was definitely some plays that I think were questionable, but honestly, again, as I said a million times, I don't think we come here to see perfect play. If we wanted that, we'd watch 2 AIs play against each other. I think we want to see people under pressure, incredibly high pressure situation there, knowing if you win, you're into day 2, and if you lose, your chances of day 2 are, it flew back up. Your chances of day 2 are diminished significantly, although you can still make it. So yeah, very high pressure situation, and I do think that, I think it showed in the play, but yeah, it's tough. This game's a tough game to play.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation to be in. Like you said, you couldn't have had kind of more pressure on you than, maybe potentially next round. I think that's the only time you're going to get any more if you're in that same kind of matchup where you're both...
well, it's winning in, if you lose, you're out. If you win, you're in. Yeah, that's probably the only... Well, yeah, I mean, you could argue the final of the event or something, but yeah, sure.
No, but for today.
This stage, for today, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, for today. I mean, all the wins kind of mean the same, but psychologically as human beings, we don't look at it that way. A win in round 1 is the same as a win in round 8 in terms of the value it provides you. It's just, how much that win means at that point. Yeah, and 100%. I believe we've got time now for a second feature match.
Lovely, let's head to it. And it looks like a game 3.
Yeah, okay, jumping right into game 3. I like this because we get to see it conclude instead of seeing the beginning, which is great. So thank you whoever made that decision. So we've got Luke Data Vault, Pilot Data Vault against Pilot Boba. So a jump to light seed special here. And Lake Country was also was Lake Country from Jump to Lightspeed? I can't remember, actually, when Lake Country has been around forever, but it's not been good for forever either.
No, it has been kind of a more recent development within the kind of meta of Star Wars
Country
Unlimited.
was, Jump to Lightspeed. Oh, I'm good, aren't I? Wow, am I good? It was from Jump to Lightspeed. So, actually, both leaders and bases from Jump to Lightspeed here. Both units in turn 1 from... Oh, no, I think Strike Teach Legends of the Force. Okay, well, anyway, we almost had an entire Jump to Lightspeed game, and I think most of the cards from both players' decks will be Jump to Lightspeed, which is, I don't know, kind of cool. It's kind of cool, because Jump to Lightspeed has dropped off a little bit. Oh, never mind. Karis Nemec. That's from Secrets of Power, man. Are you trying to tilt me? Karis Nemec, I mean, a card that honestly has not lived up to its potential, just simply because Aggression Heroism is really not a very strong aspect combination at the moment. There are very few decks that make good use of that, because Karis Nemec, to me, on paper, I think is literally the strongest card in the entire game in terms of its text. It's definitely the strongest 2-drop. It's just the problem with it is it's in the wrong aspect to actually see a lot of play at the moment, which is unfortunate, but it's nice to see that Luke is making some use out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. For those uninitiated, Karis Nemec's key kind of aspect to it is the when defeated ability. You may disclose a heroism and aggression cards from your hand. If you do, you create a spy token and ready it, which is just crazy.
I mean, the key thing to Nemec is that he does literally everything, right? It's a 2-drop, which is important. It's got good stats to the cost, 3-2. It's got a really relevant tag in Rebel. It's got hidden just on top of that for no reason. You get the when defeated, which is insanely powerful, and then you ready the token, again, for no reason. So it just adds like a million lines of text that are just completely unnecessary. And I think that swirly, trippy rainbow there is actually Fett's Fire Spray?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. Okay, great. I don't know if I was just...
let's put your glasses back on.
I don't know if I just had some unsavory and savoury substances there, but that is actually a Fett's Fire Spray, I believe, yeah.
Yes,
okay, there we go.
Yes, it is. I thought you were joking at first. Yes, that's absolutely a Fett's Fire Spray.
It's not my fault. They're using the organised play version instead of the Prestige, so that's entirely their fault.
Okay.
And then the Resistance Blue Squadron, a card you don't see very often, but again, it's a bit of a Luke Pilot Data Vault special, the Resistance Blue Squadron, because you actually get enough space units to actually make use of the ability, although in this instance, only dealt 1.
Yeah, the Fett's Fire Spray able to distribute out some damage alongside the Boba effect. Obviously, it becomes Johan's decision as to where it will go, so we'll see is it the A-Wing get weakened, or is the Blue Squadron itself get weakened down?
Yeah, it'd already taken the 2 damage, so yeah, it looks like that's just going to base.
Yeah.
Nemec is always going to have a nice little thing where, eventually when the indirect damage gets too heavy on Johan's base, he'll just be able to put 2 on the Nemec and then trigger the ability and then get to create the spy and then, immediately deal another 2 damage. So it is really nice. Nemec is a great card against Boba for that reason.
Yeah, almost like a 5 attack unit ready there to go.
Exactly. And there is definitely going to be indirect damage at some point in the game, so that will happen at some point. Let's see, what is Johan going to play now? So again, we're coming up to, once again, as we've said many times, pilot turns here. So both players are going to desperately want to deploy their pilot onto a unit. Haymaker there coming out. So get to immediately defeat that Fett's Fire Spray, which means advantage Johan in terms of getting a pilot out first. He's going to go into the next turn likely with initiative, depending on whether he wants to attack or not. It's actually this is really tough, really tricky here. Really, really important next 2 turns to navigate. The flip turn for both players coming at the same time with the same requirement of there being pilots means that all the action is happening in the next sort of 2 minutes or so.
Okay. System Shock coming through, obviously getting rid of the experience gained from Haymaker and then finishing it off with that remaining 1 damage.
Yeah, just a reminder that if you're thinking, well, why not save System Shock for the Luke pilot, he cannot be defeated by System Shock. That is one of his protective qualities, unlike Boba, who can be defeated as an upgrade. So, you may as well use the System Shock now.
Yeah, absolutely. In this matchup, it's probably going to be your best use you're going to get out of it would be my guess.
Mm-hmm. Again, because of that System Shock as well, there is no pilot opportunity for either player as it stands. So if either player wants to deploy their leader as a pilot on this turn, they're not going to be able to attack with them. Just a good place for both players to be honest. There we go. Okay. Sinter just being played. You have to deploy your leader. Yeah, okay, the order there was a bit wrong, Max, but there we go. That's not a smuggle card, but that's fine. I'd honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw the exact same play from Johan. Neither player got to deploy it as a pilot, so the next best thing is get it on the ground. And both players will be using Sinter. The difference is Luke is a stronger leader in terms of his body than Boba. I would say a 5-6 is stronger than a 4-7 because you're putting more pressure on. Doesn't get value traded in with the Sinter. Especially
with the Sinter coming through, you're pushing that damage in straight away.
Let's see here. Yeah, that's a Sinter. That's a Sinter if I've ever seen one. That's why Johan is looking at his resources. Oh no, it's not. It's a Sudden Ferocity, a card we haven't actually seen. Rose to great power in Secrets of Power, and then haven't seen very much of it since. But yeah, nice to see. Great little trick to do in Luke, especially because the action cheating doesn't really matter with Sinter here because Johan's never going to go into next round with initiative. So effectively here, this is if you get to play something alongside it, it's probably better than Sinter, honestly. It's a lot of damage here. It's 11 damage being pushed this turn from Johan. Going to push Max to 17 damage on the base. That's halfway there. We're halfway there. More. You're supposed to finish the song, man. Come on.
Copyright.
You can sing. You can sing a line from the song.
I'll sing it too accurately, and then we'll get taken down.
Nice. You're right. You'll get the vocal range just right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. You're not allowed to. You can't sing on stream because of that. Okay, so what are we going to see here from Johan? I'm not sure what the delay is. I'm guessing it's some sort of judge discussion because it's pretty obvious you attack with both the units.
I mean, yeah, your opponent's claimed and you have no resources.
The only choice he has, he can clear the board if he wants, which...
yeah, absolutely.
Honestly is reasonable, because the Karas Nemec can actually clear off the Sinter, as long as Johan has a Heroism and Aggression card in hand, which I can't see, but he might do. Yep, he will do. Otherwise that trade wouldn't have happened. So this is the kind of the middle ground. There's the Obi-Wan's Ether Sprite. So this is the middle ground where you don't clear the full board, but you deal base with the Luke and then clear the Sinter with the Karas Nemec. I think that's a very nice little middle ground to have. And yeah, advantage Johan for sure here. I mean, again, his plot was much better than Max's. Sinter paling in comparison to the Sudden Frosty and the Sabine's Masterpiece play.
Yeah, with only having the Sabine's Masterpiece out in space, it'll be interesting to see if Max can end up sticking heavier hitting space unit in an attempt to kind of pull back the lead here. A capital ship would obviously then activate our orbital bombardment, and that would definitely help Max's situation.
It would. Again, we don't know. This is game 3, so Planetary Bombardiment's probably in the deck at this point. But the Devastators, again, we're a turn away at the moment. That is the advantage Max has over Johan. Johan doesn't get access to the Devastator, of course, being a villainy unit. But we have to get there. So how much damage is that? 1, 2, 3...
Enough to trade, I think, is just the...
Yeah, okay, fine. But again, I think Johan's really happy with that. Max spent most of his turn now, almost half his resources, just dealing with what's on ground, and then you're up Sabine's Masterpiece, and you have full 7 resources to spend. It's like the Blade V Wing, Blade something, some letter of the alphabet. Doesn't really do anything, just a 4/4. B Wing, that's it, B Wing Skirmisher, thank you. On the droid missile platform in return, Ego Escort Fighter. Are you going to take the damage on the B-Wing, or are you going to take it onto the base? Yeah, tough one, Johan. Nice little Sabine's Masterpiece trigger here, though, now, because it's going to be able to deal 4 damage. So he's very far ahead at this point. Devastator couldn't... Yeah, I like that. Put it on the base, because now Devastator can't clear off both units on the board, because that is how you lose this game, is your opponent playing a Devastator next turn. That's the only route I can see to you going on to lose. Not that it would immediately win, but I think it would make it far more tricky. 18 damage on the side now of Max and 17 on Johan, which actually means we're level in the race because Max has 1 point of HP extra. So we're completely level, both players having 16 HP left to work with.
A slight disparity in both the board state, though. Yep. So obviously a clear advantage at this point to Johan. It'd be interesting to see if Max has found that Devastator yet, and if so, if it's going to be just a clean rip of the Band-Aid, play Devastator, shoot everything you can, fire all your lasers straight at the Data Vault and hope for the best.
Well, I can tell you now it's not going to be that, because Max hasn't resourced to 8. So he mustn't have Devastator in hand, otherwise that would be a Devastator. So Max can't have drawn it, so, which, you know, again, if you haven't drawn it, there's not really a reason to resource to 8. You can always do it next turn if you draw it. 5 here being spent. Corellian Hounds is fine, but again, you're behind in the race because your opponent's already got 8 power in space, at least.
Yeah, you're able to, again, push for the 5 with the Hounds. As it reads, if an opponent controls no ground units, this unit enters play ready. So a nice way to push out that 5 damage, but just like you said, you're equal in the race, but now you're going to be, at the end of this turn, more than likely down on those health points.
Yeah. And again, just to point out the importance of this game, both players undefeated so far, 6-0-0, which means whoever wins this is guaranteed day 2 and puts himself in a good position to make top cut. Whoever loses this means they're fighting for their tournament life in the next round. Well, that's not true, actually. They can lose 2. Yeah, never mind. Okay, ignore everything I said there. But what I will say is, whoever loses this is in a much more difficult position going into day 2.
Absolutely.
Okay, because the records carry over, so there are still stakes. And that's why records carrying over is cool, because it means that every game matters.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want to see games here where both players couldn't care less about the result. But yeah, so at least saving grace, both players have guaranteed themselves day 2. I was still working on 9 rounds, which I was lied to. I was cruelly lied to. We have only got 8 rounds today.
You're telling me there's less Star Wars Unlimited than I could have had?
Yeah, well, it turns out Star Wars is actually Star Wars Limited. Because if it's Star Wars Unlimited, we would all be here, you know.
That was yesterday, wasn't it? that was Star Wars Limited yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
It not?
But there's even limits to how much Star Wars Unlimited you can cram into one day of your life, it turns out.
Well, we've still got tomorrow.
We do. We've got one more round after this as well.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, not with me and yourself commentating, so I'm very sorry to say it will be Krishiv and Ross again, but I'm sure they'll do a stellar job as always. I didn't mean for that to sound sarcastic, but it certainly came across that way.
Yeah, I'm very glad you said it and not me.
22 damage on both players' base here. I genuinely didn't mean it sarcastically. Sorry, guys. And then we've got a huge amount of damage coming out. Oh, well. I like it. I need to find out afterwards who that was, which of our lovely co-commentators that was. So, again, I think the board state very heavily favouring Johan here. There might have been a window where Max could have played a Devastator, but I think that window is closed. 22 damage faces 22 damage, so 1 point of damage advantage to Max with the Lake Country.
I think this is quite possibly one of the first times I've seen the Luke ability used. I feel like I haven't seen it used.
Yeah, what does that do again?
It's after you attack with a fighter, you're able to deal 1 damage to a unit.
Yeah, we've not seen that in use very much, have we?
The Aether Sprite coming through as well. Obviously the one played meaning very little here, but it's just more numbers.
Yep. And that is 4, 8, 11, 16, well, more than enough, well more than enough. And then on Max's side, he's only representing 7, so it doesn't have enough on his side. So I can't really see how he gets there. Aggressive negotiations, I don't think deals enough. How much does it deal? 3, 4, 9? That's 9. That puts him to 31. That's exact lethal in one more swing from the BT. Does Johan have an answer to the BT? Or his own aggressive negotiations, of course. He needs an answer to BT right now, or Max has stolen it from under him.
And I don't think there is one.
That's a second copy of aggressive negotiations. I can't see what is in his hand, but I don't think he's got anything. Max with exact lethal coming in here. Exact lethal, that is huge. 1 point less of damage in this game would have been over. And I'm sure there is a point somewhere we could track.
And it comes back to Boba.
Boba,
there would have been.
Forgotten.
We would have had another point of indirect to put onto a unit. We must have had one more point
I'm sure we did,
of HP spare.
Yeah. Was that Haymaker? Is that Haymaker?
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure he's got a Haymaker, but that won't achieve anything here because you can't punch down with it.
No, you can't.
It has to be at the same.
Can't punch down with it. Sinter does nothing. Yeah, Johan's just going through the motions here. I don't think he's got it. Holy moly. And how many actions is he away? He's obviously more than enough, right? That's 26. So he's got 8 damage coming out. The most he can do is 5, I think.
Aggressive negotiations. We spoke about it a few times today already.
That's his second copy of this game as well, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it just steals games. It does. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing new. We saw that with Surprise Strike countless times the previous sets. Right, what is this? 7 resources. No, Sinter. Sinter doesn't do anything. What? What are we sintering here? That's it. GG.
Wow.
He had nothing. They're just having a little conversation, and unbelievably, Max steals it with a second copy of Aggressive Negotiations. I'm sure Johan, like us, felt like he had that game locked in the bag. I mean, what an incredible ending. Aggressive Negotiations, again, I think if it was the card that everyone thought he was going to be able to dominate every game, then we wouldn't be having this. We'd be kind of sad seeing it win. But honestly, I've not seen Aggressive Negotiations win a game all day that I've commentated. So amazing to see, stealing a win there. Great pay from both players. Well, I actually love games coming down to 1 point of damage, because what happens is when you finish that, I've been in that position, you go home, you watch the stream, and you think, right, where did I lose that point of damage? Where did I gain it? And more often than not, a tiny mistake is found. You find some raid where you could have got an extra point of damage if you would have played optimally, and that's fantastic because it shows that, people talk about card games like, it's 90% luck, what you draw in the deck. It's absolutely not. There's a reason why the top players consistently do so well, and it's because these tiny margins make all the difference. The difference between winning and losing that game is very likely the difference between having a real shot at top 8 or not, and then potentially to win the whole thing. And it all came down to 1 point of damage, which is just crazy. And it happens every tournament we see. So whenever you lose a game, if it's recorded, you have the luxury of having it recorded. Then you've got to watch back and look and see where could I have gone right in that game, because that's how you improve.
Yeah, and exactly like the round we saw before, it came down to exactly 1.
Yep.
And I think you're going to find that especially with Jump to Lightspeed Boba. I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Boba and its indirect damage, forcing you to pick your battles and choose. I want my base to stay healthy enough, but I still need my units available. And you choose not to potentially even kill off one of your units to save that last little bit of damage that you might need.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that, Boba gets a bit of a bad reputation for being kind of easier to play than some decks, but honestly, playing against Boba is really, really difficult in a way, which I think doubly makes that a problem, because when you play against Boba, it seems like, I just kind of put the indirect damage here, but you're just faced with so many micro decisions over the course of the game, like you're kind of alluding to there. And ultimately, you can't know if putting a point of damage on a unit or a base is correct, because you don't know if your opponent has the way to kill the unit, or you don't know the game's going to come down to 1 point of damage. But this is why playing so many practice games is really important, because I think getting the feel for where exactly what thresholds it's worth playing around. You can't always play around every card. Sometimes if your opponent has IG 2000 and you put the damage on your base instead of the units, you're going to lose the game anyway. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to just think about all these things. I think if anybody came to me now and said, what deck should I practice playing against right now, I think Boba is a fantastic deck. I mean, you should already have plenty of practice against it. It's been around forever. But I think right now is a really good time to make sure you know exactly how to play against Boba, and going into that game where you're going to be putting that indirect damage.
Yeah,
but great play there. Great play there. I don't want to take me talking about how to get better at Stars Unlimited, but it's what a fantastic couple of matches we've seen there.
So I think we're headed back to, I would say, our better half.
What, me again?
Oh, no, you're my better half in this situation. But I mean our better half as commentators. We might be here live, but we are headed back over to our online commentators.
Hello, everyone. I am Krishiv, and I'm delighted to bring you the final game here, the final match of this regional championship of day 2. Ross will be joining me very, very shortly.
Oh, no, Ross is joining.
Ross is joining. Ross makes it in.
I made it in time, but then you started doing the introduction. I didn't want to be rude. I actually made it in just under the wire. I was sitting down. I heard the intro, waiting for my chance to jump in. So we've got Tim on Lando. We've got Philip on Boba. We've got a Canyon front runner down there. And is that the Partisan? We saw that in Limited a fair bit yesterday when we had our Lawless Time Limited event. First time I think we've seen it in Standard, but it's already gone.
Well, so one of the fun combos you're able to do with this card is what is lovingly referred to as Hello Racers, where you just slap Han Solo in the thing, and that's a pretty scary ground unit that trades up very effectively. Of course, Hello Racers being a loving reference to our current galactic champion, Beton. But, instead, we're just going to be seeing a casual stolen AT hauler coming down, just casually representing a 4/5 in space for 3, which is totally not overstated or anything.
I can never bring myself to play that card. The idea that it goes into the discard and my opponent takes it. I always put it in deck list and then I wuss out and I take it out, but we see so much success. The stats on it are so good that it does feel like we do need to occasionally just accept that sometimes our opponent's going to get an advantage, but it's so good that it might be worth it. Anyway, we've got an 000 coming down for Boba Fett and a Philip, and an IG on the other side, and that Stolen AT Hauler and that Canyon Front Runner. For Tim, early doors here, a bit of damage, and a few resources being used for a Bix Colleen, which can hopefully go and get some credit tokens as we go through the game.
Yeah, Bix is a really well-statted unit. It's going to be, 4/5, trades very effectively with the ooh over there. And obviously, the main thing that we're trying to do as Lando against Boba is keep that space arena nice and clear. We do not want any shenanigans. One of the lovely things that you can do with Lando is just return the Stolen AT Hauler back to your own hand. We have lots of ways of bouncing cards. Of course, the classic code breaker into Axe Forgets is a big one. And I think that's really what we're going to be looking to see here from Lando. This is a classic matchup, Ross. This is one that we expected to see many, many times today, and I'm sure has played out off stream frequently.
I mean, we saw the meta earlier. These were the number 1 and number 2 decks. Boba number 1 deck by play numbers in the arena today, and it's not an arena, it's a hall, never mind. And then Lando number 2. So in theory, this should be, for this regional championship, the prototypical match. Now we do see IG 2000 coming down. That is going to bump off the Canyon Frontrunner, while also putting a couple other damage around the board. And that Stolen AT Hauler is starting to look mighty like it could be stolen soon, but a Rose Tico comes down. And the good news is, because there is a non-unique unit, that Stolen AT Hauler, that means that Rose will come in ready, not exhausted.
Yeah, and this is putting Philip in a really tough spot, because what wanted to happen there was, okay, well, I'm going to force Lando to trade in this AT Hauler, and then I'm going to be able to go ahead and play the AT Hauler. But Lando can churn so many actions here. If Philip's forced to just go pass, then Lando can just start the turn by going, okay, well, I'll just take initiative then instead and do everything I can to deny you having this Hauler, or at bare minimum, make sure that I go into the next action phase with the Hauler, or rather with initiative, so I can remove the Hauler from your board and make sure that you have nothing to deploy that Boba Fett leader onto and take out my whole board.
No, absolutely. There is a real art to playing that card well and trying to minimize the chance of your opponent being able to use it. Rose Tico taking advantage of coming in ready to take out the ooh. I believe everyone else is pronouncing it. And that means that, yes, you take some damage, but you're still there. The initiative gets taken. And then we are back to the regroup phase. Draw 2, resource 1, if you so wish. And Tim just showing off those Galactic Championship Vader sleeves. Oh my, they are pretty.
They are very, very lovely. We're going to see the trade coming down here. This is going to set up rather nicely for Lando to just do a little bit of bouncing. We want to, we don't want Boba deploying onto this if we can avoid it. There are worse things that can happen because we do have that Liberty in our hand that can gum up the space arena, but it's not going to be able to defeat the Boba leader. So we would prefer to avoid Boba coming onto it and being too scary.
Boba does
we're setting up for like a pretty tasty deploy right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of pilot that would jump into a stolen ship. Like, that seems absolutely on brand. The thing is, the 4-5 stats are really working in your favor now, because not only have you now got that 4-5 stolen AT Hauler, but it's not a 4-5 stolen AT Hauler, because you're getting +4/+4. It's actually an 8-9 stolen AT Hauler, and that represents a huge worry for Tim. This is a downside I was talking about. It's why I always shy away from playing the card, and especially against one of these pilot leader decks, it can be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, this is now a very, very sticky situation for Lando. We're not going to be able to deploy and generate a bunch of free credit tokens, so there's a question whether we deploy at all, but we have to also be aware of the damage race. And we don't want to fall behind. And, well, when I'm looking down, as you said there, a 9 attack unit in the space arena, I'm going to be a little bit concerned of dealing with that. And we've also got a droid missile platform up there. So space is looking pretty scary indeed.
It really is. Between the Boba piloted hauler and that droid missile platform, that is a significant amount of damage being represented. And Lando, traditionally a deck that isn't, super strong. Well, there's a few space things, I suppose, but it's not one of the big ones. The good news is we are able to watch this. And what we watched was the droid missile platform going away. One down. Can we find a way to deal with the hauler? Well, the droid missile platform does come back, but at least you forced your opponent to waste some resources.
Yeah, and we can see the telegraphed Lando leader ability coming down. That's why Philip is just holding this Arvel Skeen, saying, no, I won't let you. I won't let you get that Lando ability. But to be honest, at this stage, I don't know how much I care about it as Lando. I'm going to be going to 8 resources next turn anyway. And if this forces my opponent to spend 3 resources on an Arvel, not really the end of the world. It does lose me the heart, which feels quite bad, but I get to smack them in the face with 4 with Lando this action phase. Next action phase, I can do it again. That's pushing them to 27. That means they're only 1 swing away. I can slap down a Liberty and then just go, cool, claim, have a board clear. It's not a terrible spot to be in.
No, it really isn't a terrible spot at all. And, it's making the most of what you've got there. And it's always funny to me when you get these pilot leaders like Boba, where you can actually just use your opponent's ship as kind of like your piloting platform. We saw in the previous round that you and I weren't commentating, but we saw a Boba there just constantly unable to deploy onto a good enough ship. And that was one of the pivotal things in the previous round on stream. It was a Boba that just could never find a good enough ship to deploy into, kept having to deploy onto the ground. We saw a Luke deploying onto the ground. So having any ship to go into is good. Having one of your opponent's ships to go into, even more fun. Now, Lando is being eyed up here. We're using a leader skill. And do we get the credit token there? Looks like we do get a credit token generated. And that means we've got more to use in a moment. But here comes Arvel Skeen as an immediate response. Take your credit token and get it gone. And of course, because you got rid of the credit token, damage to base.
Interesting there. Because we didn't deploy the Lando, we are no longer threatening lethal by the next action phase. It's interesting. I understand wanting to get value out of your leader deploy, but I think, every turn that goes by, especially if you're sitting there with no board, this is a very sticky situation to be in if your opponent just goes, cool, planetary bombardment, devastator, aggressive negotiations. Ooh, that's going to be a lot of damage.
That is going to be quite a hefty amount of damage. We're already up to 15 on there. And there's not much of a board. Starting to build it back up with Lando, but Lando deploys and immediately Arvel Skeen goes into base. So Lando goes into base. And to be fair, Tim might not have much of a board, but we have got up to 23 damage on Philip's base. Only 10 away from the end here. Philip goes and takes the initiative and has just top decked. What do we see there?
There's a lot that just locks Philip this game right now. We're going to be able to swing for 8 into the base. That's going to push us up to 27. Aggressive negotiations on Arvel does it. Devastator is one off because Boba is still in a ship, but Devastator plus anything, a warm breeze will get the lethal here. So it's looking pretty locked here. I think we might, kicking ourselves, I suspect, for not just saying, okay, you know what, that Arvel's annoying, but I just need to get some damage in right now. Because this Lando, as I sort of said out there, that's 8 damage that basically would have gone through, which would have been lethal.
It would have been, but it was not to be. So we're getting quite close here. We got 31 out of 34 base damage on that lake country. There's not going to be much needed. Still 10 away for taking out Philip's base. It's not looking ideal. All you need to do is swing with, the AT Hauler. And that AT Hauler has done some work. And we do see the initiative being taken. We now play one last unit. It is a space unit. Let me just double check I've got this one correctly. Yes, it is the Dornian gunship coming down. So, yeah, it does feel like
there,
Philip.
I think.
Yeah. Well, because, you swing with this or the AT Hauler or the Arvel Skeen.
Yeah, but it looks like no aggressive negotiations in Lando's hand. That's what we needed. Aggressive negotiations was +6, I believe. So one
But it
over
wasn't
lethal.
that. And that means Philip is going to take game one with that Boba Fett aggressive negotiation. Not enough here. Not enough because it wasn't even there, I should say. Not enough without aggressive negotiations. You all know what I mean. Philip takes game one with Boba, and we head off to the sideboarding phase.
Yeah, and you know, as this is a classic matchup, both of these players will be well aware of the other deck. I mean, you know, I'd say probably more so for Boba, as this is Lando Lake Country, rather than Boba Data Vault, which is the slightly less commonly played version of these lists. But they're both going to be very well prepared. So, you know, we can have a look through the Lando sideboard and see what is it that can help us out here. Well, Blue Ace and Commandeer and Jam Communications, I would say, are the big three cards that really stand out for me in the sideboard. Jam Communications to rip cards out of the hand like Planetary Bombardment, like Aggressive Negotiations can be really valuable. Blue Ace is just a big space unit that can trade very efficiently. I mean, a 4/5 for 4 with Ambush is just very, very powerful. But of course, the classic Commandeer. Wow, that's a nice unit you spent all your resources playing this turn. It sure would be a shame if I took it, attacked you with it, and then it returned to your hand. Generally, not what a Boba Fett player is going to be ideally looking to see happening on that 5 resource turn. Is there anything else in that sideboard that's standing out to you, Ross?
I mean, there is, but I might be a little bit biased. I'm looking here and I'm seeing there's Anakin's Pod Racer in the sideboard, and I love that card. It's got Ambush, and if it's a first attacking unit of the phase, then it does deal combat damage first. It deals free damage, so it would be able to take out something like an Arvalskine and Legion General Pride. There are some ones you could go after, the Honor-Bound Partisan, for instance, but I don't know. Maybe that's just my maybe that's my bias talking a little bit more. I think you've nailed it with Commandeer. Anytime you're against a space-heavy deck, Commandeer becomes absolutely amazing. And for Boba, I mean, I don't know. I always want more Planetary Bombardment, honestly. What say you?
Yeah, I think Bombardment's a good shout. I mean, the third Arvalskine will come in. I think it's worth saying, we only main deck 2 Arvalskine. We're playing Data Vault. We saw both of them on curve, exactly at the best possible moments. Got to be feeling pretty good there as Boba when, you know, I'm high rolling a little bit, but you know, that we don't complain. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. I could see Corellian Hounds could be one of those ones. It's probably a little bit win more because realistically, Lando's largely going to be playing to the ground, but you might kind of go, right, okay, well, if I'm expecting Lando to pivot to space to counter me in space, well, maybe I can then put in something like Corellian Hounds and have this big ground unit that's going to potentially get a bit of damage in there. So we could see something like that come in. I could also see the salvage coming in potentially just to, you know, you've had one Devastator, how about a second? Generally, I think the game plans are pretty fixed with both of these decks. We know how they function. I think Lando's board is definitely looking a bit more useful into the Boba matchup than Boba's is into Lando.
No, absolutely. So we are now getting ready to go into game 2 here. We have got Philip on Boba Fett, Any Means Necessary, and Tim on Lando Calrissian, full Sabak, young Lando, if you will. Philip won game 1 with Boba, but it was very close. We were looking for an aggressive negotiations right back at the end of game 1 from Lando. Played off aspect, but it's so gosh darn good. We don't care. Didn't come out. So that then led the way to Philip to win with anything he liked. No mulligans here. Both players putting down their opening resources for the game. So that means that we can get ready to head into game 2. Both of these players, it should be noted, already locked for day 2. They're coming back to play more Star Wars Unlimited in Prague tomorrow, but they want to have a better record. And here we start off straight away with Tim and Bail Organa. Philip gets the Honor-Bound Partisan. And we are going here in game 2 of our final round of the day.
Yeah, this is a nice position to force Tim into just on that first play, because you can't really damage the Bail if you want to trade it. So, you know, annoyingly, it's just going to have to go into the base. But Anakin's Pod Racer coming in from the sideboard. We're going to just take
totally nailed it.
Benthic for free.
I love it. And it's what I love about this card. It's got ambush and it deals damage first. So the first time you play it, I want to see so much more of this card. I want that on the record. The first time it comes in, you basically get to take out a 3 HP or lower with absolutely no downside. You don't take any damage back. It's one. And even then, you still got like a, you know, if you can keep getting initiative and keep swinging with it, it keeps being good, or it forces your opponent to have to come along and, you know, use their first action to attack to stop that happening. We did see Bale getting the spy token. We got the IG 2000 over on Philip's side, and I am delighted right now, Krishiv. Absolutely delighted.
Yeah, Anakin's Pod Racer showing to be a really powerful card. I'm surprised, you know, I think we should get some Han pilots going on there. You know, let's make it a 5/5. I feel like when you got a 5/5 that has that's shooting first, that's going to be quite a scary thing to deal with. We're hitting a lot of indirect damage in the space arena. This is getting pretty scary. But we are, as Tim, we're just going, okay, you want to lane dodge? I can lane dodge. Let's just go all in on the ground. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Tim just continue to produce spy tokens and play this really aggressive game where we're just representing too much damage on the ground for Philip to deal with, and essentially converting our resources in hand into health on the board that also presents damage to some extent, also play around this very large amount of indirect damage that's now being threatened.
The Master Codebreaker has come down, has gone and searched the top 8 cards for a Gambit, has gone for Watch This, and it's worth noting those TIE Bombers. Always 2 of them. And the thing about TIE Bomber is it deals indirect damage, so you can just sit there taking a bit of damage on your units and really nullifying Philip's ability to start building damage onto your base. So you don't have to play in space. You can just essentially take the damage here, there, and everywhere to stop your opponent getting full value from those TIE Bombers. They can be played around a little bit if you can build up your units nicely. For now, we swing, we go to the regroup phase, we draw 2, we resource 1. And with the initiative now on Philip's side, you kind of have to swing straight away. Or, well, I suppose you don't if you don't have a ground unit, really, do you? Just don't play a ground unit is what I'm saying, because Anakin's Pod Racer will punish you.
Exactly. I think this is going to be a lot of indirect damage coming in. I think what's going to be challenging here for Tim to navigate is the threat of the Topple the Summit, because this board can disappear immediately. The problem is Tim really able to remove this space arena? Not really. The best thing that Tim might be able to do is just go, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna commandeer.
Oh, he's got a commandeer. Come in from the sideboard.
That's gonna go some way.
I mean, imagine you go for the Dornian gunship here. That's a valid target, right?
I wouldn't really want to let my opponent. When it comes in active, I guess. Yeah, I was gonna say. But then they get the when played again, so it is a bit risky. But they probably can't do it next turn because they're going to try and topple. I would expect.
If nothing else, you're at least making your opponent pay the same 5 resources twice, I suppose. But yeah, it is an awkward one because, I mean, look, Tim made the same decision I did, so I'm vindicated. But you're right, that on-play skill is very, very strong, and it can get very, very awkward. So we do see that being stopped. Oh, he's going face. Don't mind that. And then
that makes total sense because we dump all the indirect damage onto the unit, and so we can just apply huge amounts of pressure onto the base this turn.
Okay, that's kind of okay. I do love that. Yeah, the idea of taking it, and being like, "Yeah, I'm going to give it back to my opponent." No, I'm not. I'm going to take all the indirect damage that you want to throw at me, and that means Philip has to kind of stop throwing indirect damage, or else it's just going to get defeated.
Exactly, and in that case, it's really been a very, very powerful commandeer turn. This is still looking like it's a lot of pressure, right? We've pushed up to 21. So we are very, very close to being able to lethal here. We can actually slap down Liberty on this turn, which could be very, very good if we like shotgun flip topple. Although I don't even think we need to, honestly. The Boba Fett leader ability will take out 2 units. We'll take out 3 units. It only leaves around a Bail Organa. We don't even need to topple the summit.
Well, here we go. We get rid of the spy token. We are going after. Looks like we're going after Bail Organa. We do have Topple the Summit as well. This is exactly the turn you want when you're Boba Fett. You bring out Topple the Summit. You deal 3 damage to each damage unit. And that is the problem when there's a lot of indirect damage and you choose to put it on your units. Well, Topple the Summit can punish you. It doesn't always work, but when it does, it's genius. The good news is we do at least have a watch this to exhaust all of those units in the ground arena. But that was a very devastating turn from Philip. He's still 8 damage away from being defeated. Let's not pretend he's in a great position here, but he is getting he's getting a lot closer to surviving, put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, resourcing here does telegraph that Tim doesn't have aggressive negotiations to win, but it is lethal in 2 attacks. So Tim could very feasibly just go cool swing, land at a face, push you up to 29, and take initiative if Philip spends any resources. So it's a bit of a tough spot here. Tim can't just slap down that Liberty, right? It's a tight spot. I'm not actually sure how Philip navigates out of this without a very large amount of indirect damage coming in to sort of steal out the game, or some effective form of removal for the Lando. It looks like we're just passing.
Tim is quite far ahead as it stands at the moment. The Liberty is coming down, and that is going to exhaust an enemy unit, which is, of course, that TIE Bomber. More importantly, it's a 9/7 Sentinel up there in space. That is going to be quite hard to deal with as Philip goes through the rest of the game. It's a great check against a deck which is really, really heavily reliant on the space arena. So we go to the regroup phase, and if I'm Tim, I'm feeling very good. Because, and here we go, I'm feeling so good because my opponent has actually just conceded the game. Tim takes game 2, and we are going off to a game 3 here. Round 8, Prague Regional Championship. Such a fun game. We couldn't let it end yet. We have to go to a game 3 to see who will be getting those extra match points. Remember, they're both coming back tomorrow, but one of them's coming back with an extra victory in their back pockets.
Absolutely. And really just a very effectively negotiated end part of the sort of game there from Tim, being really efficient with how he navigated the turns, making sure to set up the lethal, making sure it was present and it was exact, getting as much damage in as he could, putting his opponent into these really tough spots with the Commandeer, with just applying a lot of early game pressure. I think when he realized, I'm not going to be able to control this board, fine, let's turn our cards sideways. We are officially entering the base race, and being able to just sneak out that game just before Boba was able to get there. Really, really nicely played. And we saw a couple of sideboard cards there. I mean, really, we saw the big one, obviously, was Anakin's Pod Racer and Commandeer, which we saw coming in, although there was also a blue ace in hand at one point there. We love a little bit of Anakin's Pod Racer. I thought that was very, very dominating, I guess. Like, even though it was so close, it felt very comfortably Lando's, because you could see exactly what was going on in the hand. But what do you think, Ross? Do you think game 3 is going to be as favored? You know, we saw Lando was very close there in game 1. Game 2 took it well. Will game 3 be different?
I do think the sideboarding made a huge difference. That Commandeer was absolutely huge. Anakin's Pod Racer came in, absolutely big there. And it does feel like game 1 was close. And then game 2, I agree with you. On the one hand, yeah, he kind of won the game with very little on board, but it felt like by the time that Topple the Summit came out, sure, it was a board wipe, and it was a beautifully executed play. But actually, by the time Topple the Summit came onto the board, it was too late. Like, Tim had wrapped up the game. We already saw, we're like, yeah, but Lando's going to win. And, we've got Liberty here just in case Lando doesn't win, even though Lando is going to win. So I agree with you. I think it was so well set up that by the time Boba got it all going on, it didn't matter anymore. Will be no, well, I thought there were going to be no mulligans. We've got Philip already having decided on his opening hand. Tim puts his resources down, rolling here. Round 8, game 3, Prague Regional Championships. Last round of the day. Who is going to be able to get those extra match points to help their chances of maybe a top 8 tomorrow, or maybe just a better finish with better prizing? Philip is starting with the initiative. No fist bump, just going straight into it with our old friend BT1. I love an astromech droid, but I do not trust him. piloting my ship. And then on the other side, we have a little space unit coming in.
What's going on here, Ross? This is not the lane dodging I've been led to expect in these sort of matchups. This is
they're
quite
the wrong way
outrageous.
around. I don't understand. They've swapped.
And what is brutal is not only did we hit here, and we were able to we hit with the BT1, so we had to deal damage to ourselves because if Tim didn't play a ground unit, we also lost a Devastator, which is not great. Aggressive negotiations officially in the hand for Philip and Sinterkaz. So there's a lot of we can see exactly what resource 6 and resource turn 7 are going to be. You can project immediately. Right, Tim's going to have to get very far ahead before that point.
Absolutely. 000 did come in, was able to put that Devastator back onto the bottom of the deck, which is nice. Problem is, it's not coming back out. It at least just gave you fuel for the skill. It's not coming back. We see Bix Colleen coming down into the ground arena for Tim here. That well-statted unit that can generate credit tokens. We see Effect's Fire Spray coming down for Philip. And I honestly kind of feel like I'm just watching Sebulba right now with BT1 coming down on turn 1, 000 coming down on turn 2. But I suppose we're not going to see many cunning ships hitting the board, probably.
Yeah, I think, but this is a really, really good situation for Tim to be in. He's able to trade up and make sure that Philip's board stays clear in the space arena. Now, where this indirect damage goes is a little bit of a brutal decision. There's a lot of damage that Tim is currently facing down. And also, I think Tim's probably debating, do I want to just... sorry, the indirect damage went to the base, but probably debating there, can I just go face here? Can I just race? And to be honest, yeah, I wouldn't want to be base racing when I'm facing down the OO as well as the BT1 in the ground arena. There's a lot of damage that you're facing. It's quite scary, and we know that we are one turn away from Philip's leader deploy, which is just going to be a brutal board wipe. We can see, provided Philip is able to stick a unit in the space arena, though, of course, as we know, there's a Commandeer sitting in Tim's hand that's going to be a very effective counter to anything that Philip does. Tim's going to be waiting to see a nice, big, juicy space unit that can be commandeered. And if Philip continues to play to the ground arena, though, we may well see a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, we might unfortunately see it. It's a weird kind of a start to this game. Not what we generally expect, especially from Boba going quite heavy on the ground. But hey, why not? We got the 000, we got the BT1. And look, these skills are working. That is, I think, the third time 000 has actually got that skill rocking here, which means that is an extra 3 damage gone into the base just from that. And it becomes an awkward one to try and take out, which makes me very, very happy. Nothing for Boba to pilot yet, annoyingly. And we do see the BT1 going down there from Bix. But here we come, topple the summit. And wait, that wasn't a leader deploy. That was the rare, normal topple the summit. But it also cleared the board, so let's do this.
Yeah, what was also interesting there, there's actually another topple the summit in Philip's resource row, I believe. I saw get resourced on the first or second turn. But what is really nice here is that if Philip does take the hauler, then Tim might well just be able to trade and get it back. The hauler gets taken out there. We can also simply commandeer. We're going to put some damage in, and I think that means, yep, the blue ace is going to come down, and this is going to be a hugely favored position for Tim now to be able to go ahead and get back that hauler, have a massive space arena presence, and be going into the leader deploy turn with a credit token and a non-unique unit for Rose Tico. Wow, a really, really powerful position for Tim now, and Philip, very little board and not a huge amount to be done that is proactive, but lots of damage on Tim's base. And we know that Philip will be able to get a lot of damage in.
I love this. It's like we were saying before, it's having a plan for the AT hauler. Fine, you let your opponent take it, but if you can just take it straight back, then it's absolutely fine. And now you've got another turn with it. And crucially, your opponent doesn't seem to have an answer to it. Here is aggressive negotiations. 000 is going to be swinging 4 naturally. And then we return a card to do 1 to the base. How many cards in hand?
Looks
4?
like that's 20.
3.
They're pushing us up to 24. And the indirect damage is going to come in, but we're also going to throw that over to the space arena.
Most of that's come from 000. That droid has done a lot of work here in this game. We now see Boba deploying, but it's a sad Boba deploy, not onto a ship, just onto the ground, but bringing in Senator Palpatine with a couple of spy tokens coming in as Sentinels. That is probably going to help a little bit as well. That ground arena has been transformed, but in comes Liberty from Tim, which is going to rest down the Boba Fett. And okay, well, we've assumed roles here, but apparently Lando's taking space and Boba's taking the ground.
This is very interesting because I think right now Tim actually needs to top deck some sort of something like an aggressive negotiations to be ahead in the race. We dealt 8 damage on the ground, then we'll be able to attack with a Lando, take out a spy token, which is fine. This pushes Philip only up to 14. Now we have 17 damage in the space arena, which means that we are 2 off of lethal with 3 actions used. Whereas Philip with this 000 is representing 5 damage. And then we only need 5 more, which means any kind of
it's an aggressive negotiation
wins the game.
That's a big one. 000 is going to be swinging here. Do we have enough? There's 4, plus there's a 1 from the skill. Plus, I think that's 1 off, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Oh, yeah, it's 9.
I think that's
it's 9.
9. We needed 10. That was only 9. Tim has to do something right now. This exact action. He has to stop Philip winning the game. He has to do something. He has to rest all of those units. He has to win the game. He's not doing enough here because either the spy or Chancellor, I called him a senator earlier. He got promoted. I'm sorry. Very much a Chancellor, but now spy swings. That's 35 damage. That's a game. Philip takes it 2 games to 1 and will go into day 2 with a 7-1 record.
Wow. Look at the power of aggressive negotiations on full display. Pretty hard luck there, it looked like, for Tim, who saw maybe 1 aggressive negotiations in the full set. But,
Great.
That's the card. It is an incredibly powerful tool, and you want to see it as often as you can. And we've seen it a lot today, Ross, but I think we're gonna tomorrow. I suspect it's really going to be the aggressive negotiations show. We see the best decks in the game right now are just able to make best use of aggressive negotiations, and that may mean that they are built around it. More often than not, that just means that they are throwing it in because, hey, turns out you very often end up in these situations where you're kind of just playing 1 card a turn, not resourcing, drawing a bunch, and suddenly you got 5 or 6 cards in your hand, and hey, I'm plus 5 damage, will go ahead and win me the game. That's pretty good. So yeah, aggressive negotiations are a real power card in the current Lawless Time format.
So what we really want is an aggression leader that's got a skill that draws cards. I wonder if
that would be silly. That would be crazy.
That would be crazy, silly, but
it looks be silly.
I know, I'm just dreaming too much. But, how about we head on over to our second feature match here? Because we don't do 1 game at a time here. Oh, no. We are doubling up, and it looks like we got a Boba against... Is that a showcase Leia I see before me?
That does indeed look like Leia, and there was one of these Leia decks doing incredibly well in the London sector 2 weeks ago. We unfortunately never got to see it on stream, and this is going up against the classic Boba Fett Lake Country, of course, one of the most represented decks at this tournament, surprising no one, and we're going to have a very powerful aggressive start to begin.
We are indeed, and this Leia is doing very, very well here. I'm just double-checking the record. We are currently sitting at a record of 6-1 with this Leia, 6-0-1 apparently. Same thing with Conrad. So we are using Leia's skill, of course. We can disclose and give an experience token. We got Maz Kanata. No, apparently Maz Kanata's coming down. No force unit with which to attack. But we got a Maz and a Lepi lookout for Kevin. And for Conrad, we've got 000, who, to be fair, put in a shift in the other game we saw in this round.
Yeah, it turns out a 3-drop 5/4 is kind of good, Ross. I mean, you know, I feel like I could have told you that, but yeah, 5/4 for 3, not bad.
It's a very, very good card indeed. We got villainy and aggression, and if you're playing those aspects, you're probably playing this. Shout out, by the way, to Conrad for playing Boba sleeves in a Boba deck. Love it when a player matches up like that. We do see Maz Kanata going into 000 here, and then we see Fett's Fire Spray being played down. Conrad apparently likes blinging out his deck, and I don't blame him.
Oh, listen. I love whenever a Boba Fett is on stream, but I love it that much more when it's a shiny Boba Fett. I will say, I do enjoy a nice bit of bling.
Eager Escort Fighter comes in, takes out Fett's Fire Spray. We are even on the board. Base damage, though, we're not quite even. Kevin having a little bit more, but I did predict that Alea was going to make it into top 8, and I think Kevin is my main hope here. Then again, I also predicted 2 Boba, so may the best player win. Although I do feel like there's probably other Boba out there.
Yeah, I mean, we did just see one win on that previous feature match, so I don't think we'll be wanting for Boba's doing very well at this event.
Go Leia. I'm officially cheering for Leia. No, I'm not. I'm keeping it impartial. So we got Kevin there with Leia. We've got Conrad. Both of these players, of course, are already locked for day 2. Very important. It's now about positioning and trying to get extra points for top 8. Punishing one comes down for Conrad, and Kevin is going to play Queen Amidala, who, of course, comes along with 2 spy tokens and can redirect damage into them, keeping Amidala on the board for a little bit longer. She loves her decoys.
She does, and this is a very powerful unit. I believe, unfortunately for Kevin, the way that this works in terms of the indirect damage being assigned is that you can't just slap, 15 indirect damage onto Queen Amidala and then defeat 1 spy token. You can only assign up to 3 anyway, but I think you could probably assign can you simultaneously do it? So you put 2 indirect onto the spy token, 3 onto Queen Amidala, and then defeat the spy token that you just put that 2 damage onto? That's a question for the judges or the chat to tell me.
I believe it goes 1 at a time, if I remember correctly. I know you cannot assign more indirect damage than there is HP, so you couldn't put more than 2 onto a spy token. So that's an interesting question. Would you essentially do 2 onto the spy and then the rest onto Amidala? Either way, they're not there anymore, so it's entirely irrelevant. Sinterkaz is now on the board for Conrad, of course, coming out with Plot as that leader. Boba deployed onto the punishing one. Nice flip turn there. You didn't get top of the summit, but yeah, on this board state, Sinterkaz is just way better.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really scary board to be facing down here for Kevin. The Alterum Constable will deal with the Boba Fett. So obviously that's good. But also it's kind of not that good because at least when Boba Fett is piloting a unit, you're not going to be taking a bunch of extra indirect damage. Whereas now we're going to continue to add 1 indirect damage to everything we do. And we are only 2 turns away from the all-powerful Devastator. And we have not taken a huge amount of damage. So one of the things Kevin's going to want to really do is, amp up the pressure as much as possible. Now, there's a lot of damage on the board right now for Kevin. We're looking at 12. So 2 action phases, including that Leia Organa leader ability, and we can very feasibly get there into that lethal position. It's going to depend really on what Conrad is able to do, and if he's able to put enough pressure on there. I mean, it's looking like a pretty healthy hand. So aggressive negotiations are a real possibility.
It really is. We have seen the Leia deployed now. We got Secretive Sage and Queen Amidala, and you're right. That does represent a significant amount of damage. Now, the hand has been put down by Kevin here. just taking a minute, figuring out what to do. Of course, we see those Team Enigma sleeves that have become, Team Enigma, just an absolute pillar of the Star Wars community. I don't think I've ever done an event without getting a few Team Enigma people on the stream. They are absolutely pushing the game forward. Punishing one is going to be punishing the base, but also you get 1 damage there onto Amidala while we're here.
Yeah, and interestingly, choosing to apply the damage to the Amidala rather than get a little bit of extra damage via the raid, because that IG 2000 is in the hand, so it's going to start applying a nice little bit of ping damage across the board and mop up that Queen Amidala. This is going to help a lot in the base race, and it's going to put Conrad further ahead, while simultaneously meaning that we'll have a 5 attack power attack from the punishing one on the next action phase, because it'll be able to ping down that Secretive Sage, making it 2 units that are damaged and thus raid 2.
Absolutely, Ken. Conrad, of course, is up 1-0 according to our counter on the screen. So Kevin needs to win this and 1 more. Conrad just needs to win this 1 game. We do swing with Amidala. We swing with Leia here. We need to start getting a bit more base damage. There's 16 on Conrad's base. There's 19 on Kevin's. But Conrad has got a couple of those ships. And we do have indirect damage. Clan of Ordo Warrior, is that the right?
Yeah,
Warrior of Clan Ordo. I knew it was those
exactly,
4 words. Yeah, get a few
exactly.
sometimes.
We see. Okay, so basically, looking at the hand, Conrad. Well, Kevin kind of needs to put Conrad in a very close to checkmate situation very soon, because there is not only a Devastator in that hand, which is 5 damage. So the bar for Conrad to get to is 28. Getting an Eager Escort Fighter is going to help that a lot. But also, there is a planetary bombardment in Conrad's hand. And being able to assign that indirect damage is going to be a pretty huge swing.
Yeah, now Keller and Beck coming down is absolutely going to help. That's quite nice. That's 7 power coming out next turn. But doesn't seem to have brought anything along with it, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. When you play Keller and Beck, you're really looking for a 2-for-1 using that on playability. Oh, that's the Eager Escort Fighter. Sorry, thank you very much. That did come in, and that was actually quite impactful. Okay, my apologies on that one. So we do see some indirect damage. So that means that Boba is going to add 1 to it. We're going to see a swing with Keller and Beck, 7 going into the base. That's going to put it up to 24. That is lethal being represented next turn for Kevin. Conrad's still got 9 to go. And right now, I'm not seeing where all 9 of that are coming from. Oh, this could help, though. This could help. Is we already... Yeah, Devastator comes in. Now, firstly, this does 4 indirect damage. But also, from now on, you get to assign the indirect damage. If we just... I don't think Kevin can win this action phase.
Well, all Kevin needs to do is just take initiative, because Conrad needs the next action phase to do anything. And, sorry, I misread the damage. It's not lethal via Keller and Beck in 1 swing. So, there's... Yes, yeah. So Kevin needs to deal with this Devastator. Now, we do have Lost and Forgotten, which is going to go a very long way to helping that. But lethal is still potentially being represented, because I believe the Leia... No, well, the Leia swing will get us there, so we need to do a little bit more than that.
We do. We're not there yet. Now, we do see that swing. We also saw... Lost and Forgotten came down. That was pretty important just to get rid of that Devastator. Now it looks like we are heading back to the group phase. That was crucial, because otherwise Conrad could have just gone planetary bombardment, whoop, whoop, let's go on to a 7-0-1 record, head into day 2.
What we need here is, I think, aggressive negotiations gets us there, I believe. I think, Conrad. Is there an aggressive negotiations in Conrad's hand? Or am I misreading? Conrad's resourcing.
There is. I wouldn't, I don't think there is, because I wouldn't resource if you had it in hand. because that's 1 less damage, and you kind of need all the damage you can get right now. You need to get up to 8, and the punishing one naturally sits there at 3. So you need 5 cards in hand. You need 6, including... Yes, you don't have enough, and it looks like Conrad concedes. Kevin will take game 2, and we are heading off to a game 3 here in round 8 of the Star Wars Unlimited Prague Regional Championship, the final regional championship before we head to the Galactic Championships in July in Las Vegas and start the whole thing again for Season 2 after that. So, these pilot leaders, they're pretty good, but Leia's evened it up.
Yeah, 1-1 here, really able to just get in at that final moment. And, you know, it was very, very close, but that 3 heal from Lost and Forgotten meant that the swing from the punishing one was not going to be enough, because even though there was 2 instances of raid 1, so it was going to swing for 5, we healed 3, so that was not going to do it, and we needed a pump of some sort. And I think, you know, we're just seeing how impactful every little bit of extra health on your base is, and why these 33 and 34, 35 health bases are just dominating the meta at the moment.
You're absolutely right. We're off here in game 3. Conrad with Boba plays a BT1. Kevin with Leia plays a Gungi, that ridiculous 2/5 unit for 2 cost. We see an Allegiant General Pride being revealed off the top to deal an extra damage to the base. And of course, that means that the Boba leader action comes in. We're already at 3 damage here, which is kind of absurd.
Yes, 100%. Doing lots and lots of damage. It's very scary. The nice thing about the Gungi turn 1 play, though, is it is a great indirect damage soaker. 5 HP. That's basically like my base being 38, really, when you think about it.
Grogu. And we see Grogu. This is a card we saw so much back when Han 2 was everywhere running the meta. Not the case here. Now, this has come in from the sideboard. This is not a main deck card, but it lets you move damage from your units to your opponents. When you're against a deck with lots of indirect damage, that sounds amazing, but collateral damage, unfortunately, will take out the Gungi, get some damage on the base, and also, there's now no pool of damage for Grogu to pull from.
Yeah, but Grogu is as you said, you know, a really powerful tool from the sideboard, because now any indirect damage that Conrad tries to deal to Kevin just goes onto Grogu, and then Grogu just heals it off immediately and is able to trade into Conrad's units by doing so. This is a huge power swing in favor of Kevin.
And I love what we just saw here. Leia just went, yeah, I'm going to put an experience token straight onto Grogu. That could be your secret weapon here in game 3 if you're Kevin. So, yeah, why not just keep bumping it up as much as you can, keep getting more and more HP. Now we see Grogu's skill coming in. That is going to move some of that damage over.
No, he's attacking. Grogu's throwing hands.
Attacking. Oh, so we actually go straight into BT1, which I kind of like a little bit more because, well, you've still got that pool of damage for next turn.
Look, Ross, no spoilers.
Even this turn.
No spoilers, but this is more accurate.
It is. I love it. Eager Escort Fighter takes out the Fire Spray. Oh, I love what Kevin's doing here. The Grogu seems bad in a lot of matchups now, which is why it doesn't see much play. But specifically against Boba, seems really fun. And in Leia, where you can keep giving experience tokens.
Yeah, it allows you to make the unit into sort of like a real thing. And also, it's so easy to use the Leia ability on because it only has a single heroism aspect. So it's really easy to find something that doesn't share any aspects with it, which is fantastic.
Tell you what, that Grogu is adorable. They should make a film about Grogu. That's how adorable and useful he is.
Don't be ridiculous. I mean, there's no way they would make a film entirely about Grogu. Now, if you threw The Mandalorian in there, I think you might have an idea.
A man can dream. Well, it's just Grogu against the world right now. That is the only unit that we see on the board between either player. But I love it. It's already got damage on. So basically, the next unit Conrad plays, Kevin can just go, Grogu puts damage on it. That makes me extremely happy. Does mean that Kevin's got to be very, very careful about what he plays. Warrior of Clan auto goes down. Grogu could put damage over and then actually trade with it if that's how he's feeling.
Yeah, and it allows you to trade so effectively, and also a big thing, a lot of Boba's units are 2 health, like a lot of them in the space arena. So the fact that Grogu can just go, yeah, I'm going across arena, and I'm bringing down your ship. Protect the pod will do it. Oh, sorry, not just yet, but the protect the pod is presumably going to be the next action to take out the Warrior of Clan Order.
Absolutely. Allegiant General Pride comes down. We do have that second experience token on Grogu now. He is now a free, is that free 8? Did he start with 6? He's a free
big.
8 now.
He's really big.
And Protect the Pod becomes so good with Grogu because you're dealing like 8 damage with it, which is absolutely absurd. And there are 3 copies in the main deck here. So, yeah, I'm willing to bet when Grogu came in, that stayed in as well. This Grogu could absolutely terrorize Conrad's board for turn after turn after turn at this rate.
Grogu is so hard carrying this entire matchup right now. It is unbelievable. This one card, which, you know, this is exactly how people were countering Boba in Legends of the Force, in Secrets of Power, you know, but as a community, I feel like sometimes you just collectively forget of the terror that this little gremlin can be. But here he is, just sitting there going, no, your leader effect does nothing, and also your cards do nothing, and also they're dead. Ha! I'm just a little guy. It's pretty good. You know, he's just a little guy, but it's being very effective.
You just sit there, and before you know it, there's a horned beast that's just floating in the air because Grogu got a little bit upset and or protective. Speaking of protective, Captain Typho comes down as a sentinel here, just in case Grogu needed any more protection, which is rather nice. And of course, when attacked, you can heal your base. Grogu can move from Captain Typho off, right?
Yes, Grogu can heal the damage off of any units on your field. I think what's also great is... Oh, sorry.
Carry on.
I was going to say, what's great is we could see Leia put 2 more experience tokens onto Grogu this turn, because it is the Leia deploy. So this Grogu could literally be a 5/11.
And the thing is, like, you can't do this. If your opponent's playing something like Lost and Forgotten, one of these instant removal cards, you cannot do this. But they're less prevalent than they were pre-rotation. And also, these are not Boba cards. Boba doesn't play these hard removal on a single unit cards. So we could just kind of keep going and going. I was just thinking about Typho gets hit, heals while it's defending. Grogu then heals Typho. And we kind of loop it for a little while, but here comes an aggressive negotiations. Warrior of Clan Ordo will take out that Captain Typho with arguably the most impactful card in the entire game. We have a Devastator being, well, just being revealed.
Disclosed.
Of course, you have to
for
disclose.
the Clan Ordo. And then I guess we didn't see a disclosure for Kevin for the heal.
Not that I saw, no.
And we're just going to deploy
And
Leia.
here comes Leia. Didn't put an experience token on before deployment.
Yeah, and I think, well, not super relevant there because Grogu can only ever move 2 damage across, but we would want to deal with any space unit that comes down. So it looks like we might just heal off the Grogu. Yeah, we'll just heal. So I believe there's 5 health left on the Grogu. So Boba Fett can't take out anything.
Oh, I love it. And deploying onto the ground because the only ship, the prototype TIE Advance, absolutely not worth deploying onto. So now we are, we've actually immediately got Protect the Pod. And remember, with Grogu's extra HP there, that is, I think, 5? And that is going to be
Leia
enough
can just do 7.
Okay, fine, use Leia if you really want to, just because it's more damage. Regardless, it's gone.
Yeah, this is genuinely, I think Grogu is just completely locked down this game. Like, this one card has made it so impossible for Conrad's deck to function at all. Like, what do you do against this, you know?
You have to try and take out, you have to go like fully aggressive into Grogu. The problem is you need some removal card or you need a ground unit with ambush, something along those lines. And it's just not that kind of deck. That's not what you do, unfortunately. So now we see, that Grogu's, we got Leia with an experience token. Grogu's apparently got enough. We got a secretive Sage coming down, shielded, and there's only 5 damage on Conrad's base, but it feels like that can start ticking up very quickly because Kevin can now start playing keep away really effectively. Grogu, are we healing up here? Because in theory, you can heal up Grogu and take out the tie.
I think you are very happy as Kevin to just go, yeah, cool. Grogu's going to sit here. It's going to heal every turn. It's just going to move damage across. It's going to control your board. There's a hyperspace disaster in Kevin's hand. There's a haymaker to, to sort of like overwhelming barrage a little bit. Not really, but a little bit. It just, fully lock out Conrad from the ability to win this game. And yeah, there's a Devastator coming down next turn, but it's not really going to do too much.
The Haymaker we do see an Outer Rim Constable taking out one of those experience tokens from Grogu. Leia has a second experience token now. Of course, we were not playing the Haymaker. There's no ground unit to go after. That was the disclosure for Leia's ability. We see a claim from Conrad here. And you could, you heal Grogu to take out the tie now, right? Your opponent's already claimed.
I think you absolutely do. Yeah, there's no reason not to. You can... Genuinely, there is no reason not to just do it because on your next turn, you got Hyperspace Disaster. If you need to, emergency button, get rid of something, and you can just continue to play out units on the board. Although I think
I picked
Kevin might have to.
I picked Leia for top 8 before we saw the Grogu. Yeah. Now that we've seen the Grogu, and Typho comes down here as a Sentinel, and I don't say that just for my love of Grogu. I say that because this gives it a way better matchup against the most popular deck in the room.
Well, exactly. And you're looking at the amount of damage that's currently being presented. We got 2 from the Grogu, 2 from the Secretive Sage, 6 from the Leia, and 4 from the Typho. So we're presenting 14, pushes us to 25, plus 1 from another Leia experience token. We're at 26. And that means we're actually going to be able to lethal on the next action phase, first action, because you put the experience token onto Leia, makes it so that makes it 7 on this turn, and then on the next you do it again, and that's 8, and that will be the exact lethal you need. So basically, there's not really a huge amount that Conrad can do to get out of this situation. We know that this Boba deck isn't playing something like single reactor ignition. It can't. It's only enough to play aggression, really. And so, sticking 5 damage onto something is not really going to do very much.
No, we see a Devastator come down, and often that's devastating, but here it just feels like it's not going to be enough. You're not going to be winning next action phase, and your opponent is going to be winning next action phase. That's basically 9 damage being represented, and, well, I suppose, where's the indirect damage going to go? That's a big question here. But no, you can't even get to, it's a 14, that would be 13, so you can't even threaten lethal with Devastator next turn because you'd be 1 away.
Well, exactly, right? It's just, you're just not able to get there. I mean, if you swung with Devastator, if Kevin chose to ignore it for some reason, also if Kevin chose not to put the experience token on Leia because he didn't do the maths, even though, 601, he's probably going to do the maths and figure out whatever.
Oh, Hyperspace Disaster. That is played.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can do.
And that's game at this point. Like, Kevin's got so much damage on the board. Conrad's got absolutely nothing. No units, no nothing. And there is the handshake. Kevin takes this 2-1. It's called a Leia deck, but we watched it. We all know it's Grogu, really. Grogu for the win. What a way.
Wow.
On the weekend of the Mandalorian and Grogu being released, what a better way to end day 1 of the stream than seeing Grogu wreak havoc.
Absolutely. And I have to say, I'm significantly less traumatized by Grogu now that the Han from Shadows of the Galaxy isn't in the premiere format, because, Grogu for 3 resources, pretty fair. Grogu for 2 resources coming in with damage already on it, so it immediately takes out my turn 1 play, slightly less fun and fair. But now, Grogu, he's countering Boba. I got to say, huge fan. Huge fan.
And I feel like it's perfect in layer. Grogu as a counter to Boba seems like a really good idea. But in layer, where you can then start buffing up with experience tokens, making it so much harder to remove, and especially using it against Boba that doesn't have those removal options, makes it very, very fun. Krishiv, I've had a wonderful day here with you, casting Star Wars Unlimited. I've had such a good day. I say me and you, we come back, we do this whole thing again tomorrow. But before we come back tomorrow, let's go have a chat with Drish, shall we?
So guys, that was it for today. It was the final match, and what an amazing match. But don't worry, this was only day 2 of our 3 days event. Tomorrow we'll be back with something really special. We will follow one of the limited players on their way to the finals, or at least we hope, right? So we will be able to see what they draft, what deck they built, basically from scratch. Isn't that amazing? After that, after we saw the finals of the Limited, we will jump back into Premier to see the rest of the rounds and the top 8 and the finals as well. Isn't that amazing? I do think it's amazing. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.